Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Serie. Chapter 1, Serie. The Age of Myth. A world where gods and demons coexisted. What a weak and fleeting life. Seated before a crackling fire, Rhodes looked up in innocence at the diminutive elf who had suddenly appeared before him. After all this time stranded in this world, he had finally encountered a character he recognized. Soft, golden hair cascaded down to her waist, framing her iconic pointed ears. Her gaze was sharp, a faint, knowing smile playing on her lips. She projected an air of lofty superiority, but it was so at odds with her youthful face that it created an unexpected charm. Care for one? Rhodes offered, holding out a skewer of roasted mushrooms. He would have much preferred a skewer of roasted meat, but every monster in this forsaken world was outrageously powerful, forcing him into a life of reluctant vegetarianism. As for the elven girl before him, Rhodes recognized her in an instant. She was none other than the legendary grand mage of the continent, Serie. Though, at this moment, she looked like a young girl of only a few hundred years, entirely lacking the effortless and overwhelming power she would wield in a later era. Did I transmigrate too far back? He wondered. Serie's eyes fell upon the roasted mushroom skewer. After a moment of contemplation, she accepted it. Seeing Rhodes take a bite from his own skewer, she then opened her mouth and took a small, tentative bite. An explosion of juices, an indescribable flavor. It was a taste wholly unfamiliar to her from her time in the great elven forests. Her people, the elves, believed in nature and harmony, they rarely even lit fires for cooking. She had never been exposed to the culinary marvels of modern grilling techniques. Truthfully, any other elf would have likely refused Rhodes's offer. The elemental signature on the food was chaotic and foreign. But Serie was different. Unlike other elves who cherished peace and freedom, Serie craved conflict. She relished the glorious chaos of the current age of myth. My name is Rhodes. And you are? Even though he knew her name, Rhodes couldn't possibly say it. That would only arouse her suspicion. Serie, the diminutive mage replied, her tone flat as she took another bite of the mushroom skewer. As it turned out, good food was the fastest way to break the ice. The aloof elven girl was now willingly giving him her name. Do you know where this is? I'm afraid I'm lost. Since arriving in this world, Rhodes had been perpetually lost. Before meeting Serie, he hadn't encountered a single being he could communicate with, let alone another human. This was why he suspected he had arrived several thousand years too early, landing squarely in the age of myth from the Frieren stories. The outskirts of the great elven forest. You should be grateful you didn't venture deeper. The great elven forest was home to more than just her elven kin, all manner of powerful magical beasts dwelled within. A weak human like the one before her would have become nothing more than a meal. Have you seen any other humans, other beings like me? Unsure if humanity was even an established race in this era, Rhodes corrected himself. Noticing that Serie had finished her skewer, he quickly handed her another. Serie eyed the fragrant offering before her, hesitated for a moment, and finally took it. I saw one, 200 years ago, she said. Though he wasn't as fortunate as you. He was devoured by a magical beast. Serie herself knew little of the human race, gleaning what she could from the tales of her elders. They were said to have forms similar to the gods, but were exceptionally weak. They could neither wield the divine arts of the gods, nor did they possess the near-eternal lifespan of the elves, living for a mere few decades. If not for their rather impressive reproductive capabilities, their race would have likely vanished from the world long ago. Even so, the weak race of humans lived a nomadic existence, forming small, wandering tribes to evade the constant wars between the other races. That was why her first words to Rhodes had been to call his existence weak and fleeting. If you follow this direction, you will eventually leave the sphere of influence of the great elven forest. The path is clear of any powerful magical beasts. Having finished the second mushroom skewer, Serie patted herself down and prepared to depart. To her, this human was just an insignificant passerby in her long life. Perhaps 1,000 years from now, she might faintly recall a day like this, and a human who grilled surprisingly delicious mushrooms. And that would be all. Please wait, Rhodes called out, unwilling to let such a powerful guide simply walk away. I have an audacious request. Though he didn't know how this younger Serie compared to the legendary, walking grimoire of the future, he knew one thing for certain, she could use magic. Upon arriving in this world, Rhodes had awakened a talent called creation. As the name suggested, he could create all kinds of magic. But putting it into practice was difficult. For instance, he had tried to create a fire spell by repeatedly trying to make fire by rubbing sticks together. After countless experiments, he ended up with a spell that acted like a finger snap lighter. Whenever he needed a fire and had dry tinder, a simple snap of his fingers would produce a flame to light it. He had also developed other convenient utility spells, like one to generate water and another to clean himself. But that was the extent of it. He couldn't create any offensive or healing magic. Because he couldn't comprehend the underlying concepts, he was unable to create them. He could understand fire as a product of friction, and water as molecules from the air. But how to attack someone? That concept was a complete blind spot in his knowledge. He was a materialist from a world of science, and for the moment, he simply couldn't grasp the intuitive, will-based principles of this magical world. Hearing Rhodes's words, Serie turned back. If this man was asking her to escort him from the forest, she would refuse. She had no intention of leaving the forest herself at present. It was true that Serie loved conflict and the chaotic state of the world, but she wasn't a fool. There were countless beings in this world who could snuff out her life with a single blow. Until she was strong enough, she had no plans to venture out. I want you to teach me magic. The request caught Serie completely off guard. Teach you magic? She narrowed her eyes, having never heard of a human capable of learning it. Your human race cannot learn magic. I cannot teach you. It's not that we can't, Rhodes countered, it's that no one has ever taught us. He snapped his fingers. The roaring fire in front of them was extinguished in an instant. With another snap, a spell generated a small torrent of water, dousing the last of the embers and leaving no possibility of it reigniting. Interesting. Gazing at the strange, unfamiliar magic, Serie felt a flicker of genuine interest for the first time in her life. Chapter 2, The Master Who Falls Asleep at the Drop of a Hat. Chapter 2, The Master Who Falls Asleep at the Drop of a Hat. The magic you just used, what race did it belong to? In the age of myth, most forms of magic and divine arts were designed with a singular purpose, to kill the target. She had never witnessed spells as purely convenient as the ones Rhodes had just demonstrated. I created them myself. Rhodes's words once again left Serie stunned. You created them. The creation of magic was a feat that bordered on the realm of demigods. But the human before her was far too weak to have possibly reached such a level. What Serie didn't know was that the magic of this era was so terrifyingly potent that creating a new spell of equivalent destructive power was immensely difficult, requiring power on par with a demigod. But as eras passed, most mages would no longer require such devastating power, turning instead to researching more convenient forms of magic. That would be the true dawning of the great age of magic. For now, however, Rhodes was the only one who could create magic. Yes. But I haven't been able to create any offensive spells yet. That's why I hope you can teach me a few things. Serie stared intently at Rhodes. If this man could use magic, it meant he possessed mana within his body. The question was, did he have enough to cast an offensive spell? Very well. Follow me, Serie said, a curious smile gracing her lips. She led Rhodes away from the great elven forest and into a wide, open clearing. Watch closely. At this point in her life, Serie couldn't yet manifest spells with a mere thought as she would in later ages. Her specialty was the light and plant-based magic unique to the elves. Serie raised her hand. The light in the air began to coalesce, forming a dazzling arrow of light. The arrow shot forth, instantly piercing a massive boulder in the distance. A moment later, the boulder exploded into a shower of fragments. Clearly, Serie's attack was more complex than a simple piercing strike. Rhodes's eyes widened. The power was truly terrifying. He also couldn't help but wonder why Serie didn't need a staff to cast her spells. Serie lowered her hand and spoke nonchalantly. This is the most fundamental offensive technique of the elves. One condenses the element of light and attacks with it. She turned to Rhodes. Well. Can you create it? This was a test for the men before her. If he couldn't even comprehend and create the most basic of elven spells, then he was nothing more than a purveyor of clever little tricks. Amusing, perhaps, but not worthy of her attention. Rhodes took a deep breath. He was fortunate Serie hadn't unleashed a spell that ripped space apart or summoned a black hole. He certainly wouldn't have understood that. Since the principle involved gathering light from the air, it was still within his realm of understanding. I'll try, he nodded. He closed his eyes, recalling the motion of Serie's spell casting, including the way mana flowed through her body. His thoughts, however, remained stubbornly scientific. If you condense light, is it similar to a laser? But if so, how does that cause the subsequent explosion? Serie's attack wasn't just a simple piercing shaft, it carried a delayed explosive force. Rhodes wanted to replicate it perfectly. He raised his hand, mimicking Serie's gesture. The light of mana gathered at his fingertips, but it failed to form a proper arrow like hers. Instead, it was a hazy, unstable orb of light. The orb wobbled forward a short distance before popping with a soft paf, dissolving into a sprinkle of luminous dust. Rhodes gave an awkward laugh. Perhaps I could try again. Ciri's brow furrowed slightly. Your control over mana is far too crude. And, why do I sense no killing intent in your magic? Rhodes was taken aback. Killing intent? How was he supposed to imbue a spell with an emotion? This was a concept Rhodes truly could not grasp. Magic is a reflection of the caster's mind. As for killing intent. Ciri paused, then raised her small hand and repeated the same gesture as before. Like this. A strange smile touched her lips. In that instant, Rhodes felt a bone-chilling killing intent radiating from Ciri. It was the first time he had felt something so powerful, an aura so palpable it made him shiver involuntarily. An arrow of light shot past his ear, striking the ground in the distance with a thunderous explosion. Well. Did you feel it? It took Rhodes a moment to recover. He looked at Ciri, at the angelic smile on her face, and felt a cold dread creep through his body. It was terrifying that she could produce such an effect merely by projecting her will. This was indeed a world of fantasy, nothing could be explained away by common sense. He finally understood. Magic here wasn't science. It was something more akin to faith, or perhaps, the power of imagination. I felt it. It's just, feeling killing intent towards a rock feels a bit strange. In that case, use me as your target. Is that really all right? Rhodes hesitated. If he accidentally hurt his powerful new companion, he would regret it for the rest of his short life. Do not underestimate me, you mere human. Ciri had no doubt that this weak human could not possibly harm her, especially with a basic elven spell. Still, just to be safe, she cast a defensive barrier on herself. Imagine it, Ciri's voice was cold, as if she were talking about someone else entirely. Imagine how you would use magic to pierce my body, to kill me. No, I couldn't bear to do that, Rhodes muttered to himself, but he dutifully began to imagine the scene. It was absurd that an offensive spell from the Age of Myth had such a prerequisite. Emptying his mind of science, elements, and physics, Rhodes focused solely on believing in the power of his thoughts. He embraced what one might call the principle of, I think, therefore it pierces. I reckon this arrow of light can pierce the little master standing before me. A blinding light, far more brilliant than anything Ciri had produced, coalesced in front of Rhodes. Even Ciri, who had lived for hundreds of years, felt an unexpected jolt of fear from the depths of her soul. Why? She thought, a sense of disbelief washing over her. The killing intent is so shallow, so weak, why am I afraid? But Rhodes didn't give her any more time to think. The light before him didn't just form one arrow. It formed dozens. With a final surge, the volley shot forward, tearing through the air itself. Watching the storm of light arrows flying toward her, Ciri finally believed him. This human truly possessed the gift of creation. She hastily threw up several more defensive barriers, but the sheer number of projectiles overwhelmed her. She was thrown backward, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Ah, the benefit of a young grandmaster, she falls asleep at the drop of a hat. Chapter 3, An Invitation to be a Partner. Chapter 3, An Invitation to be a Partner. If someone were to ask Rhodes what he would do if a beautiful elven girl lay unconscious before him, he would answer with righteous dignity that he would stand guard over her and wait patiently for her to awaken. And now, that very situation was playing out right in front of him. Rhodes stared, dumbfounded, at the unconscious Ciri he had just blasted off her feet. He quickly snapped out of it and rushed to her side. Miss Ciri, are you all right? Naturally, our young grandmaster couldn't answer him. A hint of disbelief still lingered on her adorable face. Well, this is awkward. He should have realized it sooner. The Ciri of this era wasn't the impossibly powerful mage she would become. She was still young and inexperienced, otherwise, his magic could never have knocked her out. Looking at Ciri, so close, Rhodes couldn't resist. He reached out a tentative hand and gently poked her round cheek. It was soft and smooth, like squeezing a large, fluffy mochi. The texture was surprisingly pleasant. He poked it again, thinking to himself, I must be the first person in history daring enough to poke Ciri's cheek like this. Just then, Ciri's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes snapped open. Rhodes froze instantly, his hand still resting on her face. Ahem. He retracted his hand, feigning nonchalance, and asked with concern, Miss Ciri, are you all right? Ciri's golden pupils were unfocused for a moment before snapping into a sharp glare fixed on Rhodes. The realization dawned on her, this insufferable man had dared to touch her face. But that wasn't the most important thing. This man's magic was monstrously powerful. Caught off guard, she had actually been knocked unconscious by it. A mixture of shame and indignation welled up inside her, but she didn't let it show. Still, the question had to be asked. What were you just doing? Rhodes immediately held up his hands in a gesture of innocence. I did nothing at all. I was merely checking to see if you were injured. A mere basic offensive spell. Ciri stared at him suspiciously. Thanks to the defensive magic she had cast earlier, she wasn't actually hurt, just stunned by the sheer impact of his spell. It was mainly because she hadn't been prepared, otherwise, she would have added another layer of magic to resist the concussive force. Your creation magic is powerful, Serie stated after a moment of silence, getting to her feet. She dusted off her white robes and summoned a wisp of mana to her fingertips, inspecting her own condition. She muttered to herself, the mana consumption was much greater than I anticipated. Not only had this man perfectly replicated her spell, he had made it even stronger. She paused, a sudden, excited smile spreading across her face. How utterly fascinating. Your magical talent could overturn this entire era. In this age of myth, all magic was established and fixed. Serie could feel that the appearance of this man would set off a new magical storm, one that perhaps not even the gods would permit. She eagerly asked, if I were to teach you more complex magic, could you create new variations based on them? Rhodes was taken aback. He had never tried such a thing and couldn't make any promises, but he braced himself. I can try. In that case, you may reside on the outskirts of the great elven forest. I will come to teach you magic every day. Compared to the perilous world outside, the forest's edge was relatively safe. As long as one didn't wander off into the territory of dangerous magical beasts, their life wouldn't be in danger. Besides, no other elf was idle enough to wander the forest's edge day after day like Serie, who roamed freely yet never dared to completely leave its sphere of influence. Something like a master and apprentice. You can think of it that way if you wish. Serie had never taken on an apprentice before, but she didn't mind making this human her first. However, the man's ambition seemed to extend beyond that. On second thought, no thank you, Miss Serie. I want to adventure in this world. Rather than a master and apprentice, I would prefer to invite you to be my partner. While becoming the apprentice of this young Grand Master held a certain appeal, Rhodes wanted to leave a more lasting impression on her. He was done hiding his intentions. He was laying his cards on the table. He would become this era's Himmel. Serie laughed. This human was far more interesting than she had anticipated. Her smile held a hint of amusement as she tilted her head, her soft, golden hair cascading like a silken tassel. Partner, she repeated the word softly. It was the first time she had ever received such an invitation. Elves were, in truth, an emotionally reserved race. They felt little affection not only for outsiders, but even for their own kind. The notion of becoming partners with someone was practically unheard of. Serie was no exception. Do you know what you are saying, human? Rhodes looked her directly in the eye. Of course I do. Interesting. Serie crossed her arms. Then tell me, you, a weak human with such a fleeting lifespan, on what grounds do you propose to become my partner? On these grounds, Rhodes said, raising his hand. A ball of light condensed at his fingertips. But unlike the potent offensive spell from before, this one merely provided a gentle illumination. It was a new spell he had just created by analyzing Serie's own magic. This is a new spell I just created. It can provide light in the darkness. I call it light. You. Serie's pupils constricted slightly. You analyzed my magic. This was a light attribute spell unique to the elves, yet this man had effortlessly deconstructed it and even created something new from its foundation. Was this his own personal talent, or was this a talent of the human race? I replicate and decipher your magic, then reproduce it in my own hands. By rewriting a portion of its effects, a new spell is born. That is my creation. As he spoke, the light in his hand began to transform, eventually taking the shape of a crystalline flower of light that hovered in his palm. It was a form of magic Serie had never seen before. Creation, she whispered, her eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. How utterly fascinating. Rhodes smiled faintly. So, will you be my partner and journey with me? I can create more spells than you've ever seen, and you. He paused, his tone growing serious. Can teach me how to survive in this world. Serie was silent for a long time. Finally, she let out a soft laugh. Very well. The outside world was dangerous, even she didn't dare to venture out carelessly. But this man was too interesting. She was already looking forward to seeing what other kinds of magic he could show her. It would be a fleeting journey, she knew, but a fascinating one. An adventure she would surely recall fondly for the rest of her long, long life. Chapter 4, The First Day of Adventure. Chapter 4, The First Day of Adventure. Why not just kill it? They had left the great elven forest behind them, but with night falling, Rhodes and Serie decided to make camp where they were. It was the first day of their partnership. In Rhodes's hands was a long-eared rabbit with gray fur and a single, slender horn sprouting from its forehead. With Serie's help, Rhodes had successfully caught his first prey since arriving in this world. Looking back, he supposed he had been rather fortunate. Every magical beast he had encountered until now was the type he couldn't defeat, but could at least escape from. The rabbit in his hands, according to Serie, was called a grey-horned rabbit. It was exceptionally weak. Despite the horn on its head, it had no combat ability whatsoever. Its only advantage was its remarkable speed. It was, for all intents and purposes, at the very bottom of this world's food chain. An elf encouraging me to kill something that feels a bit strange. Rhodes took out a small knife he had sharpened from a stone and, with a few practiced movements, sent the grey-horned rabbit to meet the goddess. "Do I strike you as an ordinary elf?" Serie replied, a slight smirk on her lips. Compared to other elves, she was quite the heretic. True. The only war-loving elves I've ever heard of are dark elves. What is that? The word was unfamiliar to Serie, and her expression filled with confusion. They don't exist yet. Rhodes muttered to himself. It seemed the elven race hadn't branched out into different subraces in the Age of Myth. Then again, in the stories of Frieren, there only seemed to be one type of elf, the nearly immortal, ancient kind. It's nothing. You can think of them as elves who have been corrupted by demonic power. I cannot comprehend that at all. From Serie's perspective, elf and demonic were two mutually exclusive concepts. Once something was corrupted, it became a magical beast. It could no longer be called an elf. Never mind. It's not like we'll run into any. How about some roasted meat instead? Speaking of which, can you eat meat? Rhodes skillfully cut the rabbit meat into small pieces, skewered them, and began roasting them over the fire. From time to time, he would pull out a series of small jars and pouches, sprinkling their contents onto the cooking meat. A rich aroma began to fill the air. What is that? Instead of answering his question, Serie's curiosity was drawn to his collection of jars. Ah, these are my seasonings. My most prized treasures. Rhodes proudly showed Serie his collection. They were his greatest discoveries from his long days of wandering. He was lucky that some plants in this world were remarkably similar to those from his own. Through a fearless, trial-and-error spirit worthy of a saga, Rhodes had managed to procure a variety of spices. Serie took one of the jars and, opening it, gave it a sniff. The pungent aroma made her let out a tiny sneeze. Pointless, she said, tossing the jar back to Rhodes. She couldn't understand it. How could something with such a sharp, almost poisonous scent make food taste more delicious? Could this also be a form of his magic? She wondered. Before long, the meat was cooked. Rhodes held a skewer out to her. Care for a piece? The elemental signature was chaotic, but Serie found she didn't mind it. She took the skewer. With the first bite, a flavor she had never before experienced washed over her, and even her perpetually tense expression softened considerably. So, do you elves eat meat or not? Rhodes remembered that the elves in Frieren did eat meat, or at least Frieren herself did. He had no idea if the elves of the Mythical Age shared the same palate. We do not. Serie shook her head. The elves of the Great Forest dislike food with overly complex elemental energy. She added, however, it is said that in other parts of the world, some elves do choose to eat meat. After all, our kin in the Great Forest are not the only kind of elves in this world. We are simply the ones who live closest to the original state of our race. Sounds just like the elves from the legends. One grey-horned rabbit didn't provide much meat, and the two of them finished it quickly. Rhodes was about to go searching for some edible mushrooms when Serie stopped him. It's best not to wander off. We are outside the bounds of the great elven forest now. The unspoken meaning was clear, they could be attacked by a magical beast at any moment. This was, after all, an incredibly chaotic world, teeming with magical beasts. From these beasts, a more intelligent race had been born, one capable of wielding powerful magic, the demon race, the primary adversary of the elves in this era. A thought crossed her mind. How did this human in front of me manage to survive in this world until now? He had no sense of crisis, and his fighting ability was barely superior to a grey-horned rabbit. He likely couldn't defeat even a single common magical beast. And yet, this was the man who possessed the talent of creation magic, the man who had appeared right before her. Serie did not believe in gods. Even if the goddess herself were to appear before her one day, her first thought would be to calculate how she might kill her. But now, looking at all that had happened, she couldn't help but feel that this was all part of some divine plan. All right, then. Do you want to rest? Or should we take turns keeping watch? Rhodes picked up a few pieces of wood to serve as torches, snapped his fingers to ignite them, and then placed them evenly around their campsite. The light from a single torch was faint, but together they cast a clear glow in the darkness, and the heat they gave off kept the insects at bay. What are you doing? Serie asked, her tone one of disbelief. Using fire to ward off wild beasts, of course. And don't worry, I've reinforced these torches with my mana. They should burn through the entire night without a problem. Serie was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I would advise you to extinguish those torches. Most magical beasts in this world are not afraid of fire. If anything, you're just broadcasting our location to them. This man must be under the protection of the goddess, mustn't he? The fact that someone with such a dangerously carefree attitude hadn't already been eaten by a magical beast defied all logic. Hearing Serie's advice, Rhodes thought for a moment, decided it made perfect sense, and promptly extinguished all the torches. He then watched as Serie cast a spell of her own. A green magic circle materialized before her, and a ripple of energy expanded outwards from it in all directions. What kind of magic is that? It's an alarm spell, unique to the elves. It will alert us if any living creature approaches the perimeter. An amazing tool. Rhodes's eyes lit up. It was an essential spell for traveling in the wilderness. He had assumed the young master before him only knew spells designed to kill things. He never imagined she would know such useful utility magic. Teach me. Please, Miss Serie. Rhodes clasped his hands together, his voice filled with sincere earnestness. Serie smiled. I can. But first, you have to tell me, where is our destination? I don't have one. It was the truth. Rhodes had no idea where he should go. He had been in this world for over a year and hadn't seen a single person of his own kind. If Serie hadn't told him that humans existed, he would have assumed they hadn't even appeared in this era yet. Well, he said with a cheerful, slightly goofy smile, I suppose we'll just take it one step at a time. Isn't a journey supposed to be an adventure into the unknown? Seeing his carefree expression, Serie said nothing but whispered softly to herself, what a ridiculous man. Chapter 5, Serie's Talent. Chapter 5, Serie's Talent. On the second day of their adventure, at Serie's strong insistence, Rhodes finally settled on a destination, to find a human settlement. When Serie asked him why, Rhodes answered, because I'm going to teach them magic, of course. Since the humans of this era had yet to learn magic, Rhodes didn't know how they originally came to wield it in the established history. That, however, did not prevent him from wanting to accelerate the process. The first requirement for learning magic is talent. The second is the mana to fuel it. I do not believe the human race possesses such gifts, Serie stated coolly. Learning magic was no simple matter in this world. Her elven race were the favored children of the world, born with a natural talent for magic and lifespans that were practically infinite, making it exceedingly rare for an elf to die of old age. It was for this reason that the elf stood at the apex of the Age of Myth, a powerful existence that even the gods themselves had to take seriously. Across the entire world, only the Skywing tribe, created by the hands of the gods, and the demon race, born of magical beasts but possessing superior intelligence, could be considered their equals. Therefore, Serie held a certain disdain for Rhodes's plan to teach magic to humanity. Humans have it, Rhodes replied with unshakable confidence. Am I not the best example? I believe that once humans learn to use magic, they will secure a place for themselves in this world. In truth, Rhodes was being conservative. 1,000 years after the Age of Myth ended and the gods departed, humanity would already be standing at the pinnacle of the world, their presence found in every corner of the continent. Even the Demon King would fall to a hero of a later age. This was proof enough of humanity's potential, but Rhodes had no intention of telling Serie any of this. Even if he did, she likely wouldn't believe him. She would only understand when she witnessed the power hidden within the human spirit with her own eyes. Hearing Rhodes's confident declaration, Serie simply gave a soft chuckle and said no more. In her view, Rhodes was just an anomaly, an individual blessed with exceptional luck, who stumbled upon a talent for magic and happened to learn how to use it. It meant nothing for his race as a whole. On the third day of their adventure, the pair encountered their first magical beasts of the journey. To be precise, it was a pack of them, demonic wolves with fur of a deep, violet black. Previously, whenever Rhodes encountered such creatures, his only option was to flee, or perhaps find a tree to climb and wait for them to leave. But things were different now. He had backup. With a simple raise of her hand, Serie launched an arrow of light. It flew with unerring speed and precision, piercing straight through one of the demonic wolves. You should also practice the spell you learned, she instructed. She was, of course, referring to the light arrow spell Rhodes had learned from her, though his version was more aptly described as an arrow rain. While Rhodes prepared to cast his spell, Serie stood to the side, carefully observing the flow and control of mana in his body. In truth, even among the elves, Serie's own talent for magic was exceptional. For most elven spells, she only needed to see them demonstrated a few times to grasp their fundamentals. Rhodes took a deep breath. Following the mana flow he had observed from Serie, he began to cast the spell. Having done it once before, the process was much smoother. From Serie's perspective, however, the mana within him moved in a completely different way. It was a flow entirely distinct from her own when casting the same spell, and it was this difference that allowed him to produce such a radically different effect. A dozen light arrows materialized in front of him. They were smaller than the one Serie had fired, but as he waved his hand, they fanned out in a wide arc, blanketing the area where the demonic wolves stood. This. Serie's eyes widened slightly. The first time, she had been caught so off guard that she hadn't been able to properly observe the power of his magic before it knocked her unconscious. Seeing it again now, she was once more astonished. Although the power of each individual arrow was only about half that of hers, the sheer quantity more than made up for the lack of quality. The pack of wolves that had been surrounding them was instantly shredded into a sieve, their dark purple blood seeping into the ground and withering the grass it touched. Again, Serie demanded. But there are no more beasts, Rhodes pointed out. It's fine. Serie cast a detection spell, then led Rhodes directly to the location of a large demonic bear. Now, use your magic on this bear. The demonic bear roared upon seeing the two of them and charged. Seeing this, Rhodes didn't dare hesitate and immediately unleashed his light arrow spell again. But this bear was clearly more cunning than the wolves, and its defenses were much stronger. Facing Rhodes's arrow rain, it performed an abrupt stop and then a side roll, dodging the majority of the attack. Only 2 arrows found their mark, leaving behind wounds that were not particularly severe. The pain, however, was enough to enrage it. Its eyes turned a bloody crimson, and it charged toward them with renewed speed. Hey! This thing's hide is too thick. I don't think it's working. Rhodes yelled, turning anxiously to Serie, only to find her still completely absorbed in her observation of his mana flow, as if she hadn't heard him at all. Panicked, Rhodes grabbed her hand to pull her back, but Serie's body stood as firm and unmoving as a rock. Just as the demonic bear reached them, so close that Rhodes could smell its foul, beastly stench, Serie finally spoke. A mere magical beast. She raised her hand and perfectly replicated Rhodes's rain of light arrows, but hers were even more powerful, piercing straight through the demonic bear's entire body. The beast, riddled with so many arrows of light, didn't stand a chance. It collapsed to the ground, dead. Amazing. Rhodes applauded immediately. As expected of the future's most powerful grand mage. She had perfectly replicated his magic after seeing it only a few times and even made it stronger. His plan to ride her coattails to success was looking more promising by the second. Serie, however, simply looked at the dead beast on the ground and shook her head. Still not enough. This can't kill a god. Did you say something? Rhodes was fairly certain he had just heard something rather outrageous, so he decided to feign ignorance. It's nothing, she said, her attention now fully on him. I will teach you more, even more powerful spells. You will then modify them into magic capable of killing any living thing. So he hadn't misheard. The small Grand Master before him truly harbored such an ambition. The thought was genuinely startling to Rhodes. But then again, considering her future self, it made perfect sense. To be thinking about how to kill a god during the Age of Myth, it was a goal that fit her personality perfectly. After you find the humans, Serie proposed, her gaze burning with a barely concealed excitement, you will accompany me to a certain place. Chapter 6, As long as I'm alive, I have to do something. Chapter 6, As long as I'm alive, I have to do something. Where? The Western Godfall land. Not only is it the site where a god fell, but it is said to hold the magic capable of killing a god. Gods are immortal. This was a concept accepted as fact by every living being in this world. Elves like herself, by contrast, merely had infinite lifespans but could still be killed by external forces. If an elf is killed, they die. It was a very simple truth. But gods could not be killed. At least, not with any known magic. And yet, in that western land, a god had fallen. The exact time of their demise was unknown even to the elves. The divine power released in their death had shrouded the entire region, making it impossible for any magic to probe what lay within. Ever since she had heard the other elves speak of the Western Godfall land, Serie had longed to go. Now, an opportunity was before her, and she had to consider if it might be the only one she would ever have in her long life. Rhodes blinked. The Godfall land. Why does that sound like the name of a final dungeon? He thought. Wait, can gods even die? Considering that the Age of Myth eventually ends in the stories, it was certainly possible. A slight smile touched Serie's lips. It is said that no living creature who enters has ever come out. Are you afraid? Rhodes shook his head. No. I'm just curious. Why do you want to kill a god? Serie's smile widened, becoming a thing of pure, unmasked sincerity. It was the most genuine expression he had seen from her. Because if magic isn't for the purpose of killing your opponent, it's meaningless. The same applies to gods. How twisted, Rhodes thought. Is this what the Grand Master was like in the Age of Myth? He found it hard to imagine how she would view the peaceful world to come, a world after the Demon King's fall and humanity's victory. It was probably the one outcome she would least want to see. But what does that have to do with me? He wouldn't be around to see what happened thousands of years from now, anyway. He didn't have the infinite lifespan of an elf, and this world had no magic that could extend one's life. If it did, Himmel would have surely used it. A human's lifespan was simply too short. Even if he spent his entire life by Serie's side, to her, it would be nothing more than a brief adventure. But for now, Rhodes didn't want to think about that. He stood up and stretched lazily. All right, let's go and see it then. It's not like I have anywhere else I want to go. He quickly added a condition. But we have to wait until the humans of this age have learned magic. Since he was in this world, he had to do something. As long as he was alive, he felt he had to do something for this weak human race. He himself was weak, the only decent offensive spell he had was his arrow of light, but that was already stronger than most humans. He didn't know how humanity historically learned magic in this age of myth, but he didn't mind being a forerunner. Of this age. That's a strange way of putting it. Ahem, a slip of the tongue, Rhodes explained quickly. To be precise, I meant my fellow kinsman in this age. He couldn't risk revealing his identity as a transmigrator. That was a secret he would take to his grave. Fortunately, Serie didn't press the issue. She just looked at him and nodded curtly. Very well. We leave tomorrow. Of course, Serie had no intention of taking Rhodes to the Godfall land right now. He was far too weak. It would be pointless. Night deepened. Rhodes sat by the fire, occasionally turning the mushroom skewers they were having for dinner. He had wanted Serie to search for another grey-horned rabbit, but a sweep of the area had yielded nothing. In the quiet moment, Rhodes looked up at the night sky of this new world. It was more brilliant than Earth's, as if he could reach out and touch every single star. The moonlight draped the land in a soft glow. It was a sight he felt he would never grow tired of. What are you looking at? Serie walked over, having just finished setting her magical perimeter alarm. The stars, Rhodes said with a smile. In my home, every star represents a world. Rhodes wondered if he could see his old world from here, his blue home among the stars. He was almost certain he couldn't. Serie glanced up at the sky and said flatly, in elven legends, the stars are the eyes of the gods, watching over everything in the world. She had been looking at the same sky for centuries. She failed to see anything special about it. Truly the mark of a fleeting life, to be fascinated by such things. Doesn't that mean we're being watched all the time? That goddess must have a lot of free time on her hands. The thought of being constantly watched by a god made Rhodes's skin crawl. Some elves see it as a sign of the god's favor. Others loathe it, Serie said, her tone devoid of warmth. Rhodes turned to her and teased, you're definitely in the latter group, aren't you? Serie didn't answer, her silence speaking volumes as she simply gazed at the sky. After a moment, she asked, what you said before, about every star in your home being a world, is that true? Ever since she had come to understand the concept of a night sky, Serie had wondered the same thing. What are the stars? The elves saw them as the god's eyes. The dwarves saw them as jewels embedded in the great crown of the world, a prize for whoever could conquer it. The demons simply hated the points of light, calling them the minions of the god of light. And now, Rhodes had introduced a new concept, every star was a world. It was an absurd idea, but it was interesting. Of course it's true. Rhodes was speaking the simple truth, but he had no idea how to explain to Serie that the stars were planets in a vast universe, and could therefore indeed be called worlds. Besides, was it not a mistake to try and explain science in a world of Western fantasy? In a world like this, for all he knew, the stars really were some kind of divine machination. Serie stared at the cosmos, the golden depths of her eyes reflecting the pinpricks of light. The silvery moonlight on her cheeks gave her an almost sacred aura, stirring an unexpected feeling in Rhodes's heart. If every star is a world, she said softly, then to others, is our world just another star? Rhodes looked at her, surprised. He hadn't expected her to grasp the concept so quickly. Exactly, he nodded. Serie turned back to him, a faint smile on her face. That's a nice story. At least, it's better than the elven one about the god's eyes. But it isn't a story, Rhodes thought with a sigh. Chapter 7, The Elven Tracking Spell. Chapter 7, The Elven Tracking Spell. On the 5th day of their adventure, under Serie's guidance, Rhodes successfully learned the alarm spell. However, with the aid of his creation, talent and a touch of modern scientific knowledge, he transformed it into an entirely new concept of magic. Watching the blue magic circle in Rhodes's hand pulse with waves of mana that expanded outwards, Serie felt a flicker of surprise. Did you combine the detection spell and the alarm spell into one? From what Serie could sense, the mana ripples spread out for hundreds of meters in every direction, yet the mana itself was so faint that it would be incredibly difficult to notice without paying close attention. It was a perfect spell for scouting without revealing one's own presence. Within Rhodes's magic circle, small dots were displayed, each one representing a life form he had detected. Even the direction of their movement was tracked on the display. I optimized it a bit, Rhodes said proudly. What do you think of calling this new spell Radar? The idea had come to him the moment he saw the two separate spells. The alarm spell could reveal an enemy's position, and the detection spell could perceive the enemy. Rhodes, aha. I have an idea. And thus, the radar spell was born. A name without any discernible meaning. Is there some basis for it? Well. Rhodes trailed off, unsure of how to explain it. He couldn't exactly say it was the power of science, could he? Then let us call it the greater detection spell, Serie decided. It was apparent that our young Grand Master's naming sense wasn't particularly imaginative. A pity its mana consumption is so high. It's not very practical. Rhodes nodded in agreement and deactivated the spell. In that short time, he had already consumed a fifth of his mana, equivalent to casting his arrow rain spell 3 times in a row. Only a mage with an immense mana pool like Serie could possibly sustain it for an extended period. This mana thing, is there any way to increase it? Rhodes asked. Serie had already told him that the amount of mana he possessed was minuscule. According to her, any elf who could walk had a larger mana pool than him, a fact that had dealt a considerable blow to his ego. It couldn't be helped, he had been in this world for less than a year and simply couldn't compare to the natives. There is no method other than long practice, Serie explained. However, among the magical beasts, there is a race that can plunder the mana of others. They can even absorb the residual mana left in corpses. Serie's words made Rhodes tense up. Plunder mana, he asked, frowning. Is that race numerous? If a creature like that was common, he couldn't imagine how anyone could ever defeat the demon race. After all, the age of myth was defined by war, and war meant death. If he had such an ability, he could simply find a battlefield, wait for the fighting to end, and absorb the mana from all the fallen. Rhodes didn't dare to imagine how powerful he would become, perhaps not even the future Serie, who would live from the age of myth to the modern era, could compare. They are few. However, that race is now known as the demon race, Serie said, shaking her head. Creatures whose souls were tainted by the abyss were collectively called magical beasts. Among them, those who developed higher intelligence came to be known as the demon race. Compared to mindless beasts, demons were far more cunning. And unlike the elves, who were merely emotionally reserved, the demons were completely devoid of any emotion whatsoever. They were a terrifying kind of being. Rhodes knew this, and his brow furrowed with worry. A race that could plunder mana and possessed considerable intelligence would be a fearsome adversary. That's truly troublesome, he voiced his concern. If those demons are allowed to plunder mana endlessly, I fear not even the gods would be a match for them. That won't happen. Serie shook her head again. The gods are powerful because of the divine energy within them. No amount of mana can contend with divine energy. Furthermore, plundered mana will eventually corrupt the soul of its host. She gave Rhodes a meaningful look, her voice becoming unusually stern. So do not even think about creating such a spell. Those demons gained extraordinary intelligence through their plundering ability, but because of that same endless plundering, they are destined to fall back into being mindless beasts once more. Rhodes nodded thoughtfully. He understood the meaning behind Serie's words perfectly. His creation talent had immense potential. If he truly put his mind to it, creating a spell to plunder mana might not be impossible. But as Serie had said, such power would come at the cost of corrupting his own soul. I suppose I'll stick to practicing slowly, then, he said with a smile, completely dismissing the idea of taking a shortcut. Your talent for magic is not poor. With time, you will surely become a powerful mage. It was a rare word of comfort from Serie. Rhodes was an important key to her own research into magic. She had no desire to see him stray onto the wrong path. In that case, I'll have to ask you to teach me a few more spells, Rhodes said, not standing on ceremony. Theirs was a relationship of mutual teaching. Serie taught him the most common elven spells of the era. He would use his creation to improve and modify them, and then he would teach the new versions back to Serie. Very well. Serie didn't waste any words. She raised her hand. While one should not rush the teaching of magic, your talent makes that less of a concern. She pointed to a stone in the distance, but her target was not the stone itself, but the tree behind it. The elves have a type of tracking magic. Even after an attack has been released, its direction can be altered mid-flight. When you apply that principle to an offensive spell, this is the result. Serie unleashed her arrow rain, aiming it at the stone. But in mid-air, the arrows curved, precisely striking the small tree hidden behind it. This was considered an advanced technique among the elves. It had taken Serie several years of practice to master it. That's a bit difficult to understand, Rhodes admitted, already feeling a headache coming on. He could manage to gather mana and attack, but how was he supposed to control a spell that had already been cast? He couldn't exactly attach a remote control device to it like a tracking missile, could he? The thought of introducing technology to this world felt wrong. It would completely break the atmosphere. Do not rush. You can take your time, Serie said with a faint smile. It would be perfectly normal if this man couldn't learn or even understand it right away. After all, it had taken her over a year just to grasp the principle of applying her mana to a spell that had already been unleashed, followed by endless, repetitive practice. Once the principle was mastered, it could be applied to countless other spells, making it an incredibly powerful tool in actual combat. It was one of the core spells of the elven race, and now she was teaching it to Rhodes without reservation. She was very curious to see how long it would take him to learn it. Chapter 8, Another Kind of Tracking Magic. Chapter 8, Another Kind of Tracking Magic. On the 8th day of their adventure, Serie was ignoring Rhodes. The reason was simple: her pride had been deeply wounded. Just moments before, Rhodes had spotted a gray-horned rabbit in the forest ahead. It was hiding behind a tree, with only its gray tail visible. Under normal circumstances, catching it would have required a large-scale area of effect spell. But Rhodes had a different method. After briefly estimating the rabbit's position, he cast a spell, launching a small arrow of light. The arrow curved gracefully in midair and struck the gray-horned rabbit directly. That's right. In a matter of days, Rhodes had learned Serie's tracking magic. However, instead of the incredibly difficult technique of attaching his mana to the projectile itself, Rhodes had used a clever workaround. He predetermined the target's location and then had the spell alter its own trajectory, achieving a different kind of tracking effect. This method required far less practice and saved a considerable amount of effort. The price for this ingenuity, however, was a very displeased Miss Serie. Leaning against a tree with her arms crossed, her golden hair spilling freely over her shoulders, Serie's delicate face was taut with irritation as she watched Rhodes's display. She turned her head away, deliberately avoiding his gaze. That was just a cheap trick. That isn't tracking magic. Rhodes picked up the rabbit by its ears, quickly dressed it, and stored it in his pack, a helpless smile on his face. But it's certainly practical. The thought of trying to attach his own mana to a moving projectile made his head spin. His current method was far simpler. He had no idea what the goddess was thinking, transmigrating a science major like him into a fantasy world and granting him a talent for creation. It made him constantly try to invent magic using the principles of science. True tracking magic requires you to imbue the attack with your mana, using the enemy's aura to determine its path. Most importantly, even if the enemy dodges, you can launch a second attack. As long as the magic in the spell isn't depleted, you can continue to attack them. Serie finally turned back, her golden eyes filled with unconvinced defiance. Your thing is. It was the longest speech Serie had given in their days of adventuring together. It was clear she was genuinely flustered. A guidance spell. Rhodes offered tentatively. What is that nonsense? The expression on Serie's face was a masterpiece of shifting emotions, a canvas of indignation that was, somehow, undeniably cute. In any case, it's not real tracking magic. Serie wanted this man to surprise her, but only on the condition that those surprises didn't come at the expense of her own pride. Why had she spent years learning tracking magic, only for this man to master it so quickly? Even if it was a workaround, he had achieved the same result. So, our Miss Serie desperately tried to justify her position, absolutely refusing to acknowledge it as true tracking magic. Looking at the pouting Grand Master, Rhodes suddenly found this version of Serie even more endearing than her usual self. If not for the very real fear of being struck dead, he would have loved to pat her on the head and gently pinch her round cheeks. All right, it's not real tracking magic, he conceded. It was just a name, after all, and he had no desire to argue the point further. If our great Miss Serie wouldn't mind, could you perhaps teach me again? This time, I promise I will diligently learn the proper tracking magic. Rhodes had come to a realization. This tracking magic was likely one of the elves' most closely guarded secrets. In a sense, it was an utterly overpowered ability. Imagine fighting a mage, you dodge a volley of attacks and rush in, only to see their spells loop around and come flying at you again. In that moment, you'd likely have a few choice words to scream. It was a technique that would result in serious injury at the very least if one wasn't prepared for it. He wondered why such a spell hadn't been passed down to later eras. Was it simply too difficult for most mages to learn? Or had magic in later ages become so powerful that tracking spells were rendered obsolete? Rhodes felt the latter was unlikely. Something must have happened. Serie, of course, had no idea what was running through Rhodes's mind. Hearing him admit that his spell wasn't real tracking magic and then asking her to teach him again, a barely concealed smile lifted the corners of her lips. Since you are so sincere. She raised her hand, a wisp of mana gathering at her fingertip. Watch closely. This is the orthodox. Before she could finish, a violent explosion echoed from the distance. Both of them turned their heads in unison, their eyes drawn to a patch of dark, violet-black clouds spreading across the sky. That's. Serie's expression instantly turned grim. The aura of magical beasts. Rhodes immediately cast his greater detection spell. The magic circle formed in his hand, the direction of the explosion just barely at the extreme edge of his range. Gazing at the dense cluster of dots on the magic circle, his face grew pale. There are a lot of them. It was, after all, only a prototype spell. He couldn't distinguish between friend or foe, nor could he gauge their individual strength. All he knew was that the enemy's numbers were large. What's the call? Do we run, or go check it out? If he were alone, he would have been long gone the moment he heard the explosion. But since Serie was with him, he chose to respect her opinion. Serie glanced at Rhodes, a spark of excitement in her eyes. Let's go. At the very least, we won't be bored. In truth, she had also cast her own detection spell and hadn't sensed any particularly powerful beasts. She was inclined to see what the commotion was about. All right, Rhodes nodded. Together, they headed in the direction of the sound. After crossing through a dense forest, a small settlement appeared before them. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and blood. Is this a dwarven settlement? It appears to be under attack by magical beasts, Serie observed, seeing the dwarves clashing with monsters. Rhodes looked up. The village's defensive wall had a massive hole blasted through it. Dozens of humanoid wolf-like magical beasts were locked in battle with the dwarves. Greater wolven fiends, Serie said, her eyes narrowing. And superior species to the common demonic wolves we killed before. They fight in packs, and their power increases dramatically under a full moon, though they lose what little reason they have in the process. Rhodes looked closer. These so-called wolven fiends looked exactly like the werewolves of his old world's legends, only far more grotesque and bloody. There were many of them, and while the dwarves were fighting valiantly, they were clearly beginning to be overwhelmed. The village was small, the kind you could see from one end to the other. There were probably only 20 or 30 dwarves capable of fighting, far too few to handle such a large number of werewolves. Chapter 9, The Attacked Dwarven Village. Chapter 9, The Attacked Dwarven Village. What's the plan? Are we intervening? Rhodes asked, a knot of anxiety tightening in his stomach. This was the first time he had faced such a large number of monsters. He was far more nervous than when he had faced the pack of wolves or the demonic bear. Serie shot him a sidelong glance. Why would we not? Did you think I came here merely to watch the spectacle? Her words brought Rhodes back to his senses. Of course. This was exactly the kind of situation the Grand Master reveled in. She was probably already itching to join the fray. I hope the werewolves will be all right. Rhodes's prayers were destined to be in vain. Our Miss Serie, not one for chivalrous formalities, circled around behind the battling werewolves and dwarves. While they were locked in the heat of combat, she raised her hand and unleashed an enhanced version of her light arrow rain. And then she did it again. Golden arrows poured down like a torrential storm, instantly pinning more than a dozen of the wolven fiends to the ground. Stunned by this sudden support, the dwarves all turned to look in the direction the arrows had come from. Dwarves were famously inept at magic. The gods had blessed them with formidable physiques. An adult dwarf could tear a demonic bear apart with their bare hands, but in exchange, their aptitude for magic had been sealed away. As a result, there were no mages in this dwarven village. Serie stood on a high vantage point, her golden hair fluttering in the wind, a fanatical smile on her face. This was truly the kind of stage that brought her joy. She also had to admit, the spell modification she had learned from the men was quite effective. Serie had all but abandoned her single-shot light arrow spell, now favoring the arrow rain as her opening move. It had a wider area of effect, and a greater number of projectiles. It was far more useful than her old spell. Rhodes wasn't idle either. He quickly cast his improved greater detection spell. The magic circle unfolded, and after confirming there were no hidden wolven fiends, he shouted to the dwarves, "Don't just stand there. There are 4 more on your left." Serie's arrow rain hadn't wiped out all the wolven fiends, a few had survived. 2 more were still engaged in close combat with the dwarves, outside the area her spell had covered. Alerted by Rhodes's warning, the dwarves snapped back into action. Several of them moved to engage the werewolves in front, while the rest turned to deal with the ones on the left. With Rhodes providing covering fire with his own light arrows from time to time, the battle was over quickly. An elderly dwarf, who appeared to be their leader, stepped forward. "Thank you for your help, you two, honored elves." His voice faltered for a moment when he looked at Rhodes. He had never seen an elf with short, rounded ears, but since he was with another elf, he assumed he must be one as well. After all, elves were famously exclusive and reclusive. "I'm not an elf. I'm human," Rhodes explained wearily. The lack of public awareness for humanity in this era was truly astounding. Human. The dwarven chief looked perplexed. What in the world was a human? Was that another race? Seeing the confused expression on the dwarf's face, Rhodes decided against asking if he had seen any others of his kind. "Never mind. I am Rhodes, and this is Serie. We're currently traveling." "Traveling, are you?" The dwarven chief nodded. "I am Amuro Ironfoot, the chief of this village." We plan to hold a feast tonight. I must insist that you both attend, so we may properly repay you for saving our lives. What do you think? Rhodes deferred to Serie. She had been the primary damage dealer in the fight, most of the werewolves had fallen to her spells. He had merely played a supporting role. I accept. As night fell, the dwarves lit a large bonfire. Rhodes took on the task of lighting the fire, earning awestruck looks from the dwarves with a snap of his fingers. If they could master such magic, they would never again have to go through the painstaking effort of drilling wood for fire and carefully tending to the embers. But alas, they could only look on with envy. Dwarves were notoriously magic deficient, learning magic was an impossibility for them. Thank you again, Mr. Rhodes, Amuro said, walking over to Rhodes with a mug of ale in his hand. Rhodes had been a great help in dealing with the wolven fiend corpses, and Amuro was deeply grateful. The most troublesome thing about magical beasts was that their blood tainted the land. Even their corpses had to be incinerated, otherwise they risked reanimating as even more terrifying undead monsters. It was nothing, Chief Amuro, Rhodes replied, raising his own mug to clink it with the dwarfs. The chief's beard was long and white, a clear sign of his advanced age. Rhodes recalled that dwarves in this world lived much longer than humans, somewhere between 200 and 300 years. Even decades into the future timeline of the stories, the dwarven hero Eisen was only just entering his elderly years. He might have claimed he could no longer swing an axe, but in reality, he could still cleave a demon in two with ease. And then there was the dwarven warrior guarding the village, Volume 50, who looked even older than Amuro but was still a formidable force. One certainly couldn't judge a dwarf's strength by their age. Is Miss Serie certain she doesn't require anything? Amuro glanced over at Serie, who was sitting off to the side, holding only a cup of plain water. There is no need. I do not care for alcohol. Besides, the elemental composition of your cooking is too chaotic. Rhodes was a little surprised to hear this. When he cooked for the elven miss, she was never a picky eater and had never refused his food on account of its chaotic elements. He took a bite of a skewer made from some unknown animal meat. He could taste the coarse salt crystals sprinkled on top. The flavor was rustic and robust, certainly a far cry from his own cooking. Amuro didn't seem fazed by Serie's refusal. In fact, he would have found it stranger if she had readily joined in their boisterous celebration. Compared to Serie, the man Rhodes hardly seemed like an elf at all. It seems Mr. Rhodes is not an elf after all, Amuro said. Though I've no idea what a human might be. I've never seen one. Amuro stroked his beard, a nostalgic look in his eyes. In my youth, I also wandered this continent. I met many creatures of different races. Some I could communicate with, others not at all. Unfortunately, I then encountered the demon race and nearly lost my life. I haven't left the village since. Amuro rolled up his sleeve, revealing a deep, ugly scar that ran from his arm all the way to his chest. Are the demons very strong? Rhodes asked. Very strong, Amuro's tone was grave. Every demon evolves from one of the most powerful magical beasts. Their combat ability and their understanding of magic are not to be underestimated. Do not underestimate the demons, Serie interjected suddenly, having been silent until now. You should know, the fall of the first dwarven kingdom was related to them. There were 5 original kingdoms on this continent. The dwarven kingdom was one of them. But that kingdom was destroyed in a single night. Its people scattered, forming 8 clans that now wander the continent. As Serie spoke, Rhodes noticed a flicker of deep pain in Amuro's eyes. Chapter 10, The Misfit Dwarf. Chapter 10, The Misfit Dwarf. Amuro nodded, his face etched with pain. That's right. Our Ironfoot clan is one of the survivors from that time. But this village was formed only after our clan splintered several times. The dwarven race was truly fragmented. It seemed the blow of their kingdom's destruction still lingered to this day. So you're saying the dwarven kingdom was destroyed by the demon race? Aye. Amuro had been just a child then, but the scene was still burned into his memory. A massive magic circle enveloping the entire dwarven capital, countless magical beasts pouring forth from it. Even with the city's vast garrison of elite dwarven warriors, they couldn't hold back the tide of monsters, especially with the demon race commanding them from behind. From that day forward, the dwarven kingdom vanished from the world. And from that day, magical beasts and demons became the common enemy of all living creatures on the continent. At the thought, Amuro slammed his mug down on the table, splashing murky ale everywhere. The most bitter irony is that the source of power for the magic circle those demons used was an ancient holy relic we dwarves had unearthed ourselves. The dwarves' greed for gold and jewels had driven them to dig deeper and deeper into the earth, until they had unearthed an ancient relic. At the time, the dwarves had been ecstatic. They never imagined it would be the very instrument of their destruction. This plot sounds a bit familiar, Rhodes thought. I wonder if the Arkenstone exists here. What was this holy relic? Rhodes pressed. A red stone slab. Serie suddenly cut in. Where is that slab now? Amuro shook his head. It disappeared the night the kingdom fell. It might be somewhere in the ruins of the Dwarven kingdom. In any case, that pack of demons never got their hands on it. Rhodes didn't understand why Serie had suddenly spoken up. He glanced at her, but she had fallen silent again, clearly having no intention of saying more. It looked like he would have to wait until they were alone to ask. Master Rhodes, I have an audacious request. Amuro turned to Rhodes. Through his observations, he had noticed that Rhodes seemed to be the one who handled most of the social interactions between the pair. Serie rarely bothered with such things. The arrival of these two travelers in his village felt like a sign from the gods. Go ahead, Rhodes said, but I must be clear. We are but simple travelers. You cannot expect too much from us. Seeing as the dwarven ale was quite good, Rhodes didn't mind agreeing to some small, insignificant request. Besides, this dwarven settlement was quite advanced. The various silk fabrics and full sets of armor were a clear testament to their impressive craftsmanship. He would have to procure some before they left, at least a few blankets to save him from sleeping on the hard ground every night. I would like you to spar with my son. Amuro's request caught Rhodes completely off guard. Even Serie looked up from her water. Why? That rebellious whelp is always talking about leaving to go on an adventure. I want you to crush that ridiculous notion out of him. On this topic, Amuro could barely contain his anger. Having been an adventurer himself, he knew just how dangerous the outside world was. His unfilial son was still a child of only 40. How could he possibly let him run off on some foolish adventure? He needed these travelers to show his son the harsh reality of the gap in their strength. In truth, Amuro could guess the real reason his son, Som, wanted to leave. Unlike other dwarves, his son was an outcast among his own people. Alcohol gave him headaches, making him an exile from every village feast. His skill at the forge was mediocre at best. Instead, he had immersed himself in weaving, a craft considered insufficiently manly. In Amuro's village, there was no real distinction between male and female dwarves. Dwarven women also donned armor and fought on the front lines. But Amuro could not accept his son's penchant for such a craft. And, most importantly, his son couldn't grow a beard. Could a beardless dwarf even be called a dwarf? Wouldn't that just make him one of those ugly goblins? Because of this, his son had been an outcast since childhood. That was why he harbored this desire to go adventuring. Headaches from drinking, huh? Could it be an alcohol allergy? And no beard. That really doesn't seem very dwarven. In a village where even the female dwarves had beards, this Som was indeed an oddity. It was like a SPHYNX cat trying to mingle with a clouder of fluffy kittens. He was bound to get hissed at. What do you think, Serie? A sparring match would obviously require Serie's participation. Rhodes was well aware of his own current limitations. I will do it. An opportunity for a fight was something Serie would never refuse. In that case, let's go. Lead the way to your son. Amuro led them to a house. A few moments after he knocked, a figure emerged. Rhodes had never thought he would use the word handsome to describe a dwarf, but the dwarf before him truly deserved the description. Could the absence of a beard really have such a dramatic effect on a dwarf's appearance? For his part, Som's eyes immediately fell on Rhodes and Serie. He had been on the front lines during the monster attack earlier that day, but he had been wearing a full suit of armor and a helmet, so Rhodes hadn't noticed him. Old man, shouldn't you be with our honored guests at the feast? What are you doing here? Amuro's face was grim. Som, you've always wanted to go on an adventure, haven't you? If you can defeat these two, I will grant you my permission. Som's eyes instantly lit up. Really, he looked eagerly at Rhodes and Serie. Then watch me. His confidence was so absolute that Rhodes had to stifle a laugh. Serie merely looked at him and said flatly, interesting. Som excitedly rushed back into his house and re-emerged a moment later carrying a peculiar-looking long-handled battle axe. Rhodes noticed that the axe's blade was covered in intricate carvings. It looked less like a weapon and more like a work of art. Naturally, Som hadn't forged such a masterful weapon himself. It was a creation of his father's, his most prized work, one that had accompanied him through many battles and was now passed down to his son. Serie examined the engravings on the axe. Dwarves cannot use magic, but they possess the most formidable forging skills. They engrave magic onto their weapons in the form of runes, allowing their creations to possess certain magical effects. She was, of course, explaining this for Rhodes's benefit, knowing he would be unaware. Magic enchantments, huh? Quite interesting. I wonder if I could learn to do that. I'm afraid not. Since they weren't speaking privately, Amuro overheard Rhodes's musing. The forging techniques of the dwarves cannot be learned by other races. The same goes for these magic runes. Chapter 11, Elven Defensive Magic. Chapter 11, elven defensive magic. I see. Rhodes didn't feel any particular sense of regret. He had only asked on a whim, blacksmithing was hardly his goal in life. Though, perhaps I could create a spell with a similar effect, like a temporary weapon enchantment. Only Serie heard Rhodes's quiet musing, and the corners of her lips turned up slightly. She was quite looking forward to seeing what kind of magic this man would create. For now, however, she needed to defeat the arrogant dwarf standing before her. In a clearing not far from the village, Rhodes held aloft a ball of light, illuminating the area. He had already scanned the surroundings with his detection spell and confirmed there were no magical beasts nearby, so he didn't have to worry about the light attracting unwanted attention. Amuro eyed the orb of light in Rhodes's hand. It was far more practical than a bonfire, and the sight of it made him itch with envy. But alas, dwarves couldn't learn magic. No matter how much he might want to, it was impossible. A short distance away, Serie stood casually, seemingly without a care in the world. Yet, the sight of her made her opponent, Som, tense and cautious. He took a deep breath, adjusting his grip on his axe. The silvery weapon gleamed under the magical light. Are you ready? Som was about to reply when Serie attacked. With a simple raise of her hand, she launched a massive volley of light arrows. Be careful. Rhodes shouted in alarm. If she accidentally killed him, it would cause a huge problem. Serie didn't answer. In truth, she was holding back. The power of the arrows was greatly reduced, at most, they would only leave him bedridden for a week or two. Besides, if this dwarf truly intended to go adventuring in the Age of Myth, he needed to be able to handle a surprise attack. If he couldn't, he was better off staying safely in the village. Startled by Serie's sudden attack, Som's instincts took over, and he immediately began to dodge. But as soon as he evaded one wave, another followed right behind it. Unable to dodge them all, Som swung his battle axe, batting the light arrows away, but the force of the impact still knocked him back several steps. Let's see how long you can last, Serie said, a taunting smile on her face. Som took another deep breath. He knew he couldn't hold out for long by just defending. He had to go on the offensive to have any chance of victory. He knew the elf before him was a powerful mage, he had witnessed the strength of her magic during the battle earlier that day. But he wouldn't give up so easily. He had to go adventuring. It was the only way to earn the respect of his village. With a powerful push off his front foot, he charged forward, his battle axe carving a silver arc through the air. Too slow. Serie didn't even move her feet. She simply raised a hand. A translucent barrier of mana materialized in front of her. The axe struck it with a loud clang, and the reverberating force made Som's hands go numb. Such an unfair advantage, elven defensive magic, Som complained inwardly. If that's all you have, I advise you to give up, Serie said, raising an eyebrow. His strength was insufficient, his agility was average at best, though his physical constitution was decent. His fighting technique was crude, but it contained a hint of seasoned experience, likely learned from Amuro, which explained the familiar style. But ultimately, he was too green. His only combat experience had probably been against the monsters that attacked his village. Goaded by Serie's taunt, Som grit his teeth and abruptly changed his tactics. He retreated a few steps, throwing his battle axe in a spinning trajectory. At the same time, he quickly circled around and pulled two smaller hand axes from his back, flinging them from a different angle. He has a lot of weapons. Clever, though. Rhodes nodded to himself as he watched. Serie's mana barrier only covered the area directly in front of her. By attacking from two directions at once, the dwarf was preventing her from defending against everything. Oh. A flicker of surprise crossed Serie's eyes. A magic circle flashed into existence in her hand, and she unleashed another wide-ranging volley of light arrows. The mana barrier blocked the spinning battle axe, while the thrown hand axes were shot down by the arrow rain. Some of the arrows also landed on the ground in front of Som, forcing him to a screeching halt. A good reaction, Serie commented. But too many openings. Throughout the entire exchange, she hadn't moved an inch. The disparity in their power was obvious. Som raised his hand, and his thrown axe flew back into his grasp. The familiar sight reminded Rhodes of a certain hammer-wielding hero from another world. Is that the effect of an enchantment? He asked Amuro, who was also watching from the sidelines. Yes. And it has one other effect besides that. What effect? Explosion. Before Rhodes could ask for details, Som attacked again. He used the same motion, and his attack was again blocked by Serie's mana barrier. But this time, something was different. Som grinned, and the runes on his axe began to glow with a blinding red light. Then, with a deafening boom, it exploded. The shockwave tore up the surrounding turf. If Amuro hadn't already spoken to the other villagers, they would all be rushing over right now. Amidst the settling dust, Serie's golden hair swayed gently. The mana barrier in front of her was gone. That was far too reckless. Rhodes exclaimed, finally letting out a breath he didn't realize he was holding when he saw that Serie was unharmed. He shot a displeased look at Amuro. Amuro looked rather embarrassed himself, scratching his head. Ahem, I didn't expect the rebellious brat to actually do that. I'm glad Miss Serie is all right. The force of the explosion had sent Som flying. He now lay unconscious on the ground. Besides some charring on his armor, he seemed to be largely unharmed. Are you okay? Rhodes hurried over to Serie, his voice filled with concern. I am fine. I just didn't expect him to be able to break my mana barrier. She didn't dislike Som's desperate, all-or-nothing fighting style. And ever since her embarrassing defeat at the hands of Rhodes's light arrows, she had made it a habit to keep 2 layers of defensive magic on herself at all times. As a result, she was completely unharmed, having only lost a bit of mana. But he must have poured all of his strength into destroying the barrier. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break an elven mana shield. The elven mana shield was arguably the most powerful defensive magic in the world. The fact that Som had managed to break through it with brute force alone, even with the help of an enchantment, earned him a measure of respect from Serie. It was the first time she had seen such a thing. You have to teach me that next, Rhodes said, his eyes green with envy at the sight of Serie's mana barrier. I will. Amuro walked over. My apologies, Miss Serie. He has great talent. With time, he will surely become a powerful warrior. To be able to shatter an elven defensive spell with brute force, even with assistance, was something Serie had never encountered before. Her tone was flat, but her words were enough to fill Amuro with surprise and delight. If she weren't a mage, he would have begged her on the spot to take his son as her apprentice. He was unaware that, on the ground nearby, the ears of the unconscious Som twitched slightly. Chapter 12, A Bountiful Harvest. Chapter 12, A Bountiful Harvest. Early the next morning, not long after Rhodes and Serie had left the village, Amuro's humble workshop received an unexpected visitor. Old man, I've come to say goodbye. A pack sat at his feet, his battle axe slung over his back. Som stood at the doorway, his tone solemn. Amuro didn't look up. He remained focused on the searing metal in the forge, as if he hadn't heard his son's words at all. Som was forced to repeat himself. Finally, Amuro stopped his work. He sat down on a chair, his back still to his son. Oh, I know. I understand. So you've decided not to listen to me after all. He had noticed the strange look in his son's eyes when he woke up last night. He had hoped that having Serie spar with him would make him realize his own lack of strength and abandon his foolish idea of adventuring. He hadn't expected it would only strengthen his resolve. In the end, he couldn't stop him, just as his own father hadn't been able to stop him 100 years ago. Only this time, the roles were reversed. He was now the one standing in opposition, and only now did he truly understand his father's heart back then. No. You wouldn't listen to my explanation anyway, Som replied. The desire to go on an adventure had been growing in him for a long time. The sparring match with Serie hadn't changed that, it had merely been a catalyst. He would have left regardless. He had to prove, through an adventure of his own, that he was a true and proper dwarven warrior, one that would make the whole village look at him with newfound respect. With that, Som picked up his pack and turned to leave. Just before he walked out, he added, "Take care of yourself, old man." Only after Som had completely left the workshop did Amuro turn around, a helpless smile on his face. He hadn't said a word to stop his son, just as his own father had not. Meanwhile, Rhodes and Serie were walking along a narrow path. They had no idea which race had carved it out of the wilderness. Perhaps it was as the old saying went, the world originally had no paths, but when many people walk the same way, a path is born. Seeing Rhodes laden with a massive pack, Serie couldn't help but ask, "Why are you carrying so much?" During their adventure before, Rhodes had carried very little. She, herself, had carried nothing at all, relying entirely on him for food. Back then, Rhodes had a small, exquisitely crafted bag. Serie had never seen one so well made and durable. According to him, he had been adventuring for nearly a year, yet the bag showed only minor signs of wear. But now, he was carrying a pack that was clearly of dwarven make, one whose appearance was a world away from his old bag. Everyone knew the quality of dwarven craftsmanship, their one and only philosophy was, if it works, it works. The pack on Rhodes's back was a testament to this, covered in all manner of rough patchwork and stitching. In Serie's words, it was ugly. But to Rhodes, as long as it worked, it was perfect. Oh, it's nothing. Just some blankets and cookware. I never thought these dwarves would be so skillful with their hands. Considering Rhodes's preconceived notions about dwarves, skillful was high praise indeed. You couldn't exactly expect hands large enough to forge armor and weapons to nimbly handle a needle and thread and produce delicate embroidery. Even so, Rhodes was more than satisfied. This was the benefit of encountering an advanced civilization, a great leap from a primitive existence into a more modern one. Rhodes had been on a hiking trip when he was transported to this world. He had only a small backpack with some food and not a single proper tool. Fortunately, his phone had been full of wilderness survival guides. He had frantically crammed as much knowledge as he could before the battery died, and at the same time, had felt a strange new power welling up inside him. He had survived until now thanks to his awakened magic. As for his phone, it had long since run out of power and now lay, a silent brick, at the bottom of his pack. If only I had brought a solar-powered charger. What do you want to eat tonight? How about some mushroom soup? Rhodes could hardly wait to brew a pot of mushroom soup and taste it. Before, he hadn't been able to get his hands on a decent pot and had to subsist on roasted mushroom skewers. Even boiling water was a challenge. Most of the time, he had to gamble and drink it raw. There had been some lucky days, of course, like when he found a hollow, bamboo-like plant. He would cut a section to use as a small kettle, throw in some leaves from a plant that resembled tea, and enjoy a lovely cup of afternoon tea. Thinking about it now, Rhodes felt a sense of gratitude. Amuro was a good-hearted dwarf. Not only had he given him a mountain of supplies, but as they were leaving that morning, he had tried to press a handful of gold coins into Rhodes's hand. Rhodes had refused. In this era, not many races recognized gold as currency. The elves, at least, certainly didn't. Besides, the stuff was heavy, and Rhodes had no desire to carry it. How times had changed. Before he was transported here, he would have run a marathon for a pile of gold that large. Now, it was just a burden. Still, just in case, Rhodes had taken a single coin. If he ran into someone who did recognize it, it could still be useful for trade. That is acceptable, Serie replied. She was never picky about the food Rhodes made. It was always delicious. But aren't you carrying too much? Isn't it heavy? It can't be helped. These are all necessities. See. Blankets for sleeping are a must, right? It gets cold at night, and we can't always rely on a fire for warmth. Serie opened her mouth to argue, but she had to admit he had a point. And a blanket would indeed be very comfortable to sleep with. Then what about all this ironware? It's too heavy. You should throw it away. Absolutely not. As the ancient sages said, the pleasure of the palate is one of life's greatest joys. I have no desire to live a hard life, uncertain of my next meal. I could teach you the elven photosynthesis spell. With it, you wouldn't need to eat for a month. Rhodes looked at her with suspicion. You've used that spell often, haven't you? He had a strong feeling that the little Grand Master before him used it frequently. He couldn't imagine her foraging for food or cooking for herself. The most likely scenario was that she would just cast a photosynthesis spell on herself from time to time. Serie's silence was a clear confirmation of his suspicions. Rhodes sighed. Serie, sometimes food is about more than just filling your stomach. He patted his pack. Tonight, I'll let you taste a different kind of delicious. Serie tilted her head, her golden hair fluttering in the wind. Do as you wish. It wasn't a refusal. Clearly, our elven miss was also looking forward to whatever delicacy the men would whip up for her that evening. Chapter 13, The Sky-Winged Tribe. Chapter 13, The Sky-Winged Tribe. On the 14th day of their adventure, Rhodes and Serie encountered a member of the Sky-Winged Tribe. They were a race created by the goddess of life herself, humanoid, with great feathered wings sprouting from their backs, closely resembling the angels of legend. She had been flying high above when she spotted Rhodes and Serie on the ground below. She immediately changed course and flew towards them, startling Rhodes so badly he nearly launched an attack, thinking it was an enemy ambush. Fortunately, Serie stopped him. After all, in theory, her elven race and the Sky-Winged Tribe were allies. Her pristine white wings cut through the clouds as the Sky-Winged woman landed lightly before them. She wore silver, form-fitting soft armor, her long hair was a pale gold, and her azure eyes regarded them with a hint of curiosity. An elf, she said, her voice melodic. Her brow furrowed slightly as she looked at Rhodes. And a human. What a strange combination. The fact that she recognized him as human sent a jolt of excitement through Rhodes. He eagerly took a step forward. Hello. We are travelers. Have you by any chance seen other humans anywhere? A human and an elf, traveling together. How unusual, the Sky-Winged woman muttered to herself. She didn't answer Rhodes's question, nor did she even look at him. Instead, she folded her wings, the sunlight gilding their white feathers with a golden edge. I am Leah, a messenger. Have either of you seen a dwarven village, led by a chief named Amuro? Rhodes and Serie exchanged a glance. It was Serie who answered. If you fly east for half a day, you will reach it. Thank you. Leah unfolded her wings, preparing to take flight once more. Rhodes shot an urgent look at Serie. As if reading his mind, Serie spoke up. May I ask why you are looking for these dwarves? Leah considered this for a moment and decided there was no need to hide anything from an ally. It seems you have not yet heard. The Skywing tribe, the elves, and the dwarves have formed an alliance. We are preparing a complete extermination campaign against the magical beasts. I have been tasked with assisting the new dwarven king in gathering the scattered dwarven clans from across the world. The number of magical beasts in this world had grown so immense that it was severely impacting the survival of all the other races. This had forced them to temporarily set aside their own disputes and join forces against their common enemy. Serie frowned slightly. She hadn't been away from the great elven forest for long, yet such a momentous event was already underway. However, it wouldn't affect her and Rhodes's journey. From the very beginning, her target had not been the magical beasts, but the gods. And as for the humans you mentioned earlier, she continued, where did you see them? Leah thought for a moment. About 10 years ago, I saw them in the Glimmerwood to the west. It was a very small tribe, perhaps only a few hundred people. I'm not certain if they are still there. In Leah's eyes, the human race was exceptionally weak, so weak that she paid them no mind. If she hadn't seen Rhodes, she probably would have never even recalled the race's existence. Glimmerwood. Rhodes repeated softly. To finally have news of his own kind in this era was thrilling. Leah spread her wings. If you are heading that way, I would advise you to go around the Swamp of Death. There has been demon activity there recently. The number of demons in this world was small, but each one was always surrounded by a horde of magical beasts under their control. They posed a significant threat to any living creature. Serie nodded. Thank you for the warning. Leah beat her wings and ascended, her white feathers glinting in the sunlight. Just before she left, she called down, May the goddess of life bless your journey. Both the elves and the Skywing tribe worshipped the goddess of life, so her blessing was appropriate. As for the human, Rhodes, the goddess would not be stingy with her favor. Besides, it seemed the humans had no god of their own to worship. Even if they did, Leah wouldn't have cared, they were just a weak race. In the age of myth, one couldn't just casually offer the blessing of a god. It was a phrase reserved for races who shared the same faith. If you were to say it to a member of a race that worshipped a different god, they might think you were trying to convert them, and it could easily lead to trouble. After Leah's figure had vanished into the horizon, Rhodes turned to Serie. Let's go. Glimmerwood. It's even in the right direction, to the west. Seeing the eager look in Rhodes's eyes, Serie said flatly, Glimmerwood is a month's journey from here. But if we go around the Swamp of Death, it might take an extra 3 months. A month's journey. Rhodes rubbed his chin, his gaze drifting towards the western mountains. 3 months, that is a bit long. Before, when he had no destination and no direction, he had wandered this world alone for so long without any sense of urgency. But now, having heard news of his own kind, he suddenly felt a pressing need to find them. Serie gently kicked a small stone at her feet. Or we could just go directly through the Swamp of Death. Didn't that Skywing person say there was demon activity there? Rhodes looked at her, surprised. Subconsciously, he wanted to avoid taking risks, even with Serie by his side. And a dangerous curve formed on Serie's lips. It would be a good opportunity for you to see firsthand just how terrifying the demons are. Please spare me. I don't think I'm ready to fight a demon. Every demon was born from who knows how many magical beasts, their strength was likely beyond imagination. Rhodes truly had no confidence in the matter. Don't worry. Am I not here with you? Rhodes gave her a skeptical sideways glance. If those words had come from the Serie of a few thousand years in the future, he might have believed them. But the Serie of now, a mere few hundred years old, she'd have a hard time dealing with the likes of Aura the Guillotine, let alone a true demon. A thought suddenly occurred to him. He pulled a yellowed piece of parchment from his pack. It was a map that Amuro had given him before they left, though the information on it was rather ancient. There's a small path next to the Swamp of Death, he said, pointing to a faded mark on the map. If we take a detour this way, it might only add half a month to our journey. Serie leaned in to look, her golden hair brushing against Rhodes's cheek, carrying a faint, fresh scent. She frowned. The map was clearly very old. The information on this map is over 100 years old. Ahem, I think it's the map Amuro used when he was adventuring, Rhodes said, his own voice now tinged with doubt. But it should still be usable, right? Serie turned her head. It's your decision. But if we run into danger... I know, Rhodes laughed, shouldering his pack. I will hide behind the great Miss Serie at the first sign of trouble. I can only hope that the great Miss Serie will, in consideration of my humble and dedicated service, deign to save me. Hearing his comical plea, Serie gave a small smile. I know. I will protect you. Chapter 14, Considering Companions. Chapter 14, Considering Companions. What is this? Serie asked, tilting her head and making the white hood covering it sway. The headwear was indeed a bit strange, with a thin layer of white cloth hanging down from the front, partially obscuring her vision, though she could still make out the path ahead. An essential piece of gear for swampy rainforests, Rhodes explained. I didn't have any gauze, so I had to make do with this cloth. Expecting the dwarves to be able to weave gauze as thin as a cicada's wing was a bit of a stretch. Fortunately, Rhodes had managed to get a few bolts of cloth from them before he left. With a bit of trimming, he had fashioned a simple hood to keep the insects away. It obstructs my vision too much. Serie took off the hood, only to put it right back on. The moment she had removed it, a swarm of tiny flying insects had descended upon her. Witnessing this, Rhodes couldn't help but remark, as expected, no matter where you are, swamps are always a breeding ground for insects. He couldn't believe it. He had come all the way to a Western fantasy world, and he still couldn't escape the clutches of these tiny creatures. Back when they were camping in the open, the insects hadn't been too numerous, and he had always kept a fire going, so it had been tolerable. But now, in this humid swamp, the number of insects had multiplied tenfold. Annoying creatures, Serie muttered. She considered casting a spell to kill them all, but ultimately decided against it. There were simply too many, she would just be wasting her mana. Perhaps I can create an insect-repelling spell later on, Rhodes mused. I wonder if there are any plants with insect-repelling properties. Speaking of which, didn't you have insects in the Great Elven Forest? Serie shook her head. The Great Elven Forest is protected by an ancient power. Such weak creatures cannot even get close. Rhodes was surprised. He hadn't expected such a thing. Then do you know of any plants with similar properties? If we see any, we could gather some. Serie didn't answer his question. She just gave him a look that clearly said, "Are you an idiot?" She was an elf who hadn't left the Great Elven Forest for hundreds of years. All her knowledge of the outside world came from other elves. She had never even seen an insect before. How would she know anything about insect-repelling plants? Rhodes quickly realized his mistake, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had forgotten that the little Grand Master before him was something of a homebody elf. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, about that dwarven holy relic Amuro mentioned, have you really made up your mind? A few days prior, they had heard about the holy relic from the dwarf, Amuro. Serie had suddenly interjected, asking about its whereabouts. After Rhodes had pestered her about it, she finally told him the truth. It turned out the relic was closely related to their destination, the Godfall land. The reason the stone slab was red was because it had been stained by the blood of a god. When the god fell, its blood had seeped into the ground, and the stone slab that had absorbed the most blood had become a holy relic, possessing an unimaginable amount of mana. It was with this power that the demons had been able to open a teleportation magic circle and destroy the dwarven kingdom in a single night. And so, Serie's list of destinations had grown by one, to find the lost dwarven kingdom and obtain the holy relic within. Yes. I believe it would be better to go to the ruins of the dwarven kingdom first. Is it dangerous there? To be honest, Rhodes didn't think the dwarven ruins would be a walk in the park either. There might not be a treasure-hoarding dragon, but he suspected there would be a great number of magical beasts. Serie's words confirmed his suspicions. Dangerous. She gave a light laugh, raising her hand as if to brush her hair back, only to touch her hood and drop her hand again. Of course, it's dangerous. That place has been occupied by the demon race for hundreds of years. Well, there it is. He just hoped the leader of the demons there wasn't named Azog. What a predicament. Rhodes shook his head helplessly. Just the two of us, trying to storm their lair. I don't think that's very realistic. Serie knew this as well. She thought for a moment and said, perhaps we can find some help. Ever since they had started their adventure together, she had been considering this. In this world, adventurers almost always operated in teams. Even her own elven people, when venturing out, preferred to do so in small groups. Only a race like the Skywing tribe, who could fly, dared to adventure alone. After all, most magical beasts couldn't fly, so their chances of being attacked were much lower. Furthermore, she and Rhodes were both mages. If they encountered a magical beast that excelled at closing distances, it would be troublesome. A single misstep could lead to disaster. I think that dwarf, Som, is a good candidate. After all, he was able to break your defensive magic. He's too green. He can't be more than 50 years old. He has too little combat experience. He's too fragile to be on the front lines. Serie's words made Rhodes break out in a cold sweat. If a 50-year-old was considered green, then what did that make him, at a little over 20? But who could argue with her? She had the life experience to back it up. The elves of this world were truly top tier, even when compared to elves from other fantasy worlds. With their near-infinite lifespans, they could show all those elves with mere 1,000-year lifespans what a real elf was. So our side quest now is to find some companions, is it? Rhodes teased. He didn't mind the idea, whether it was traveling with just Serie or adventuring with a full party. Maybe he could find a dwarf and a priest to be his companions, and then he could call themselves the Heroes' Party. And the first of its kind, at that. Full marks for prestige. The first thing he would do then is have the dwarf forge him a sword that would never be eroded by time. Then he would weld it into a stone and carve the words, "He who pulls this sword from the stone shall be the hero." He would let future generations know that it wasn't a sword that made a hero. It wasn't that the person chosen by the hero's sword was the hero, but rather that the sword chosen by the hero became the hero's sword. If the people of the future could understand this, perhaps they would also place their own swords beside his. And so on, through the generations, until it became a place filled with the swords of heroes. And one day, a certain blue-haired boy would place his own sword there as well. Rhodes suddenly found himself wanting to see that scene. But could he? Would he ever see it? Serie's voice broke through his reverie. You could say that. What were you spacing out about? Nothing, Rhodes said quickly, shaking himself back to the present. Speaking of which, what kind of companions do you think would be suitable? Someone who can withstand a demon's attack for at least 3 minutes. That's a strict requirement. Rhodes's eyes widened in mock exaggeration. Does that mean we have to find a sky-winged warrior? The physically strongest races in this world were the sky-winged tribe and the dwarves. The former could not only fly but also use divine arts, making them a perfect fit for Serie's requirements. The sky-winged tribe is too arrogant, Serie sniffed. The way that Leah looked at you last time, it was as if she were looking at a talking squirrel. Chapter 15, Making Camp. Chapter 15, Making Camp. If she hadn't been there, the sky-winged woman probably wouldn't have given Rhodes a second glance. It was only because of her, an elf, that Leah had bothered to answer their questions and even offered a parting warning. Rhodes, of course, understood this perfectly well. From start to finish, the winged messenger had never truly looked at him. But he couldn't help but chuckle at Serie's comparison. At least she acknowledged that I was human, he said, counting on his fingers. Dwarves, elves, sky-winged, let's add a priest to the list. After all, they're the only ones who can interpret the goddess's holy scripture and use healing magic. A priest. Serie suddenly stopped walking, a dangerous curve forming on her lips beneath her veil. Are you sure you want to travel with someone who prattles on about the goddess's teachings all day? Why could priests interpret the scripture bestowed by the goddess? The main reason was their unwavering piety, which allowed them to hear the voice of the divine. Under the guidance of the gods, they could learn and use the magic recorded in the Holy Scripture. As a result, every last one of them was an insufferable, proselytizing fanatic. Rhodes imagined the scene and quickly shook his head. On second thought, maybe not. He took a water skin from his pack and offered it to Serie. Want some? I added a bit of honey. It was a gift from nature they had found on their journey. A simple fire spell had allowed him to procure the honey without any trouble. Serie took the water skin and lifted her veil for a small sip. A little too sweet, she commented, but took another drink before handing it back. By the way, Rhodes said, tightening the cap on the water skin, is this swamp very large? We're not going to have to spend the night here, are we? They were trying their best to stay away from the center of the swamp of death, but the number of insects showed no sign of decreasing. Rhodes didn't even want to imagine the torture of camping in such an environment. If we pick up the pace, we might be able to get out before dark. But that's only if your map is accurate. With a 100-year-old map and the high concentration of magical beasts, Rhodes couldn't be certain the terrain hadn't changed. He took out the map Amuro had given him and studied it carefully. According to the map, there should be a highland up ahead. If we can't make it out today, we can camp there. Serie leaned in for a look, her golden hair brushing against Rhodes's cheek. That area is likely occupied by magical beasts by now. Rhodes nodded, conceding her point. Then let's try a different spot. What about here? It's closer to the center, but there's a small stream. It should be a good place to camp. A hint of distaste colored Serie's voice. Is there anywhere we can go that doesn't have these annoying little creatures? Rhodes didn't answer, just smiled. They were in a swamp, after all. A place without insects was an impossibility. But he had already considered this. He patted the large pack on his back. Don't worry. I'll set up a small tent for you later. A tent. Serie had never heard the word before. It's nothing. You'll see soon enough. They quickened their pace. The air in the swamp grew heavier and more humid. They encountered several magical beasts along the way, but Rhodes managed to avoid them all with his detection spell. This, however, slowed them down considerably, and it soon became clear that they wouldn't be making it out of the swamp today. Rhodes periodically used a long stick to poke the ground ahead of him, testing each step to avoid hidden patches of quicksand. He also carefully navigated around puddles, ensuring Ciri's white robes remained clean. She watched all of this, and the look in her eyes softened. Wait, he suddenly crouched down, pointing at the ground. Look at this footprint. Ciri leaned down to examine it. Not a magical beast. It's a small animal, and it was here recently. Looks like this swamp isn't completely overrun with monsters after all. I was beginning to think all the normal creatures had been killed off. That's impossible. While magical beasts act on instinct, they aren't always in a state of bloodthirsty rage. Most of the time, they are in a semi-dormant state. They only become frenzied when they sense an unfamiliar presence. Ciri's explanation gave Rhodes a deeper understanding of the magical beasts. No wonder races like the elves and the Skywinged were only now putting aside their disputes to join forces against them. It was because most of the beasts stayed within their own territories and didn't pose a direct threat. It was only with the emergence of the highly intelligent demon race that they had been forced to take the threat seriously. So the wolven fiends that attacked Amuro's village were a special case. Ciri thought for a moment and concluded that Rhodes wasn't wrong. You could say that. Those wolven fiends are part of a nomadic group, even among magical beasts. They could have sprung up from any corner of the world. If that's the case, I'm surprised they haven't gone extinct. Do they have some special method of reproduction? Given that the wolven fiends they had fought were completely mindless creatures of instinct, Rhodes was curious how they had managed to spread across the entire world. A normal wolf becomes tainted by the abyss and degenerates into a mindless demonic wolf. Some of the stronger individuals among those then evolve into what you call wolven fiends. I see. Chatting as they walked, they rounded a thicket of bushes and found themselves before a small stream. Looking at the sun, Rhodes saw that they still had a bit of daylight left, but there was no need to push themselves. Ciri activated her detection spell. There are a fair number of magical beasts around. If we light a fire, it will likely attract them. Rhodes studied the number of red dots on Ciri's magic circle. In that case, how about we clear out the nearby beasts first and then set up an alarm spell? That is acceptable. Ciri took the initiative. It was a task she was best suited for. After silently dispatching the last magical beast within a 100-meter radius, Ciri scanned the area to confirm it was safe before returning to Rhodes' side. What are you doing? Rhodes was holding some nail-like objects. Beside him lay a pile of thick, gray cloth. He was wrapping a rope around one of the stakes and then driving it into the ground. Setting up the tent. Just a moment. Seeing how busy Rhodes was, Ciri didn't bother him further. I will go gather some firewood. Wait, Rhodes called out, pulling a cloth bag from his pack. Take this. And see if you can find any edible mushrooms on the way. Swamps are a good place for them. Ciri took the bag, the corner of her mouth twitching. How am I supposed to know which mushrooms are edible? Anything growing on trees should be fine to pick. Don't touch any of the brightly colored ones. I'll sort through them when you get back. You certainly know a lot about these things, Ciri said with genuine admiration. Of course. Rhodes replied without a hint of modesty. After all, he had lived alone in this fantasy world for half a year. He could rightly call himself a wilderness survival expert. Chapter 16, Nightfall. Chapter 16, Nightfall. Night fell. The campfire crackled, and Rhodes was busy cooking a pot of mushroom soup. Ciri sat nearby, the firelight keeping the worst of the insects at bay, allowing her to take off her veiled hood. Her golden hair shimmered in the flickering light. Behind her stood a small tent, just large enough for one person. Here, Rhodes said, handing her a bowl of soup. Try some. Ciri took the wooden bowl and immediately tried to take a large gulp, only to be burned by the scalding liquid. She stuck out her small, pink tongue in surprise. Careful, it's hot. Blow on it first, Rhodes quickly advised. Has this child never had soup before? How can she not know such a basic thing? Having learned her lesson, Ciri carefully blew on the soup before taking a sip. Delicious, she said. It was a simple assessment, but to Rhodes, it was the highest praise. Satisfied, he served himself a bowl, took a contented sip, and then asked, by the way, what do you elves usually eat? Various wild fruits, and some edible plants from time to time. Ciri blew gently on the edge of her bowl. Unlike you, always studying these. She trailed off. She wanted to say strange foods, but they were so delicious that the word strange didn't seem right. Culinary delicacies. Rhodes finished for her with a smile. The elves of the Great Forest truly lived a hard life. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to stand it for a single day. Ciri didn't refute him. Instead, she asked, do all you humans live like this? More or less. Though I suppose I'm a bit of an anomaly among humans as well. Not many of them are as skilled at inventing delicious food as I am. Rhodes wasn't boasting. The standard of living for humans in this era, if he were to measure it by the calendar of his old world, was probably equivalent to the year 1000 BCE. A simple, unseasoned meat patty would be considered a gourmet meal. The culinary knowledge from his modern world was a complete game-changer for the food of this primitive era. An anomaly as well. Serie smiled, a distant look in her eyes. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and for a moment, they fell into a comfortable silence. Rhodes, Serie suddenly said, "Why do you want to teach humans magic?" The hand holding the soup bowl paused. "I just don't want to see them remain weak." In this world, every race guarded their magical techniques jealously. They would never teach them to an outsider. He had just been lucky to meet Serie and pique her interest with his creation, magic. Otherwise, he never would have learned the unique magic of the elven race. It was clear that if he didn't become a pioneer and let history run its course, it would take an unknown amount of time for humans to learn magic on their own. Learning magic is not an easy thing. Serie didn't want to discourage him, but he needed to know the truth. Even among the elves, who were born with a natural talent for magic, not everyone could become a powerful mage. Many elves ended up changing their profession, becoming warrior monks of a sort. It's all right. Miracles can happen. For any race with intelligence, miracles are bound to happen. Intelligence and miracles. Serie seemed to be pondering his words. So believe in miracles, Serie. And believe in humanity. There was a strange, knowing quality in Rhodes's voice. He could understand why Serie didn't think much of humanity now. But when the race truly began to show its potential, she would completely change her mind. And with her long lifespan, she would surely live to see that day. Serie was silent for a moment. "You have a lot of confidence in your kinsman." "Of course," Rhodes said without hesitation. "They may have short lifespans, and they may be fragile and small. But it is this finite life that makes them cherish every moment, to strive to live their short lives to the fullest and leave their accomplishments for future generations. And in doing so, they will eventually build a glorious civilization." "You say it as if you've already seen it." Rhodes laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. That's right. I've seen it in my dreams." After Serie finished her mushroom soup, Rhodes began to clean the dishes. "You can go to the tent," he said. "I'll keep watch for a while longer." Rhodes had never been an early sleeper, not even in this new world. But compared to the rich nightlife of his old world, his only hobby now was staring blankly at the campfire. Serie peeked curiously into the tent. It was dark inside, so she cast a small, light spell. The space was small, but for some reason, it gave her a strange sense of security. There was a blanket spread out on the ground. Serie lay down on the comfortable blanket, but for some reason, she felt a restless itch in her heart. She poked her head out of the tent again. "What about you tonight? Don't leave such a big opening. The mosquitoes will get in," Rhodes quickly warned. A few mosquitoes in the warm, enclosed space would instantly turn it into a living hell. Serie quickly ducked back inside, then pulled the flap open just a crack, only her head visible. "Aren't you coming in?" "Air, it would be a bit crowded." Rhodes was hesitant. He hadn't considered a two-person situation when he made the tent. He wasn't a Superman, he couldn't carry a heavy pack. Everything had to be as simple and light as possible. "It's fine. I don't mind." Looking at Serie's calm expression, Rhodes knew her words held no hidden meaning. It was simply the concern of one adventurer for her partner. Nothing more. "All right, then." Rhodes didn't protest further. After extinguishing the fire, he crawled into the tent. The space was so small that they were pressed right up against each other. He felt that if he just raised his arm, he could pull Serie into his embrace. Should I try it? Rhodes felt he was walking a dangerous path. But you never know if you don't try. He tentatively reached out and pulled Serie into an embrace. He could smell the fresh, natural scent of her hair. Serie frowned. "What are you doing?" "It's too crowded." "Ahem, I feel a little cold." "Do you?" Serie was puzzled. She didn't find the weather particularly cold. "It's too tight. It's uncomfortable." Seeing that Serie had said as much, Rhodes had no choice but to retract his arm. But at least she wasn't angry. That had to be a good sign. Serie's golden eyes gleamed in the darkness. Humans are strange creatures. She rolled over, her back to him, unable to understand his earlier action. Rhodes smiled silently. Listening to the even breathing of the elf beside him, he suddenly thought that this kind of adventure wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 17, Surrounded. Chapter 17, Surrounded. Rhodes was awakened by a rustling sound. He rubbed his eyes and saw that Serie had already packed her things and was standing outside the tent. He had slept soundly last night, a rare occurrence. He had felt warm and comfortable, reminiscent of the days when he used to sleep clutching his life-sized body pillow. Only this pillow had been warm. Was it possible that the pillow had been Serie herself? Rhodes couldn't be sure. If he had really held her all night, why hadn't she protested? Outside the tent, Serie had her back to him. "You're awake," she said without turning around. "Get packed. We need to pick up the pace today. We must leave this swamp before sunset." Rhodes stretched and asked casually, "I didn't do anything strange last night, did I? I'm not a very still sleeper." Serie turned and stared at him, a direct gaze that made his scalp tingle. "You certainly are not. You held on to me the whole night." It was very uncomfortable. Serie couldn't understand the workings of a human mind like Rhodes's. It was a common elven trait, having nothing to do with him being human. Elves were simply an emotionally distant race. Moreover, when she had woken up that morning, she had felt a strange and uncomfortable pressure against her. Is this a normal human phenomenon? She wondered. Now that Rhodes had brought it up, she voiced her complaint without hesitation. Her words made Rhodes feel a little awkward. "My apologies. Next time that happens, you can just push me away." Yes, next time, Rhodes thought to himself, a small, selfish hope blooming in his chest. A pillow that comfortable, he wasn't content with just holding it once. There had to be a next time. Serie tilted her head. "Why are you apologizing?" Her golden eyes were filled with genuine confusion. "You were just holding me like a sloth bear. It was merely a bit uncomfortable. There is no need for an apology." A sloth bear. Rhodes paused in his packing. Miss Serie's train of thought was certainly a strange one. Was the sloth bear she was referring to the same kind he was thinking of? "It's an animal from the great elven forest," Serie explained. "They like to hold on to things when they sleep." She paused. "But you are much warmer than they are." Rhodes didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed the elven understanding of physical intimacy was completely different from his own. Truly, she was a classic elf from the world of Frieren. He let out a silent sigh of relief, yet at the same time felt a strange pang of disappointment. "Would you like some tea?" he asked, changing the subject. "We're not in that much of a hurry, are we?" Rhodes had gotten a variety of plants from the dwarves that could be used for making tea. Dwarves themselves rarely drank tea, but they could still identify which plants were edible or suitable for brewing. After all, their history also traced back to before the Age of Myth. Serie first deactivated her alarm spell, then cast a detection spell. Strange. How did the number of magical beasts around us increase overnight? Serie's brow furrowed. Before they had made camp last night, she had carefully and quietly cleared all the magical beasts within a 100-meter radius. Now, after a single night, their numbers had returned to what they were before, and had even increased. This was not normal. Either this swamp was teeming with magical beasts, and any empty territory was immediately filled, or they were being watched. "Try extending the detection range to 500 meters, Rhodes suggested, leaning over to look at the red dots on her magic circle. Serie channeled more mana into the spell, expanding its range. Her frown deepened. There are even more of them. The number of magical beasts around us is now in the triple digits. Rhodes understood the gravity of the situation. Whether this was a coincidence or not, they could not stay here any longer. Serie spread out the map. If we follow the stream, we should be able to get out of this central area by noon. I'll pack right away. Rhodes immediately started packing. All the while, Serie kept a close watch on the movement of the magical beasts on her magic circle. The only thing that gave her a sliver of comfort was that the beasts didn't seem to be moving. But this, in itself, was strangely eerie. Rhodes quickly finished packing, and they set off at a brisk pace along the stream. Rhodes kept glancing back over his shoulder, a nagging feeling that they were being watched from the shadows. "Don't look back. Act like nothing is wrong," Serie warned in a low voice. "They are observing us." As an elf, her senses were far more acute than his. The moment they had started moving, the surrounding magical beasts had also begun to shift, confirming her ominous premonition. No matter which way they moved, the beasts kept them perfectly surrounded. Someone was definitely commanding them. They. Rhodes swallowed hard. "You mean?" He instantly realized what she meant. For Serie to have such a serious expression, the crisis they were facing was not a small one. "Demons," Serie said, a hint of killing intent in her eyes. "There are at least 2 of them. They are commanding over 100 magical beasts, and they have us completely surrounded." Cold sweat broke out on Rhodes's palms. So it was finally happening. His first encounter with the demons of the Age of Myth. "Why aren't they attacking?" Rhodes whispered, his eyes scanning the dense bushes around them. "They're waiting for us to show an opening," Serie explained, keeping a constant watch on the distance of the surrounding beasts. "Demons are cunning creatures. They have no emotions. Their only purpose is to kill their enemies. She suspected that the leading demon was highly intelligent and had become cautious after noticing she was an elf. But when did it find us? Her alarm spell had a 100-meter range, and it hadn't gone off last night. Was it because I was distracted this morning? Go straight ahead. There aren't many beasts in that direction. Once the fighting starts, run for it. I'll cover our retreat. Serie gave him a few more instructions, already preparing her light arrow spell, ready to release it at a moment's notice. Just then, the bushes in front of them began to shake violently. Watch out. Serie instantly threw up a mana barrier, shielding Rhodes behind her. To conserve mana, she had deactivated her detection spell, relying only on her basic sense for magical beasts. She hadn't expected one to get so close without her noticing. Is it a beast that can mask its presence? Then, a familiar figure stumbled out of the bushes. Wait. It's me. It was the dwarf, Som. He collapsed to his knees, covered in blood. The runes on his battle axe were dim and lifeless. Run. He gasped. So many magical beasts. Chapter 18, The Chase. Chapter 18, The Chase. The sudden appearance of the dwarf, Som, whom they hadn't seen for nearly a week, left Rhodes utterly surprised. He hurried forward to support the blood-soaked dwarf. What are you doing here? Som gasped for breath. I ran into demons, he said, pointing into the depths of the swamp. They have countless magical beasts with them, and they're closing in on you too. After being so easily defeated by Serie, Som had decided he wanted to adventure with the pair. He had been following them from a distance ever since. His plan had been to get stronger, then reveal himself at the perfect moment and formally ask to join their party. But plans rarely go as expected. When he saw Rhodes and Serie enter the swamp of death, he had followed without a second thought. But he had no detection magic and couldn't avoid the magical beasts. He had blundered right into a horde of them. He had been lucky, the demons in the area had all their attention focused on Rhodes, or more specifically, on Serie, which had allowed him to fight his way out. And then he had run right into them. Time was short. Som didn't have a chance to explain in detail, so he gave them a quick summary. But even that brief delay was enough for the surrounding pack of beasts to make their move. Serie's golden eyes instantly grew grave. They're here. Can you still fight? Rhodes asked Som. The dwarf was gasping for air and covered in blood, a terrifying sight. But on closer inspection, most of the blood was from the beasts, not his own. I can, Som said, taking a long, deep breath to steady himself. Serie, do you know any healing magic? Serie shook her head. Impossible. Only those who can interpret the Holy Scripture can use healing magic. Rhodes slapped his forehead. He had completely forgotten about that. It seemed he would have to add, interpreting the Holy Scripture, to his list of goals. We have to fight our way out, Serie said, her voice low and serious. The beasts were now less than 20 meters away. The surrounding bushes began to shake violently, and dozens of pairs of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness. Go. The situation was urgent. Serie didn't have time to think. She grabbed Rhodes's hand. Keep up. The last part was directed at Som. Serie raised her hand and unleashed a wide-area light spell. This time it wasn't her usual rain of light arrows, but something more akin to a pillar of light. The pillar materialized in the air above the pack of beasts in front of them and then slammed down, unleashing a blinding white light and a deafening explosion. So powerful. When the light faded, a vacuum tens of meters wide had been carved out in front of them. Everything within it, whether plant or beast, had been reduced to ash. Before Rhodes even had a chance to process what he had seen, Serie was pulling him forward. The fact that she was so tense, and had even used a spell he had never seen before, made it clear just how dangerous the situation was. The dust from the explosion hadn't even settled before Serie was dragging Rhodes into the newly created corridor. He could feel the scorching heat from the ground beneath his feet. Som followed close behind, swinging his battle axe, using its explosive enchantment to blow away the beasts that were pursuing them from the rear. You take the right. Rhodes shouted to Serie. 3 crocodile-like magical beasts were charging at them, while several more were closing in from the other side. Without turning her head, Serie flicked her wrist, sending 3 light arrows flying. The 3 beasts on the right were pierced through the head in midair, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground. Rhodes lacked Serie's precise control, so he simply unleashed a wide-area arrow rain, which was enough to deal with the beasts on the left. Stay close to me. Serie warned again. She was already holding his hand tightly, but if he couldn't keep up and fell behind, she wasn't confident she could save him. I knew we should have taken the long way around. But it was too late for regrets now. How do magical beasts usually hunt their prey? Rhodes suddenly asked. The out-of-place question took Serie by surprise, but she answered anyway. Mostly by sight and scent. Then I have an idea. Rhodes began to cast a spell as he ran. He snatched a branch from a nearby tree and cast a water and fire spell simultaneously. His fire spell couldn't create flames from nothing, it needed a medium, some kind of tinder. But for some reason he didn't understand, he could create water out of thin air. By casting both spells at once, a thick white mist erupted from his hands. It was like setting off several smoke bombs at once, and in a matter of seconds, it had enveloped an area tens of meters wide. The roars of the magical beasts immediately became confused. Deprived of their most important sense, and relying only on smell, the already unintelligent beasts were unable to get their bearings. Many of them crashed into each other and started fighting amongst themselves. Brilliant. Som grinned, his face full of admiration. He then suddenly spun around, swinging his axe. Watch your back. A lurking giant serpent fiend was cleaved in two by the axe, its foul-smelling blood spraying everywhere. Som quickly dodged out of the way. The blood of these serpent fiends was venomous. He had been careful to avoid it when he had been fighting them earlier. You created this as well? Serie asked, her voice filled with disbelief as she felt the confusion of the surrounding beasts. Yes. You've seen the white smoke that's produced when I douse a fire with water, haven't you? Serie nodded. She had, of course, seen him extinguish their campfires during their travels together. There had been a few times when he had stood there, staring blankly at the extinguished fire, and she had wondered what he was thinking. Now she knew. He had been trying to create this spell. Don't get caught up in the fight. Serie shouted at Som, who, seeing that the beasts were blinded, looked ready to go on a killing spree. The three of them were close enough to still see each other in the dense fog, but if they separated, they would be as lost as the beasts. She raised her hands again, and a brilliant halo of light expanded outwards from her. The beasts that came into contact with the halo screamed and collapsed. Then she cast another spell, this time a plant-based one. Her hands glowed green, and countless thorny vines erupted from the ground, forming a barrier behind them. The beasts crashed into the thorns, howling in pain. In all their time together, it was the first time Rhodes had seen Serie use plant magic. No wonder she rarely used it. Compared to her deadly light attribute spells, her plant magic seemed to be more suited for a supporting role. Chapter 19, The Rescuing Elf. Chapter 19, The Rescuing Elf. The chase continued. After they exited the range of his first cloud of fog, Rhodes repeated the trick, and a dense fog once again enveloped the swamp. Ordinary fire and water, of course, couldn't create such a thick fog. This was the result of Rhodes's magical enhancement. The side effect, however, was a rapid drain on his mana. After only 3 uses, he could feel his own mana reserves hitting rock bottom. It was a shame he hadn't taught the spell to Serie beforehand. With her mana pool, she could have cast it many more times. That's enough. I'll take it from here, Serie said, noticing the pale look on Rhodes's face. She stopped him just as he was about to cast the spell a 4th time. We should be close. Once we're over that hill, we'll be at the edge of the swamp. Rhodes had looked at the map before they set out, and they had already covered a good distance before the fighting began. They were indeed close to the swamp's edge. Of course, this was in no small part due to Miss Serie's violent method of clearing the path. Whenever a magical beast managed to get through the fog and block their way, she would either shoot it through the head with a single light arrow or unleash one of her light pillar bomb spells, clearing out a path of scorched earth. The sight of it left Som, who was running behind them, completely dumbfounded. He now understood that in their previous spar, the elf had been holding back tremendously, using only the most basic of light arrows against him. Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. A monster, 3 meters tall and covered in black scales, burst from the earth, blocking their path. A scale fiend. Serie's expression changed drastically. Som, get Rhodes out of here. She had never expected to encounter such a creature in this swamp. This type of monster was a natural enemy to mages. The black scales covering its body could nullify most magic, even the highest level elven spells would have difficulty killing it in one hit. Serie's face turned grim. If they were held up by the scale fiend, the massive horde of magical beasts behind them would surround them again, and they would truly be trapped. It was a pity Som was so inexperienced. Otherwise, a pure warrior like him would have been the greatest asset in dealing with a monster like this. They didn't have much time to hesitate. The scale fiend roared and charged at them. Serie fired a volley of light arrows at it, but they were all absorbed by its scales. Serie retreated, dodging the scale fiend's attack, but it charged at her again. Fortunately, Som managed to slam into it with a shoulder charge, knocking it off course. Didn't I tell you to get Rhodes out of here? Serie asked, her expression one of extreme displeasure. I tried, but Mr. Rhodes wouldn't go, Som replied, scratching his head innocently. I'm not leaving you alone. Rhodes came to Serie's side with a grin. He had also noticed that Serie's attacks were being nullified by the monster's scales. Looks like a monster that specializes in anti-mage combat, Rhodes remarked. He hadn't expected to encounter such an unfair creature in this world. Yes. Their only weakness is their eyes, but only if you can hit them. Even the scale fiend's eyelids were covered in scales. You could aim for its eyes, but if it closed them, it could easily block the attack. I'll try to hold it and create an opportunity. You see if you can hit its eyes. How are you going to hold it? Rhodes didn't answer. Instead, he took a step forward. Close your eyes. Then, a brilliant light erupted from his hand. Som, who had been half a second too slow to close his eyes, felt a searing pain in his eyeballs. The blinding light forced even the scale fiend to shut its eyes. Now. Rhodes dismissed the spell and turned his head. Som, throw your axe. Use its skill. Som managed to force his eyes open, and after pinpointing the scale fiend's location, he threw his axe. The magical energy of the weapon was at its maximum. The moment it made contact with the scale fiend's body, a deafening explosion ripped through the air. The violent shockwave nearly knocked them off their feet. The diminutive Serie was thrown off balance, but Rhodes managed to catch her just in time. The scale fiend was thrown backward by the explosion, the scales around its eyes shattered, revealing the soft skin and blood-red pupils beneath. Seizing the opportunity, Serie leaped into the air, a spear of brilliant light condensing in her hands. The spear struck the scale fiend's head with unerring accuracy, piercing through its skin and into its eyeball. But it wasn't enough to kill it. Serie wanted to press the attack, but the tide of magical beasts was surging towards them from behind. Go. Rhodes pulled Serie back, and the three of them made a desperate dash for the hill. After scrambling over the hill and setting foot on solid ground, Som collapsed. We made it. 100 meters away was a sea of magical beasts, an endless horde. But for some reason, they showed no signs of leaving the swamp. Rhodes gasped for breath, looking at the distant horde. Why aren't they chasing us? Serie, also panting, looked on with confusion in her beautiful golden eyes. I don't know. Perhaps they are unwilling to leave their territory in the swamp. Rhodes shook his head. He didn't quite believe that. These beasts should be under the control of the demons. They shouldn't have a concept of territory. Serie was about to speak, but a commotion from within the horde drew their attention. The scale fiend they had grievously wounded was roaring and charging towards them, the spear of light still sticking out of its eye, its head a bloody mess. It seemed completely unfazed by its injuries. Seeing this, Rhodes quickly grabbed Serie's hand to flee again, but he couldn't move her. It's fine. It's the only one that came out. Only the scale fiend had left the swamp. The other magical beasts had all stopped at the edge, unmoving. I see. Rhodes raised his guard again, and Som quickly grabbed his axe and got to his feet. It seemed Miss Serie didn't intend to run. A single, heavily injured monster, they should be able to handle it. It's much easier now that its armor is broken, Rhodes said. As the scale fiend charged at them, Serie first threw up a mana barrier to block its attack, then directed all of her spells at its head. In an instant, a large hole had been blown open in the monster's skull. An injury so severe would have killed any other magical beast, but the scale fiend was still in a berserk rage. This made Rhodes feel that something was wrong. Just as he was about to warn Serie, the scale fiend suddenly changed direction and charged at him and Som. Rhodes quickly prepared to cast a spell, but before the monster could reach them, it was sent flying by a blast of sword energy. It tried to get up, but its attacker didn't give it the chance. Starting from the massive wound on its head, a single sword stroke split the scale fiend's head in two. After the monster had been completely dispatched, Rhodes finally got a clear look at their rescuer. It was an elf, dressed in the style of a warrior monk. Chapter 20, Craft. Chapter 20, Craft. As Rhodes looked at the green-haired, pointy-eared elf who had suddenly appeared before them, the more he looked, the more familiar the man seemed. He snapped his fingers. Isn't that the warrior monk, Craft? So he's also from the Age of Myth. The man's waist-length green hair had thrown him off at first. But now, of course, he had to pretend he didn't recognize him. Serie. I never thought I'd see you here. After finishing off the scale fiend, Craft turned and greeted Serie. Apparently, they knew each other. You certainly showed up at the right time. To steal my prey, Serie said, her eyes narrowed in displeasure. That kill should have been hers, but it had been poached. You two know each other. Rhodes walked over, surprised. He hadn't expected them to know each other, the original story never mentioned it. He could understand if they knew each other in the future, after all, they were both elves who had lived from the Age of Myth to the present day. They must have crossed paths at some point. Perhaps Serie had even heard stories about Craft when he was saving the world. But now, their acquaintance was thousands of years premature. Yes. He's also from the great elven forest, but he left to go adventuring 200 years ago. Serie was a few hundred years younger than Craft. When she had been learning magic, he was already a fully qualified elven warrior. Unlike Serie, who was blessed with extraordinary magical talent, Craft's aptitude for magic was lacking, so he leaned more towards being a warrior. Hello. I am Craft. You must be a human. And this, a dwarf. Craft took the initiative and greeted Rhodes. From his words, it was clear that he had also encountered humans before. Hello. My name is Rhodes. Som also stepped forward to introduce himself. My name is Som. A fine constitution. You will surely become a powerful warrior one day, Craft said, first praising Som before turning his attention to Rhodes. I sense the aura of mana from you. Can you, by any chance, use magic? Because he had trained as a martial artist since birth, he was extremely sensitive to the aura of mana. This was the first time Craft had ever met a human who possessed it. He had seen several human settlements before, and his assessment was the same as Frieren's, a weak and fleeting race. While there were some powerful warriors among them, that was the extent of it. Without a long and storied heritage, or their own unique magical knowledge, it was difficult for them to even gain a foothold in this world. But now, the appearance of Rhodes had changed his perception. Yes, I can use magic, Rhodes admitted with a nod. Craft seemed impressed. What type of magic is it? He asked casually. Could it be lost magical knowledge from some ancient ruins? At this stage in his life, although his own magical talent was average, Craft was still intensely curious about magic. It would likely take hundreds or even thousands of years of experience before he would dedicate all his energy to refining his martial arts. Like magic, Serie answered for him. She had to be the one to say it. Even though Craft was known to be a kind soul among the emotionally distant elves, Serie couldn't be sure he wouldn't make trouble for Rhodes. Every race in this world guarded their magic with extreme jealousy. The elves were no exception. What? Craft was shocked. Serie, did you teach him? He asked urgently. There were only the three of them here. Dwarves couldn't learn magic, which left only Serie with the ability to teach him. Serie nodded, confirming his suspicion. Is there a punishment for learning elven magic? Rhodes whispered to Serie. Yes. The lightest punishment is to have your memory erased. More serious offenses can lead to life imprisonment. Serie's nonchalant tone made Rhodes's face fall. This was awkward. They had been caught by another elf. Truly, you are one of a kind, Serie, Craft said, shaking his head with a helpless smile. Though he hadn't interacted with her much, he had heard her name mentioned back in the great elven forest. Astounding magical talent and a view of the world that was different from other elves. To learn every spell for the purpose of killing, she was truly an anomaly among the elves. Fortunately, elves were an emotionally reserved race. Even with Serie's unconventional behavior, she didn't attract too much attention from the others. Now, hearing that Serie had taught elven magic to an outsider, Craft was shocked, but also found it strangely reasonable. It was something she would do. So what do you intend to do? Report me to the elders. Serie had no intention of returning to the great elven forest. It wouldn't matter to her if the elders banished her, she would just find another place to live. Forget it. I'll just pretend I didn't see or hear anything. Craft clearly had no intention of doing so. He couldn't be bothered with such a thankless task. Besides, he was quite curious about this human who could learn elven magic. You still haven't told me why you're here. Seeing that Craft wasn't going to press the issue, Serie changed the subject. A coincidence, I suppose. Have you seen a sky-winged woman? She should have been coming from the direction you two came from. We have. Rhodes and Serie both remembered the woman named Leah vividly. If not for the information she had provided, they wouldn't have risked crossing the swamp to get to Glimmerwood. Then you know what she's doing. We do, Rhodes answered this time. Good, then it's easier to explain. I'm a messenger for the ground forces. I'm responsible for scouting the information in this swamp. A good distance away, in the New Dwarven Kingdom, the leaders of the three most powerful nations in the world were already meeting. The New Dwarven Kingdom of Svartalfar. The Elven Kingdom of Hithlum. The Sky-Winged Kingdom of Dolanar. The armies of the three races were already gathering. Craft's mission was to scout the number and movement of the magical beasts in this area, so that when the armies arrived, they could begin their sweep. Hearing Craft's explanation, Rhodes fell into thought. He couldn't quite make sense of this new development. The original story had so little information about the Age of Myth that he had no idea if this was following the established plot. Do you want to join us, Serie? The war is about to begin, Craft proposed to Serie. He knew she loved this kind of thing. His proposal clearly tempted her. An indecisive look crossed her face. Rhodes didn't know if he should interject. Whether Serie went or not, he didn't seem to have a reason to stop her. Chapter 21, Traveling with Craft. Chapter 21, Traveling with Craft. the alliance of the three races to cleanse the world of magical beasts was a good thing. Humanity would benefit from it as well, their living conditions would improve greatly. After all, it was always better to deal with a race you could communicate with rather than one that only knew slaughter. After a long internal debate, Serie finally shook her head in refusal. I have no interest in war. Her words clearly shocked Kraft. Even Rhodes looked at her with disbelief. To hear such a phrase from Serie's lips was as surprising as hearing a certain famously greedy tycoon say, I have no interest in money. Well, that's... Kraft was at a loss for words. But since Serie had said it, he couldn't press the matter further. In a war between nations, one person's strength, even Serie's, was still too small to make a difference. If she had another 1,000 years or so, she might become a renowned mage among the elves, but the current Serie was not yet at that level. By the way, why were you crossing this swamp? The sky-winged woman must have told you how dangerous it is, Kraft asked. Serie said nothing, instead looking at Rhodes, silently indicating that he should be the one to explain. Rhodes stepped forward. I heard there was a human tribe in Glimmerwood. I wanted to see it for myself, so I took the risk and entered the swamp. I just didn't expect. Rhodes had thought they had been careful enough. Not only had they avoided the magical beasts the entire way, but they had also been constantly using detection and alarm spells. And yet, they had still been discovered by the demons. He would have to be more careful in the future. He had grown used to being reckless on his own in this world, but now he had to consider Serie's feelings. If not for his request, she would never have left the great elven forest. And if Som hadn't shown up when he did, breaking out would have been much more difficult. The scale fiend alone would have been more than the two of them could handle. I see. I have seen that settlement. It is a good one. Kraft nodded, seemingly accepting Rhodes's explanation. Kraft had a very good impression of that human settlement. Everyone had been very friendly, and he had even stayed there for a while. During his stay, 2 children had asked him to teach them martial arts. Kraft had agreed. His skills were self-taught, honed through his own experience, and not bound by the rules of the great elven forest. The 2 human children had a great deal of talent, but their human bodies ultimately limited their potential. Otherwise, they would surely have become powerful warriors. 10 years had passed since then. The 2 should be grown now. Kraft was suddenly curious to see how much their skills had progressed. Glimmerwood is still some distance from here, he proposed. I'll go with you. What about your reconnaissance mission? Serie glanced at him. Don't worry. Kraft whistled, and a small, emerald-green bird flew down to him. He used his mana to write a message on a piece of paper, which the bird then took in its beak and flew away with. It seems you've learned quite a few interesting spells over the years, Serie commented. She could tell at a glance that the magic he had just used was not recorded in any elven grimoire. It must have been something he had learned on his adventures. I had no choice. I can't learn high-level magic, so I have to find spells I can learn. While the 2 elves were talking, Rhodes took the opportunity to speak with Som. By the way, how did you manage to follow us? From what the dwarf had briefly explained, it seemed he had set out not long after them and had been following them ever since. This made Rhodes a little uneasy. He hadn't noticed at all. If it had been a demon or someone from another, less friendly race instead of Som, he might have been killed in his sleep without ever knowing it. Som laughed sheepishly. I didn't dare to get too close. I was mostly just tracking you by the embers of your campfires. Are you sure you're a dwarf? Rhodes looked at the beardless dwarf in disbelief. This was not the boisterous, straightforward, free-spirited dwarf he had imagined. Of course I'm a dwarven warrior. Som puffed out his chest, his tone deadly serious. I'm going to become the strongest warrior dwarf there is, and I'll make the whole village look at me with respect. A fine goal. Since the dwarf had already followed them for so many days, Rhodes didn't have the heart to send him away. Besides, they really did need a frontline fighter. Som had been a huge help during their escape from the swamp. If he hadn't been covering their retreat, Rhodes, with his limited combat abilities, might not have made it out unscathed. And in the end, it had been Som's attack that had broken the Scale Fiend's defense. As Kraft had said, he would surely become a powerful warrior one day. There was no harm in taking him along. In truth, Rhodes also wanted Kraft to join their party. He was stronger and knew some magic. He would be a great asset, whether they were exploring the dwarven ruins or heading to the Godfall land. But unfortunately, Kraft didn't seem to be interested. A short distance away, Kraft was clearly hesitant after hearing about Serie's destinations. Serie, as a fellow elf, I must advise you, neither the Godfall land nor the dwarven ruins are places you can explore at your current level. Even at the Council of the Three Kings, no one had dared to suggest exploring those 2 places. The dwarven king, though he desperately wanted to reclaim his homeland, had been denied his request by the other 2 kings. The ruins had, in effect, become a kingdom of monsters. The alliance of the three races was for the purpose of clearing out the magical beasts that were plaguing the world, not for declaring war on a monster kingdom. Only if that kingdom were to expand beyond the ruins and begin to invade the surrounding lands would they consider going to war. As for the Godfall land, the name alone was enough to tell you that it was not a place for mortals. For thousands of years, countless creatures had entered, but none had ever returned. It was a place of no return. That was the terror of the Godfall land. Hearing Kraft's warning, Serie frowned. She didn't answer, instead looking at Rhodes. She couldn't tell Kraft about Rhodes's talent for creation. The knowledge was too dangerous. Until Rhodes was strong enough, letting others know would only bring him harm. And Serie had no intention of dragging Rhodes to explore those places now. In her plan, they would only attempt it after Rhodes had grown stronger, after he had at least 70% of her own current strength. Before that, she had to teach him more, and more powerful, magic. Only then could he create a spell capable of killing a god. Chapter 22, Elven Beliefs. Chapter 22, Elven Beliefs. On the 22nd day of their adventure, with Kraft now in their party, Rhodes and Serie's journey had become much easier. Som, in particular, was always the first to charge into battle. Sometimes, the fight was over before Rhodes even had a chance to act. If the dwarf couldn't handle it on his own, Kraft and Serie would step in. Basically, no magical beast could withstand an attack from the three of them. During this time, Rhodes also persisted in his daily training to increase his mana. He also found time to have Serie teach him her light pillar missile spell. Serie, of course, agreed, and patiently taught him, step by step, how to condense the light and then make it explode. The sight of it made Kraft chuckle wryly, and he would often wander off to a corner to avoid watching them. Delicious, delicious. Another bowl, Mr. Rhodes. By the fire, Som held a bowl of wild vegetable and mushroom soup, his praise effusive. It was the first time he had ever tasted such a refined and delicious meal. Just call me Rhodes, he said, refilling Som's bowl. Other than his fighting style and his appetite, there was nothing dwarven about this dwarf. The mere fact that he knew how to sew was something Rhodes still couldn't quite wrap his head around. He had no idea how those large hands could so skillfully wield a small needle and thread. It just went to show that stereotypes could be very misleading. It truly is delicious. I think I'm beginning to understand why you're traveling with Rhodes, Serie, Kraft said, taking a large bite of a roasted meat skewer. That's not the reason, Serie retorted, taking small sips of her own mushroom soup. Ever since she had burned her tongue, she had learned her lesson and now always blew on her soup before drinking it. But I am surprised that you would accept such food. In the great elven forest, Kraft had been a pure vegetarian, just like her. Though, in her case, it was because she had nothing else to eat, and she would occasionally try new things, like the roasted mushroom skewer Rhodes had offered her when they first met. To see Kraft now, so enthusiastically eating meat, was a little surprising. In 100 years of adventuring, you won't find the fruits and plants of the great elven forest, Kraft explained. When you're hungry, you eat whatever you can find. Most of us who venture out end up like this. Hearing Kraft's words, a bold theory formed in Rhodes's mind. Could it be that, a few thousand years from now, all these ancient elves will become meat-eaters like Frieren? Rhodes felt as if he had just stumbled upon a great historical truth. Speaking of which, he said, I thought the great elven forest was the only elven settlement. I didn't know there was an elven kingdom as well. That would have been about 2,000 years ago, Kraft began. The War of the Gods had just begun, and the elves of the great forest were divided on the matter of the war. This goes all the way back to the beginning of the Age of Myth. Rhodes immediately scooted closer, straining his ears to catch every detail of this secret history. He didn't notice that he had pressed right up against Serie. When he finally realized, his thigh was firmly against hers, and he could smell her fresh, clean scent. Fortunately, our Miss Serie didn't seem to mind. As long as he wasn't pinning her down like he had in the tent, she didn't seem to care. Seeing that Serie wasn't pushing him away, Rhodes brazenly stayed where he was. Kraft continued his story. The elves worship the goddess of life, but the goddess's chosen people are not the elves, but the Skywing tribe. When the goddess of life was drawn into the War of the Gods, some elves believed they should fight for her. Others believed that the elves' path had nothing to do with their faith. The final result was that some elves left the forest, abandoning the title of Ancient Elf. Sounds a bit like a story of the strongest elf in history versus the strongest modern elf, Rhodes commented out of the blue, a remark that no one else understood. The strongest elf in history? Kraft asked, his interest piqued. Who are you referring to? Lusum? Ladolas? Or Caventrell? Kraft reeled off a list of names Rhodes had never heard before. They must have been famous elven warriors of the past. Kraft had clearly misunderstood him. Ah, just a legend I heard in my tribe, he said, laughing it off. I can't quite remember the name. Serie looked at him suspiciously. A human tribe would have legends about elves. She had asked him where he was from before, and he had only told her that he had come from across the Eastern Sea, from a very large human nation. Serie had no way of knowing if he was telling the truth. After all, she had no idea what lay on the other side of the sea. Well. Rhodes continued his fabrication. It was probably a story told by a traveler who had met an elf. Anyway, in a fantasy world like this, with a massive continent, no one knew what was on the other side of the sea, so he could say whatever he wanted. Kraft laughed heartily. I see. So we elves are quite famous among you humans. Famous, indeed, Rhodes thought wryly. Though our reputation has taken some strange turns over the years. He kept this thought to himself to avoid further questions. What happened then? Som interjected. What happened to the elves who left the forest? Rhodes had already guessed the next part of the story. Kraft's expression grew serious. They founded the Elven Kingdom and joined the War of the Gods, a war that has been raging for 2,000 years. Until this very day, Serie finished softly. As a member of the great elven forest, she was actually quite envious of those elves, to be able to participate so openly and freely in the war. After she spoke, a brief silence fell upon the group. The flames of the campfire danced in the gentle breeze, until Kraft spoke again. But, Serie, you still haven't changed your mind. Kraft's question was sudden, but both Serie and Rhodes knew what he was referring to. Seeing her silence, Kraft sighed. Very well. But do not go to those places rashly, not until you feel you are strong enough. His journey with them would end at Glimmerwood. After that, he would be traveling alone. This was his last attempt to dissuade her. Serie nodded. I know my own limits. Good. Kraft turned to Rhodes. Take care of her. Rhodes didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I think it's more like she's taking care of me. A smile played on Kraft's lips. In terms of strength, that is true. But. He gave Rhodes a meaningful look. You are the first person that Serie has ever cared so much about. Chapter 23, Night of the Stars and Moon. Chapter 23, Night of the Stars and Moon. Compared to his emotionally distant kinsman, Kraft, in his many years of adventuring, had witnessed a far greater range of emotions than he ever had in the great elven forest. This had given him a much deeper understanding of feelings than the other elves. In truth, for elves, their emotional distance was a form of protection. Their lifespans were so long that if they didn't learn to ignore and intentionally forget certain things, their own memories would become a form of torture. Over time, elves had learned, from birth, how to temper their own emotions. Rhodes just smiled and didn't respond. He knew why Serie cared so much for him, but he wouldn't tell anyone. He understood the principle of, a man is not guilty, but his possession of a treasure makes him so. Even if Kraft wasn't the type to gossip, the fewer people who knew about his creation, talent, the better. Only when he was so powerful that even the gods had to be wary of him would he reveal his secret. The night grew deeper. The campfire had burned down to embers, and only the starlight now illuminated the land. Som had long since used his battle axe as a pillow and was fast asleep, his soft snores occasionally breaking the silence. Kraft was leaning against a tree, his eyes closed as if he were asleep, though Rhodes couldn't be sure. Serie was sleeping alone in her tent. Ever since the other two had joined them, he hadn't shared the tent with her, and he found himself missing the feeling of holding the little Grandmaster. To be on the safe side, Serie had extended the range of her alarm spell to 200 meters. Even if something were to happen, they would have plenty of time to react. Though, given the past few days, she was probably being overly cautious. Rhodes couldn't sleep. He tossed and turned on the hard ground. He had always had trouble with insomnia, but it was particularly bad tonight. Perhaps I can invent a sleep-inducing spell, he thought to himself. Just then, the flap of the tent opened, and a small head poked out. Her eyes met his. What's wrong? Rhodes asked first. Need to pick some flowers. Want me to come with you? He was joking, of course. He had said the same thing to Serie before, but at the time, she hadn't understood what he meant. She had simply replied, why would I pick flowers in the middle of the night? It was only after a long explanation from Rhodes that she had finally understood and blurted out, elves do not need to do such things. Whether that was true or not, Rhodes had no idea. They might be adventuring together, but they weren't with each other every single moment of the day. No. Do you want to learn plant magic? Serie shook her head and asked, her question taking him by surprise. Why are you asking now? In the middle of the night, he asked, confused. Why couldn't she teach him during the day? Why choose such a strange time? Tonight is a special night. The night of the stars and moon makes the plant element more active. It's the perfect time to practice plant magic. Rhodes looked up at the sky. It was true, the moon and stars were particularly bright tonight. All right. But we should go somewhere further away. He didn't want to wake the other two. Serie understood. Follow me, she gestured. The two of them quietly left the campsite. Behind them, Kraft opened his eyes. In the wilderness, to fall into a deep sleep was to invite death. Even with others in the party, he always maintained his guard. But he had no intention of interfering. Whatever Serie's motives were, they were none of his concern. He was just an elven adventurer. They came to a clearing. After confirming there were no magical beasts nearby, Serie began. I was originally going to wait until you had completely mastered light magic before teaching you plant magic, but your talent is greater than I imagined. Rhodes's aptitude for magic was exceptional. He might not have realized it himself, but in Serie's eyes, his talent was already on par with her own. And she was renowned throughout the great elven forest for her remarkable magical talent and her unconventional way of thinking. The former was the most important. Without it, she would just be an eccentric elf. In Serie's original plan, she might have spent 10, 20, or even 30 years teaching Rhodes. But now, it seemed it wouldn't take that long. Should I say thank you? Rhodes was surprised to be praised by Serie. After all, she was the strongest mage in the world of the future. The humanity of that future was not the same clearly defined race it was now, but a term that encompassed all humanoid creatures. Or perhaps the demons were just too lazy to differentiate. But even so, Serie was still known as the strongest mage on the continent. Her power was unimaginable. To be praised by her, it seemed his magical talent was indeed remarkable. Looks like I should set a small goal for myself, he joked. Starting with becoming the strongest mage on the continent. But Serie's expression was strange. A fleeting life. HM. Did you say something? Her voice was so soft that he hadn't quite heard her. It's nothing. Serie didn't believe Rhodes could ever achieve that. If he were an elf, she might have thought it possible. But he was just a human. A short life could not accumulate a vast amount of mana, and so, one could not become the strongest mage. Unless his talent was even greater than her own. But how could that be possible? Serie dismissed the thought. How could she, the proud Miss Serie, ever be surpassed by Rhodes? She would never admit such a thing could happen. Let's begin. Serie decided not to dwell on it and instead focused on teaching Rhodes plant magic. For elves, plant magic was not as practical as light magic, or rather, it lacked its terrifying destructive power. In most battles, plant magic served a supportive or restraining role, like the wall of thorns she had used to block the pursuing magical beasts. Other uses included controlling plants to entangle or attack. The race that truly excelled at plant magic were the druids of the forest. It was said they could summon vines as thick as ancient trees to attack, and even command trents in battle. The plant magic of the elves was merely a pale imitation. Chapter 24, Serie's Shock. Chapter 24, Serie's Shock. With Serie's hands-on guidance, Rhodes quickly got the hang of plant magic. He cast a spell, manipulating a vine as thick as his finger, making it slowly coil around his hand, then tighten. After getting a feel for its strength, he released it. Seeing Rhodes learn plant magic so quickly, the expression on Serie's face was a little unnatural. The speed was simply too fast. She should have known. She should have realized it the moment she met him outside the great elven forest. How could he cast the elves' light magic just by watching it? How could he modify and even analyze the arrow rain spell on his very first try? Why was there no obstacle for him when it came to learning magic? There was only one answer. This man's talent for magic was far greater than her own. The small spark of pride she had felt moments ago was instantly crushed into dust. For our little Grand Master, it was a bitter pill to swallow. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Perhaps he just happens to be good at light and plant magic. If it were any other type of magic, he wouldn't be this efficient. Having managed to convince herself with this line of reasoning, Serie put on a nonchalant expression. Not bad. A little slower than I was, though. Can't be helped. I'm already trying my best. Rhodes, of course, had no idea our little Grand Master was just putting on a brave face. By the way, do you elves have any more useful plant spells? Something that can promote plant growth, for example. How could there be? Rhodes was dumbfounded. What kind of plant magic doesn't have a rapid growth spell? That's just heresy. He had been hoping to learn such a spell, so he would only need to carry some seeds with him. When he needed food, he could just sow a handful and solve all their problems. The rapidly grown plants might even produce more seeds for next time. An endless, self-sustaining cycle. He wouldn't have to worry about genetic limitations, magic was just that incredible. Truly great, no more words needed. But you could try to create one, Serie said, a mischievous tone in her voice. That should be your specialty. From the spells Rhodes had created so far, she had deduced that his creation needed a basis, a starting point. His light and arrow rain spells were based on her own light magic, and his fire spell seemed to need a medium. This meant that he couldn't just have a sudden flash of inspiration and create a new spell out of thin air. If he could, the very laws of magic in this world would be thrown into chaos. Faced with Serie's teasing, Rhodes lowered his head, contemplating the feasibility of such a spell. You know, I think I will give it a try. Air. Serie was stunned. You can really create it. We could just go look for a druid. They have similar spells. Druids had special plant seeds. When thrown to the ground and infused with mana, they would rapidly grow into a thicket of vines. But this wasn't truly a plant growth spell, it still relied on the properties of the seed itself. It was different from what Rhodes was asking for. And if Rhodes really did create a rapid growth spell just by thinking about it, Serie would be well and truly shocked. Because that would mean he had an incredibly terrifying potential. Perhaps her decision to go on this adventure with him had been the best decision of her life. It's fine. I reckon the principle is more or less the same. And even if it's different, I should be able to achieve the same effect. I'll give it a go. In his old world, there were many ways to make a plant grow quickly. The slower methods involved controlling factors like fertilization, sunlight, and temperature. The faster method was to just use growth regulators. Fortunately, he understood the principles behind it all. Who knew being a poor, beleaguered science student in his past life would come in so handy? Rhodes sat down cross-legged and took a handful of seeds from his pocket. He had collected them from various edible plants along their journey, originally intending to use them for tea. After all, when you're out in the wild, you can suffer many hardships, but you should never have to suffer bad food. Flower tea, leaf tea, seed tea, rotating through the different kinds was the true way to enjoy afternoon tea. First, he muttered to himself, I need to accelerate the breaking of the seed's shell. Curiosity piqued, Serie squatted down beside him, her golden hair hanging just above the ground. She watched as he buried the seeds in the earth, closed his eyes, and a green mana began to flow from his fingertips. Accelerate cell division, and at the same time, regulate the seed's hormone levels. Rhodes mumbled a string of words Serie didn't understand. The light of his mana flowed from his fingertips and into the ground, seeping into the seeds. Then, a faint green light emanated from the buried seeds, and a tender sprout emerged from the earth, growing at a visible rate. This. Serie's eyes widened. He actually did it. Tiny beads of sweat formed on Rhodes's forehead, but a triumphant smile played on his lips. This level of fine mana control was no less difficult than attaching mana to a spell that had already been cast. It required immense concentration. A single misstep would have rendered the seed inert. Rhodes had been prepared for failure, but to his surprise, he had succeeded on the first try. Why have you stopped? Serie asked, seeing that the seed had only sprouted and wasn't continuing to grow. It's night. I have to wait until daytime to use photosynthesis to promote growth. Photosynthesis. Serie tilted her cute little head. The man had been spouting a stream of incomprehensible words. Cells, hormones, photosynthesis, she didn't understand any of it. Was it some kind of special human code? Air, it means sunlight, Rhodes quickly explained. Plants need light to grow. It's common knowledge in my homeland. Hearing this, Serie extended a delicate finger, and a small, light spell appeared at her fingertip, a beacon in the dark night. Will this do? No. That light is too intense for a plant. The light from a spell was different from sunlight. It was like the difference between the artificial sun of the land of light and the sun of earth. The former could make an entire race evolve, while the latter was just a big, hot star. But how did you do it? Even though the plant hadn't grown to the extent she had imagined, the mere fact that it had sprouted was enough to leave Serie in awe. Did you just create a druid spell out of thin air? She mumbled. Rhodes scratched his head. The principle is actually quite simple. You just accelerate the division of the plant cells and... Seeing the blank look in Serie's eyes, he changed his explanation. Air, you just make the plant think it's been growing for many years. Serie looked at him with disbelief, her expression clearly saying, are you taking me for a fool? Rhodes just shrugged, as if to say, that's just how it is. Too weird, Serie finally managed to squeeze out through her teeth. Chapter 25, Extreme Ideas. Chapter 25, Extreme Ideas. On the 30th day of their adventure, the group made swift progress. Perhaps it was because Craft was familiar with the roads, they reached Glimmerwood, a journey that should have taken a month, in just half the time. It's truly astonishing. I've only ever seen the druids use such a rapid growth spell before. Craft couldn't help but express his amazement once again as he watched Rhodes take a handful of seeds from his pack, scatter them on the ground, and then use a spell to make them quickly sprout and grow. Over the past few weeks, he had witnessed firsthand how Rhodes had gone from clumsily attempting the spell to mastering it with such proficiency. He had been utterly shocked the first time he had seen Rhodes cast the spell. Of course, that first attempt had been a failure. The seed hadn't grown but had simply withered away. But through trial and error, the seeds had gone from sprouting but bearing no fruit, to being laden with ripe fruit in a mere 8 days. For an elf, that amount of time was just the blink of an eye, but this man had managed to achieve such a feat. The tender sprout shot up, and in an instant, became a full-grown plant, already bearing crimson fruit. Rhodes plucked one end, out of habit, handed it to Serie. Serie took the fruit and bit into it. The sweet juice exploded in her mouth, making her eyes narrow in pleasure. Som had, at some point, sidled up to them, his face a mask of pure admiration. "Rhodes, you're practically a walking granary." "What a strange comparison." Rhodes laughed and gave the dwarf a playful punch. Over the past couple of weeks, he had gotten to know Som quite well. He possessed the boisterousness and courage of a dwarf, but also a carefulness that most dwarves lacked. And when he had learned of their destination, he hadn't shown any hesitation, but had been filled with a fighting spirit. From every angle, he was a fine adventuring companion. He would be perfect, if only he ate a little less. In fact, because of the 2 new additions to the party, Rhodes's precious supply of spices had been rapidly dwindling. Replenishing his spice supply had been one of the reasons he had created the rapid growth spell. Kraft stood a short distance away, a complex light in his eyes. He had never seen such a unique system of magic. It was not of elven heritage, nor was it the magic of the druids. It was something he had never seen before. In fact, it hardly seemed like a magic system from this world at all. He had tried to subtly probe Serie about it before, but she had said nothing. He knew it was their secret, and so he didn't press the issue, but the curiosity in his heart remained. Regardless, just from the magical talent Rhodes had displayed, it was clear that he was destined to become a powerful mage. Kraft found himself looking forward to that day. That night, the 4 of them sat around the campfire. They would be entering the Glimmerwood proper tomorrow, so there was no rush. They had decided to rest for the night. Rhodes could hardly wait to meet his kinsman. It would be the first time he had seen other humans in the more than half a year since he had come to this world. He just hoped they were a kind-hearted tribe. If they were full of deceit and strife, he would not teach them magic. At the moment, Som was greedily devouring the berries Rhodes had produced with his spell, the juice dripping down his smooth, beardless chin. "Slow down," Rhodes laughed, handing him a cloth. "No one's going to steal it from you." Perfectly grilled meat skewers, carefully seasoned mushroom soup, and sweet berries for dessert, it was a meal that could win over the stomach of any creature in this world. Som wiped his mouth. "Rhodes, your cooking is incredible. When this damned war is over, you have to come be a chef in the Dwarven Kingdom." Som had heard that his village had been called upon, and he had already decided that once he was strong enough, he would return to the Dwarven Kingdom and become a respected warrior. The war he was referring to, of course, was the 3-race alliance to cleanse the world of magical beasts. But no one could say for sure when that war would end. Not even the leaders of the 3 races themselves knew. "Being a chef is not my dream." Rhodes laughed and refused his offer. It was a joke. His ambition was to be, at the very least, the most ancient human mage, or the first great sage. The title of Dwarven Chef was hardly enough to satisfy him. As for the title of First Hero, Rhodes had no interest in that. There wasn't even a demon king to fight yet. You couldn't save the world without a final boss to defeat. Besides, in the age of myth, it was hard to say who was good and who was evil. All the races were fighting for their own gods. There was no clear right or wrong. The races were simply tired of fighting and had decided to take a temporary break to deal with the growing magical beast problem. But this might just be the last war. Kraft, who was adding a log to the fire, suddenly spoke. As the only one in their group with contact to the outside world, he was privy to the latest developments. "Why?" Serie suddenly looked up. She had sensed a deeper meaning in his words. It wasn't just about the 3-race alliance. There were already whispers of it at the Allied Council meeting. The various races are simply tired of fighting. Even the gods themselves have grown weary of it. In the age of myth, the gods truly existed. Or at least, their essence was present in the world, though they couldn't unleash their full power due to the limitations of this plane. But they could manifest their power through their followers and even allow them to harm the followers of other gods. Rhodes had always wanted to see one of these legendary gods for himself. Tisk. Serie clicked her tongue and lowered her head. Rhodes knew she was unhappy. After all, her ultimate goal was to kill a god, and she wanted this war to be as chaotic as possible. And then, one day, someone tells her that the gods are tired of it and have decided to stop. The frustration she must be feeling was palpable. To start and stop a war on a whim, what do they take their followers for? If you're going to fight, you have to fight until a victor is decided. A draw like this is meaningless. Serie's face was hidden in the shadows, her expression unreadable. Rhodes quietly moved closer and said softly, "Don't think too much about it. Serie looked up, the firelight reflected in her golden eyes. You don't understand. This war has been going on for 2,000 years. 2,000 years. Her voice was tinged with a barely suppressed anger. Why wasn't I born earlier? Rhodes was silent. The Serie of this era was already beginning to show signs of extremism in her thinking. Chapter 26, The Demon Appears. Chapter 26, The Demon Appears. In later ages, the passage of time would likely temper her extreme views, and while they might still surface occasionally, she would learn to control them. But the Serie of now was still too young, her thoughts and feelings often worn openly on her sleeve. This wasn't like her. Rhodes preferred the Serie of the future, the little Grand Master whose words were as sharp as a blade, but whose actions were always gentle. It's all right, Rhodes said, gently stroking her head. Whatever you want to do, I'll be there with you. Serie shook her head, a displeased look on her face. Don't pat my head. This fleeting human was getting more and more presumptuous. It was one thing to hold her in the tent, but now he was patting her head whenever he felt like it. If this continued, she didn't dare to imagine what other bold actions he might take. She had to give him a stern warning. But, despite her displeasure, Serie had to admit that his gesture had soothed a great deal of her anger. Perhaps, even if the war did end, it would be just as exciting to watch this man invent all sorts of new magic. The only pity was that his life was so short. A mere 100 years was not nearly enough to satisfy her. A strange, unfamiliar feeling welled up in her heart. Serie couldn't quite identify what it was, she had never experienced it before. Perhaps it was just her imagination. She tried to console herself with that thought. But just then, a sudden, unexpected event occurred. A jolt of alarm shot through Rhodes. He had modified his alarm spell. If it was triggered, his greater detection spell would automatically activate. Now, the automatically activated magic circle was showing dozens of red dots, rapidly closing in from all directions. Everyone. Rhodes shot to his feet. Something's coming. Fortunately, he had extended the alarm's range to 200 meters, giving them plenty of time to prepare. Serie instantly entered a combat stance, invisible mana beginning to coalesce around her. How many? Since Rhodes had already activated his magic circle, she didn't bother to cast her own detection spell. They had developed a tacit understanding over the past few days, she would let him provide the information. At least 30, and their numbers are still increasing. Rhodes's voice was grim. At the moment, the beasts were concentrated to the east and west. But in the next second, all the alarms on the perimeter of their camp were triggered. We're surrounded, Rhodes said, his face instantly turning pale. Kraft and Psalm were immediately on high alert, quickly moving to close ranks with them. No time to pack. An attack of this size must be commanded by a demon, Kraft said, drawing his long sword. Psalm, you protect Rhodes. Among the four of them, Rhodes was the weakest in terms of combat ability. And since he was currently maintaining the detection spell, providing them with crucial information, he needed to be protected. To the right. At Rhodes's direction, Serie led the way, and after a few steps, they encountered a group of magical beasts blocking their path. She unleashed a continuous barrage of light magic, piercing through them all. Kraft swung his long sword, cleaving a lunging beast in two. Head for Glimmerwood. There's an ancient barrier there, Kraft shouted. Glimmerwood had once been a settlement for Fae, but with the endless wars of the Age of Myth, the Fae had left this world, leaving their barrier behind. The barrier could prevent magical beasts from entering, which was the main reason the human tribe had been able to survive in the forest for so long. Psalm brought up the rear, swinging his battle-axe. The weapon glinted coldly in the moonlight, and all the beasts that charged at him were repelled. In the center of their formation, Rhodes was not idle either. While keeping the detection spell at its maximum range, he also found time to fire off a few light arrows to take down any stragglers. The four of them had already formed a well-coordinated team. With another powerful blast of light from Serie, a gap opened up in the horde of beasts in front of them. Rhodes seized the opportunity. 3 o'clock, no, northwest. Break through there. Even with the gap, there were still too many of them. If they didn't press the attack, the opening would quickly be filled. Serie's mana flared again, and a massive pillar of light crashed down, vaporizing dozens of magical beasts and, for a brief moment, illuminating a dark figure on a distant mountain peak. That's the demon controlling them, Kraft said, his eyes sharp. Rhodes looked up. The figure was shrouded in darkness, its features obscured, but its form was humanoid. He estimated the distance to be over 100 meters, likely beyond the range of his light arrows. But before he could even try to take a shot, the figure vanished. Be careful. As if to prove his warning, a strange, grotesque monster suddenly leaped out in front of them. It opened its lamprey-like mouth and actually swallowed Serie's magic. It was another anti-mage monster. I'll take it. Psalm raised his battle-axe and charged forward, bringing it down hard on the monster. As the axe struck, blood sprayed everywhere, spattering onto his armor. Rhodes sensed that something was wrong and quickly pulled Som back. A white smoke was rising from the dwarf's armor. Just a few drops of the monster's blood had been enough to corrode the surface of the metal. If he hadn't pulled him back in time, his armor would have been much more severely damaged. Blocked by this new monster, the group was forced to a halt. In the darkness, dozens of pairs of crimson eyes lit up. The demon they had seen before slowly stepped out of the shadows. It was a humanoid creature, nearly 2 meters tall, with a sickly, grayish-white skin and 2 twisted horns on its forehead. An elf, a dwarf, and an unknown race. A curious combination, the demon said, its voice devoid of any emotion. For some reason, its gaze was fixed on Rhodes. Serie had no intention of conversing with it. She immediately fired a light arrow, but the demon dodged it with ease. With a wave of its hand, dozens of magical beasts leaped out of the darkness. Serie instantly unleashed a brilliant halo of light, turning the first few charging beasts to ash. She then raised her hand again, and a dense volley of light arrows rained down. But the demon simply cast a spell of its own, a black barrier that blocked all of her attacks. This was the terror of the demons. They, too, could learn magic and martial arts to make themselves stronger. At that moment, Kraft launched a surprise attack from the side. The demon leader hastily dodged, but was still struck by the sword. Red blood flowed from a wound in its side, but it was not a fatal blow, only a minor injury. Chapter 27, Splitting Up. Chapter 27, Splitting Up. Damn it. Kraft rejoined the group, his face filled with regret. The demon was too cunning. He had intended to catch it off guard, to cleave it in two under the cover of darkness, but it had sensed his approach. The demon clutched its wounded side, an expression of fury contorting its pale, gray face. It was said that demons couldn't understand human emotions, but they did possess feelings of their own. They simply couldn't comprehend the deeper, gentler emotions that humans were capable of. The demon suddenly raised its hand, and the ground began to tremble violently. The remains of the magical beasts they had slain began to stir. Mutilated limbs started to piece themselves back together, drawn towards the strange monster that had swallowed Serie's magic, coalescing around it. Sensing that something was wrong, Rhodes and Serie attacked at the same time. 2 identical pillars of light materialized in the air above the demon, one slightly smaller than the other. The demon cast a defensive spell, but its black barrier couldn't completely block their combined attack and soon shattered. The demon then simply commanded the beasts around it to act as a shield, absorbing the subsequent explosion. When the smoke cleared, both the demon and the monstrous amalgamation it was creating were completely unharmed. In fact, because they had killed even more magical beasts, the number of corpses on the battlefield had increased, and the monster had grown even larger. "What is that thing?" Som, who had never witnessed such a spectacle, asked, his voice trembling, his eyes wide with horror. "Dark magic." Kraft answered, though he wasn't certain. In his 200 years of adventuring, he had heard tales of a race that was skilled in dark magic, a race that could bring the dead back to life. He had never believed it, but now, seeing this grotesque resurrection, he saw it was a blasphemy. The monster had finally taken its final form, a massive, misshapen ball of flesh, covered in the heads of various other monsters. The sight of it alone was enough to make one's blood run cold. "Eat them," the demon commanded. "But leave the one of the unknown race." The monstrous ball of flesh began to roll towards them. For some reason, the moment the demon had seen Rhodes, it had felt a strange hunger. It was a pure, unadulterated appetite, with no other feelings attached. In theory, its race needed very little food to survive, but this particular demon had a premonition: eating Rhodes would make it stronger. Perhaps this unknown race was a natural source of nourishment for them, or, in simpler terms, food. The monster charged, and its attack scattered the group, splitting them into 2 separate battlefields. Som and Kraft were on the right, while Rhodes and Serie were on the left. Rhodes. Som roared, trying to charge to their aid, but he was bogged down by a swarm of beasts. Kraft swung his long sword, but he couldn't break through the ever-growing encirclement. Just how many beasts does this demon control? Kraft wondered, his heart sinking. They had already killed at least 100 of them, yet the horde surrounding them showed no signs of thinning. Seeing this, Kraft no longer held back. He unleashed his full power, and the sheer force of his presence was so immense that the demon was forced to divert most of its horde to deal with him. Now, only the demon and the disgusting monster it had created stood before Rhodes and Serie. But Rhodes didn't dare to act rashly, for fear that killing more magical beasts would only make the monster stronger. He had no other choice. He grabbed the little Grand Master beside him. Before Serie could react, she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist. Rhodes held her with one arm and conjured a dazzling ball of light with the other. A blinding white light exploded outwards, forcing all the beasts, and even the demon itself, to shield their eyes. Taking advantage of the confusion, Rhodes scooped Serie up onto his shoulder and began to retreat, shouting to the others, "Split up. We'll meet in Glimmerwood." Glimmerwood had a barrier that magical beasts couldn't pass. If they could just make it there, they would be safe. They had also confirmed the location of the human tribe beforehand, so they could regroup there. Seeing their prey split up and flee, the demon hesitated for a moment, then chose to pursue Rhodes and Serie, sending only a small portion of its horde after Sam and Craft. "Put me down." Being slung over his shoulder, Serie felt her stomach churn, and she was almost sick. Rhodes, knowing that the position was uncomfortable for her, shifted her into a princess carry. "My dear Grandmaster, this isn't like the swamp." In the swamp, the demon hadn't shown itself, and it hadn't created this disgusting monster. Other than the scale fiend, it hadn't been that dangerous. But this was different. "I can walk on my own." Serie protested, but Rhodes wouldn't let her go. Without Craft as their guide, they quickly lost their bearings. Seeing the horde of magical beasts in hot pursuit, Rhodes threw up a wall of thorns to temporarily block their path and then set Serie down. "We have to split up." Rhodes had a gut feeling that the demon was more interested in him. "No." Serie refused outright. If they split up and Rhodes ran into trouble, she wouldn't be able to save him. There were many magical beasts, but she wasn't completely powerless against them. It would just come at a price. But the demon didn't give them time to argue. The wall of thorns was quickly broken through, and the monster opened its massive maw, spitting out a torrent of black breath. "Watch out." Rhodes pushed Serie out of the way, but he was thrown back several meters by the shockwave of the explosion. His body burned with pain, and when he opened his mouth to speak, a spray of blood came out. But he ignored it, shouting to the nearby Serie, "Go. Now." Then he turned and taunted the demon. "Come and get me if you've got the guts." Seeing its delicious prey so brazenly provoking it, the demon grew enraged once more. It was about to give chase, but an explosion from behind made it pause. The elf's mana was surging. It could clearly see her power growing. "Oh. You were hiding your true strength." The demon was surprised, but not overly concerned. After all, it had 100 magical beasts and its amalgamated monster. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't possibly win. But just to be safe, it ordered its beasts to attack her, while it pursued the fleeing Rhodes on its own. "Hey guys, Hollowborn here. Just remove the hyphen symbol to open the link. Thank you so much." Chapter 28, A Final, Desperate Strike. Chapter 28, A Final, Desperate Strike. Rhodes ran for his life, the demon in hot pursuit. The good news was that it was only one of them. It seemed to have sent most of its forces to deal with Serie. The bad news was that even against a single demon, Rhodes had no guarantee of victory. His body was still burning with pain, and every breath tasted of blood. Just being grazed by the aftershock of that explosion had left him in a battered state. He was glad he had pushed Serie out of the way. Her defensive barrier might not have been able to withstand such a terrifying attack. He wanted so desperately to stop, to catch his breath, to rest. But he couldn't. The further he ran, the safer Serie would be. Without the demon's control, neither the horde of magical beasts nor that amalgamated flesh monster should be a match for her. "Stop, you nameless creature. You cannot escape," the demon's voice echoed through the darkness, thick with desire. "Your blood smells so sweet." The scent of Rhodes's blood drifting through the forest was only making the demon hungrier. The demon's words, however, just struck Rhodes as a bit creepy. He suddenly remembered that demons were rumored to eat humans. But in the age of myth, humans were so rare that most demons would never even encounter one, so the concept of eating humans wasn't widely known. This one's relentless pursuit, it had to be instinct. In other words, it wanted his body. Literally. Purely out of appetite. Rhodes grit his teeth. This wasn't funny at all. He was the prey. He forced his legs to move faster, but the terrain up ahead made his heart sink. A cliff. A sheer drop, with a river far below. Looking down, it had to be at least 30 or 40 meters to the water. From that height, even if it was water, the impact would be like hitting concrete. "Heh, nowhere left to run, are you?" the demon said, slowly approaching, a smile spreading across its pale, gray face. The closer it got to Rhodes, the more it couldn't suppress the craving from deep within. It was already anticipating what he would taste like. It had eaten many races before, even elves and sky-winged. But none had ever provoked such an intense hunger in it. Rhodes looked down at the river, then back at the demon. He suddenly smiled. "Who said I was running? This is it. My back is against the wall. It's win or die." The demon was taken aback. Before it could react, Rhodes threw up his hand, his mana surging wildly. Dozens of vines shot out from the ground, instantly wrapping around the demon's limbs. A pathetic trick. Even with its body restrained, the demon could still cast spells. And this one was stronger than an ordinary demon. Not only could it control magical beasts and use magic, but its physical strength was on par with the dwarfs. It strained, and the vines began to snap. Rhodes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, sneered. Of course, that's not all. This demon was terrifyingly strong. It could use magic, control beasts, and even break his vines with its bare hands. It was a true jack of all trades. He was glad he had drawn it away from the others. The demon, having broken free, charged straight at Rhodes, clearly intending to capture him alive. Seeing its confidence in its own physical defense, Rhodes fired a continuous stream of light arrows. But it was surprisingly agile, dodging most of them, and for those it couldn't dodge, it simply threw up a magical barrier. A mage that's good at close combat, how underhanded. Seeing the demon almost upon him, Rhodes had no choice but to pull out his last resort, a spell that not even Serie had seen. He had been planning to show it to her after he had perfected it. He thrust out his palm, and a strange magic circle materialized on it. The demon's vision suddenly went black. Even the light from the moon and stars seemed to have been sucked into a void, before everything returned to normal. Rhodes was standing a few meters away, a small point of light glowing in his palm. Come forth, luminous rupture. There was no need to name the spell, but Rhodes did it anyway. As a tribute. Even if it was a bit cringe. The point of light made contact with the demon's body, and the magical energy exploded. The corresponding part of the demon's body was blown to smithereens. Half of the demon's body was a mangled ruin. It had never suffered such a grievous injury. In that moment, for the first time, it felt the true threat of death. Across from it, Rhodes, his mana almost completely depleted, staggered back a few steps. Loose stones crumbled under his feet. He looked up at the grievously wounded demon, regretful that he hadn't been able to finish it off, then looked down at the river far below. Looks like, this is it for me. The enraged demon raised its hand to unleash a final attack, intending to kill him. But in its rage, the attack sent him plummeting over the cliff's edge. Seeing its prey escape, and itself so grievously injured, the demon roared in fury. But a figure was rapidly approaching from behind. Where is Rhodes? Serie ran up, her body spattered with blood, though most of it was from the magical beasts. She had just finished killing every last one of the monsters that had surrounded her, even the amalgamated flesh monster. But when she had followed the demon's tracks, she hadn't seen Rhodes. An elven secret art. But that means you won't be able to use magic for some time, the demon noted. That's not something a dead man should be concerned with. Where is Rhodes? Serie's golden eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. So that's what the creature was called. Rhodes. The demon's body twitched on the ground. It was stalling, trying to create an opportunity for a counterattack. But Serie wasn't going to give it one. A wheel of light shot out, severing all four of its limbs, cutting off any chance of it casting another spell. Answer me, Serie's voice was like ice. And I'll give you a quick death. Ha ha ha. He fell. You'll never. Serie didn't let him finish. Knowing Rhodes's fate was enough. A pillar of light descended from the heavens, engulfing the demon. Its body twisted and disintegrated. In its final moments, it was assailed by emotions it had never before experienced, pain, fear, but it was too late to comprehend them. Serie watched impassively as the demon turned to ash. She walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down at the river, shimmering in the silvery moonlight. Rhodes had once told her that if you had some kind of buffer, you wouldn't be killed by a fall from a great height. And water was one of those buffers. Wait for me. Yo guys, trying something new. For every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 29, The Human Village. Chapter 29, The Human Village. Hey. Norn, look what I found. In an inconspicuous corner of the Glimmerwood, a tribe of simply dressed humans made their home. Thanks to the ancient barrier left behind in this place, they had been able to live and multiply in this sanctuary. A young man with golden hair, returning from a hunt, waved energetically to a black-haired man in the distance. Eirik, don't make such a fuss. The black-haired man, Norn, walked towards him, but his words trailed off as he saw the figure slung over his friend's back. What is this? Norn was surprised to see the unconscious figure, who was clearly human. It was the first time he had ever seen a human from outside their tribe. So Mr. Kraft had been right. There were other humans in the world. Where did you find him? In the river over there. I was just about to clean my kill when this fellow came floating down from upstream. He was still alive, so I brought him back. Norn carefully examined the unconscious man's face. There were some scrapes on his otherwise handsome features. His clothes were simple, but the sewing was far superior to their own. It was clearly the work of a larger, more advanced settlement. Let's get him inside for now. We can talk to him when he wakes up. Norn helped Eirik carry the men into a low-roofed house and lay him on a bed made of animal skins. He left him in the care of his younger sister and went back outside. Rhodes opened his eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. A sharp pain shot through his entire body. I'm alive. He couldn't believe he had survived. To fall from such a high cliff and not be killed on impact, he had been truly lucky. He took a moment to assess his condition. There was pain everywhere, but it didn't seem to be too severe. He cautiously tried to sit up. Don't move. You have internal injuries. You need to rest, a pleasant female voice said. It belonged to a cute, black-haired little girl. But what struck Rhodes even more was her distinctly human appearance. Had he, by some miracle, ended up in the human settlement in Glimmerwood? He had to be sure. Hello, he said. Where is this? Glimmerwood. My brother Eirik pulled you out of the river. Are you an adventurer from the outside? The little girl asked, her eyes wide. Their tribe was small, with only about 100 people, so they all knew each other. The man before her was a stranger. Rhodes let out a long sigh of relief. The pain seemed to lessen slightly. He had been in so much pain before that his face had been contorted into a grimace. He forced a gentle smile, trying to look less intimidating. Yes, my name is Rhodes. I am indeed from the outside. The little girl blinked, her interest piqued. What's it like on the outside? Mr. Kraft said there are many dangerous magical beasts out there. How did you survive? Kraft. It seemed this really was the human village he had mentioned. That would make things much easier. All he had to do now was wait for the others to arrive. They had agreed to regroup here before they were separated by the demon's attack. He hadn't expected to be the first to arrive, and in such a state. The price had been steep. Yes, it's very dangerous on the outside. Rhodes said with a wry smile. He remembered the demon that had hunted him, and his final, desperate attack. He had failed to kill it, and its counterattack had sent him flying into the river. But falling into the river had also been his salvation. Otherwise, he would have been the demon's next meal. As he was thinking about how to explain what had happened, the door opened, and the black-haired man, Norn, walked in. You're awake. Norn said, carrying a steaming bowl of herbal soup. He handed it to Rhodes. Drink this. It will help with your injuries. Rhodes took the bowl and thanked him, then took a small sip of the medicine. It was the first time he had drunk herbal soup since coming to this world. It was a miracle he hadn't gotten sick in the past half a year. He knew nothing about medicinal herbs and couldn't use healing magic. If he had fallen ill, he would have had to rely entirely on his own immune system. The bitter taste made him wince, but a warmth soon spread from his stomach throughout his body, and the pain did indeed lessen. My name is Rhodes. Thank you for saving me, he said sincerely. Norn waved his hand. Don't mention it. I'm Norn, and this is my sister, Norion. But, can you tell me how you ended up here? Rhodes was silent for a moment. He decided not to lie. I was being hunted by a demon. It knocked me into the river, and then I ended up here. A demon? Norion gasped, her small face filled with fear. In their tribe, the elders described demons as the most terrifying of all monsters. They were said to have 5 heads and 10 eyes, and they would snatch away any disobedient children who wandered off and eat them. Just hearing the word made her little legs tremble. Norn's expression also grew grim. Are you sure it was a demon? What would one be doing near Glimmerwood? Glimmerwood was one of the few peaceful places in the world, without a single magical beast. He and Eirik would occasionally venture outside the forest to hone their skills against the beasts in the surrounding area, but they never strayed too far. He had never seen a demon, only heard about them from Kraft, who had said they had a humanoid form, with some exceptions. Rhodes nodded. I'm sure of it. And that demon was very strong. He only knew that his attack hadn't killed it, only severely wounded it. He had no idea what had happened after that. I have companions, he added. Mr. Kraft is with us. He was the one who told me about your settlement. Mr. Kraft is here as well. Norn and Norion said at the same time. Kraft was a hero to their tribe. He had taught both him and Eirik how to fight. The news of his return made them both excited. That's right. You might even see him in a few days. He was the one who told me all about your tribe. The Sky-Winged Woman had been the first to tell him about Norn's tribe, but Kraft had given him more details, so it wasn't a complete lie. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 30, Eirik. Chapter 30, Eirik. Hearing Rhodes' assurance, the last of Norn's doubts dissipated. If he was a companion of Mr. Kraft, then he couldn't be a bad person. Moreover, he was a human from the outside world, which sparked a hint of curiosity in Norn's heart, though his cautious nature kept it from showing. What an incredible coincidence. In that case, Mr. Rhodes, please focus on your recovery. Seeing that Rhodes had finished the herbal soup, Norn took the empty bowl. He was about to leave, but then he paused, hesitating for a moment before asking, "That demon that was chasing you, will it come back?" Come back wasn't the right phrase, the magical beasts couldn't enter the forest anyway. Norn's real concern was that the demon might be lurking outside the forest, waiting for Rhodes to emerge. That would be a serious problem. Rhodes didn't know that Serie had already dealt with the demon. Hearing Norn's question, he didn't know what to say. If his presence had caused this human tribe to be targeted by a demon, then he would be to blame. The room fell silent. Even with the protection of the Glimmerwood's barrier, the knowledge that a dangerous demon was lurking just outside, watching them, would be enough to put anyone on edge. Rhodes's expression grew grave. "I'm not sure," he said in a low voice. "The demon was heavily wounded. I can't be certain if it's still out there." Hearing this, Norian's small hand tightened its grip on her brother's clothes. Like any child, in any world, in any era, she was terrified of such things. Norn took a deep breath and patted his sister's shoulder reassuringly. He didn't feel any resentment towards Rhodes, nor did he blame him for bringing danger to their village. The guilty ones were always those who brought harm to others. Even if Rhodes's arrival did bring danger, it was the demon's fault. Rhodes, the one being hunted, was innocent. Of course, if Rhodes had intentionally led the demon here, that would be another matter. The strong preying on the weak, and the weak, in their desperation, endangering other weak people, in such a case, all would be sinners. "I'll inform the village to increase the patrols," he said to Rhodes. "You just focus on getting better. If you need anything, tell Norian." "Thank you," Rhodes nodded. After Norn had left, Norian asked timidly, "Mr. Rhodes, will the demon attack our village?" Seeing the fear in the little girl's eyes, Rhodes smiled. "Don't worry. As long as you don't wander off, it can't attack the village." Just then, a cheerful voice came from outside. "I hear the fella's awake." A blond man burst into the room. He stared at Rhodes, his face full of curiosity. "Brother Eirik, what's for dinner tonight?" "Feathered chicken stew. Norn's already making it." Norian swallowed hard. Feathered chicken was the most delicious food in the forest, tender and juicy with a natural, fragrant aroma. Her earlier fear was now completely overshadowed by her appetite. "Then I'm going to go watch," she said, and scurried out of the room. Eirik just smiled, watching her go. He knew she was going to try and sneak a taste, but she was just a little girl, and she wouldn't eat much. He didn't bother to stop her. His gaze returned to Rhodes, who was half sitting up in bed. "When I first found you, I thought you were a dead animal floating in the river. It was only when I pulled you out that I saw you were a person, and you were still breathing." Eirik laughed heartily, but his words didn't exactly make Rhodes feel like laughing. It was a strange first impression to have. But he had saved his life, so Rhodes answered sincerely, "Thank you for saving me. I'm Rhodes." Eirik waved his hand nonchalantly. "My name's Eirik. I heard from Norn just now. You were being hunted by a demon." "Yes. And you managed to seriously injure it." Eirik looked at him skeptically. "That doesn't seem very likely." Mr. Kraft had once told him that every demon was incredibly powerful. Even he had to be on his highest alert when facing one. They were also cunning, a moment's carelessness and you could be caught in a fatal trap. The man before him didn't look like a powerful warrior. His physique was average at best. Eirik couldn't help but doubt his story. Rhodes heard the skepticism in Eirik's voice. The pain in his body had subsided considerably, so he said, "How about a sparring match?" Eirik was taken aback. He was just a little suspicious, he hadn't intended to challenge Rhodes right now, not while he was injured. "Let's not. I'm not one to take advantage of an injured man. It's fine. These injuries won't affect me much. As long as he had mana, he could use magic. The injuries would only make it a bit more difficult to move. But he could just use the defensive magic Serie had taught him, then he wouldn't even have to dodge." Eirik was still hesitant. "It's all right. I could use the exercise." Rhodes checked his body. No broken bones or any other serious internal injuries. The herbs Norn had given him had been very effective, the pain was much more manageable now. "Let's wait. We can do it after you've recovered a bit. Otherwise, Norn will give me an earful." After some thought, Eirik managed to restrain his impulse. He was genuinely curious about this outsider's strength, to see what gave him the confidence to adventure in this world. But he also knew he shouldn't take advantage of an injured person. They could spar the next day. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, Serie, who had just entered Glimmerwood, met up with Kraft and Som, who had been waiting for her. "Serie, are you all right?" Kraft walked over. The number of magical beasts that had pursued them hadn't been very large, so they had managed to escape easily. They had suspected that the demon had taken most of the horde to pursue Serie and Rhodes and had intended to turn back and help, but they didn't know which way they had gone. After searching the forest for half a day, they had decided to wait in Glimmerwood. "Where's young Rhodes?" Som asked, seeing that Serie was alone. "Rhodes and I were separated. The demon knocked him off a cliff and into the river below. I'm going to go find him now." Serie had followed the river and entered Glimmerwood, and had chanced upon the two of them, who were resting by the water. "We'll go with you." Kraft understood the gravity of the situation and immediately prepared to help Serie search for Rhodes. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 31, Serie self-blame. Chapter 31, Serie self-blame. Instead of heading to the human tribe first, the group searched along the river for any sign of Rhodes. However, after a full day of searching, they found nothing. As night fell, they made a small camp and lit a fire. They didn't have to worry about magical beasts here, and the wild animals posed no threat to them. "Don't worry. We'll go to the human tribe tomorrow. Rhodes might have already made it there," Kraft said, trying to comfort Serie. Her face was pale, a clear sign of mana exhaustion. He had also learned that Serie had killed the demon and all of the beasts under its command. She must have paid a heavy price. "I should have done it sooner," Serie mumbled, as if to herself. They shouldn't have been chased so relentlessly by that one demon. But Serie had hesitated. The monster the demon had created had the ability to absorb magic, and she had no way to defeat it quickly. In the end, she had only managed to destroy it by overdrafting her mana, constantly feeding it magic until it burst. If Rhodes hadn't severely wounded the demon before he fell, her chances of winning would have been slim to none. Even now, her mana was nearly depleted. She wouldn't be able to use any powerful magic for at least a month. "Young Rhodes has always been lucky. I'm sure he's fine," Som added, also trying to comfort her. They could all see that Serie and Rhodes had a close relationship. Rhodes's disappearance must have been a heavy blow to her. Staring into the dancing flames, Serie's thoughts were in turmoil. They had only been traveling together for a month. Why was she so anxious about his disappearance? She didn't understand her own feelings. Regret and remorse twisted together in her gut. She had promised to protect him, to teach him how to survive in this world. She was truly an incompetent partner. At some point, she had come to think of him as a partner. Just a partner, it seemed. Seeing that Serie was still silent, Som scratched his head and looked at Kraft, silently asking if he had any ideas. But Kraft just shook his head. He didn't understand why Serie cared so much for a human, so how could he possibly console her? Besides, he himself was still in the process of exploring his own emotions. He only seemed more emotionally expressive than Serie because he had encountered more people in his travels, had witnessed a wider range of emotions, and had been influenced by them. The fire died down, and they all lay down on the ground, but Serie felt no urge to sleep. Gazing at the starry sky, she remembered her conversation with Rhodes about the stars. The grass was prickly under her, and after so long sleeping on a soft blanket, the hard ground felt uncomfortable. "He always took such good care of me," she thought. "And I'm supposed to be the strong one." For some reason, the corners of her lips turned up in a slight smile, a smile she didn't even notice. After a full day of rest, Rhodes felt much better. He could walk without any problems, though any strenuous movement was still a bit painful. It was within a tolerable range. It was probably due to the herbal soup Norn had given him. He had said it was a secret recipe passed down through their village for generations, and that it was remarkably effective for internal injuries. Even if you were seriously hurt, you could be on your feet after a week of drinking it, and fully recovered in half a month. Last night, Norn had even brought him a bowl of feathered chicken soup, with a large drumstick and some unfamiliar wild vegetables. The soup had been delicious, not too salty and not too bland. Rhodes had also noticed some spices in it. Truly, humans were a culinary race, capable of inventing delicious food no matter where they were. "It seems your injuries are no longer a major concern," Norn said with a smile, seeing Rhodes walking without any difficulty. "Yes. What are you doing?" Rhodes saw that Norn was holding a quill and writing something on a piece of animal hide. The quill itself was a bit abstract. It felt a little out of place. "Allocating supplies." Norn held up the quill, noticing Rhodes's gaze. "Curious about this? It's a feather from a feathered chicken. I found it was quite suitable for writing, so I started using it." "You don't need to pay him any mind," Eirik said, walking over. "Norn is always coming up with some new idea. I have no idea what goes on in that head of his." "We need to keep a record," Norn said irritably. "If we just go back to the old way of arguing over who gets what, it will be a constant headache. This way, we have a system." Rhodes looked at the hide in Norn's hand with interest. A mixture of charcoal and plant juice served as a kind of ink, and on the hide were clear markings indicating the distribution of supplies for each household. Your village already has a written language? Rhodes couldn't help but ask. To see such a systematic method of distribution in this primitive world was surprising. He had seen the dwarves in Psalm's village writing in the common script of this world, but considering that the dwarves had once had a glorious kingdom, that wasn't too surprising. But to see the common script in a primitive human village, it took him a moment to process. Norn scratched his head sheepishly. Mr. Kraft taught us, actually. He taught us many things, including how to read, write, and count. That explains it. But this guy is even more incredible, Eirik interjected. He's always tinkering with strange things. The other day, he tried to use tree bark instead of animal hide for writing. The ink just soaked right through. Ahem, next time I'll try drying the bark first. Won't it just crumble at the slightest touch? Eirik retorted with a grin, then turned his attention back to Rhodes. You've recovered quickly. I have. What, feeling the itch for a sparring match? Is that all right? Of course. Rhodes swung his arm in a circle to show that he was fine. Eirik. Norn shouted, exasperated. There you go again. Ever since their skills had improved, no one in the village was a match for them. And since Norn was often busy managing the village, he rarely had time to spar with Eirik. Seeing this outsider, he knew his friend was getting restless. Guys, we crossed the 150 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Next goal 300 power stone. Come on guys, you can do it, good luck. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 32, the sparring match. Chapter 32, the sparring match. Hey, it's not often we get an outsider, let alone one who managed to injure a demon. Don't worry about it, Eirik said. But Rhodes is still injured. Norn protested. It's fine, Norn, Rhodes interjected. I'm a bit stronger than I look. A small injury like this is no big deal. Oh. Big words. Eirik said, raising an eyebrow. Then let me be the judge of that. Since Rhodes himself had agreed, Norn had no choice but to give up trying to stop them. He stepped back to give them some space, but not without a word of caution. Eirik, don't overdo it. Relax. You're nagging like an old woman. Are you my mother? Eirik's retort made Norn's eyebrow twitch. He had to physically restrain himself from punching his friend. Rhodes, on the other hand, was thinking that the warning should have been directed at him. If he didn't hold back, Eirik might just end up looking like a porcupine. Perhaps I should stick to plant magic, he thought. Let's go. Eirik said, brandishing a wooden staff he had produced from somewhere, and taking a fighting stance. He was the strongest warrior in the tribe. Even Norn was no match for him in some aspects. It was just that Norn was a more cunning fighter, and Eirik would often fall into his traps if he wasn't careful. As a result, even though he was stronger, he lost more spars than he won, a fact that was a constant source of frustration for him. Seeing Eirik's ready stance, Rhodes just smiled. He raised his right hand, and the mana around him began to stir. From a distance, Norn keenly sensed the change in Rhodes's aura and immediately shouted, "Be careful." I know. I'll hold back, Eirik replied impatiently, already lunging at Rhodes like a cheetah. That idiot. Norn cursed under his breath. He had been warning Eirik, but his friend had misunderstood and thought he was warning Rhodes. Eirik was incredibly fast. The staff whistled through the air, aimed straight for Rhodes's stomach, but it stopped dead about a meter away from him. It wasn't that Eirik had held back, but that his attack had been forcefully stopped. What? Eirik looked down and saw that his feet had, at some point, been ensnared by vines. It was these vines that were preventing him from moving. And in front of him, a faint green mana was flowing from Rhodes's fingertips. The man was a mage. The vines, like living things, quickly began to climb up his legs. Eirik struggled, but the more he struggled, the tighter they became. Magic. Norn's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This outsider was a mage. How was that even possible? A magic circle appeared, and more vines shot out from the ground, wrapping themselves around Eirik. Well. Do you give up? Rhodes asked. Eirik's face was flushed. Why didn't you say you were a mage sooner? Oh. Did I not mention it? I must have forgotten, Rhodes said with a grin, a slightly punchable expression on his face. At least, that's how it looked to Eirik. I won't give up so easily, he roared. He unleashed his full strength and, with a powerful flex, snapped the vines that were binding him. Rhodes immediately retreated, putting some distance between them. He was a little surprised by Eirik's physical strength. Having broken free, Eirik charged at him again, this time putting his full strength into it. Rhodes continued to backpedal, trying to maintain the distance, while also sending out more vines to try and restrain him. But Eirik was ready for it this time and managed to dodge them. He's fast. Rhodes thought, impressed. His vines shot out of the ground in an instant, but Eirik was still able to dodge them. But can you dodge this? Rhodes waved his hand, and dozens of weakened light arrows appeared in the air. A second later, they all shot towards Eirik. The sheer number of arrows made Eirik's scalp tingle. He was forced to abandon his attack and focus all his energy on dodging. Hey! I saved your life, you know, he shouted after barely managing to avoid them all. I know. That's why I weakened them. It will still hurt if they hit you, though, Rhodes replied with a cheerful smile. So this is what it feels like to be Serie, sparring with Som. The noble mage, beating up on the primitive warrior native. The feeling, it was intoxicating. Eirik, on the other hand, was not having a good time. And you told me to hold back. He turned his frustration on Norn, who was watching from the sidelines. What am I supposed to do against this? Norn just shrugged. He had no answer. They had only ever heard of mages, but they had never fought one before. They had no experience whatsoever. He hadn't expected Rhodes to be a mage either. No wonder he had managed to escape from a demon and even wound it. Damn it, I'm going all in. Eirik roared and charged at Rhodes again. Since Rhodes had said he wouldn't kill him, he might as well go all out. Seeing Eirik charge at him with even greater speed, Rhodes used the same tactic again, unleashing another arrow rain to try and stop him. But this time, Eirik didn't retreat. He dodged some of the arrows and, for those he couldn't dodge, he simply batted them away with his staff. After dealing with all the arrows, he took advantage of the brief opening after Rhodes had cast his spell and charged in. The only way to win against a mage was to close the distance. That was something Mr. Craft had taught them. But he had clearly underestimated Rhodes, or rather, underestimated Rhodes's magic. As Eirik charged at him, Rhodes didn't dodge or retreat. He simply put up a defensive magic barrier, effortlessly blocking the attack. No way. Eirik was exasperated. That's just dirty. He echoed the same sentiment Som had felt. Mages were truly unfair. Rhodes didn't reply. He just conjured another rain of arrows, surrounding Eirik in a circle, but he didn't fire them. Eirik froze, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. At this distance, he couldn't possibly dodge them all. And a volley of that size, it would hurt. A lot. He forced a smile. Rhodes, you're not actually going to fire those, are you? That depends on whether you're going to surrender. I surrender. As he spoke, the barrier and the arrows dissipated into points of light. Seeing the dejected look on Eirik's face, Rhodes walked over and clapped him on the shoulder. You're very strong. You just lack experience in fighting against mages. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 33, Serie's Arrival. Chapter 33, Serie's Arrival. Eirik was a bit dejected. Anyone would be after being defeated so easily. It was much worse than losing to Norn. Norn had to use all his strength, and even a few tricks, to beat him. But Rhodes had been in complete control the entire time. That kind of ease was only possible when there was a significant gap in their strength. I'm a fool, a real fool. I should have known that if you could injure a demon, you must have some special trick up your sleeve, he said. Rhodes patted his shoulder in consolation. Norn walked over, his voice eager. Rhodes, you can use magic. How is that possible? I guess I learned it from someone. Rhodes answered, a little uncertain. The truth was, aside from what he had learned from Serie, many of his spells had been created through the sheer power of I think, therefore it is. But it was probably best to keep that to himself. How? I thought humans couldn't learn magic. Who told you that? Rhodes asked, confused. Why did every race in this world seem to assume that humans couldn't learn magic? It was true that it required a certain talent, but that didn't mean that humans were completely devoid of magical ability, like the dwarves. Those were two entirely different things. Mr. Craft said so. Okay, case closed. That guy was a warrior monk. At most, he might know a few minor spells. He probably couldn't even learn the most basic light arrow spell. No wonder he thought humans couldn't learn magic. Actually, humans do have the talent for magic. It just depends on the individual. Rhodes didn't want to make any definite promises. If it turned out that no one in this village could learn magic, he would look like a fool. Is that so? Norn said, his head bowed as if in thought. He was also interested in magic and wanted to ask Rhodes to teach him, but he didn't know how to bring it up. And every race's magic was a closely guarded secret. He had no idea what kind of magic Rhodes used, or if he would be willing to teach it. But Eirik, as always, was more direct. In that case, can you teach us magic? He asked. It was a blunt question, but Rhodes didn't mind. His original goal had been to teach magic to the humans of this world. He hesitated for a moment. Most of his spells had been taught to him by Serie, elven spells. He wasn't sure if she would be okay with him teaching them to others. Seeing his hesitation, Norn quickly interjected. Eirik, don't be rude. A person's magic is their own secret. Have you forgotten what Mr. Kraft told us? But Eirik started to protest, but a sharp look from Norn made him swallow his words. It's not that I don't want to teach you, Rhodes said. It's just that my magic is elven magic. I need to ask my partner for her opinion. But don't worry, I have other spells I can teach you. He was definitely going to teach them something. After 2 days with them, he knew that neither of them were bad people. Norn was careful and meticulous, able to manage things with great efficiency. Eirik was a bit impulsive, but he was easy to talk to and a good person. And they had saved his life. He had to repay that kindness. For example, Rhodes said, a small stream of water appearing at his fingertip. The sight made both of them stare with wide eyes. This is a water generation spell, he explained. That's so convenient, Norn said in amazement. With a spell like that, they would never have to haul water from the river again. Is there anything more powerful? Eirik was clearly not interested in such minor spells. He was probably more like Serie, wanting to learn powerful, destructive magic. Eirik, you have to start with the basics. Don't be in such a rush. You can start with the basics. I'm a genius. A genius who loses more than he wins. Norn said with a light laugh. Fight me fair and square then. What's the point of using tricks? Eirik argued, his face flushing. Watching them bicker, Rhodes couldn't help but smile. The light-hearted atmosphere momentarily eased his worries about Serie and the others. They should have arrived at the village yesterday. He couldn't help but wonder if something had happened to them. But in the next moment, a pleasant surprise. A commotion suddenly erupted at the village gate. Norn. Eirik, a young hunter called out, running towards them. There are some strangers outside. One of them, a blonde elf, looks pretty scary. Rhodes's heart leaped. A blonde elf. Could it be? He immediately started running towards the gate. Norn and Eirik exchanged a look and quickly followed. From Rhodes's urgent reaction, Norn had already guessed who the strangers were. He, too, felt a surge of excitement. Rhodes had said Mr. Kraft was with them. It had been 10 years. He wondered if Kraft would be pleased with their progress. When they reached the gate, they saw Serie standing outside the fence, her face a cold mask. Kraft and Som were behind her, talking to the young guards. Serie. Rhodes couldn't help but call out. The diminutive elf saw him at the same time, and unable to contain her excitement any longer, she ran past the guards and stopped in front of him. You fleeting. Serie fumbled for the right words. She wanted to scold him for leading the demon away on his own without consulting her. He should have trusted her, she was strong enough. But the words wouldn't come. In the end, she had failed to protect him. If only she had been stronger. Seeing her hesitation, Rhodes simply pulled her into a tight hug. I missed you so much, Serie. They were sentimental words. A normal girl would have blushed beet red. But Serie was not a normal girl. She looked a little troubled, as if she couldn't understand why he was so emotional, why he was hugging her. This wasn't the tent, after all. Humans are such difficult creatures to understand, she thought. But in the end, she didn't push him away. You idiot, she said softly. Next time, you should have more faith in me. Yes. I know. Sensing the softness in her voice, Rhodes knew she wasn't truly angry. He released her from his embrace and looked at her carefully. Though she still wore her usual proud expression, he could see the undisguised worry in her eyes. Truly, the little Grand Master is too cute. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 34, I like you so much, not really. Chapter 34, I like you so much, not really. Truly, my dear Grand Master. It might be a bit presumptuous to say, my dear, but after taking care of her for so long, it felt only natural, right? Of course, he only dared to say such things in his own head. Just then, Rhodes noticed that Serie's face was a little pale, a clear sign of mana exhaustion. You've overexerted your mana. Yes, Serie nodded. I killed that demon and all the beasts it controlled. No wonder she looked so pale. The Serie of this era was not yet as terrifyingly powerful as she would become. To deal with so many magical beasts and a demon, she naturally had to pay a price. Knowing this, he thought, should I not have split up? I was nearly killed. But seeing Serie in her weakened state, his heart softened. In the end, it had all turned out for the best. If he and Serie had tried to fight the demon head-on, the outcome might have been very different. But he had never expected that Serie would be able to deal with the demon and all those beasts on her own. A weight was lifted from his shoulders. Kraft walked over and clapped Rhodes on the shoulder. Looks like we worried for nothing. If we had known, we would have just come here to find you yesterday. I'm sorry to have worried you, Rhodes replied. He was about to say more, but he was interrupted. Mr. Kraft. Norn and Eirik had arrived. Kraft turned towards the sound of their voices. At first, he looked at them with a hint of confusion, as if he didn't recognize them. It's me, Norn, Mr. Kraft, Norn said quickly. When Kraft had last visited their village, he and Eirik had been just teenagers. Now, 10 years later, they had grown into capable young men. It was only natural that he wouldn't recognize them. Hearing Norn's name, Kraft's eyes lit up. Norn. It really is you. He strode forward. What a surprise. Kraft truly hadn't recognized them at first. Humans grew so quickly. In just 10 years, the children he had known had become mature adults. Eirik pushed his way to the front. And me. Mr. Kraft, I'm the strongest warrior in the village now. Eirik. Indeed. I can see that you've become a fine warrior, Kraft said with a warm smile. To see the young men he had personally mentored grow into capable warriors, even if they were not of his own race, brought a sense of joy to his heart. Some laughed from the sidelines. Well, this is a happy occasion. Not only had they found Rhodes, and found him safe and sound, but Kraft had also been reunited with the young men he had trained. In his village, this would have been enough to call for a feast. Though, he himself was usually left out of such celebrations. By the way, what took you so long? Rhodes asked. They had been close to Glimmerwood before they were attacked. It should have only taken half a day to reach it, especially with Kraft as their guide. Oh. Well, Miss Serie asked us to search along the river first, Som explained. I see. Just as I thought. Just then, Rhodes noticed that Serie's gaze was fixed on Norn and Eirik, as if she were assessing them. What is it? He asked in a low voice. Serie shouldn't know them. Had something about them caught her attention? Serie looked away. For some reason, I can faintly sense an aura of mana from those two. That can't be right. Rhodes looked at them in surprise. Neither of them should have ever learned magic. How could they have mana? Was it a natural talent? Serie shook her head. It's just a feeling. A feeling I've only ever had from the most gifted elves in my clan. When you first met me, did you sense any mana from me? Rhodes asked, curious. Serie gave him a look as if he had just asked the most foolish question. Your mana has practically solidified. I didn't need to observe you to sense it. I suppose that's true, Rhodes said with an awkward laugh. He had used magic right in front of her. He was certainly different from Norn and Eirik, who had never used magic before. It would be nice to have a spell that lets you see the mana in others, he mused. Serie had said it nonchalantly. Her vague feeling was a natural ability, but what she really wanted was a spell that could clearly show her the amount of mana in others. It was said that some demons had a similar talent, but only a select few. Hearing her words, Rhodes was reminded that such a spell did exist in the future. In fact, the ancestor of human mages had even created a method to conceal one's own mana, which he had then taught to Frieren. A certain great violinist would never have imagined that there could be such a despicable elf who would constantly conceal her true mana level. Perhaps he could try to create such a spell himself in the future. But those two are quite good, Serie said, surprising him. You were right, Rhodes. Humans do have a talent for learning magic. Rhodes's heart skipped a beat. It seemed there was something special about Norn and Eirik after all, to be able to change the mind of the usually human skeptic Serie. By the way, Serie said, as if suddenly remembering something. She took a cloth bag from Som and tossed it to him. Your things. Rhodes opened it. Inside were all the belongings he had been forced to abandon when they were attacked by the demon. They had been a good distance away. He hadn't expected her to go back for them. Serie, I like you so much. Rhodes said with genuine sincerity. All his precious spices were in that bag, and his seeds too. If he had lost them, he wouldn't have been able to replace them. Don't get the wrong idea, Serie said, turning her head away. I just happened to pick it up on the way. Rhodes couldn't help but smile. He hadn't known his little Grand Master had its under side to her. She had gone out of her way to retrieve his things, yet she had to pretend she didn't care. But she had shown no reaction to his, mostly joking, heartfelt confession. As expected, elves were rather slow when it came to matters of the heart. Thank you, anyway, he said. Serie just huffed, but her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a clear sign that she appreciated his gratitude, though she wouldn't show it. But what did he mean by like? Serie didn't understand why he had said it. Is that another human way of expressing gratitude? To say you like someone? Though she didn't quite understand, she thought she might try it herself next time. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 35, a magic demonstration. Chapter 35, a magic demonstration. You're saying you want to teach them magic? Serie tilted her head, her gaze fixed on Rhodes. After the initial excitement of their reunion had faded, Rhodes had pulled her aside to make his request. Do as you wish, she said. Serie didn't really mind. Teaching one was the same as teaching two. Besides, the spells she and Rhodes were using now were modified versions, no longer strictly elven magic. Craft, however, was another matter. Rhodes would have to convince him himself. But it probably wouldn't be a problem. He had been away from the great elven forest for hundreds of years and had never returned. He had likely long since forgotten about those old, antiquated rules. But what was that spell you used to severely wound the demon? Serie remembered arriving at the cliff to find the demon grievously injured, half of its body blown away. The only reason it was still alive was due to some peculiar constitution. I suspect that demon had modified its own body. Otherwise, it would have been turned to ash by an injury that severe. Seeing as it could use magic to control the corpses of magical beasts, it wasn't a stretch to think it might have performed some kind of undead modification on itself. That's a definite possibility. Rhodes nodded in agreement, then described the spell he had used to wound the demon. Absorb light and then explode. Serie found it hard to comprehend. Can you show me? Rhodes was a little hesitant. He was still in the process of figuring out the spell himself, he hadn't fully mastered it. Most importantly, he only knew how to cast it, not how to control or contain it. The spell was quite destructive. After he explained his concerns to her, she simply said, then let's go somewhere further away to test it. Serie had not forgotten her goal, to teach Rhodes magic so that he could create even more powerful spells. Now, hearing that he had created such a potent spell on his own, she couldn't suppress her excitement. Rhodes nodded and went to tell Norn and Eirik. If he was going to make a lot of noise, they were bound to be startled. It was best to give them a heads up. To his surprise, they wanted to watch. They had never seen the true, terrifying power of magic. In his spar with them, he had held back, not using any large-scale destructive spells. Rhodes agreed, but he hadn't expected Craft and Psalm to be drawn in as well. You all really have nothing better to do, Rhodes said with a sigh, looking at the expectant faces surrounding him. It's not often young Rhodes shows us his skills. I have to be here for it, Psalm said with a grin. And so, the group made their way to a large, open clearing outside the village. They were still within the bounds of Glimmerwood, so they didn't have to worry about magical beasts, only the occasional wild animal. But for the group assembled here, any animal foolish enough to show itself would simply be an extra ingredient for dinner. Rhodes stood in the center of the clearing and told the others to stand back. Then, he began to manipulate his mana. A series of magic circles appeared in his palm. The situation with the demon had been urgent, he hadn't had time to properly refine the spell. But he had been pleased with its power. Now, he intended to cast the full, completed version. Rhodes focused all his attention on controlling the flow of energy. Serie could clearly feel the mana around him begin to churn with a frenzied energy. In the next second, their vision went black. To be precise, the light in that space had been stolen away. The darkness lasted only a moment, not even half a second. Norn and Eirik thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Psalm, however, sensed that something was wrong. He rubbed his eyes and, on instinct, took 2 steps back. The ones who felt the darkness most keenly were Craft and Serie. Their faces were grim. The former's was a warrior's intuition, the latter's was from observing the sudden shift in the flow of mana. Such terrifying power, Craft said in awe. His warrior instincts had kicked in, and his body had unconsciously adopted a fighting stance, every muscle tensed. Yes. It seems Rhodes has created a very frightening spell. Serie discreetly cast 2 layers of defensive magic on herself and quietly formed a magic circle in her hand, ready to erect a barrier if things went wrong. As they spoke, Rhodes finally finished gathering his power. With no life or death situation pressing him, he could take his time. The small point of light from before had grown into a fist-sized orb, its power multiplied several times over. The white orb floated quietly in his palm, then began to spin, emitting a high-pitched hum and sending out visible waves of light. Norn and Eirik's eyes widened, and they instinctively took a few steps back, hiding behind Psalm. This, of course, made Psalm puff out his chest in annoyance, though it would have been more effective if he had a beard to stroke. Of the 2 who hadn't retreated, Craft had adopted a defensive stance, and Serie had silently erected a magic barrier in front of herself. They had never seen such a powerful wave of energy. Just watching from a distance made their hearts pound in their chests. Here it comes. Rhodes thrust his hands forward, sending the orb of light flying several dozen meters away. He then immediately threw up a magic barrier of his own, identical to Serie's. Boom. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, and a brilliant pillar of light shot up into the sky. A violent shockwave of energy expanded outwards, ripping up everything in its path. At the center of the explosion, everything was reduced to ash, revealing the black earth beneath. Even the trees on the periphery were shaking violently, leaves and broken branches raining down. When the light faded, they were all shocked to find a massive, scorched crater, tens of meters in diameter, in the center of the clearing. That. Irik's mouth hung open, at a loss for words. He didn't dare to imagine what would have happened if a spell like that had been unleashed in their village. Such powerful magic, Norn said, staring at the crater, his mind racing. If humans could learn such powerful magic, they could stand tall and proud in this world, no longer forced to live in hiding. In that moment, a fierce determination took root in Norn's heart. No matter the cost, he would have Rhodes teach him this magic, and then he would pass it down to his descendants. Generation after generation, this magic would be inherited and developed, and it would surely create a brighter future for humanity. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 36, a hard mouth but a soft body. Chapter 36, a hard mouth but a soft body. No wonder it was able to severely wound that demon, Kraft remarked. A spell of that power could cripple the vast majority of magical beasts. Even the most powerful of warriors would likely not be able to withstand such an attack. At least for him, his only option would be to dodge. Serie stood where she was, her eyes shining with a strange light. She strode over to Rhodes, a rare excitement in her voice, and grabbed his hand. Teach me. Her tone left no room for refusal, though Rhodes had no intention of refusing anyway. Of course. But the spell isn't perfect yet. In theory, it should be even more powerful. I know. Serie's voice was firm. You don't have enough mana, so that's all the power you can draw out. And the casting process is too crude. If you refine it, you could increase the blast radius. Increase the power even more. Serie, it's already terrifying enough as it is. Kraft walked over, looking at the large, scorched crater in the distance, then back at Rhodes with a wry smile. It's a good thing we're not in the great elven forest. If you had caused such a ruckus and so much destruction there, you'd definitely be thrown in prison. Ahem. I could try throwing it into the sky next time. That way it won't cause so much damage on the ground. Serie, however, was unconcerned with such things. How did you think of this spell? A sudden flash of inspiration, I guess. But the basic principle is still from your elven light magic. I see. Serie now understood. The moment of darkness they had all experienced hadn't been an illusion. The spell had stolen the light from the space, then condensed it to unleash the terrifying destructive power. Watching the three of them engrossed in their discussion, Norn whispered to Irik, "It seems the magic we're going to learn is even more amazing than I thought." Norn was actually more interested in Rhodes's water generation spell, a practical magic that could immediately benefit the entire village. But his friend had other ideas. Irik rubbed his hands together excitedly. Now this is what I'm talking about. I don't want to learn any of those parlor tricks. He wanted to learn the big stuff, the powerful magic that could protect everyone and annihilate their enemies. This difference in their views on magic would, perhaps, determine the paths they would take in the future. For the time being, Rhodes's party stayed in the human village. On one hand, with Serie's permission, Rhodes planned to teach magic to the people here. On the other, Serie needed some time to recover from her mana exhaustion. Taking advantage of the free time, Rhodes approached Serie, who was sitting on a large rock. He held a small bowl of green-colored herbal medicine. Drink this. It will help you recover your mana. Using the knowledge of medicinal herbs he had learned from Kraft, Rhodes had found an herb in the forest that could restore mana. Drawing on his past life's experience, he had even given it a simple, easy-to-understand name, a mana potion. Serie took the potion and, after a moment's hesitation, drank it down. The bitter taste made her wince, but she soon felt the mana in her body slowly beginning to recover. It's disgusting, she said with a look of distaste. As long as it works. Rhodes took the empty bowl. Norn had been the one to show him where to find the herb. It grew right next to the one he had been given for his own injuries. Norn had said they would sometimes harvest them and take them together, as it seemed to speed up the healing process. That was probably why Serie had been able to sense the faint aura of mana from them when they first met. They had likely been consuming these herbs. How are they doing with learning magic? Serie asked, then quickly turned her head and, thinking Rhodes wasn't looking, stuck out her tongue as if to dispel the bitter taste of the medicine. But as soon as she turned back, she saw him holding out a bright red fruit. "It's going all right," he said, taking no notice. "But I don't know why. I've shown them so many times, but they still don't get it." Rhodes felt he was becoming quite skilled at taking care of Serie. For instance, he had thought to bring a piece of fruit to help with the bitterness of the medicine. That's normal, Serie said, taking the fruit and biting into it. No matter the race, learning magic for the first time is always confusing. The sweetness of the fruit chased away the bitter taste, and she subconsciously began to swing her legs. How did you learn magic? It just sort of happened. Rhodes couldn't really remember. When he had been trying to start a fire, he'd had a sudden flash of inspiration, and then, somehow, he had created his fire-starting spell. The same went for his water generation spell. Everyone's talent is different. They have a talent for magic, but it's clearly not as great as yours. Serie paused. Actually, my talent for magic doesn't seem to be as great as Rhodes's either. But it shouldn't take them long to get the hang of it. I will never admit that my talent is inferior to Rhodes's, she thought to herself. I'm surprised Kraft didn't object, though, Rhodes remarked. Kraft had been there when he was teaching the two of them, and had seen him demonstrate what was clearly elven magic, but he had acted as if he hadn't seen a thing. Don't worry about him, Serie said dismissively. She was the one who had taught Rhodes the magic, and she had given him permission to teach it to others. If Kraft had a problem, it would be with her. But as things stood, it seemed he had no intention of interfering. Do you think there's any chance Kraft would join us on our adventure? Rhodes asked. Kraft was strong and had a wealth of combat experience. After all, his age spoke for itself, even Serie was a junior in his presence. Although he had said he wouldn't be traveling with them, Rhodes still wanted to try. Serie shook her head, dismissing his idea. Impossible. Kraft has special duties among the elves. He's very busy. He can't go adventuring with you. Kraft was much more famous than her among the elves. She was famous for her heretical ideas, while Kraft was famous for his seniority and his strength. Naturally, he would be assigned important missions. So that means you're one of the less busy elves, then? Rhodes teased. Hearing this, Serie's cheeks puffed out, a clear sign that she was getting annoyed. Because what he said was true. She was too young and rarely participated in any of the elves' official tasks. That's not true. I have special duties too. Rhodes chuckled. The little Grand Master before him was soft in every way, except for her stubborn mouth. Guys, we crossed the 300 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Next goal 450 power stone. Come on guys, you can do it, good luck. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 37, Kraft's departure. Chapter 37, Kraft's departure. Well done. You two are learning quite quickly. Rhodes praised Norn and Eirik, who had both successfully managed to conjure a ball of light in their hands. It was the 7th day of their training. In that time, they had gone from complete novices to taking their first steps in magic. Their progress was quite fast, or so Serie had said after watching them. This is so difficult, Eirik said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he dispersed the ball of light. He had seen how effortlessly Rhodes used magic and had assumed it would be easy to learn. But it had taken them a week just to get this far with the basic light arrow spell, and they still hadn't fully mastered it. At this rate, who knew when they would ever become powerful mages? Compared to the impatient Eirik, Norn was much calmer. He tried to extend the ball of light one more time before letting it dissipate. Watching him, Rhodes nodded to himself. Although Eirik had more natural talent, Norn's patient approach would likely allow him to master magic sooner. How is the teaching going? Serie asked, walking over to him. To be honest, it's a little difficult. Rhodes had thought teaching magic would be easy, but it turned out to be surprisingly challenging. He couldn't treat Norn and Eirik the way Serie had treated him. He had to explain everything step by step, with great care. You know, I'm suddenly realizing that I might have a real talent for magic. You're just noticing that now? Serie rolled her eyes at him. To be able to replicate and even improve upon the elf's light arrow spell just by watching it once. Terrifying didn't even begin to describe his talent. Ah, this is a problem. By the way, do you have any better teaching methods? Rhodes was practicing with a small magic circle in his hand, honing his own skills while he taught the others. No. This is my first time teaching someone, Serie said flatly. She had taught him by demonstrating the spell and having him observe and try to replicate it, over and over, until he got it right. It had been effortless. It was only after seeing how he taught others that she realized how troublesome it could be. Well now. You two are learning quite diligently, Kraft said, walking over and clapping Norn and Eirik on their shoulders. He hadn't tried to stop them from learning magic. For a warrior, learning magic could only make them stronger. He himself didn't have the talent for it, so he had become a warrior monk. But since these two did have the talent, they should make good use of it. That was the main reason he hadn't objected to Rhodes teaching them elven magic. Mr. Kraft, learning magic is so hard. I know the feeling, Kraft nodded. For him, learning magic had been as difficult as climbing to the peak of Manain. But this time, I've come to say goodbye. The war is about to begin. War? Serie asked. What war? The armies of the three races have begun to move, Kraft said casually. The Sky-Winged Scouts have discovered a demon army gathering in the north. The north was where the Great Elven Forest was located. Although the Elven Kingdom and the Great Elven Forest were separate, the latter was the ancestral home of all elves. And they had only split due to a difference of opinion, there was no deep-seated hatred between them. Now that a demon army was gathering and threatening the Great Elven Forest, the allied armies had begun to mobilize. Rhodes's hands stilled, and the magic circle dissipated. Is it a large-scale war? Comparable to the great wars of history, Kraft said, his voice low. So I must hurry back. Serie's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of interest in them. Norn and Eirik exchanged a look. Even though Kraft had spoken casually, they could both sense that this would be a war of unprecedented scale. Mr. Kraft, Norn began hesitantly. He wanted to join the war. Though he knew he would be just an insignificant pawn, he had his own reasons. Staying in the village would do nothing to solve the current predicament of the human race. Before Rhodes had appeared, he had thought that the only way for humans to become strong was to become powerful warriors like the dwarves. But Rhodes had shown him another possibility. As if reading his mind, Kraft patted his shoulder. You two stay here and continue learning magic. This war is not for ordinary people to participate in. Norn was surprised. You're not going with him, he asked Rhodes. He had assumed they would all be leaving with Kraft. Rhodes shook his head. He first glanced at Serie, and after she gave a slight nod, he said, we have another destination, one that is even more dangerous than the war Kraft is fighting in. Their destinations, after all, were the ruins of the Dwarven Kingdom and the Godfall land, both of which were no man's lands for any living creature. Norn felt a sense of relief. In that case, he could wait until he had mastered magic before going on an adventure of his own. But Kraft seemed to have other ideas. Rhodes, I have an audacious request. What is it? Can you take these two with you on your adventure? Rhodes was confused. He had no intention of taking them with him, he had been hoping they would stay and pass on the magic he had taught them. May I ask why? You know how dangerous our destination is, don't you? To be honest, Rhodes already felt a little guilty about Som. After hearing their destination, the dwarf hadn't shown any reluctance, but had instead pounded his chest and declared he would go with them. And from his observations over the past few weeks, Rhodes knew that Som truly wanted to go on an adventure with them. He was a reliable companion. They are both strong, but not strong enough, Kraft said, as if seeing right through to Norn's thoughts. If they want to achieve something great, they need to be tested. His words struck a chord with Norn. Could it be that the two of them? This is not for you or I to decide, Rhodes said. We should ask them for their opinion. Kraft nodded in agreement. I have no objection, Norn said without much hesitation. He looked forward to adventuring with a fellow human like Rhodes. Perhaps, after hearing his own dream, Rhodes would support him. Me too. Seeing the usually cautious Norn agree so readily, Eirik quickly followed suit. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 38, The Beginnings of a Team. Chapter 38, The Beginnings of a Team. It was the 7th day since Kraft's departure, and the 2nd week that Serie and Rhodes had been staying in the village. It's getting crowded, Serie remarked as she and Rhodes sat together by the fire. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but ever since his brief disappearance, Serie had seemed to close the distance between them. Before, she had always maintained a certain space, but now she sat right next to him. So close that when the breeze blew, her golden hair would brush against his arm, making it tickle. What do you mean? Her out-of-the-blue comment had left him a little confused. Our adventuring party seems to have grown. She had thought that her two-person journey with Rhodes would last for a long time. But in just over a month, they had already become a full 5-person team. For an elf like her, it was just the blink of an eye. Indeed. A pity we're missing a priest or a cleric. Then it would be perfect. In Rhodes's opinion, a team without a healer was still lacking something. But their current lineup was already quite good. Once Norn and Eirik had mastered the basic spells, they would officially begin their adventure. First stop, the Dwarven Ruins. Though with their current strength, they would have to explore from the outside in, honing their skills as they went. All the holy scriptures have been monopolized by those Sky-Winged priests. They're the only ones who can use healing and blessing magic. The Sky-Winged were a race created by the goddess herself. Their lives and deaths were in her hands. If the goddess were to ever disappear from this world, the Sky-Winged, along with their holy scriptures, would vanish as well. Do you want to learn the healing magic from the scripture, Serie? Rhodes had tried before to create a healing-type spell with his creation talent, but he had failed. It was as if that type of magic was under some kind of prohibition, one that even his transmigrator's cheat ability couldn't break through. I do, Serie answered directly. Can you create it? Rhodes shook his head, admitting that he couldn't. Serie wasn't surprised. Healing magic comes from the scripture, and the scripture's power comes from the goddess herself. It's normal that you can't create it. This so-called scripture, can other races interpret it? Serie paused at his question. She had never considered it before. The scripture had never been seen outside of the Skywing tribe. Even her own people, the elves, who nominally worshipped the goddess, had never been granted it. I cannot answer that. No one has ever tried. So there's a possibility, then. Looks like we can add that to our adventure checklist. Explore the dwarven ruins, obtain the holy relic. Venture into the Godfall land, obtain a method to kill a god. And now, obtain a holy scripture. These were the goals of his adventure with Serie. But each of these dungeons was more difficult than the last, almost on par with clearing the Demon King's castle. The goddess is not a very approachable being. Serie didn't believe in the goddess. Even Kraft, who had left, wasn't much of a believer, though he didn't show it as openly as she did. If Rhodes were to just waltz up to the goddess and ask for a holy scripture, the most likely outcome would be a divine smiting. That's why we need a spell that can kill a god, Rhodes said with a grin. Holding a sword in your hand and not using it were two different things. Even the proudest of gods would have to bare their soft underbelly when faced with a magic that could kill them. Yes. You're right. Serie smiled as well. Finally, their goals were aligned. The thought made her happy. But she quickly suppressed her smile and resumed her usual cold demeanor. Only Rhodes could notice the subtle changes in her mood. But did you drink your medicine today? Rhodes suddenly asked, changing the subject. He had been giving her a mana recovery potion every day, and he planned to bring a supply with him when they left the village, just in case she ever overexerted her mana again. He would have to make it a bit more concentrated, of course. It would be more bitter, but it was a necessary sacrifice. Hearing his question, Serie's face fell. I don't need it. My mana has already recovered a lot. Now. Be good and listen. We don't want any lasting side effects. Rhodes's tone was like that of a parent coaxing a child. In a way, a pouting Serie was a child that needed to be coaxed. After some more persuading, Serie reluctantly drank the bitter mana potion. And then Rhodes pressed his advantage, saying he was going to bring a supply of it with him on their journey, for emergencies. At his words, Serie's face froze, her golden eyes a mixture of 7 parts panic, 2 parts helplessness, and 1 part defiance. Don't ask how he could tell. When you've spent a lot of time around a fluffy, temperamental kitten, you learn to read the signs. Seeing her adorable expression, Rhodes couldn't help but laugh. Embarrassed, Serie gave him a light kick, though it lacked any real force. For a moment, all was peaceful. Rhodes wished he could stay in that moment forever. Congratulations. You are now officially mages. In their 3rd week, Norn and Eirik had managed to master the light arrow spell. Its power was only about 1/3 of Rhodes's, but when they hit an innocent little tree, it snapped in two. It took us so long just to learn the most basic spell. Who knows how many years it would take to learn that big spell of yours, Eirik said, rolling his eyes. He had been desperate to learn the powerful spell Rhodes had used, especially after Serie had learned it and cast it herself. Her version had been even more terrifying. The space around them had been plunged into absolute darkness for a full second. From the outside, it looked as if all the light in the area had been swallowed by a black hole. And the destructive range of her spell had been even larger than Rhodes's. They had been lucky they had tested it outside the forest, otherwise, the whole forest would have been in an uproar. Even though the Fae were gone, this had once been their home. The human village had also lived here for hundreds of years. They had to protect it. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 39, setting off again. Chapter 39, setting off again. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Serie had made a full recovery, with no lasting side effects. Some also declared that he had stayed in one place long enough. And so, Rhodes made the official decision, it was time to set out on their adventure once more. This time, however, their party had grown by 2. Norion, you be good and listen to the adults while I'm gone, okay? I'll be back. Norn said, giving his sister a reluctant farewell at the village gate. Okay. When will you be back? She asked. Norn was at a loss for words. He didn't know when he would be back from this adventure, or if he would be back at all. But it was something he had to do. He didn't want to just protect this one village. To do more, he had to become stronger. I'll be back when I'm strong enough, he said, crouching down and gently ruffling his sister's hair. And then I'll teach you powerful magic, okay? Serie had told him that his sister also had a talent for magic. But she was still too young to have accumulated enough mana to cast even the most basic spells. Norian's small hand clutched her brother's clothes, her heart full of reluctance, but she still nodded firmly. I'll be waiting for you. Eirik, who was standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Hey, it's not like we're going off to die. Stop acting like we're never coming back, he grumbled. He was laden with a large pack. Supplies for 5 people was no small amount, and the basic necessities alone took up a lot of space. An adventure wasn't something you just started on a whim. It wasn't like deciding to go for a bike ride and just taking off. You had to at least bring your phone, so you could call for a ride home when you gave up. It wouldn't be wrong to say it's a matter of life and death. It's entirely possible we won't be coming back, Serie added coolly, her arms crossed. Even she had accepted the possibility of never returning to the great elven forest when she had agreed to go on this adventure with Rhodes. It seemed that in a larger group, she had a bit of trouble reading the room. Rhodes didn't correct her. He just quickly smoothed things over. All right, it's time to go. After giving some final instructions to a reliable elder of the village, Norn rejoined the party. Bidding farewell to the villagers who had come to see them off, the 5 of them officially began their journey. And so, the legendary party of heroes, long lost to the annals of history, was officially formed. The saint goes forth, the sage seeks to survive, the godslayer slumbers, the one who faces the darkness speaks of death, and the honored one wears a crown of laurels. But for now, the members of the party were unaware of the legends they would one day become. As the village disappeared into the distance, they left the bounds of Glimmerwood, and Som asked, where to first? The ruins of the Dwarven Kingdom, Rhodes said, unfolding his map. If I'm not mistaken, the number of magical beasts there should be much smaller than before. What do you mean? Som was confused. He had heard that the ruins had become a major stronghold for magical beasts. Shouldn't it be teeming with them? Because of the war, Serie explained. According to Kraft, the war between the allied armies and the magical beasts has already begun, Rhodes added. That means most of the beasts have been moved to the front lines. In truth, the world of magical beasts and demons was a chaotic one. There was no demon king in this era. The various demon clans were all vying for power, each one carving out their own territory. But of all these territories, the Dwarven ruins had the largest number of demons, to the point where it was almost like the first demon king's castle. If nothing unexpected happened, the first demon king would likely emerge from among them. I see, Som said, understanding. I heard that the ancient Dwarven forging techniques were also lost in that attack. And to think, that was the very foundation of the Dwarven race. I wonder if they can ever be recovered. From the very beginning of the Age of Myth, the dwarves had been renowned throughout the continent for their formidable forging skills. Countless races had paid exorbitant prices to have them craft powerful weapons. It was even rumored that the dwarves had once forged a weapon capable of harming a god. But with the fall of the first Dwarven kingdom, it was impossible to know if the rumor was true. Isn't your forging technique passed down from master to apprentice, not from a recipe? Rhodes asked. As long as the people were alive, the knowledge shouldn't be lost. Unless, of course, they had used the ancient method of entombing all the craftsmen after a project was completed. But many dwarves had escaped the fall of their kingdom. Were none of them skilled in the ancient forging techniques? Som shook his head. I don't know much about it. Even the axe maintenance skills I have, I learned from the old men. I see. Can outsiders learn your forging techniques? Norn asked tentatively. In theory, no. But in reality, they've been lost for hundreds of years. No dwarf on the continent knows them. Som's meaning was clear. No one could learn the ancient techniques because no one was left to teach them. But, he added, if those techniques were to ever appear in the hands of another race, I don't think the leaders of the Dwarven clans would just stand by and watch. A shadow of disappointment crossed Norn's face. It would be risky if it were the exact original techniques, Rhodes said, giving Norn a smile that seemed to say he knew what he was thinking. So we'll just have to break it down and reassemble it. I doubt those dwarves would be able to tell the difference. His words sparked a flicker of hope in Norn's eyes. Perhaps he should find some time to speak with Rhodes in private. He taught them magic without asking for anything in return, and he even traveled with an elf. Perhaps they shared the same goal. While Norn was lost in thought, Eirik was more concerned with another matter. I hear there's a lot of treasure in the Dwarven ruins. That's right. They say there are statues, dozens of meters tall, carved from gold and encrusted with all sorts of gems. And a treasure vault with a floor paved with gold coins, like an ocean of gold. Gold wasn't a widely used currency in this era, but the dwarves loved the shiny yellow metal, and all sorts of precious gems. When the other races commissioned weapons, they would often pay with large quantities of gold. Wow. Just thinking about it makes my eyes hurt. No matter the era, people were always drawn to shiny things. Even Eirik, who had grown up in a village that relied on barter, was no exception. Is there anything else besides gold and jewels? Rhodes asked. He was more interested in other kinds of treasure. He couldn't carry much gold anyway. That, I don't know. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 40, The First Human Grimoire. Chapter 40, The First Human Grimoire. In this world, the specialized class of spellsword did not exist. A warrior was a warrior, and a mage could only be a mage. So for Norn and Eirik, they would eventually have to choose one path. But neither of them had made a choice just yet. Rhodes could understand. To be honest, he was a little envious that they both had talent in both magic and combat. While their magical talent wasn't on par with his, if they really did manage to become something like a spellsword, he would be truly impressed. Rhodes, there's something I'd like to discuss with you, Norn said, approaching him during a break. Of course. Should we go somewhere else? Serie was sitting right next to him, which was why he had suggested it. No need. This actually concerns Miss Serie as well. Hearing that she was involved, Serie looked up. I'd like to compile the magic you've taught us into a book, so that it can be passed down to future generations. I was just wondering if the two of you would be okay with that. Norn asked, choosing his words carefully. He had been planning this ever since he had started learning magic, but he wouldn't act without their permission. If they both said no, he would drop the idea completely. A grimoire. Rhodes murmured. In this era, most magic was passed down from master to apprentice. The concept of a grimoire, did it even exist yet? He wasn't sure. But Serie's next words answered his question. A grimoire. That's not a bad idea. For Serie to say that, she must have seen or heard of such a thing before. Do you elves have them? No, Serie shook her head. Elven magic is all taught by the elders. We don't bother with things like grimoires. But some races write down their magic for the purpose of trade. This was likely the origin of the first grimoires. But in this era, it seemed the various races had no systematic way of recording things. They would simply write down their most valuable spells to trade for other goods. It was just another form of barter. What do you think? Rhodes asked Serie. He was a little concerned about things like copyright. It was a bit early for such a concept, but if the grimoire Norn created contained elven magic, it could cause problems down the line. After all, a book could be circulated far and wide. Recording your spells should be fine, Serie said, clearly having the same concern. But only if you're willing to share them. The idea of Rhodes sharing all of his created spells was what concerned her the most. Magic was the most precious thing in this era. The dwarves had even accepted grimoires as payment for their smithing services. To give a grimoire to the magic-deficient dwarves was a strange transaction, and might even be seen as an insult by the straightforward race. But the fact that they had accepted it spoke volumes about the value of such a book. I have no problem with it, Rhodes said. After all, magic is meaningless unless it's passed down. If I only created it for my own satisfaction, then what's the point? He had originally created magic to survive in this world, and after meeting Serie, to become stronger. But now, he had a new dream, for his magic to be passed down through the generations. He had planned to spend his entire life teaching his spells to others, whether human or elf, as long as they weren't evil. But now, Norn's proposal had given him another option. What a noble sentiment. Serie chuckled, her tone unreadable. Was it praise, or sarcasm? Rhodes decided to take it as a compliment. But that wasn't quite what she meant. It was a mixture of sarcasm and admiration. On one hand, magic was a special thing to her. She didn't want everyone in the world to be able to learn it. If not for Norn and Eirik's special talent, she would have never even agreed to let Rhodes teach them elven magic. But for Rhodes's sake, she kept her true thoughts to herself. Then it's settled, Rhodes said, clapping Norn on the shoulder. If you have any questions, just come to me. We can start by writing down the basic spells. Norn and Eirik had already mastered his basic spells, like Light and Ignite. That had made his life much easier. Norn nodded solemnly. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Rhodes. On behalf of all humanity, thank you for your selfless contribution. Save your thanks for when you've become a renowned human hero, Rhodes replied casually. Norn's grand declaration on behalf of all humanity had caught him off guard. Thinking about the future of the human race is a bit too much for me right now. Yes, I know, Norn said with another nod. Since leaving his village, this had become his one and only goal. Just then, Serie interjected. Don't forget to credit the source of the magic. She looked at Rhodes. At the very least, everyone who learns from this book should know who created the spells. She didn't want the creator of these spells, Rhodes, to be forgotten. Rhodes chuckled. He had indeed forgotten about that. To have your name remembered by future generations was the dream of every historical figure. And he was no exception. The statues of heroes would crumble with time, but magic would endure. His only concern was that his spells might become obsolete, but that would be 1,000 years from now at least. Unless he lived forever, he would never see it happen. Unless I could live forever. The thought consumed him, and he was lost in a reverie, until Irik's sudden appearance brought him back to reality. He had, at some point, joined them, and was now exclaiming excitedly, "Norn, you're not trying to learn in secret without me, are you? I want to learn too." "You?" Serie raised an eyebrow. "You should master the light arrow first. Every time you cast it, you miss by a mile." Everyone laughed. "That was an accident," Irik said, his face flushing with embarrassment. "Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter." Chapter 41, Participating in History. Chapter 41, Participating in History. The sunlight fell upon their faces. Sam walked over. "What's all the commotion about?" He had been watching from the side, but when he saw Irik join the conversation, he decided to come over as well. "We were just talking about writing Mr. Rhodes's spells into a book," Norn explained. He had already agreed to Serie's request. In fact, he felt it was his duty. Mr. Rhodes's actions deserved to be remembered by future generations of humanity. He would surely be revered as the first great sage of the human race. Sam's eyes lit up. "That's a major undertaking. A grimoire needs to be made of materials that can stand the test of time. I bet the treasury in the Dwarven ruins has something like that. You dwarves collect that kind of stuff?" Rhodes asked in disbelief. The Dwarven treasury seemed to have a bit of everything. Fortunately, Serie knew her history. It's not surprising. It was said that the treasury of the Dwarven kingdom contained all the treasures of the world. That sounds a bit odd. The idea of a treasury containing all the world's treasures felt strangely familiar to him. Norn's expression was thoughtful. "If that's the case, does it contain the grimoires of other races?" Sam thought for a moment and nodded. "It should. That's what the old man always told me, anyway." Norn didn't press the matter further. His question had been answered. The only thing left was to verify the truth in the Dwarven ruins. Rhodes gazed into the distance, his thoughts once again drifting. He was acutely aware that he was participating in the creation of history. Perhaps 1,000 years from now, when future generations read through the great magical texts, they would sing the praises of the ancient sages of humanity who, in the chaotic age of myth, had lit the first spark of human magic. "What are you thinking about?" Serie's voice brought him back to reality. "I was just thinking about what to name the grimoire. The magic of Rhodes." Clearly, our elven miss had no talent for naming things. Rhodes had no intention of using that name. He wanted his name in the author's section, not on the cover. "Try again." "Then how about the Grimoire of God Slaying?" "A bit too over the top. I'm afraid a name like that might get me struck by lightning." The gods were very real in this era. To name your book the Grimoire of God Slaying was a bold move, to say the least. "Fine, then. Think of a name yourself." The elven miss turned her head away. She had come up with 2 perfectly good names, and this ungrateful man had rejected them both. This made our elven miss a little unhappy. Although Serie had withdrawn from the discussion, the others had taken her place. A heated debate over the book's title began. It seemed that this was no longer a project for Norn alone, but a group effort. In the end, Rhodes and Norn, against all other suggestions, managed to settle on a name. Codex of Origin. It would be the first official grimoire of the human race, and it would influence all of humanity for generations to come. As they finalized the title, the warm, golden sunlight fell upon them. Rhodes could almost see it in his mind's eye, the golden light of history itself. "Origin, yes, that fits perfectly," Norn said, repeating the name in a low voice, his fingers unconsciously stroking the blank animal hide parchment he always carried with him. It was what he used for his notes, crude but the best writing material the tribe could provide. But such material would not last for generations. "If you want this book to endure," Serie said casually, "it would be best to use paper made from the hide of a red dragon, with its blood as ink. That way, it will not fade or decay for 1,000 years. "Dragon's blood." Irik's eyes widened. "Are dragons very strong?" Serie sniffed. "The second strongest race in this world. What do you think?" She paused, then added, "But the dragons of today have no fixed settlements. They are mostly solitary creatures. The strongest race in this world was, without a doubt, the gods. The mere fact that their existence was rejected by the world itself was proof of their terrifying power. Second were the dragons. The sky-winged, with their innate ability to fly, were third. And then came the magic-wielding elves and the cunning, insidious demons. So that means every dragon is on its own." Rhodes mused. "Yes. Shall we go kill one?" Serie asked, a new eagerness in her voice. She had never killed a dragon before. The very thought of it sent a thrill through her. We can. Seeing the look on her face, Rhodes had no intention of pouring cold water on her enthusiasm. Besides, in the future, dragons were nothing but trouble for humanity. If they ran into one, they might as well kill it. Hearing his agreement, a smile spread across Serie's face. She could hardly wait to challenge a dragon. With the magic Rhodes had created, she was confident she could even defeat one. The night passed. The next morning, the party packed their things and prepared to leave. Norn carefully put away his initial draft of the grimoire, while Eirik used the spare time to practice the water generation spell Rhodes had taught him. He lost control, however, and ended up splashing water all over his own head, leaving him looking like a drowned rat. Fortunately, the others were too busy to notice, saving him some embarrassment. I think we should write this on the first page, Rhodes said to Norn just before they left. Magic is not just about imitation. One who only learns by rote from a book can never become a truly powerful mage. I understand. Shall we add, failure is the mother of success? Perfect, Rhodes said with a satisfied smile. Norn and Eirik had failed many times when they were first learning. They understood the sentiment well. Innovation and perseverance were essential to becoming a great mage. Rhodes was already imagining a future with a vast and varied array of spells. Serie stood a short distance away, watching them talk. Psalm walked over and followed her gaze. What's wrong? Worried they won't write it well. No. Rhodes will make sure it is written well, she said softly. I was just thinking that this book, it might change many things. Once the humans had this grimoire, she couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of waves they would make in this world. It might even change the world itself, Psalm replied. At that moment, no one could have imagined that this book would become the most important magical text for future generations. Many years from now, when the Codex of Origin was widely circulated in the first human kingdom, when the first human magic academy was founded based on its principles, people would whisper a name in reverence. The first great sage, Rhodes. Guys, we crossed the 450 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Next goal, 600 power stone. Come on guys, you can do it, good luck. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 42, Battle with a Dragon. Chapter 42, Battle with a Dragon. In a vast, open valley, a series of roars echoed. A crimson dragon was skimming the ground, spewing dragon fire from its mouth, its target a single figure fleeing in terror. The dragon let loose another gout of fire. The figure barely managed to dodge, then shouted to the mountaintop in the distance, "Help me. Why are you all just standing there watching?" The figure was, of course, Eirik. After they had settled on the materials for the grimoire, Eirik had boasted that he would slay a dragon himself to prove his strength. This had not sat well with our Miss Serie. If she, herself, wasn't confident that she could kill a dragon, what gave this magic apprentice such confidence? And so, Serie had led the group to the territory of this rather famous dragon, giving Eirik a chance to show off his skills. Looking at him now, it seemed he had bitten off more than he could chew. Is this really okay? Norn asked, a little worried. As the person who had known Eirik the longest, he was naturally concerned for his friend's safety. The mountain of a dragon before them was terrifying enough in its presence alone, and its breath could melt solid rock. He seriously doubted his friend's small frame could take such a hit. Don't worry, Serie said with a glance, her tone dismissive. Rhodes is here. The boy won't die. It was true. Rhodes was currently holding a small magic circle in his hand. If Eirik were to look closely, he would see a nearly transparent magical barrier covering his body. It was an improved version of the elven defensive spell. Rhodes had fixed the bug that only allowed it to defend from the front, added the ability to cast it on others, and even strengthened its defensive capabilities. The price for these improvements was a twofold increase in mana consumption. After hearing Rhodes's explanation, Norn's anxiety subsided, and he even found the time to start giving his friend pointers. Hey! Eirik, here comes the dragonfire. Don't get burned, he shouted, just close enough for Eirik to hear. You bastard. Why don't you come down here and try it yourself? Eirik roared back, managing to dodge another blast of dragonfire on instinct, not forgetting to glare at Norn as he did so. He can still talk back. Looks like he hasn't reached his limit yet, Norn remarked with a grin. Seeing Norn's schadenfreude, Rhodes said a silent prayer for the foolhardy Eirik. By the way, why is the dragon only chasing Eirik? Psalm asked. They weren't far away, the dragon could see them as well. He had even prepared himself for battle, but for some reason, the dragon wasn't even looking their way. Because dragons are very sensitive to auras, Serie explained, a formless mana beginning to coalesce around her. One is an unremarkable, weak creature. The other is an existence that poses a threat to its life. It will naturally choose to deal with the former first. So whose aura is it afraid of? Some asked, the answer obvious. Among them, Serie was by far the strongest. At this moment, she was making no effort to conceal her mana. It was clear who the dragon was wary of. But before Rhodes could answer, Irik's plea for help came again. Mr. Rhodes. A little help here. Since he had been called upon by name, Rhodes prepared to intervene, but Serie stopped him. Why isn't he asking me for help? Seriously? You're going to get jealous over this? Rhodes was a little dumbfounded. Serie didn't intend for Rhodes to stand by and do nothing. She intended to take care of it herself. The mana around her began to solidify, the sheer power of it forcing the others to take a few steps back. She was going straight for her ultimate move. A pillar of light began to form in the sky. It wasn't the light-devouring spell Rhodes had created, that one required time to charge. Serie preferred spells that could be cast more quickly. The Crimson Dragon, which had been chasing Irik, suddenly skidded to a halt. Its massive head turned towards the mountaintop, its yellow eyes fixed on Serie. It had sensed a dangerous presence. Roar. The dragon let out a low growl, abandoned its pursuit of Irik, and, with a powerful beat of its wings, rose into the air. See, Serie smiled. That was not a wise choice. Seeing the dragon finally leave him alone, Irik collapsed to the ground, panting for breath. He swore he would never boast so recklessly again. As the dragon charged towards them, Rhodes quickly told the others to get back, leaving only himself and Serie to face it. The dragon's breath was too dangerous. Only he and Serie had defensive magic that could withstand it. Here it comes. Serie said in a low voice. High above, the crimson dragon spread its massive wings, a torrent of dragon fire gathering in its throat. A moment later, it unleashed its fiery breath. Faced with a magical attack that could actually harm it, the dragon had chosen to strike first. This was its territory, and it would not spare any intruders. It had only chased Irik first out of instinct, to deal with the weakest one. The dragon fire and Serie's pillar of light collided, erupting in a dazzling burst of fire. In the next second, the pillar of light pierced through the stream of dragon fire and shot towards the dragon. The dragon beat its wings, barely managing to dodge the attack, and let loose another blast of fire. As a fire dragon, its breath was its magic. It could be used multiple times, and its power was immense, much faster to cast than Serie's ultimate spell. But it had overlooked one crucial detail: Serie was not fighting alone. Rhodes quickly cast a spell, and a triple-layered magic barrier rose in front of them. Som hefted his battle-axe, and Norn drew his long sword. His own magic wasn't yet proficient enough to be cast at a moment's notice, but he could still fight as a warrior. The triple barrier managed to withstand several blasts of dragon fire. Seizing the opportunity, Serie unleashed her light arrows to their absolute limit. Hundreds of golden arrows shot out at her command, raining down on the dragon. The dragon roared and let loose its fire, not a single blast this time, but a continuous stream, forming a pillar of crimson fire in the sky. The pillar and the golden arrows collided in midair, exploding in a blinding light. The dragon fire that was knocked from the sky fell to the ground, melting the surrounding rock into a molten slurry. Irik scrambled away from the center of the battle. This is insane, he said, wiping the soot from his face, his clothes soaked with cold sweat. But he still got to his feet and ran back towards the fight. He had to be a part of this. Yo guys, trying something new. For every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 43, Slaying the Dragon. Chapter 43, Slaying the Dragon. While the dragon was distracted by Serie, Rhodes seized the opportunity. He unleashed his plant magic, and countless thick vines burst from the earth, shooting into the sky and coiling around the dragon like giant pythons, dragging it down to the ground. This gave Norn and Som the chance to attack. The dragon began to struggle, and in a matter of moments, the vines binding it started to snap. Som. Now. The dwarven warrior seized the moment, leaping into the air and bringing his battle axe down on the dragon's side. Clang. The axe met the dragon's skin with a sound like steel striking steel. Upon closer inspection, Som's blow had only left a white mark on the dragon's scales. Damn it, these scales are too tough. Som retreated, frustrated. No wonder dragon scales were the best material for armor, even in their raw state, they could block most attacks. Norn followed up, aiming for the dragon's wings. He managed to land a blow, leaving a shallow gash. The dragon's wings were not covered in scales and were much more vulnerable. Rhodes immediately noticed this. Attack its wings, he shouted to Serie. Hearing him, a spear of light immediately condensed in her hand and shot towards the dragon's wing. Her attack was far more powerful than Norn's. The dragon was caught off guard, and the spear pierced straight through its wing. The intense pain made it let out an even louder, more deafening roar. But a single spear was not enough to completely ground the dragon. Still, now that they knew its weakness, the fight became much easier. Norn and Som worked together to keep it occupied, while Rhodes and Serie led the main assault, a relentless barrage of light spears and arrow rain aimed at its wings. Even the dragon's desperate blasts of fire were of no use. Its wings were soon riddled with wounds, and with blood raining down to the earth, its massive body crashed to the ground. But it wasn't dead yet. The fight was not over. The fallen dragon let out a mighty roar. It had never imagined it would ever be so grievously wounded. It had slaughtered countless weaker creatures and destroyed who knows how many villages and tribes, and had fought many battles. But it had never been pushed this far. And it was all because of these two despicable mages. Their magic was too strange. The overwhelming rain of light arrows, the magical barrier that could withstand its own dragon breath, it had never seen anything like them. The dragon's eyes, full of a palpable killing intent, were fixed on Rhodes and Serie. But Serie showed no fear. If she was afraid of a mere dragon, how could she ever hope to kill a god? The dragon began to move its mountain of a body, a searing, crimson aura radiating from it as it charged. So it's coming at us with a dragon charge, is it? Rhodes cursed inwardly and threw up a magic barrier, hoping for a repeat of the "stop the dragon charge" maneuver. But the barrier, which had withstood its dragon breath, was now as fragile as paper. The moment it made contact with the dragon's body, it shattered. Seeing this, Rhodes's eyes widened in shock. He scooped up Serie and started to run. Norn and Som also scrambled to get out of the way, but they were still thrown to the ground by the searing shockwave of the dragon's charge. Eirik, who had just arrived, skidded to a halt. It's in its mana-release state. Serie immediately recognized the dragon's condition. She had done something similar when she had killed the demon and its minions. She had completely unleashed her own mana. It seemed the dragon was now pouring all of its mana into strengthening its own body. It's going all in, Rhodes said, looking at the dragon, its pupils now contracted into thin slits. The entire valley trembled with its charge, and rocks began to fall from the surrounding cliffs. Even the air temperature had risen significantly. All right, then. If it's going all in, so are we. Rhodes set Serie down. Buy me some time. Serie knew instantly what he was planning. Your power isn't enough. We'll do it together. With their long-standing tacit understanding, they acted as one. A modified defensive magic barrier rose from the ground, and with their combined power, they created a massive wall in front of them, a wall that, like the great steel walls of history, managed to halt the dragon's charge. But the dragon wouldn't just give up. It gathered its mana once more in its maw, and unleashed a torrent of fire, a torrent that was no longer just fire, but a terrifying stream of crimson magma. Even their magic barrier began to show small cracks under the assault. And Rhodes and Serie's spell was still charging. The space around them was slowly being consumed by darkness, not in an instant, but in a gradual, ever-expanding void. We're running out of time. Rhodes said, his heart pounding as he watched the cracks spread across their barrier. To ensure a one-hit kill, they had to maximize the spell's power, which meant they needed more time. But time was something they were short on. But they were a team. They still had their companions. Som and Norn attacked from the side, forcing the dragon to stop its breath attack and turn its attention to them. But in doing so, it left an opening for Eirik. He charged forward with a long sword identical to Norn's, leaped into the air, and brought the sword down on the dragon's neck. With a full-force blow, and the fact that the dragon's neck was not completely covered in scales, he actually managed to land a significant wound. The price was his own longsword, which shattered on impact. His and Norn's swords were just ordinary weapons, a far cry from Som's specially enchanted dwarven-made axe. Scalding dragon blood gushed from the wound in the dragon's neck. In its pain, it violently shook its head, sending Eirik flying. Norn rushed forward and caught him, and the two of them rolled across the ground. And at that exact moment, Rhodes and Serie's spell was complete. The space around them had been completely consumed by darkness, their figures hidden from view. The dragon seemed to sense a mortal threat, but before it could escape, a beam of light shot out from the darkness and pierced straight through its scale-covered chest. Time seemed to stand still. The dragon froze, its movements suspended. It felt no pain, the flesh and nerves around the wound in its chest, along with its very life force, had been completely incinerated. And then... boom. The delayed explosion of the light pillar spell kicked in. The dragon's body exploded from the inside out, sending burning fragments scattering in all directions. And so, the dragon, a creature of some renown even in the age of myth, was dead. Yo guys, trying something new. For every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 44, Treasure Hunting Time. Chapter 44, Treasure Hunting Time. Looking at the remains of the dead dragon, Rhodes let out a sigh of relief. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. He had poured almost all of his mana into that last spell to maximize its power, not to mention the mana he had spent blocking the dragon's breath. He didn't have a single drop left. Beside him, Serie noticed the weariness on his face. She lowered her head, her thoughts unreadable. For some reason, Rhodes felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Across from them, Som and the others came running over. The shockwave from the massive explosion had left them in a rather disheveled state. Norn, who had seen the beam of light appear and had quickly ducked behind a large rock, was mostly unharmed. Som and Eirik, however, had been less fortunate. They had been thrown to the ground, tumbling several times, and were now covered in dust. But their dishevelment couldn't hide their excitement as they approached the dragon's corpse and began to inspect it. Ah, a pity it's all in pieces. These scales are pretty much useless, Som lamented, looking at the scattered remains. He had been hoping to use them to craft a simple shield for himself. He didn't know the more advanced forging techniques, but he could do some basic work with the innate dwarven skill for smithing. But now it seemed his plan was ruined. At most, he could only collect a few scales as a souvenir. Is there anything useful left in this mess? Eirik asked, looking at the dragon's head, of which only half remained. We should at least collect the dragon's blood, Norn said. He took a simple water skin from his pack, intending to collect the blood from the corpse, but the hide was immediately burned through. It seemed that even in death, the dragon's blood was still incredibly hot. This was a problem. Norn was frustrated. Without the dragon's blood, they couldn't make the fate-resistant ink. And the blood that was spilling out was already beginning to evaporate, a painful sight for him to watch. Is there any way to collect it, Serie? Rhodes asked. He didn't want all their efforts to be for nothing. Serie shook her head, indicating that she didn't have a good method either. But then, as if remembering something, she said, we could check its lair. Dragons have a habit of collecting treasure. We might find something useful there. They didn't hesitate and immediately headed for the lair in the depths of the valley. The spacious lair was filled with all sorts of colorful minerals, but the most eye-catching thing was a small mountain of various gems. There were also some gold coins mixed in, similar in style to the one Amuro had given him. I guess the dragon used these gems as its bed, Norn speculated after a close inspection of the pile. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Eirik asked in disbelief. The gems were all different sizes. Just looking at them made him cringe. He couldn't imagine what kind of strange preference a dragon would have to use them as a mattress. Who knows? I've only ever heard stories about dragons. Serie, who was at the front of the group, walked right past the colorful minerals and gems and went to an inconspicuous corner where a pile of armor and weapons lay. They were all rusted and clearly hadn't been maintained. Some were even partially destroyed and completely unusable. What's this? Rhodes asked, walking over to inspect the pile. Elven bows, dwarven armor, sky-winged long swords, these are the equipment of those who died at the hands of this dragon, Serie said. She picked up an elven longbow. The crest on its handle was completely unrecognizable, worn away by time. The bowstring had long since rotted away, and only the bow itself, made of a special wood, remained. Should we take it? No, she said, putting the longbow down. It's meaningless. Magic is superior. She was just a little sentimental. If those elves had used powerful magic instead of these flimsy bows, would the outcome have been different? But alas, not every elf could use magic. Those who couldn't either became powerful warrior monks like craft or archers, giving them at least some combat ability. Then let's leave them to rest in peace. Rhodes also abandoned the idea of rummaging through the pile. A quick glance was enough to tell him it was mostly junk. The equipment of those who had been killed by this dragon was probably not very good to begin with. The classic novel trope of an adventurer falling to a dragon and leaving behind a legendary holy sword for the protagonist to find was not something he expected to happen to him. And what would he even do with it? He wasn't some white-bearded old man, wielding a magic staff in one hand and a holy sword in the other. Just then, Som, who was rummaging through the pile of gems, suddenly found a small, glowing metal box. Ah! What's this doing here? In theory, the pile should have been nothing but gems and minerals. He had just been looking for some valuable materials, but he hadn't expected to find a treasure chest. It was a silver-white box, about the size of a palm. Rhodes tried to open it but couldn't. A magical seal. Serie noticed the traces of mana on the box. Let me try. She took the box and, using the simplest and most direct method, forcibly broke the seal. With a soft click, the box sprang open. Inside was a small piece of black ore. They all looked at each other, unable to understand what was so special about the dark, unassuming rock that it deserved to be kept in a sealed box. Som had never seen such an ore before. In the end, they decided to just take the rock and use the box to collect the dragon's blood. The box, made of a special metal, was able to withstand the heat. They left the dragon's lair. Rhodes had picked out a few beautiful gems. Som had filled a large bag with precious minerals, though his own forging skills were terrible, so who knew what he planned to do with them? Eirik was carrying a bag full of gems and grumbling, so can we actually trade these for anything or not? I don't know. We'll have to try, Norn said. He hadn't taken much, just a few gems and gold coins in his pocket, a stark contrast to Eirik. As for Serie, she had taken nothing. There was nothing in the dragon's lair that she wanted. She had simply wanted to accomplish the feat of killing a dragon. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 45, half for you. Chapter 45, half for you. Rhodes, time to drink your medicine. Please don't use such a strange line. It's a little creepy. Looking at Serie, who was holding a bowl of medicine with a smile on her face, Rhodes's eyebrow twitched. He was just sitting here, he wasn't bedridden. How had he ended up in this particular scene? He had no idea where she had come up with that line, but it had left him completely at a loss. After the dragon fight, Rhodes had used up all his mana and was now in a temporary state of mana exhaustion. It wasn't as severe as Serie's had been, he would probably recover in a day or two. The diminutive elf, however, had seized the opportunity to brew him a mana recovery potion. And the green-colored herbal concoction she had made could hardly be called a soup, it was as thick as porridge. He could only imagine how many herbs she had packed into it to get it so thick. She's getting back at me, isn't she? Rhodes had good reason to suspect her, especially with that malicious grin on her face. To think, his little Grand Master could hold such a grudge. He took the potion. Though he knew it would be bitter, it was still a kind gesture, and it would help him recover his mana faster. But I'll remember this, he thought. For now, I'll let her have her fun. But she'll get what's coming to her. Seeing him down the potion, Serie eagerly awaited his reaction. To her surprise, even after he had drunk half the bowl, his expression hadn't changed at all. Impossible. She remembered the taste of the herb clearly, it was a bitterness so intense it could numb her tongue. If Rhodes hadn't always given her a sweet fruit to chase it down with, she would have never drunk the vile stuff. Why don't you find it bitter? She asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Bitter. I think it's quite sweet. Not bitter at all, Rhodes said with a smile. Serie was skeptical. Did he use magic to change the taste? Rhodes was always surprising her with little spells she had never seen before, so it was a reasonable suspicion. But she hadn't noticed the cunning glint in his eye. Why don't you try some? I recall you used a lot of mana today as well, he said, offering her the bowl. She took it, still hesitant as she looked at the impossibly green liquid. She knew how bitter it was, and this one was a double dose. But Rhodes had acted as if it were nothing. He must have invented some new spell, one that could turn bitterness into sweetness. Convinced by her own reasoning, she took a sip. In the next second, she spat it all out. Puffed. Rhodes, who had been expecting this, quickly dodged to the side. Norn, who was preparing dinner nearby, was less fortunate. A spray of green liquid hit the cuff of his trousers, leaving a large stain. Hey, that stuff is precious. Please don't waste it, he sighed. It was a good thing he hadn't been standing closer. Sorry. Rhodes walked over and cast a small cleaning spell, and the stain on Norn's trousers vanished. Across from him, Serie's face was contorted in a grimace. So bitter, she said, glaring at him angrily. She was no fool, she knew he had tricked her. That fleeting, cunning human. You lied to me, she said, the tips of her ears turning red with anger. She raised her hand to throw the rest of the potion at him. Wait. Didn't you hear Norn? That stuff is precious, Rhodes quickly interjected. Serie lowered the bowl. He was right. It was precious. They had only brought a small amount of the herb with them. And though Rhodes could use his rapid growth spell, this particular herb, unlike the wild fruit, required a great deal more mana to grow, sometimes even more than the potion itself would restore. It couldn't be wasted. Then you drink all of it, she said through gritted teeth, shoving the bowl back into his hands. Rhodes didn't mind. He had drunk plenty of bitter Chinese medicine in his past life. This was nothing. But then, an idea came to him. He took the bowl and went back to her. Then let's share it. You used a lot of mana today too, after all. Serie took a cautious step back. Trying to trick me again? No, for real this time. A faint glow appeared at his fingertip, and the green liquid in the bowl neatly split in two. He took out another bowl and poured half of the potion into it. She had used a lot of mana, she deserved her share. He did have a small, selfish motive as well, though. Serie took the bowl. She wanted to refuse, but she did need to recover her mana as quickly as possible. When she saw him wince as he drank his half, she knew for sure that he had been pretending before. How boring. Though her words were dismissive, she began to take small sips of her own potion. It was clear Serie didn't know the trick to drinking Chinese medicine was to down it in one go, small sips only prolonged the bitterness. But this time, she didn't spit it out, though her brow was deeply furrowed. Seeing this, Rhodes pulled a bright red berry from his pocket. Serie took it instinctively, a gesture that had become a habit between them. The sweet and sour juice washed away the bitterness in her mouth. But then, as if realizing something, she looked down at the berries left in her hand, then held a few out to him. "For you." The elven girl looked at him, a rare softness in her golden eyes. Rhodes was stunned. For some reason, he was deeply touched. It was like the feeling of your grumpy little kitten growing up and finally bringing you a mouse it had caught. "If you don't want it, fine," she said, about to retract her hand. She didn't know why she was sharing her berries with him. Perhaps it was because he had also drunk the bitter medicine. "Of course I want it." Rhodes quickly took the berries. For some reason, neither of them spoke after that, just ate their berries in silence. Nearby, Eirik, who had been watching them, leaned over to Norn and whispered, "Don't you think there's something going on between those two?" Norn looked up and glanced at them. "They're just good partners. Then you can share your soup with me later. We're partners too, after all. In your dreams. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 46, The Beast-Headed Village. Chapter 46, The Beast-Headed Village. With the materials for the grimoire now collected, the next step was to prepare them. Making ink from dragon's blood wasn't difficult. Serie knew the method, having overheard it from an elder in the great elven forest. But she didn't know how to make paper that could last for 1,000 years. However, on their journey, they came across another village. The residents were a kind of beast-headed people, with humanoid torsos and limbs but the heads of wild animals. They were intelligent and could communicate. Using the common language of this world, they were able to get permission to stay in the village for a night. "You want to make dragon hide paper?" An elderly leopard-headed man was hosting them. Norn had taken the opportunity to ask if he knew the method for making dragon hide paper. And, as luck would have it, he did. "I only heard of it from another race, to be honest," the old leopardman said. "Dragons are incredibly powerful. Their fire alone is something no one can withstand. It's unthinkable that someone would dare to use their hide to make paper." He didn't think for a moment that the seemingly weak group before him had actually killed a dragon. He just assumed it was the idle curiosity of an outlander. Of the 5 strangers before him, besides the elf and the dwarf, he had never seen the other 3 races before. They had the same bodies as his own people, but they had no fur, not even on their faces. Their bare skin was exposed. If not for their rounded ears, he might have mistaken them for elves. From the old leopardman's explanation, they learned that they needed a special plant to make the dragon hide paper. Even the hide of a dead dragon still retained a terrifying residual heat. If you were to write on it directly, the ink would just evaporate. You needed to use a type of frost attribute vine to neutralize it. The actual process was somewhat similar to the paper-making Rhodes remembered from his own world, involving soaking the vine in water and pounding it to a pulp. The dragon's hide, of course, couldn't be pounded, so it had to be soaked in the vine pulp water until the residual heat had completely faded before the next step could begin. And where can we find this frost vine? That, I do not know. Perhaps you could ask the tribes to the north. That kind of vine usually grows on the snowy mountains there. Rhodes was in a bind. Their journey was to the west, towards the Godfall land. The dwarven ruins were to the northwest. "Why don't we go north to find the frost vine first?" Norn suggested. "Now that we've collected the dragon's blood and hide, we can't just let them go to waste." He had his own selfish reasons for the suggestion, and the others could see it, but they didn't call him out on it. After all, they had all agreed to this undertaking. Som scratched his chin. That would be a long detour. The dwarven ruins are to the northwest. If we go north first, it will add at least half a year to our journey. This was a vast world. For an ordinary person to explore it completely would take at least a decade, or even several. Unless, of course, you had some special ability, like the sky winged who could fly, which could greatly shorten the travel time. "It's too far," Serie said flatly from the side. She didn't mind the half-year journey, it was the distance itself that she disliked. Seeing that she had made her opinion clear, the others fell silent. After a moment's thought, Rhodes spoke up. "Frostvine isn't the only frost attribute plant. Perhaps another type of plant could be used as a substitute." Norn's eyes lit up. He was right. The purpose of the frostvine was to lower the residual heat of the dragon's hide. In theory, any other plant with the same effect should work. There were many other tribes and villages to the northwest. Surely someone among them would know of such a plant. If that's the case, Serie mused, ice magic could achieve the same effect, but she didn't know any ice magic. Perhaps Rhodes could create some. He was, after all, full of surprises. The old leopardman listened to their discussion, a look of surprise on his face. "Honored guests, did you truly slay a dragon?" Dragons were incredibly ferocious creatures. And after the crucible of the War of the Gods, which had lasted for thousands of years, every dragon that had survived was a renowned and powerful warrior. Most creatures were lucky to just get out of their way. Who would dare to challenge one? Eirik grinned and pulled a relatively intact dragon scale from his pack. He hadn't been the main damage dealer, but he had been the best tank. The dragon had chased him for a full 15 minutes, spewing who knows how many blasts of fire at him. He had thought he was a goner, but when the dragon fire had grazed him, he had felt nothing at all. Looking closely, he had seen a faint magical barrier around his body. Mr. Rhodes had taken precautions. With a newfound surge of confidence, Eirik had decided to stop running and fight back. But in the next second, the dragon's attention had been drawn to Serie's aura, much to his disappointment. The yellow fur on the old leopardman's face trembled violently. He was clearly in a state of shock. That is the scale of an adult red dragon. The scales of dragons were highly recognizable, there was hardly a race on the continent that didn't know them. Seeing their incredible strength, the old chief's attitude immediately became much more respectful. Honored dragon slayers, please, come this way. We will provide you with a better lodging. In a small village like this, every house was a home, and there were rarely any spare rooms. So Rhodes's party had, as usual, made camp in the open, with only a tent for Serie. Now, hearing that the old leopardman was offering them a room, they naturally wouldn't refuse. They moved into a spacious dwelling. The old leopardman even had the villagers bring them various fruits and the meat of some unknown animal. After hearing of their feat, the villagers all looked at them with a newfound reverence. They no longer dared to stare openly. When they had first entered the village, they had been surrounded by the curious villagers. These beast-headed people had never seen humans before, and even elves were a rare sight. But now, seeing the respect their strength had earned them, Rhodes didn't ask for anything more. He simply thanked them for the room. He was not one to abuse his power. Yo guys, trying something new. For every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 47, The King and the Sage Walk Together. Chapter 47, The King and the Sage Walk Together. After leaving the beast-headed village, the group continued to the northwest. Norn and Eirik's magic improved rapidly, they could now skillfully use the light arrow spell, though they had yet to learn the more advanced tracking and light pillar spells. But it was then that the two of them made two completely opposite decisions. Norn, are you sure about this? Rhodes asked, his voice serious. Just a moment ago, Norn had declared that he would not be learning any more advanced magic. Yes, I've made up my mind. May I ask why? Rhodes didn't understand. In his opinion, Norn had the makings of a powerful mage. It might take him decades, which was nothing for a long-lived race like the elves, but for a human, it was a lifetime. But it would be worth it. A powerful mage appearing among the weak human race would surely leave a deep mark on this age of myth. This doesn't seem like a decision you would make. After their time together, Rhodes had thought he understood Norn. He was a bit like himself, always thinking about the future of humanity in this world. But he was also different, more thoughtful and considerate. Their paths were destined to lead to different outcomes. It was like a king and a sage walking together. And Norn, with his natural ability to manage his village, had the makings of a king. Our human lives are too short. I don't have the luxury of time to become that strong. Rather than making a name for myself, I want to make the human race known to the world, so that we are not just curiosities to be stared at, like in that beast-headed village. And not everyone can learn advanced magic. So I will master the basics and teach them to as many people as I can. Rhodes smiled. It was not a mocking smile, but a genuine one. And what if you find other humans with the same talent for magic as you? Will you only teach them the basics? If humans only know the basic spells, they will only go from a weak race to a noteworthy one. It won't change our situation, will it? And if we do not have our own strength, how will you resist the oppression and bullying of other races? Norn, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree with you. If you want to prove yourself, then defeat me. Go against the will I am forcing upon you, and walk your own path. Rhodes had his own selfish reasons. He wanted Norn to become stronger. Not everyone could make basic magic into something more. This wasn't the future, where basic spells had countless variations. This was the age of myth. And with their shared vision and Norn's potential strength, they could do more to help the humans of this era. For Norn to give up on becoming a powerful mage, it was something Rhodes could not allow. And so, he had used a forceful tone. It was clear to anyone that the chances of Norn defeating him were slim to none. Rhodes was stronger than anyone in their party except Serie. All he lacked was an accumulation of mana and combat experience. Even Serie had noticed that he was getting stronger, and that he might even surpass her one day. So for Rhodes to make such a demand, Norn knew it was impossible. He would have to convince him. I am not giving up on becoming stronger, Mr. Rhodes. I will still walk the path of a warrior. You know that my magical talent is not as great as Irik's. It is better to choose a path with more open sky. Oh, I see, I see. So you are going to betray me, betray the noble profession of a mage, to become a warrior with nothing but useless muscle. Rhodes said in a strange, theatrical tone. Norn wanted to laugh, but he held it back. If Mr. Kraft had heard that, he would have surely shown Rhodes the numerical beauty of a warrior. A mage? Nothing but a glass cannon. Norn took a deep breath and looked him straight in the eye. Mr. Rhodes, I am not betraying the path of a mage. I am trying to make it possible for more people to become mages. There was a limit to one person's strength. It wasn't difficult to become a capable warrior, but it took time to become a powerful mage. That didn't mean warriors were inferior. It was just that mages grew stronger over time, their mana pools increasing, allowing them to use more, and more powerful, spells. But a warrior's potential was limited by the human body. And Norn's own talent was already clear, he would never become a monster of pure stats like a certain blue horse. As for advanced magic, there's still Irik. His talent is greater than mine. He will surely become a powerful mage. To place your hopes on others is not a wise move. But he is not just others. He is my friend, and my partner. Is he not? Rhodes now understood Norn's thinking. He didn't want to dedicate all his energy to becoming a powerful mage himself, but rather to study the fundamentals of magic so that he could make it easier for other humans to learn. He had overlooked that. Thinking back, from the very beginning, with the creation of the grimoire, he had been working towards this goal. This was a well-thought-out plan. First, create a grimoire for humanity. Then, master and refine the basic spells, improve the grimoire, and make it easier for people to become mages. And if they wanted to go further, it would depend on whether they could understand the first 2 lines of the book: magic is not just about imitation, but innovation, and failure is the mother of success. And even if they couldn't, Irik, with his advanced magic, would be there to support them. It seems you and Irik have made your choices. Yes. He will continue on the path of a mage. The children have grown. They have their own lives now. Mr. Rhodes, please refrain from using such strange analogies, Norn said with a polite smile. Just call me Rhodes. I understand what you mean. So he is like me, Norn thought to himself. Only someone like him could understand so quickly. To be honest, Norn had felt that his request was a little presumptuous. Rhodes had been willing to teach him magic for free, and now he was saying he didn't want to learn anymore. It was a complete slap in the face. But fortunately, Mr. Rhodes was a good person. But just as Norn was finishing his thought, the good person Rhodes threw him another curveball. In that case, Norn, let's found a nation for humanity. Norn. Yo guys, trying something new for every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 48, let's found a nation. Chapter 48, let's found a nation. Mr. Rhodes, did I mishear you just now? Norn didn't understand how the conversation had leaped to this point. He had just expressed a simple desire, one that he shared with Rhodes, to teach magic to more humans. Why had that suddenly turned into founding a human nation? How had things escalated to this? You heard me right, Rhodes said, his voice firm. He didn't know how the first human kingdom had been formed in the world of Frieren, but that wouldn't stop him from making it happen. To found a kingdom for humanity. It would be the first human kingdom on this continent. The ideal nation. Are you insane? Serie could no longer restrain herself and stepped out from behind a nearby tree. What? Done eavesdropping. Rhodes had already spotted a lock of her golden hair. Now that she had revealed herself, he couldn't resist a bit of teasing. It was fine for her to hear this, he had been planning to ask for her help anyway. Ahem, I was just passing by, Serie said, refusing to admit that her curiosity had gotten the better of her. But are you serious, Rhodes? Of course I am. And we'll make Norn the king, and the 2 of us can be the great sages. The title of First Human King was certainly tempting, but Rhodes didn't have the courage to take on that responsibility. To found a nation, to become its king, it meant being responsible for every human on the continent. Rhodes was no saint. You. Serie narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing him. What are you really planning? She didn't see him as a saintly figure. He was a good person, yes, and he had been willing to teach his magic to his own kind without any conditions. But he was far from a saint. And what he was proposing now was nothing short of a saint's work. Rhodes held up his hands, an innocent look on his face. I just think that since Norn wants to teach magic to more humans, we might as well found a human nation. That way, we can systematically pass down the knowledge, and humanity can have a sanctuary of its own. The shock finally wore off, and Norn was able to speak. Mr. Rhodes, this is all so sudden. He had never dared to dream of such a thing. Of all the races on this continent, there were only 5 major nations, and one of them, the Dwarven Kingdom, had already fallen once before. It was clear how difficult it was to found a nation. Territory, people, an army, the logistics were daunting. Just thinking about it made it seem impossible. Leaving aside what it takes to found a nation for a moment, Serie said, "How will you get the other races to recognize you?" To found a nation, you needed, at the very least, the recognition of the other races. Otherwise, conflict would be inevitable. Have you ever heard the saying, when you are strong enough, whatever you do, people will find it reasonable? But you are not strong enough right now, Serie said, dousing him with a bucket of cold water. It's fine. I can wait. I can afford to wait 20, even 30 years. Besides, in my world, sometimes a single city can be called a nation. A single city is hardly a nation. Serie couldn't imagine such a thing. A nation with only one city, if that city were to fall, the entire nation would be finished. The Dwarven Kingdom had fallen because their capital had been conquered and the entire royal line had been wiped out, leaving the other clans leaderless. A city-state was not the same thing. All we need is a name, a banner to rally under. A kingdom of humanity that will unconditionally accept all humans and offer them sanctuary. In time, the people and the army will follow. Norn now understood Rhodes's meaning. Humans were scattered across the continent in small, isolated settlements. By raising the banner of a human kingdom, they could attract them all to one place. And over time, that one city would become a true nation. But isn't the world too dangerous for humans right now? I'm worried that. He was worried that even if word of their new nation reached other human settlements, people would be too afraid to make the journey. The world was a dangerous place. An ordinary person stood no chance against a magical beast. How could they cross the vast, dangerous lands to reach them? If fear kept them from coming, then all their efforts would be for nothing. That's why we have to teach them magic, isn't it? Rhodes said, clapping him on the shoulder. And so, destiny had come full circle. I understand. Norn said, looking at him with admiration. To think that this man had already thought so far ahead, he felt a little ashamed of his own short-sightedness. But, making me a king? Norn said with a wry smile. He wasn't sure he could handle such a responsibility. It's all right. Believe in yourself. You're the most suitable person among us. But. Norn was still hesitant. If you really don't want to do it, then we'll make Serie the queen. An elf as the king of a human nation, does that sound right to you? Serie was confused. How had the conversation suddenly turned to her? Before she could speak, Rhodes continued. Or I could do it. I'll just be a figurehead and delegate everything to you. How does that sound? What's the difference between that and me being the king? Norn muttered. Serie just gave Rhodes a look that said, "You're such a selfish man." Rhodes just shook his head, pretending he hadn't heard her. The elven miss really needed to work on her insults. They were completely ineffective against him. If she had wrinkled her nose in disgust and called him a scoundrel or something, he might have even been a little pleased. Not because he had such a fetish, but simply because it would have been an amusing expression to see on her face. So you see, he continued, in the end, you're the one who has to be the king. Don't worry, Serie and I will support you. No. I haven't agreed to that yet. Serie was getting a little flustered. Why should she help someone else become a king? There was no point in that. You will, Rhodes said, leaning close to her ear. The proximity made her skin tingle. Norn didn't know what he had said, but he saw the expression on Serie's face change from reluctance to contemplation. Her pupils constricted slightly, and her hands began to unconsciously fiddle with the hem of her clothes. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 49, The Power of Imagination. Rhodes's words were like the whispers of a seductive demon, making Serie tingle not just on the outside, but on the inside as well. She had to admit, his proposal was exactly to her liking. She had no reason to refuse. Well. What do you think? Rhodes asked, a grin on his face. Serie turned her head away, her voice barely a whisper. The tips of her long ears trembled slightly. Norn, who had witnessed this exchange, was now not only curious about what Rhodes had said, but also filled with a new sense of hope. If even Serie had agreed, then perhaps this insane plan of theirs really could be realized. He took a deep breath. If we're really going to do this, we'll need a more detailed plan. It seems our future king is already preparing for his ascension. Don't mock me, Mr. Rhodes. I just think, Norn said with a wry smile, that instead of running around like a headless chicken, it's better to have a well-thought-out plan. Then you're going to be a very busy man. Rhodes's meaning was clear. Norn would not only be responsible for creating the grimoire, but also for planning out the details of their grand, insane scheme. Rhodes would only provide a general direction, and Serie, aside from combat and magic, wouldn't be involved at all. It would all be up to him. This was the duty of a king, a duty that would leave him utterly exhausted. I know. And now I'm suddenly glad that I gave up on learning advanced magic. Yes. Now you'll have more time to accomplish this. It might just take a lifetime, Norn said. He was already preparing himself for a long, arduous journey. Rhodes knew what he was thinking. Spreading the knowledge of magic to all the humans on this continent would take time. And after the founding of their nation, spreading the word to other humans would also take time. A long, long time. So long that he himself felt a pang of desire for eternal life. He might act nonchalant, but the thought of seeing everything he had worked for come to fruition, of seeing a future where humanity finally had a place on the world stage, it made him not want to die. But how could he achieve immortality? Could magic do such a thing? Rhodes didn't know, but that wouldn't stop him from trying, in secret, without telling anyone. The three of them sat together, the sunlight bathing them in its warm glow. In the history books of the future, it would be written, the king, the great sage, and the elf sat together. The great sage spoke at length, the king added to his words, and the elf sat in silence, her eyes fixed on the sage. And when the seeds of hope had grown strong, the wind would carry their ideal to every corner of the world. Wait, Norn suddenly said, what will we call our nation? The ideal nation, Urson, Rhodes said without hesitation. Or we could call it the ever-present utopia, Urson. An ever-present utopia. Serie repeated softly, then shook her head. There is no such thing as eternity in this world. The same goes for nations. Believe in miracles, Serie. Belief requires no reason. Rhodes's words were familiar. Serie remembered him saying something similar before. She fell silent, not wanting to argue. I think it's a good name. The ideal nation, Urson, Norn said. The founding of their ideal nation was still a distant dream. For now, their primary goal was to become stronger. You want me to create ice magic? Rhodes didn't understand why Serie would suddenly make such a request. I was thinking that if all we need to do is cool the dragon's hide, then ice magic should work just as well. What do you think? Can you create it? She asked, a little uncertain. She knew there were limitations to his creation magic. He couldn't just create a new spell with a flash of inspiration, like a god. He needed some kind of prerequisite. But she still wanted to see what kind of surprises this man could pull off. Ice magic. I've never tried that before. Before he had met Serie, the spells he had created had been for the purpose of survival. And after meeting her, he had been focused on improving her spells and making them stronger. He hadn't tried to create any other elemental magic. You should try. You can't just be a one-trick pony. I don't even know where to begin. At Serie's insistence, Rhodes began his attempt to create ice magic. Day 1, with Som's help, he found a mineral similar to saltpeter and successfully made ice. But for some reason, Serie kept insisting that this was not the kind of ice magic she was looking for. Day 4, Rhodes tried to create ice magic by using the principle of cooling water until it froze. But Serie, after seeing it, had only one thing to say, and it left him speechless. Why do you have to cast a water spell before you can cast an ice spell? It was like one of those ice and fire duo characters where the fire guy needed a lighter to use his powers, while the ice guy could just create ice out of thin air. It was a clear power disparity. But he was getting sidetracked. Setting aside his scientific approach, Rhodes decided to rely on the power of imagination, just like when he had inexplicably created his fire-starting spell. Day 10, Rhodes went to the stream alone. He had a theory. If his experiment was successful, it might just be a major breakthrough for his magical path. A magic circle unfolded in his hand, and the temperature around him began to drop. Tiny ice crystals started to form in the air. Not enough. Just lowering the temperature would make him nothing more than a giant air conditioner, and he wanted more than that. He put his hand in the water, and a faint glow appeared at his fingertips. The stream began to freeze at a visible rate. He could even see the small fish, frozen in place under the ice. The initial experiment was a success. He then began to try to form an ice spear in the air. The small ice crystals began to coalesce into a long, thin spear. It was much smaller than Serie's light spear. He then sent it flying across the river, where it struck a small tree. The spear exploded on impact, and a shower of ice crystals completely encased the tree in a layer of ice. Did you succeed? A voice said from behind him. Rhodes turned around, a small ice crystal appearing in his palm. It seems so. The power is decent, but it's too slow, Serie said, raising an eyebrow at the frozen tree. It had taken him several seconds to cast the spell, a lifetime in a real battle. But he saw that she was smiling. Clearly, she was pleased with his little surprise. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 50, Serie's suspicion. Chapter 50, Serie's Suspicion. Serie had originally intended for Rhodes to create all sorts of magic, which he would then teach to her. That way, she could learn the magic of every race in the world, and even magic that didn't exist in this world. But she quickly abandoned that idea. It had taken him half a year to master ice magic and then teach it to her until she, herself, had a basic grasp of it. Time was passing far too quickly. Their first meeting felt like it was only yesterday. It was then that Serie realized that she would never be able to learn all the world's magic from Rhodes. His lifespan was simply too short. For the first time, she felt a sense of helplessness at the fleeting nature of life. She looked at Rhodes, who was sparring with Eirik in the distance, a complicated expression in her eyes. Of course, the two of them were completely unaware. Ha ha ha. Rhodes, take this. Eirik, who had been diligently practicing his magic, could now skillfully use the light arrow spell. Combined with his agile movements, even Rhodes couldn't defeat him instantly. He cast a spell, and 3 light arrows shot towards Rhodes in a triangular formation. Unlike Rhodes and Serie, who preferred to win with sheer numbers, Eirik seemed to favor the brute force approach. The 3 light arrows contained several times the destructive power of a normal one. Rhodes, however, calmly put up a 2-layered magic barrier. The arrows exploded against it in a brilliant display of light. The first layer was quickly broken. Rhodes was a little surprised. How much mana had Eirik poured into those arrows? Wasn't he worried about running out? Fortunately, the second layer of the barrier held. Seeing this, Eirik laughed and leaped into the air, a spear of light condensing in his hand. Try this on for size. When did you learn that? Rhodes's eyes widened. The kid had been holding out on him. The spear of light shot through the air towards him. Rhodes didn't hesitate. He threw a light spear of his own. The 2 spears collided, and following the age-old principle of, in a beam struggle, the one on the left always loses, Eirik's spear was quickly dispersed, while Rhodes's continued on its path. Serie, take down his magic barrier. Rhodes shouted, not even looking at her. He was clearly annoyed that Eirik had been hiding such a powerful spell. If he hadn't been careful, he could have really been caught off guard. And by caught off guard, he meant he could have lost the sparring match. They both had magic barriers cast on them by Serie, which was the main reason Eirik had dared to be so reckless. Serie nodded and dispelled Eirik's barrier. Hey. You're gonna kill me. Eirik quickly threw up his own barrier to block the incoming spear. This is what you get for holding out on me. Now dodge. And try not to die, Rhodes said. He raised his hand, and a dense volley of light arrows materialized in the air. He had to teach this kid a lesson, or he would get too arrogant. Seeing the arrows, Eirik's face turned pale. In the next second, they were all speeding towards him. He quickly rolled to the side, but the arrows rained down, leaving a series of craters in the ground around him. Rhodes. Are you serious? He shouted, scrambling to his feet, seeing that the arrows had not lost any of their power. Why didn't you hold back just now? The fact that Eirik had broken through his barrier meant that he had been at full power, not holding anything back. Ahem, I just thought that with your strength, I wouldn't be able to win if I didn't go all out, Eirik explained with a sheepish laugh. Too late. You can talk to my arrows now. Rhodes's voice was merciless. The arrows rained down again. Eirik immediately threw up another barrier, barely managing to block the volley. He was about to get up, but he found that the hem of his clothes had been pinned to the ground. A single light arrow had somehow managed to pierce his barrier with pinpoint accuracy, pinning him in place. That's called tactics, Rhodes said, walking over. In a real fight, you have to pay attention to every single one of your opponent's attacks. A single lapse can lead to your defeat. The magic circle on his hand was still active, he was clearly preparing another attack. Eirik swallowed hard. Wait. I give. Before he could finish, he suddenly felt a frost spreading up his leg. It was a cold that seemed to seep into his very bones. There's more. Eirik looked up in shock and met Rhodes's cunning gaze. A double whammy, Rhodes said with a snap of his fingers, and the frost immediately melted away. His ice was quite cold, he didn't want to accidentally give Eirik a cold. From a distance, Serie watched the scene unfold. She noted the fluid way Rhodes had combined his spells, switching between the 2 elements without any hesitation. To be able to master the use of 2 different elemental magics in just half a year, she thought to herself, a complicated look in her eyes. At this rate, will I even be able to beat him? But that can't be right. She was an elf, and he was just a human with a lifespan of less than a century. She would only grow stronger with time, while he would not. But then why do I feel so uneasy? Serie didn't know what was wrong with her. Perhaps she was sick. Just then, a movement from Rhodes broke her train of thought. She saw a flicker of mana around him, a sign that he was casting a spell. But for some reason, she couldn't tell what kind of spell it was. Was it her imagination? Get up, Rhodes said, extending a hand to Eirik, who was still sitting on the ground. Eirik took his hand, but as soon as their palms touched, a wave of weakness washed over him, and he sat back down with a thud. Strange, why do I suddenly feel so drained? The smile on Rhodes's face froze for a moment, and a flicker of panic, which he quickly concealed, crossed his eyes. You probably just used too much mana in the fight. You'll be fine after a rest. Eirik thought that made sense and didn't give it another thought. He got up and walked over to Norn, who was preparing their meal. Hey, Norn, what's for dinner? After Eirik had gone, Rhodes's smile faded. But when he turned his head, he saw that Serie was watching him. What is it? He asked, forcing another smile. Nothing. Though she was suspicious, she didn't say anything. Yo guys. Sorry for delay, I forgot to drop the extra chapter yesterday, so I'm uploading it now and we only need 20 more power stone for next extra chapter. Good luck guys and thank you. Chapter 51, there is no such thing as eternity. Chapter 51, there is no such thing as eternity. That evening, under the pretense of keeping watch, Rhodes went to a spot not far from the camp. Under the moonlight, he carefully examined the changes in his body. He had always been full of vitality, so it was difficult to notice any increase, but he had prepared for this. He created a magic circle and, using an improved version of his detection spell, observed the changes within his own body. So it really works, he murmured, his voice a mixture of complex emotions. He remembered what Serie had once told him about a special kind of magical beast that could plunder the mana of other races and make it its own, something like the star-sucking great art from the wuxia novels of his old world. And that had led him to a question, could other things be plundered as well? Things like lifespan. He had started with the most basic of experiments, transferring the life force of a healthy blade of grass to a withered one next to it. He had done it all in secret, without even Serie noticing. There were always moments when he was alone on their journey, whether hunting or scouting, and he had plenty of opportunities to conduct his experiments. And he was fortunate that in the world of Frieren, magic was a power of the mind, a power of imagination. With his imagination and his creation talent, he could create such a spell. After numerous experiments, he had moved from plants to animals. And today, on a whim, he had used the spell on Eirik. Because of the brief contact, Eirik had only shown a slight loss of vitality, nothing serious. But it was proof that his magic worked. But with it came a price. Just as Serie had said, the demons that could devour mana would eventually have their souls tainted, lose their reason, and in the end, even their bodies would collapse. And Rhodes's spell had a similar corrupting effect. Even with only a brief use, the corruption had already begun. Though it was slight, he could feel it. He couldn't quite explain the effect. If he had to make a comparison, it was like a certain hero of justice who wanted to eliminate all evil in the world. Not the red-haired one, but the other one. He had held onto a righteous ideal, but over a long time, his body and soul had become corrupted, and in the end, he had become a mere collection of obsessions. And if he were to use the spell to achieve immortality, his end would be the same. And that was not the kind of immortality he wanted. Sigh. He suddenly envied Serie and her near-eternal life, her freedom from the worries of a finite lifespan. But her immortality had come at the cost of her emotions, a trade-off he wasn't sure he could make. It was like that age-old question, if an immortal being, after countless eons, loses all emotion, is that immortality truly worth having? The answer was probably as subjective as whether or not you put sugar in your scrambled eggs. Everyone had a different opinion. Crack. The sound of a twig snapping made him quickly school his features and turn around. An elf stood before him in the moonlight. What's wrong? Can't sleep, he asked with a forced smile. What are you doing? Serie had been about to tell him to get some rest. She could just cast a few more alarm spells, as long as they didn't run into a beast that could mask its presence, it would be fine. But he hadn't been by the fire. She had used a little magic to find him and saw him standing here alone, lost in thought. Just bored. Training my mana a bit, Rhodes said, offering an irrefutable excuse. Serie found it a little strange, but she didn't press the matter. She walked over and stood beside him. The moonlight on her face gave her a kind of ethereal beauty, and he couldn't help but look at her a little longer. She looked up at the stars and, remembering their previous conversation, said softly, "Do all you humans like to stare off into space at night? I always see you doing that." "Maybe I'm a special case," Rhodes said with a smile. He used his magic to conjure an ice crystal rose. While the flower had a special meaning in his old world, here, he had just made it because he thought it was beautiful. Seeing the flower, a kind she had never seen before, Serie reached out and took it. "It's beautiful." "Is it?" "In my homeland, it has a special meaning." "What meaning?" she asked, tilting her head as she felt the cold of the rose in her palm. "A kind of eternal, unchanging feeling." He didn't elaborate. People who tried to talk to elves about love usually didn't have a good end, and he had no desire to have his name become an epic. Eternal. Serie chuckled. Look. A wisp of mana appeared in her hand, and the ice rose began to melt, water dripping through her fingers. Just as ice melts into water, there is no such thing as eternity in this world. What she meant was that no race, neither human nor elf, could exist forever. Even the elves, with their near-infinite lifespans, could still die from various causes. In the great elven forest, there were only a handful of elves who had survived from before the Age of Myth. But in Rhodes's eyes, her action was a cold and unfeeling commentary on his own fleeting existence. A strange emotion, one he had never felt before, rose up in him. It took him a long time to suppress it. Your words are quite hurtful, Serie. I'm a little hurt, you know, he said, his tone light and teasing. It was a little sentimental, but it was the only way he could keep that strange emotion from creeping into his voice. His words seemed to fluster her. That's not what I meant, she said. She did want to spend more time with him, to learn more magic from him. Had he misunderstood her? Her small face was a picture of conflict. I'm sorry, she said tentatively. Why is it a question? And where I come from, when you apologize, you have to show. Rhodes stopped himself. If he finished that sentence and she took him seriously, things would get complicated. Show what? Serie asked, looking at him with a puzzled expression. She rarely apologized to anyone and didn't know what one was supposed to do. Nothing. Rhodes smiled and ruffled her hair until it was a complete mess. Don't touch my head, you mere. Serie mumbled, but she didn't resist. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 52, Material for a Holy Sword. Chapter 52, Material for a Holy Sword. This thing is new. Brand spanking new. In a large dwarven settlement, or rather, a dwarven town, an old dwarf held a black ore and proclaimed as much. This was one of the 8 major dwarven clans, and the first city that Rhodes's party had encountered. In the Age of Myth, most races lived in small settlements. A town like this was a rare sight. Could you be a bit more specific? This isn't an antique roadshow. Rhodes was at a loss for words. What was this dwarf even talking about? He was starting to feel like he was on some kind of appraisal TV show. The black rock in the dwarf's hand was the one he had found in the dragon's lair. He had figured that the dwarves, being master smiths, would be able to identify it, so he had sought out the old dwarf before him. It seemed this particular dwarf was quite famous in the town. When he had asked for the best smith, everyone had pointed him to this workshop. It's an eternal ore, the dwarf said, his voice trembling with excitement. I haven't seen one of these in who knows how many years. And in such pristine condition. It's as if it was just mined. What is it used for? A weapon or a suit of armor forged from eternal ore will not be eroded by time, not even after 1,000 years. Perfect. The material for the hero's holy sword is secured. Rhodes couldn't believe it. He had just been idly thinking about it before, and now he had actually found the material. For real. Eirik was in disbelief. He couldn't imagine that such a plain-looking black rock could possess such a miraculous power. Of course it's for real. The dwarf was clearly a little annoyed by Eirik's doubt, his beard bristling. Outlander, sell me this ore. I'll give you whatever you want. Sure. Rhodes's reply surprised everyone, but the old dwarf was instantly overjoyed. Then give me a few dozen grimoires, Rhodes said. The smile on the old dwarf's face froze. If he had asked for a powerful weapon or some precious gems, he could have provided them. But he didn't have any grimoires. What use would a dwarf have for such things? Well then, it seems we have no deal, Rhodes said with a mock sigh, pretending to take back the ore. The old dwarf was now in a panic. Outlander, do you know how precious eternal ore is? Only we dwarves know how to work it. For you to have it is a complete waste. Don't worry, Rhodes said, pointing a thumb behind him. One of my companions is a dwarf. The old dwarf followed his gesture and saw Som, who was admiring the wares in the workshop. Where's his beard? What kind of a dwarf has no beard? His words made Som feel a little awkward. That's none of your concern, Rhodes said coldly, cutting him off. If there's nothing else, we'll be going. Wait, the old dwarf stamped his foot in frustration. There's another way. Since he couldn't buy the ore from them, he would have to try a different approach. The old dwarf's reaction was exactly what Rhodes had been expecting. He was very familiar with the art of negotiation. And what way is that? I can forge this eternal ore for you. But I have my doubts about your skill. What if you ruin my ore? Rhodes said, feigning reluctance. Are you looking down on me, you whelp? Even on a global scale, I am confident that my skill is second to none. Seeing that the hook had been set, Rhodes didn't hesitate. In that case, I'd like to commission you to forge this ore into a sword. Serie, who had been standing to the side with her arms crossed, added, a holy sword that can be infused with, and store, mana. The old dwarf's eyes widened. You have a lot of nerve. Do you know how difficult it is to forge a holy sword that can be infused with mana? Even Som's battle axe didn't have such a function. His axe had been forged with a mana-infused ore, which was why it had a special explosive ability. But that was completely different from what Serie was asking for. She wanted a sword that could be filled with mana, which it would then store, and release in battle. Something like a certain holy sword from another story. Didn't you just say your skill was unmatched? Or can you not do it? Rhodes goaded. His taunt was clearly effective. Who says I can't do it? Give me a month. The more powerful the weapon, the longer it took to forge. The legendary weapon of the Dwarven Kingdom, the one that could harm a god, was said to have taken nearly a decade to create, using a variety of precious minerals, with eternal ore being just one of them. But there was no way to know if the legend was true. But, the old dwarf said, looking Rhodes and his party up and down, are you even worthy of using a holy sword? Of the group before him, only the elf looked powerful, and she was clearly a mage, not a warrior. As for the others, the blonde human and the beardless dwarf looked like they might be warriors, but he couldn't tell how strong they were. Faced with the old dwarf's skepticism, Eirik puffed out his chest defiantly. What? You don't believe in our strength, he said, pulling a dragon scale from his bag. A dragon scale. The old dwarf immediately recognized it as the scale of an adult red dragon, and his attitude softened considerably. I would have never guessed. You all are incredibly strong. He rubbed his rough hands together. But the holy sword you require is an extremely complex piece of work. It will require many more materials. He trailed off, but his eyes kept darting to the dragon scale. He clearly wanted it as payment. As long as you can forge the sword we described, the scale is yours, Rhodes said. But these materials are all very precious. Clearly, the old dwarf wanted more. An adventurer who could kill a dragon must have a great deal of treasure. What a greedy old man. Rhodes cursed inwardly, but before he could speak, Norn stepped forward. And these gems as well, he said, taking out a small bag of glittering gems. He hadn't brought that many with him, he had taken them from Eirik's bag. He ignored Eirik's silent protest. They had finally found someone who would accept these gems as payment, and they had to make use of the opportunity. He had no desire to carry these pretty but useless rocks on his adventure. Guys, we crossed the 300 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Next goal 450 power stone, come on guys, you can do it, good luck. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 53, Forging the Holy Sword. Chapter 53, Forging the Holy Sword. The old dwarf's eyes went wide. He took the bag of gems with trembling hands and carefully examined the quality of each stone. His own treasury had only a few gems that could compare. Truly, the treasure of a dragon. Good, 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 he said, repeating the word 3 times in his excitement. This payment is more than enough. With these gems, all the materials and effort he would put into this sword would be well worth it. But I have one more condition, Norn added. I want to be able to choose some weapons and armor from your workshop. The old dwarf hesitated. Seeing this, Norn continued, this is enough to cover your material costs and labor, and much more. Am I not right? Norn was well aware of the value these ornate gems held for the dwarves. He was not one to be taken advantage of, which was why he had given the dwarf a whole bag of gems instead of just a few. It had all been part of his plan. His shrewdness made Rhodes nod in approval. Norn was truly beginning to walk the path of a king. For some reason, that phrase felt strangely familiar to him. In the end, the old dwarf agreed to Norn's condition. The payment we've offered is more than generous, Serie added coldly, an invisible mana beginning to coalesce around her, creating an intense pressure. I'd better not see you trying any tricks, like substituting the ore. The old dwarf swallowed hard and quickly waved his hands. Of course not. I swear on my honor as a dwarf, I will forge this holy sword with all my skill. If the payment had been less, he might not have put his full effort into it. But they had not only provided the precious eternal ore and dragon scale, but also a bag full of magnificent gems. He would pour all of his energy into forging this sword for them. He carefully put away the gems and the scale, then looked at Rhodes, hesitating for a moment. But, to forge a holy sword that can store mana, I need one more key ingredient. What is it? Rhodes asked. A crystal that can store mana. You don't have one. Not at the moment. I only ever use them when making magical items, and I don't keep them in stock. The dwarven forging techniques included the creation of magical items, but this old dwarf mostly forged weapons and armor. He rarely made magical items, so he had no reason to stock mana crystals. Besides, they were quite expensive. He couldn't afford to keep materials for something he might not even forge once a year. He only ever started forging when he had the necessary materials. Are you asking me to go find one? After paying so much, they still had to find their own materials. He felt like some unfortunate schmuck from a fantasy novel, begging an alchemist to make a pill for him, not only having to provide all the ingredients and pay a hefty fee, but also having to accept that the process might fail. It was just unfair. Well, you could wait. A dwarven merchant caravan will be coming to this town in about a year. You can buy a mana crystal from them. The old dwarf looked a little embarrassed. He was just missing this one material. He hadn't expected the elven mist to request a sword that could store mana. He had never forged a weapon with such a feature before. Or, we could just skip the mana storing function. I can add some other special abilities. No, Serie said, refusing flatly. That is the one thing I will not compromise on. It must be able to store mana. The old dwarf wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. The cold, unyielding elf made him nervous. I understand. Then how about we wait a year for the caravan to arrive, and I'll forge it for you then? Rhodes frowned. A year was too long. It might be nothing to Serie, but he wasn't willing to wait that long. As the atmosphere grew tense, Som suddenly poked his head out from the back of the workshop. See if there's one in here, he said, walking over and dumping a large bag of colorful ores onto the ground. He had taken them from the dragon's lair, and now the old dwarf could identify them. The old dwarf was stunned once again. Is that sand gold? Its hardness far exceeds steel. The best material for a weapon. And such a large mana crystal. No, it's too pure, and that star blue color, this is a top-grade crystal, capable of storing a massive amount of mana. Rhodes's expression finally relaxed. So we have all the materials now. In his heart, he wanted to thank that dragon. It had given them money, materials, and even its own blood and hide for their grimoire. It was truly a great dragon. Yes, the old dwarf nodded, but then a troubled look crossed his face. But, to activate the mana in the crystal, a mage needs to infuse it. A light arrow instantly materialized at Serie's fingertip. Are you doing this on purpose? First it was not enough materials, then it was a mage. He had just been boasting about his skills, and now he was saying he needed their help. No, the old dwarf quickly backed away. That's a requirement for forging a weapon that can store mana. The same goes for any magical item. Rhodes looked at Serie thoughtfully. So that means we do it together. Seeing that the old dwarf wasn't lying, Serie dispelled the light arrow. All right, Rhodes said. As one of the only two mages in their party, he couldn't very well refuse. Looks like we'll be staying here for a while, and we've got some work to do. That night, the group settled in the dwarven town. There were no inns to be found, so they ended up buying a house from a dwarf at a hefty price. Since they would be staying for at least a month, they needed a place to rest. This made Rhodes once again curse the greedy dwarves under his breath. Why couldn't they be more like Som? He was a dwarf, but he lacked all of their typical flaws and was only driven by a desire for honor. In their new house, Serie stood by the window, gazing at the brightly lit smithy in the distance, lost in thought. What's on your mind? Rhodes asked, handing her a cup of hot tea. The dwarves' weaving skills were terrible, but at least they had proper houses, which was a nice change from camping in the wild. Serie took the cup, the warmth of it relaxing her a little. I was just thinking that once the holy sword is forged, you can use its mana storing function to help improve your own mana. Rhodes was surprised. I see. So you think this holy sword is for me? Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 54, Designing a Magic Staff. Chapter 54, Designing a Magic Staff. Surely, it is for you. Serie turned her head, a little confused. In her eyes, the fact that Rhodes had sought out a dwarven mastersmith and commissioned a holy sword meant that it had to be for himself. Although, the idea of a mage wielding a holy sword was a bit strange. But if it was Rhodes, she was sure he would surprise her with it in some way. Well, it is now. Rhodes had originally just wanted to have a holy sword forged. After all, they had the materials and they weren't short on money. Carrying a holy sword would complete their hero's party cosplay. He had never really intended to use it, at most just to complete the look. He was a mage, after all. A mage wielding a holy sword in close combat, that just seemed wrong. And he didn't have the monstrous stats of a true hero, he wouldn't be able to bring out the sword's full potential. But with Serie's request for the added feature, a new idea had sparked in his mind. Perhaps he really could make himself a curry stick. The traditional method of improving your mana by constantly casting small spells is too inefficient, she explained. So you can use this sword instead. By just pouring your mana into it, you can achieve the same effect. The best way to increase your mana was to use it, to deplete it and stimulate your body's latent potential. And now, this sword had that very same effect. And in a pinch, the stored mana could also be used for some unexpected purpose. Rhodes was touched that she had considered this for him. The child has grown up. In that case, he said, how about I have a magic staff made for you? He had never seen Serie use a staff, but he remembered from the original story that mages needed one to cast magic, including Frieren herself. Could it be that the magic staff hadn't been invented yet in this era? What is that? Serie's words confirmed his suspicion. A long staff with a mana crystal at the tip. It helps mages cast spells and maintain a balance between different kinds of magic. I have no need for such a thing. Serie felt it would be useless to her, but she was still curious. But you can have one made and show it to me. Rhodes didn't press the matter. If she didn't want it, he or Ira could use it. All right. I'll talk to the old dwarf tomorrow. Making a magic staff shouldn't be too difficult, or at least, a simple one shouldn't be. As long as he didn't ask for some ridiculously overpowered, arrogant water dragon king level staff, it should be possible. The next morning, Rhodes went to the old dwarf's workshop early. The old dwarf, whose name was Durrell, was directing his apprentices in the construction of a special magic furnace for Rhodes's holy sword. The furnaces in his workshop weren't hot enough to melt the eternal ore, he needed a special one. If Rhodes hadn't been paying so well, Durrell would have never gone to such lengths. Seeing him, Durrell came over. Mr. Rhodes, are you here to activate the mana crystal? No, I have another commission for you. Rhodes took out a piece of rough paper, a design for a magic staff he had drawn last night. It was crude, but the design was clear enough. This is. The old dwarf took the sketch and squinted at it. A strange construction. A mana crystal at the tip, and magic runes carved on the shaft. Is this thing called a magic staff? Yes. Can you make it? I can, but what's it for? Is it for storing mana? I don't need that function for now. One weapon that could shoot energy beams was enough. Rhodes wanted this staff to be simple. He pointed to the drawing. The shaft should be made of a light but sturdy material. Light enough for a little girl to lift. A magic staff was for casting spells, so it had to be light. He didn't want it to be so heavy that it looked like a bludgeon. In that case, it won't take long. But I'll still need you to activate the mana crystal. The mana crystal they had was of a high purity and large enough that they could spare a small piece for a magic staff. Durrell was quick, and the request wasn't very difficult. In just one day, he had the staff made. All that was left was to set the mana crystal at the tip. Mr. Rhodes, are you ready? Yes. Rhodes handed him the already activated crystal. It was glowing with a faint blue light, though Durrell had said that was only temporary, the glow would fade soon. It would only reappear when it was infused with mana. By the way, what do you do if you need to make a magical item but there's no mage around? We have other methods, Durrell said, carefully setting the crystal as he spoke. He pointed to a strange device nearby that looked like a large oven. That's our dwarven mana resonance device. We can use special minerals to generate mana, and with the right runes, it can also be used to activate a crystal. Then why do you need mages? Rhodes was confused. If they had that thing, why had he just spent the better part of a day activating the crystal himself? Wasn't that redundant? Durrell laughed awkwardly. That thing only works for ordinary magical items. The activation process is too slow, and the mana isn't very pure. Hearing his many explanations, Rhodes had a feeling the old dwarf was still hiding something. Is there another reason? He asked tentatively. Like, it's too expensive. Of course not. Durrell protested, but under Rhodes's increasingly friendly gaze, he finally admitted in a small voice, well, yes, that is also a factor. So you can make it all on your own. Rhodes said thoughtfully. That's right, but... He lowered his voice, a crystal activated by a mage is several times more effective. It was only after a more detailed explanation from Durrell that Rhodes finally understood. The mana crystal they had was of such high purity that if the dwarves were to try to activate it with their own methods, the cost in minerals would be astronomical. And the mana wouldn't be as pure, which would mean the finished holy sword wouldn't be able to hold as much. Considering all these factors, Durrell had decided to have Rhodes activate the crystal himself. It was definitely not about cutting costs. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 55, the first magic staff in history. Chapter 55, the first magic staff in history. Rhodes glared at Durrell. When this holy sword is finished, you will upgrade the equipment of everyone in my party, and I will pretend I never heard any of that. The old dwarf's face immediately fell. Upgrading the equipment of a whole party was a costly endeavor. Just upgrading the armor and battle axe of the beardless dwarf would take a considerable amount of effort, to say nothing of the others. The only small comfort was that upgrading a mage's equipment was relatively easy, he could just make them a few magical items. Mr. Rhodes, that's a bit too. I'll give you another dragon scale. They had managed to salvage 7 or 8 intact scales from the battlefield. It wasn't nearly enough for a shield or a full suit of armor, so they might as well use them as payment. It was a win-win. It was just a shame they had been in such a hurry, their minds focused only on killing the dragon. Their spells had been at full power. If he had known, he would have focused more on piercing attacks, aimed for its head, instead of blowing its body to bits. Hearing the offer of additional payment, the old dwarf immediately shut his mouth. After a quick mental calculation of the pros and cons, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Just then, Serie appeared silently at the workshop's entrance. What are you two doing? Seeing the evening sun falling on her shoulders, Rhodes realized that he had been here all day without noticing. Activating the mana crystal had taken more effort than he had expected, he hadn't even noticed the time fly by. Durrell flinched, almost dropping the finished staff. Lady Elf. We were just making the, magic staff Mr. Rhodes designed. Serie walked into the workshop. She had come over out of curiosity, wondering why Rhodes hadn't returned. Now, hearing that the staff was already finished, she wanted to try it out. She took the simple staff and examined it closely. It was very light, she could lift it easily, and it wouldn't interfere with her movements in battle. It was clear Rhodes had designed it with a mage's physical strength in mind. A beautiful blue crystal was set at the tip, and the shaft was made of a grayish-yellow wood that was hard to the touch and made a crisp sound when tapped. It's made of Xian ironwood, Durrell said proudly, stroking his beard. It may be light, but its hardness is no less than that of steel. Only a master dwarf like himself could have crafted a staff of Xian ironwood in a single day. An ordinary dwarven craftsman would have spent half a day just processing the wood, to say nothing of the later work. Hearing his boasting, Rhodes also examined the staff in Serie's hand. He was curious about this wood that was as light as a feather but as strong as steel. In some countries, it would be the perfect building material. Serie paid no attention to the old dwarf's boasting. She ran a finger over the runes on the staff, a slight frown on her face. Did you design these magic runes as well? Dwarves couldn't have come up with such runes, only a mage could have designed them. I did, Rhodes admitted. You did. Serie was surprised. But I never taught you. I reverse engineered them from the magic you taught me, he continued. Is this what it means to be a genius? Even though she had been prepared for it, Serie was still shocked. To be able to understand the principles of her magic was one thing, but to be able to reverse engineer them and design the corresponding magic runes, this man's talent was truly frightening. Could it be that he is not human, but the reincarnation of some god? But Serie didn't let her thoughts show. She simply used her magic to modify the runes. This one can be replaced. It will make the mana flow more smoothly. After finishing her modifications, she infused the staff with her own mana, feeling the change it brought. It really did work. She could cast her spells much faster. Was that? Durrell said, having watched her cast the spell, an elven secret art rune. He had seen an elf cast such a spell a long time ago, inscribing runes on a piece of equipment. But he had been just an apprentice then and hadn't been able to get a close look. Yes, Serie said, openly admitting it. She then tossed the staff to Rhodes, a move that confused Durrell even more. As she left, she turned and added, "Don't work too late." Her tone was like a wife reminding her husband not to stay out too late socializing. But she was probably just saying it out of concern for her companion. At least, that's what Rhodes thought. After she had gone, Durrell rubbed his hands together excitedly. Amazing. A magical item tuned with an elven secret art. It will surely be a masterpiece. The elven secret art runes came from the very core of elven magic. They were rarely shown to outsiders. Durrell was confused. What was the relationship between the Lady Elf and Rhodes, that she would entrust him with a magical item inscribed with her secret art runes? He was a dwarf, he couldn't understand them. But Mr. Rhodes was a mage. He could learn them, and he could leak them. Wasn't she worried? Pushing his questions aside for now, Durrell said, "Shall we see how it works?" Rhodes gripped the staff and infused it with his mana, then tried to cast a simple, light spell. Voom. A blinding ball of light instantly appeared, much faster than when he usually cast it. And the mana required to maintain it was about a third less. The effect is quite good, he said, looking at the staff with satisfaction. It not only speeds up the casting, but also reduces the mana cost. He would have been happy with just the faster casting speed, he hadn't even designed it that carefully. But to also reduce the mana cost, it was a pleasant surprise. It might have something to do with the mana crystal you provided, Durrell said with a laugh. Such a high-purity crystal is a rare sight. And of course, the Lady Elf's modifications also helped. Outside the workshop, Serie hadn't left. She was leaning against the wall. Hearing the exclamations from inside, a small smile appeared on her face. As expected, this man was always full of surprises. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 56, Accepting a Quest. Chapter 56, Accepting a Quest. Life in the dwarven city was a bit dull. You couldn't expect the dwarves to have the same kind of entertainment venues as the humans of a later era. This place was mostly just forges and pubs, with the occasional shop selling dwarven-made tools and equipment, none of which held much interest for Rhodes. Besides, he didn't much care for the dwarven wine. He had an aversion to the red wine of this era, as the brewing methods were rather unappetizing. And while the dwarves also had a distilled liquor, its alcohol content was far too high, almost on par with the spirits of his old world. Few in their party could handle more than a second cup, and one of them was allergic to alcohol. But, fortunately, there were some scattered magical beasts in the area. When they were bored, they would go out and hunt them to improve their skills, and in the process, they earned the goodwill of the city's dwarves. A group of powerful adventurers clearing out the surrounding monsters for free was bound to make a good impression. That morning, they made their way to a canyon outside the dwarven city. According to the dwarves, a pack of rock-scale beasts had taken up residence there. They had incredibly hard scales, and ordinary weapons could barely scratch them. And to make matters worse, they often attacked the dwarves who came to mine in the area. Besides the magical beasts, there were many other strange creatures in this world, including the dragon they had slain. But unlike the magical beasts, which were useless, these creatures often yielded valuable materials. The scales of the rock-scale beasts were the best material for making shields, and the dwarves had even offered to pay them to deal with the problem. And so, their party had become something like a group of NPCs from an adventurer's guild, accepting quests. The feeling was not unpleasant. Hiding behind a large rock, they observed the pack of rock-scale beasts in a nearby cave. Their only weakness is the center of their abdomen, Serie said, taking on the role of commander. As the only one in their group who had ever heard of these creatures, the task had fallen to her. It's not covered in scales. Rhodes, you can aim your spells there. Do their scales have any magic resistance? Why don't I just aim for the scales directly? Rhodes thought. Why go to all that trouble? The only magic-resistant creatures they had encountered so far had been the scale fiend in the swamp and the amalgamated monster the demon had created. Most creatures couldn't withstand a single volley of his light arrows. Perhaps it's to keep the scales as intact as possible. After all, isn't our mission to get more scales? Norn suggested, and Serie nodded in agreement. Som, you'll be the one to draw their attention. Som nodded. Other than Rhodes and Serie's magic barriers, his own defense was the strongest. And now that Rhodes's improved barrier could be cast on him, he was even tougher. Eirik, your magic isn't strong enough, so you should aim for. Rhodes, with his current strength, could probably just blast these beasts to bits, but Eirik was not yet at that level. He still wore a long sword at his hip, a clear sign that he hadn't given up on the path of a warrior just yet. Serie had intended to give him some specific instructions, but the impatient Eirik had cut her off. Don't worry, I get it. Just watch me. Serie huffed, annoyed at being interrupted. A small light arrow shot out from her fingertip and hit the ground in front of Eirik. Do not interrupt me when I am speaking. She had never been particularly friendly to anyone other than Rhodes. The only reason she was even bothering to speak to Eirik was because he was a member of their party. And he had just cut her off. Naturally, she was a little annoyed. Sensing his imminent doom, Eirik shot a pleading look at Rhodes. All right, Rhodes said, stroking Serie's head comfortingly. It's not like you just met him today. Don't touch my head, you damnable human. Serie shook her head, trying to dislodge his hand, but her brief flare of anger had already subsided. The party began their assault. Norn drew his long sword, and Som hefted his battle axe. The two of them led the way, silently approaching the rock-scale beast's cave. Rhodes and Serie were in the middle, with Eirik bringing up the rear. Serie had no intention of participating this time, she was leaving it all to the others. In her opinion, these mere beasts were not worthy of her attention. They entered the cave, and Rhodes cast a small, light spell, just bright enough for them to see the path without alerting the beasts. 12 ahead, and 6 more in the left passage, he reported, using his detection spell. There's a big one in the depths of the cave. Its signal is much stronger. It must be the leader. His improved detection spell could now identify creatures with a particularly strong life force or mana, in effect, marking the boss on the map. With Rhodes providing intel, the group began to systematically clear out the beasts. Clang. Norn's longsword struck a beast's scales with a sound like steel striking steel. The force of the impact made his wrist ache. These scales are tough, he thought, impressed. They weren't as tough as the dragon's, of course, he hadn't even been able to scratch that one. But his full-strength blow had only managed to leave a shallow gash. "Let me at it." Som took over, swinging his axe with all of his dwarven might. The axe bit deep into the beast's side, and it collapsed to the ground, dead. "Amazing." "As expected of you, Mr. Som," Norn said with genuine admiration, which made Som a little embarrassed. "Just call me Som. These things are much easier to deal with than a dragon." "I agree. If you two are done patting each other on the back, could you try aiming for the abdomen next time?" Rhodes said, exasperated. A perfectly good rock-scale beast, first slashed by Norn, then nearly cleaved in two by Som. Its scales were completely ruined. If it were that simple, he would have just done it himself. The two of them laughed sheepishly and turned their attention to the remaining beasts, this time aiming for their undersides. Rhodes remained in the center, ready to intervene if any of them ran into trouble. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 57, a team growing in sync. Chapter 57, a team growing in sync. The party quickly cleared out the beasts in the outer parts of the cave and made their way to the deepest chamber. "Where's the leader?" Eirik asked, looking at the empty cavern. "Don't let your guard down. It's nearby." Rhodes's eyes were fixed on the red dot on his magic circle, which showed that the rock-scale beast king was right on top of them. Just as he spoke, a rock suddenly leaped down from the cliff wall. It was a massive creature, nearly 5 meters long, several times the size of a normal rock-scale beast. Its scales had even taken on the grayish-yellow color of stone, which was why they hadn't spotted it at first. "Get back!" Som roared, bracing his battle axe against his chest, managing to hold off the beast king's pounce. Norn seized the opportunity and slashed at its abdomen, but his sword just scraped against the scales, sending a shower of sparks. "It's no good. Its abdomen is also protected by scales. Let me try." Eirik cast a spell from the rear, a light arrow that was as large as a spear. The arrow shot forward, but just as it was about to hit, the Beast King swatted it away with its tail, sending it crashing into the wall with a massive explosion. The force of the blast made Rhodes wince. If it had caused a cave-in, they would have been trapped. Having dealt with Eirik's attack, the Beast King opened its massive jaws and lunged at them. Crack! A wall of ice suddenly rose in front of them. Rhodes had intervened. The Beast King slammed into the wall, but it held firm. After trying to bite and ram its way through, the Beast King had no choice but to shake its head and retreat a few steps. "You idiot," Serie said. She had, at some point, appeared behind Eirik. "In such a small space, you're pouring all your mana into destructive power. Are you trying to bring the cave down on our heads?" Eirik scratched his head, ashamed. I am sorry. Try again. This time, focus on piercing the beast, not blowing it to bits." "Oh, okay. I will." Eirik nodded quickly. It was rare for Serie to offer him guidance, and he didn't want to waste the opportunity. Though he did wish her attitude was a bit gentler, like Mr. Rhodes's. Meanwhile, Rhodes had taken the opportunity to cast a vine spell, ensnaring the Beast King's hind legs and creating an opening for the others. Norn leaped into the air, a light arrow materializing in his hand. He had learned his lesson from Eirik. He focused all the arrow's power into piercing, and it shot forward, accurately penetrating the Beast King's eyelid and into its left eye. And he wasn't finished. Before the Beast King could even react, he struck again with his sword, blinding its other eye. Seeing this series of attacks, Rhodes nodded to himself. To be able to so seamlessly combine magic and swordplay, if Norn were to continue down this path, he might just invent something akin to a spell sword. But alas, that was not his goal. With Norn's successful attack, Som followed up. He swung his battle axe in a wide arc, a powerful uppercut that sliced open the Beast King's abdomen, exposing its vulnerable insides. "Now that's what I call teamwork," Serie said with a slight nod. "You're finally starting to look like a proper team." She then raised her hand and fired off a few light arrows. A few straggler beasts had, at some point, tried to launch a sneak attack, but she had spotted them and pinned them to the cave wall. "But you're too slow," she said, coming over to Eirik and giving him a cold look. "Your teammates created the perfect opportunity for you, but you were too slow to cast your spell. Faster." Eirik was feeling the pressure, but he didn't waste the opening the others had created for him. A spear of light shot forward, blowing a massive hole in the Beast King's side. An injury so severe was something not even the Beast King could withstand. And with that, the battle was over. "A decent haul," Som said, taking stock of their spoils. "These scales should be enough." Norn wiped the blood from his sword and began to sharpen it with a whetstone he carried with him. "It's a good thing we had Mr. Rhodes's ice wall. I had no idea how we were going to block that charge." "I agree. That thing reminded me of the dragon," Som said, still a little shaken. He hadn't been the one to take the dragon's charge, but just watching it had been enough to inspire fear. A mountain of a creature, radiating intense heat, charging at you. Anyone else would have run for their lives. Only Mr. Rhodes and Serie had the strength to stand up to it. Your teamwork was decent, but there's still room for improvement, Rhodes said, walking over to them. Norn, you were a bit too aggressive. You should let Som be the main damage dealer, and you can focus on support and flanking. Yes, you're right, Norn nodded. Other than his final blow, he hadn't dealt as much damage as Som. The dwarf's superior strength was a clear advantage against such a heavily armored creature. I think you also have room for improvement, Serie suddenly said, appearing in their midst. Your vines are too weak. The beast nearly broke free just now. Is that so? But the end result was still good. A flawed process is not excused by a good outcome. It's rare to hear such profound words from you. Don't change the subject, Serie said, her cheeks puffing out, clearly a little annoyed at his comment. Relax, I know what you mean, he said. He extended his hand, and a thick vine, as hard as a rock, burst from the ground. He rapped his knuckles against it, and it made a sound like knocking on stone. What do you think of this improved version of my vine wrap spell? The hardness is sufficient, but doesn't it consume more mana? Serie could see the downside of his modified spells at a glance. Whether it was the increased number of light arrows or the strengthened defensive magic, they all came at a higher mana cost. Yes. That's why I didn't use it just now. We weren't the main event, after all. Killing the Beast King wouldn't have been difficult. He and Serie could have each used one of their ultimate moves and been done with it. But this had been about training the team's coordination and, on a side note, improving Irik's combat skills. And now it was clear that while Irik's magic had improved rapidly, he still lacked experience. The mere fact that he had used an explosive spell in such a small cave was enough to warrant a day-long lecture from Rhodes. I see. Seeing that he had his own reasons, Serie said nothing more. The man who had once been so inexperienced in battle had now become a powerful mage. Time really did fly. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 58, The Sword of Human Rights, The Light of Urson. Chapter 58, The Sword of Human Rights, The Light of Urson. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At Durrell's summons, Rhodes and his party immediately went to the magic workshop. Durrell was holding a long sword, its body a shimmering silver. An invisible aura of mana flowed from the blade, the residual energy from the mana crystal, imbuing the sword with power from the moment it was forged. He solemnly handed the sword to Rhodes. In all my 100 years of forging, this holy sword is my greatest masterpiece. Eternal ore and a high-purity mana crystal, the value of those two materials alone was immeasurable. Durrell was certain that even in the treasury of the Dwarven Kingdom, you wouldn't find many swords that could compare. And more importantly, there were not many mastersmiths like him left. Of course, Rhodes had no idea about Durrell's inner monologue. He just took the sword and asked, "Does it have a name?" "Not yet." "How about you give it one, Mr. Rhodes?" Rhodes glanced at Serie, about to speak, but then thought better of it, remembering her terrible naming sense. But Serie didn't care about that. Just call it the Eternal Holy Sword. After all, it's made from eternal Oregon. Didn't you say there's no such thing as eternity in this world? Rhodes teased. Serie turned her head away. You must be misremembering. Ignoring the elven miss's embarrassment, Rhodes ran a hand along the blade, feeling the flow of mana within it. Let's call it the Sword of Human Rights, the Light of Urson, he said softly. It was the result of their collective efforts. Everyone had played a part in slaying the dragon, and the most crucial materials, the eternal ore and the mana crystal, had been found by Som. If not for the dwarf's preference for axes, Rhodes might have even given the sword to him. The Sword of Human Rights. The Light of Urson. Norn murmured the name. Anyone could see that Rhodes was naming the sword after the human nation he had proposed. Was he intending for this sword to be passed down through the generations? No wonder he had insisted on using the Eternal Oregon, not a very good name, the elven miss said, still stubborn. She thought his naming skills were no better than her own. By the way, did you add the material I asked you for, Mr. Durrell? Rhodes suddenly asked. Of course. I don't know what you plan to do with it, but I happen to have a similar ore, and I added it in. What did you add? Serie asked, her curiosity piqued. A special ore. Something about, only those who are worthy may lift this holy sword. For real. Serie was surprised. I've never heard of such an ore. Of course you haven't. Because I just made it up. Rhodes laughed. It's just a weight-increasing ore. Only by infusing it with mana can you reduce its weight. Realizing she had been tricked again, Serie's face turned red. If there hadn't been so many people around, she would have surely blasted him with a few light arrows. No, not arrows. Spears. Only then would her anger be appeased. Irik came over, his eyes fixed on the holy sword. Can I touch it? Sure. Rhodes generously handed it over. But as soon as Eirik took it, it nearly slipped from his grasp. It was, as Rhodes had said, surprisingly heavy. You have to infuse it with mana to reduce its weight, Rhodes reminded him. Eirik did as he was told. He felt the mana in his body draining rapidly, and in response, the sword's weight began to decrease. Never mind, never mind. You can have it back. In that short time, he had already lost a tenth of his mana. The sword absorbed it far too quickly. He suspected that Mr. Rhodes had no intention of actually using it in a fight. But what he didn't know was that Rhodes had another trick up his sleeve, a way for even Som to lift the sword with ease. Let me see. Serie took the sword from Rhodes. The small, slender elf holding the massive two-handed sword was a strange sight. Be careful. As soon as he said it, she had already lifted it steadily. The holy sword in her hand erupted in a brilliant blue light. In terms of mana, the current Serie was equivalent to 2.5 Rhodeses, or 10 Eiriks. So she was completely unconcerned about the sword's mana-draining effect. Not bad. Shall we go test its power? She handed the sword back to him, and he nodded. Outside the dwarven town, Durrell insisted that a sword of this power had to be tested in an unpopulated area. So the group went to a place a little further away. Rhodes held the sword high, its tip pointed at the ground in the distance. As he infused it with mana, the light from the blade grew brighter and brighter, until it was as dazzling as the full moon. Infusing it with mana and then releasing it. But there's a hint of a spell in there. Serie mumbled, her eyes fixed on his every move. No one else understood what he was doing, but she had an inkling. He was going to use the sword to project his mana like a torrent. A fine idea. Slash. Having gathered his power, a cerulean blade of light cleaved the earth. Everything in its path was reduced to dust. A chasm, seemingly endless, was carved into the ground, 100 meters long at least. As the light and dust faded, a stunned silence fell upon the group. Eirik's eyes trembled. That's terrifying. Serie nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. She then pointed to a small mountain in the distance. Try and see if you can split that mountain in two. Rhodes smiled wryly. I don't have that much mana right now. The brilliant light gradually faded, though a faint glow still lingered on the blade. Durrell stroked his beard excitedly. Perfect. Only I could have crafted such a perfect holy sword. Can any other dwarf do it? Pfft. His familiar-sounding boast made Rhodes chuckle, but fortunately, Durrell was too engrossed in his own masterpiece to notice. But your idea was a good one. A new spell? Serie asked, coming to his side. Not really a spell. Just releasing the stored mana. What's its storage limit? Lots and lots. He didn't give her a specific number, but his words gave her a bold idea. She looked at him, and found that he was already looking at her. Their eyes met, and they both knew what the other was thinking. A shared smile, a smile of perfect understanding, bloomed on both their faces. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 59, Forgetting Something. Chapter 59, Forgetting Something. Look, Norn, don't I look like a legendary hero? Eirik said, holding a staff in one hand and a long sword in the other. He wore light armor, but had, for some reason, added a cape. The overall effect was quite abstract. A hero? I don't know about that. A clown, maybe, Rhodes interjected, trying to suppress a smile. What's that? Neither Eirik nor Norn had any idea what a clown was. A special profession, Rhodes explained, one who wears a comical mask and intentionally makes a fool of himself to bring laughter to others. I don't want to be like that. There were many ways to bring a smile to someone's face. Eirik had long since decided that he wanted to be a great hero who could protect everyone and make them all smile with happiness. The thought of making others laugh at his own expense made him uncomfortable. To sacrifice oneself to bring joy to others. That's worthy of respect, Norn said, nodding to himself. The person watching the clown didn't care about the expression hidden behind the comical mask, they only cared about how funny the clown would be. In a way, perhaps the clown was more of a hero. Their different answers were a reflection of their different personalities. They had left the dwarven city and were once again on the road. Before they had left, the old dwarf, Durrell, had upgraded their equipment. Som now wore a new suit of mithril armor, which offered good resistance to both magical and physical attacks. His battle axe had also been strengthened. Eirik and Norn had both chosen well-made longswords from Durrell's workshop, a significant upgrade from the ordinary swords they had brought from their village. Eirik's old sword had been completely destroyed in the fight with the dragon, and Norn's was also in a bad state. And, because of Eirik's unique path, Rhodes had also designed a special magic staff for him. As for Rhodes and Serie, they had chosen a few magical items, mostly things that could speed up their mana recovery. Meanwhile, using the ice magic Rhodes had created, they had successfully made the dragonhide paper. The ink was also ready, and Norn had begun to write the first grimoire in human history. They passed through the canyon outside the dwarven city, and the silhouette of the first major city they had encountered on their adventure slowly disappeared from view. Rhodes recalled Durrell's final request before they had left. "You can take any of the equipment and weapons in my workshop, but on one condition. I want you to tell the world that this holy sword is the work of Durrell." For a dwarf, honor was everything. A great warrior like Som wanted to make a name for himself through his strength. But for a master smith like Durrell, the best way to achieve renown was to have his work known throughout the continent. Then, everyone would know that it had been forged by the great Durrell. Rhodes had agreed and had promised him that he would make the name of the holy sword, the Light of Ursen, known throughout the land. The sun set and rose again. Another month passed. They now found themselves in a strange forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and the air was filled with the damp smell of moss. But they had not seen any signs of magical beasts on their journey, only a few scattered wild animals. Eirik had taken care of them, which meant they would have extra food for dinner. "It's too quiet," Som said, tightening his grip on his battle axe. His dwarven instincts made him tense. "I can't even hear a single bird." A detection spell lit up at Serie's fingertip. "There are life signs, but they're weak." Rhodes also cast his own detection spell. After a careful look, he shook his head. Not magical beasts. Probably just the natives of this forest. On their journey, they had not seen a single demon, and had barely seen any magical beasts at all. This had led Rhodes to a certain suspicion. Could it be that all the demons and magical beasts on the continent are gathering near the great elven forest? According to Kraft, the allied armies of the three races were also converging there. A war was imminent. Half a year had passed now. He wondered how things were going. But it should be fine, right? It's an alliance of the three strongest races on the continent, including the Sky-Winged, who are under the direct command of the goddess. He couldn't imagine how they could possibly lose. Right. How could you lose with the goddess on your side? But for some reason, he had a bad feeling, as if he had forgotten something important. In any case, the war was not something he could interfere with right now. He had to become stronger first. Suddenly, a rustling sound from the mist broke his train of thought. A dozen or so figures emerged from behind the trees. They had a human-like form, but their bodies were very small and their limbs were extremely disproportionate. Their skin was a greenish blue, and they blended in almost perfectly with the surrounding environment. "Halt, outsiders," the leader said. His voice was like the rustling of leaves, and he spoke in a stilted manner, clearly unfamiliar with the common language. Faced with this unknown race, Rhodes looked at Serie, but she just shook her head. She didn't know who they were either. "Hello. And you are?" Rhodes asked. But the leader just shook his head slowly. His people usually communicated telepathically and didn't need to speak. Their limited vocabulary in the common tongue was not enough to deal with these outsiders, so he just remained silent. Of course, Rhodes's party didn't know this and was a little frustrated by their silence. "In that case," Rhodes said, pointing to himself, "have you seen any other creatures like me?" Since they couldn't communicate, he might as well ask them for clues about a human settlement. "Elf, looking." "Not an elf." "Me," Rhodes said, pulling on Eirik's ear. "Elves don't have such short ears." "Eirik. Don't you have your own ears? Why are you pulling on mine?" "Have." "Here," the green creature said, his movements incredibly slow. So slow that Rhodes wanted to hit the fast-forward button. He raised a hand and pointed in a certain direction. "One day." "He means there's a human settlement about a day's journey in that direction," Norn said uncertainly. The creature's movements were slow, and he spoke in such short, clipped sentences that they had to guess his meaning. "It seems so. And it's on our way, anyway. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter." Chapter 60, The New Human Village. Chapter 60, The New Human Village. Following the directions of the nameless green-skinned creatures, the party set off once more. After crossing a range of overlapping mountains, the view suddenly opened up before them. A village, built against the side of a mountain, appeared in the distance. "This is a good spot," Rhodes said after observing the surrounding terrain. "Yes. Deep in the mountains, and all of it barren. Neither beast nor monster would venture here. It's a natural sanctuary," Norn agreed. He couldn't help but admire the foresight of his own village's ancestors to have chosen the Glimmerwood, a natural, monster-free zone, as their home. The outside world was full of danger, it was difficult to survive without great strength. Both his village and the one before them had chosen to live in areas that magical beasts avoided. The current state of humanity was all too clear. They walked into the village. When the villagers saw the strangers, they immediately gathered together, their hands gripping simple weapons. Norn couldn't help but sigh. Even among human tribes, the level of development varied. Because his own village didn't have to worry about monster attacks, they could freely send people out to explore. If they encountered a friendly race, they could ask to learn more advanced techniques. In Rhodes's words, they had entered the Iron Age. But the village before them was using crude weapons, he could even see some stone spears. These mountains were their protection, but also their prison. The only outsiders these people had likely ever encountered were the green-skinned folk from the forest. Rhodes and Norn exchanged a look, and a silent understanding passed between them. Just then, a white-haired old man, leaning on a staff, walked forward. He seemed to be the village chief. "Outlanders, who are you?" His words trailed off, his cloudy eyes fixed on their faces. "Are you, kinsmen?" Of the 5 of them, the elf's long, pointed ears and the dwarf's short, powerful frame were easy to identify. But Rhodes and the other 2 looked exactly like them. This village had records of some of the outside races, including elves, dwarves, and even their own kind, which was why the old man had asked. "Yes, old man," Norn said, stepping forward. "We come from a faraway forest. We are currently on an adventure." The villagers, dressed in animal skins, began to stir. There weren't many people in this village, maybe 100 or so. When Rhodes and his party had arrived, nearly everyone, even the children, had come out to meet them, a clear sign of their readiness to defend themselves. Now, seeing that these outsiders were their own kind, their curiosity overcame their wariness. Even the children poked their heads out from behind the adults, their eyes wide with wonder as they looked at these strangely dressed people who looked just like them. That night, by a bonfire in the center of the village, the villagers offered them a simple meal, the best they had to offer. The old chief told them the history of their village. "Our ancestors fled here to escape the magical beasts. We have lived here for 3 generations," he sighed. "But the harvests have been getting worse and worse. Soon, we may have to move on again." The area was barren and mountainous, with few plants. As a result, there were no wild animals or magical beasts, and the people of this village had lived in peace for nearly 100 years. But the land was too poor, they couldn't grow enough food to feed even their small population. They had reached their limit. Before Rhodes could speak, Norn suddenly stood up. "I can help you." As the villagers watched in surprise, a warm ball of light appeared in his palm and slowly rose into the air, illuminating the entire village as if it were day. It was the light spell Rhodes had invented. Now, everyone in the party except Som knew how to use it. Seeing his outburst, Rhodes thought for a moment and then decided to hold his tongue. He understood what Norn was feeling. Though, he had to admit, he was a little disappointed that his part had been stolen. Just then, a small hand gently rested on his head, stroking his hair. He looked up and saw that it was Serie. She had a cheerful smile on her face. "Hoo-hoo, are you unhappy?" What a turnaround. To be able to comfortably pat his head, Serie had to stand up. With her small frame, she had to stretch her arm as high as it could go to reach him. "Is this your revenge?" he asked with a sigh. "You could say that. It's what you get for always touching my head." She had been wanting to do this for a long time. She had been dying to see the helpless look on his face, the same look she had had when he had patted her head. But her plan was doomed to fail. Rhodes didn't mind at all. In fact, the little elf's hand felt quite comfortable on his head. Seeing that he wasn't reacting at all, Serie finally lowered her hand, a little disappointed. Why isn't he angry? She couldn't understand it at all. Her thoughts were interrupted by the conversation between Norn and the old chief. Is this a miracle?" the old chief asked, his voice trembling. "No, it's magic," Norn explained. "Anyone with the talent can learn it." Hearing the word magic, the old chief's emotions suddenly became agitated. He knew what magic was. It was something only the powerful races could use. He had never thought he would see a member of his own kind use it. Could it be? He stood up, trembling, and bowed deeply to Norn. "Honored mage, can we humans really learn magic?" Norn quickly helped him up. "Of course you can." He then fell silent, realizing that he had overstepped his bounds. Rhodes was the leader of their party. Even if they shared the same dream, he shouldn't be making decisions for him. It was a matter of respect for his companion, and gratitude for his selfless willingness to share his magic. He looked at Rhodes. Rhodes, of course, understood. He took over the conversation. "Don't worry. The purpose of our journey is to teach magic to more of our fellow humans." The villagers began to stir once more. The young men excitedly whispered to each other, and the children stared with wide eyes at the floating ball of light. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 61, Teaching. Chapter 61, Teaching. For the next few days, Rhodes's party stayed in the village. Every morning, the clearing at the village entrance was crowded with villagers who had come to learn. But not everyone had a talent for magic. After a process of elimination, only 7 of them were left, and 3 of them were children. At first, Rhodes had been hesitant to teach the children. They were too young and didn't have enough mana built up in their bodies. But Norn had proposed a solution: weaken the spell to 1/10 of its original power. That way, the mana cost would be significantly reduced, and the children could learn the basics. As they grew older and their mana increased, they could then master the full version. Norn had also offered to transcribe the first chapter of their still unfinished grimoire for the villagers, so that they could pass the knowledge down to their own children. Rhodes had agreed to his proposal and had modified the spell accordingly. Norn stood on a flat rock and began to explain the fundamentals of mana perception. Close your eyes. Imagine a warm stream flowing through your body. Feel the flow of mana inside you, Rhodes said, patiently guiding a young boy. Even Eirik was helping. He conjured a small ball of light in his palm. Like this. First, you feel it, then you guide it. Serie stood to the side, watching them coolly. Som walked over to her. How long do you think young Rhodes plans to stay this time? Not too long. Serie had no intention of taking on an apprentice herself, so she just watched. She had once thought of making Rhodes her first apprentice. His talent had certainly caught her attention. But he had refused, instead elevating his status to that of her partner. She didn't feel much regret about it. Whether he was her apprentice or her partner, as long as she could see more of his magic, she was satisfied. After a few more days, most of the adults were still struggling, but the children had successfully managed to guide their mana, making their fingertips glow with a faint light. It's too hard, a stout villager said, shaking his head in frustration. I just can't imagine how the mana is supposed to flow. Don't be discouraged, Rhodes said, clapping him on the shoulder. Everyone perceives mana differently. As long as you keep at it, you'll learn it eventually. His encouragement gave the men a renewed sense of hope. He had seen how powerful Rhodes's magic was, how a single wave of his hand could create dozens of light arrows, each one leaving a small crater in the ground. The sight of such power had filled him with a deep desire to learn. But it was only when he had tried it for himself that he had realized how difficult it was. Don't worry, Mr. Rhodes. I will definitely master this spell. Just then, a cry of surprise came from nearby. He turned and saw that one of the children Norn had been teaching, a small, thin girl, had successfully managed to conjure a ball of light in her hand. Rhodes knew this was the first step. All she had to do now was use her imagination to shape the ball of light into an arrow and then fire it, and she would have officially mastered the basics. Lisa did it, the other children cheered. Even Serie was drawn over. She squatted down and, in a rare, gentle tone, asked, "How did you do it?" The girl, whose name was Lisa, answered shyly, I just imagined it, and then it happened. A fine talent, Serie said, standing up and looking at Rhodes. The most important factor in casting magic was the power of imagination, and this young girl possessed it. Lisa's success lit a fire in everyone. Rhodes, his party, and the villagers, they could all see the hope. A week later, all of them could conjure a ball of light, and Lisa had already begun to shape hers into an arrow. Though she was still far from a true mage, it was a remarkable start. Lisa's talent is exceptional, Norn said, looking up from the grimoire he was writing. Her aptitude for magic is probably no less than my own. Rhodes nodded. Indeed. Perhaps we should focus on teaching her first. That way, even after we leave, she can teach the others. That girl. Serie suddenly said, I'll teach her. Everyone looked at her in surprise. It was rare for even Norn and Eirik to receive direct instruction from her. What's wrong? Thinking of taking on an apprentice? Norn teased. It would be a fine thing for the future Grand Master to take a human as her first apprentice. A certain red-haired mage would just have to deal with it. No. I'm just doing it on a whim. Serie had no real intention of taking an apprentice. She was just looking for something to do. That was all. Another week passed. Lisa could now cast a small light arrow spell. Though she was still clumsy, she could now be called a mage. Her arrow was, of course, a weakened, single-shot version, a far cry from the wide-area volleys that Rhodes and the others could cast. But it was enough for self-defense. One morning, Serie took Lisa to a clearing. She took a small ring from her pack, a magical item she had taken from the dwarven city. It helped the user to better control their mana. Concentrate, Serie said, placing the ring in Lisa's palm. Try to make it glow. Lisa nervously closed her eyes and drew on the small amount of mana in her body. A moment later, the ring began to emit a faint silver light. Very good, Serie said with a satisfied nod. It's yours. The ring was of little use to a powerful mage like herself. It was better to give it to someone who needed it more. I'm sure that human would have thought the same, she mused. Watching Lisa run off to show her friends, a small smile touched Serie's lips. So this is what it feels like to teach, she thought. It's not so bad. If only every beginner were like this little girl, and not like Rhodes, who could reverse engineer her spells and turn her into the apprentice. After everyone in the village with a talent for magic had mastered the basic light arrow spell, Rhodes and his party prepared to leave. Before they left, Norn solemnly handed a handwritten copy of the first chapter of the grimoire to the old village chief. They didn't have enough dragonhide paper, so it was written on ordinary paper. It's only the basics, but it's enough to protect the village, he said. The old chief took the book with trembling hands. This is too precious. We don't know how we could possibly repay you. There is no need for repayment, Rhodes said with a smile. Just see that this knowledge is passed down. When they left, the entire village came to see them off. Lisa followed them for a long way, and only stopped when Serie turned and gave her a final look. Guys, we crossed the 150 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Next goal 300 power stone. Come on guys, you can do it, good luck. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 62, Sparring with Serie. Chapter 62, Sparring with Serie. The second year of their adventure. Tisk, she's tough, Rhodes said. Under the blazing sun, he and Serie faced each other. The other three sat on a rock a short distance away, watching. The numerous craters in the ground were a clear sign that the fight had been going on for some time. It wasn't a real fight, of course, just a sparring match, at Serie's request. She insisted on testing his strength every now and then. I'll bet tonight's dinner that Rhodes can't beat her, Eirik said, chewing on a piece of jerky. I'm not taking that bet, Sam said, shaking his head. The odds aren't fair. I can't see any way for him to win. Even he thought the chances of young Rhodes winning were slim to none. Serie was an elf who had lived for hundreds of years, while Rhodes had only been learning magic for a year and a half. The difference in their mana was on a completely different level. Norn just watched, his attention fixed on the battle. He wanted to know just how strong Rhodes had become. The fight resumed. Serie lifted her finger, and 3 light arrows instantly formed. She couldn't use her arrow rain against him anymore. They both had magical items and defensive spells, and a normal arrow rain wouldn't be able to break through. She had to take a page from Eirik's book, reducing the number of arrows and increasing their individual power. That way, she could still pose a threat to him without wasting her mana. Let's go. Round 2, she said. Before her voice had even faded, the arrows were already speeding towards him. Rhodes calmly put up a modified 2-layered light shield. The first layer shattered, but the second managed to block the rest of the attack. At the same time, a magic circle unfolded on his left hand, and several vines shot out from under her feet. She countered with her own defensive spell, blocking the first wave, but the vines immediately changed direction, aiming for a spot the shield couldn't cover. Rhodes's magic circle was still active, he was clearly controlling the vines. Seeing this, Serie conjured a wheel of light. The thick vines were instantly sliced to pieces, and she then threw the wheel at him. Rhodes responded by firing a volley of light arrows, shooting the wheel down. They were using the same spells, neither of them could gain an advantage. So Rhodes decided to change his tactics. He drove his holy sword into the ground and, using its amplifying effect, poured his ice magic into it. The ground quickly became covered in frost. Serie tried to move her foot, but found that she was frozen in place. Interesting. She raised an eyebrow. While she had been immobilized, Rhodes had already launched several light arrows at her. Crack! A wall of ice rose in front of her, blocking the arrows. The shattered ice crystals reflected the harsh sunlight, temporarily blinding the spectators. When they could see again, Serie had already broken free of the frost, a spear of light condensing in her hand. The moment the ice wall vanished, the spear shot forward. Rhodes was ready, and he met it with a spear of his own. The battle grew so intense that the ground itself began to tremble. They were evenly matched, using the same spells they had taught each other, light arrows, light spears, vines, and ice walls. Well. Can you do that? Norn whispered to Eirik. Of course not, he scoffed. I haven't even mastered light magic yet. Look at them, switching between ice and plant magic so easily. There's no comparison. I suppose you're right. Norn knew his friend's abilities and agreed. I never knew Rhodes was so strong. I wonder how he does it, he said in awe. I guess some humans are just built different. He's just naturally talented, I suppose, Eirik said with a shrug. He might have once wanted to catch up to Rhodes, to become a partner who could fight by his side. But now, he was content to just let things be. It wasn't so bad hiding behind him. Young Rhodes's talent for magic is truly astonishing, Sam added, leaning on his battle axe. I doubt even the most skilled of elves could compare to him. Do you think he's not really human? Eirik mused. Maybe he's an elf that just looks human. Or maybe even a god. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed possible. How else could a human be so ridiculously talented? Don't say such things. Norn quickly cut off his friend's wild speculation. Rhodes was doing everything he could to help humanity, they had no right to question his identity. Just then, the battle reached its climax. Faced with Rhodes's increasingly fierce attacks, Serie was forced to constantly move to dodge. But at some point, Rhodes had sneakily cast a small vine in her path. She tripped, her body falling backward. Seizing the moment, Rhodes created some distance between them and held his holy sword, the light of Ursun, up to the sky. X. That's enough, Serie's cold voice cut him off. She was now floating in midair, her mana swirling around her, clearly not having spent much of it in the fight. Are you trying to blow up the entire forest? She had been with him the longest and knew just how much mana he had poured into that holy sword. If he were to release it all, the result would be even more catastrophic than their first test. Rhodes awkwardly lowered his sword. Ahem, I got a little carried away. The three spectators ran over. That was amazing. Eirik exclaimed. But were you really going to use the holy sword's full power at the end there? No, I was just going to try and release it at its minimum power, Rhodes said, stretching his arms. By the way, Serie, I haven't seen you use that levitation spell before. That was a good one. If she had taught it to him earlier, he might have been able to create a flight spell by now. I just created it, she said, puffing out her small chest. She had to show this human that he wasn't the only one who could create magic. Amazing. Rhodes applauded. He hadn't realized that Serie was also trying to create new spells. This was more like it. This was the great Grand Master of the future. Pleased by his praise, Serie lifted her chin proudly, a look of smug satisfaction on her face. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 63, not the only one who doesn't understand feelings. Chapter 63, not the only one who doesn't understand feelings. Not a bad spell, Rhodes said, floating in the air, having just mastered levitation. By the way, how did you come up with this one? It wasn't a creation, more of an improvement, Serie said with a shake of her head. It was a far cry from the level of creation Rhodes had achieved, like his ability to conjure ice from nothing. Do you remember that race we met on the mountain? Vaguely. They had been on the road for some time now and had encountered many different races. Last month, they had met a race that lived high on a mountaintop. They had a special kind of magic that could slow their descent, and a unique physiology that allowed them to survive on very little oxygen. It was how they lived on the high peaks, safe from their enemies. And when they needed to come down, they didn't have to climb, they just used their magic to slowly float down. Rhodes had happened to meet them at the foot of the mountain and had traded some of his magical items for their spell. Though the magic of each race was usually a closely guarded secret, there were always exceptions. Otherwise, there would have never been a trade of grimoires for dwarven smithing. I'm surprised you were studying that spell. I was planning to look into it myself later. Rhodes had been interested in the spell but hadn't had the time to study it in depth. He had been too busy increasing his mana, studying various other spells, and working on the grimoire with Norn. Is that so? Looks like I beat you to it this time, Serie said with a small smile. Just then, a good idea came to him. He took her by the wrist. Help me with an experiment. He wanted to see if the spell could carry another person. And, of course, he had his own, less noble motives. Wait, you. Before she could react, he had activated the spell, and the two of them were floating in the air. The elven miss instinctively grabbed his arm, her golden hair whipping in the wind. Relax, he said with a laugh. You know how to levitate. You don't have to worry about falling. Serie looked down at the rapidly receding ground, then glared at him. You reckless human. At least give me a warning. Even though she did know the spell and could have easily caught herself if he had let go, the suddenness of it had still startled her. This fleeting human was getting more and more audacious. I'm telling you now, aren't I? Nonsense. Who tells someone after they've already done it? And why did you do it anyway? Well, I wanted to see if I could carry someone with this spell. The truth was, a view this good had to be shared. He was not a solitary admirer of scenery, he preferred to share it with others. Isn't it obvious? She grumbled, but her complaint was cut short by the view. As they rose higher, the distant landscape began to unfold before them. The clouds were tinged with gold by the setting sun, and the mountains in the distance looked like a sleeping dragon. And in the even greater distance, he could just make out the signs of a structure. That was their first destination, the ruins of the first dwarven kingdom, their ancestral home. They were almost there. It's beautiful, Serie breathed, almost unconsciously. It was a sight she had never seen in all her hundreds of years. Just a change in perspective, and everything looked different. I never knew the world could be so beautiful. Hearing her words, Rhodes frowned. That was not a line you wanted to hear in these stories. But he didn't want to ruin the mood, so he just quietly adjusted his position, bringing them a little closer. It really is. The thought of those sky-winged folk getting to see this every day makes me burn with envy. Puffed, Serie let out a small laugh. Even the most beautiful scenery gets old if you see it every day. To them, it's probably just there. The breeze rustled her hair, and a few strands brushed against his cheek, tickling him. He felt a tickle in his heart as well, and to distract himself, he changed the subject. But the mana consumption is incredible. Just carrying you, and it's several times more draining. What a strange thing to say. She wanted to retort, what do you mean, just carrying me? But she held her tongue. It's normal. That's just how the spell works. Then we'll have to improve it. Oh. She turned her head and found herself looking straight into his eyes, which were inches from her own. He had been looking at her the whole time. They were so close they could feel each other's breath. Rhodes was taken aback by her sudden movement. Her pale, fair face and beautiful golden eyes filled his vision. He didn't even know why all he could see was her. For example, his voice dropped to a whisper, we could modify it for free flight. A fine idea. I look forward to that day. And for some reason, a strange, unfamiliar feeling welled up inside him, and he leaned in, his lips brushing against her ear. How about a protective barrier? To keep out the wind. His breath on her ear made it twitch involuntarily. Why is this human so close to me? She couldn't understand the reason for his actions. But she didn't move away. She just gave a soft, Time seemed to slow down. And just then. Hey. You too. Irik's loud voice came from below. How did you get so high? The atmosphere was instantly shattered. As if suddenly waking from a dream, Rhodes quickly put some distance between them and cleared his throat. Ahem, we should go down. He didn't know what had just come over him. It seemed that from the moment he had taken her into the sky, he had been acting on impulse. Could it be that he liked her? He didn't know. As it turned out, he wasn't the only one who didn't understand feelings. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 64, The Ruins of the Dwarven Kingdom. Chapter 64, The Ruins of the Dwarven Kingdom. Watch your step. On the narrow cliff face, Irik lost his footing. Fortunately, Rhodes saw it and grabbed him just in time, saving him from a long fall into the chasm below. Phew. That was close. Irik's heart was pounding. If he had fallen, he would have been Irik paced. Only Rhodes and Serie, with their levitation magic, could have survived such a fall. Is there no other way? He asked after he had calmed down. They were now in the ruins of the Dwarven Kingdom. Of course there is. But they're all guarded by magical beasts. This way is safer. To prevent Irik from falling again, Rhodes conjured several vines and threw one to him. Tie this on. Is it long enough? Irik muttered. In response, Rhodes simply made the vine grow to a length of several dozen meters and then looked at him. It was a vine made of magic, after all. It could be as long as he wanted, and it was as strong as a steel cable, even better than a safety rope. Irik just laughed sheepishly and tied the vine around his waist. You should all tie one on as well, Rhodes said. Do you have enough mana? Norn asked, a little hesitant. They were trying to conserve their mana, in case they ran into any monsters. That was why they were climbing this cliff in the first place. It's fine. Hearing his assurance, Norn and Som didn't hesitate and tied the vines around their waists as well, which eased their anxiety a bit. I'll go scout ahead. Wait for my signal, Rhodes said. He exchanged a look with Serie, then leaped off the cliff. Just before he would have fallen, he activated his levitation spell. The air currents caught him, and he slid along the cliff face. He had only just learned this particular trick and hadn't had the time to create a proper flight spell yet. If he had known the mountain was so steep, he might have tried to create one before they came. But it was too late to turn back now. So convenient, Irik muttered with envy. Norn overheard him. Then you should hurry up and learn it. It's not like Rhodes won't teach you. Ahem, I'm trying. That Norn, ever since he had given up on learning advanced magic, his life had become so much easier. He spent all his days studying basic spells and writing his grimoire. Irik didn't understand. Could a basic light arrow and defensive spell really have so many variations that he could spend all his time on them? But he didn't dare to ask. Norn was in charge of the food, after all. He didn't want to get on his bad side and end up with no dinner. Sigh. Why did Lord Rhodes have to teach Norn all his recipes and secrets? Now I'm completely dependent on him, not really. He didn't have much time to lament. A few moments later, a faint blue light appeared on the opposite cliff. It was Rhodes's signal. Serie cast her own levitation spell, but she didn't cross. Instead, she gestured for the others to go first. Norn started to climb. With the vine tied around his waist, he used his hands and feet to scale the rock face. But a strong gust of wind made him lose his footing. "Watch out!" Som shouted, pulling the vine taut. Seeing this, Serie, who had been about to go, paused. Norn was now dangling in midair, a cold sweat drenching his back. He took a deep breath, found a new foothold, and, after a difficult climb, finally reached the other side, where Rhodes pulled him up. "My turn," Eirik said, swallowing hard. He started to climb, but halfway across, his arms began to tremble. He suddenly realized he had been neglecting his physical training. But he had no time to hesitate now. He reached for a new handhold, but the rock crumbled in his grasp. "Help!" Even though he knew he was tied to the vine, the instinct for survival made him cry out. Fortunately, Serie had been watching him the whole time. To spare him the experience of a bungee jump, she quickly flew to his side, grabbed him by the scruff of his neck, and deposited him on the other side. Thanks," he said, collapsing to the ground, his face pale. "What are you afraid of?" "You have the vine," Serie said coldly. "And you're too weak." Fortunately, his shouting hadn't alerted the monsters below. Otherwise, all their efforts to sneak in would have been for nothing. "You really need to work on your courage," Rhodes said, patting him on the shoulder. "Shut up. By the way, if you could just carry me over, why didn't you do that in the first place?" "You're too heavy," Rhodes said with a sigh. For every bit of extra weight, the mana consumption of the levitation spell increases several times over. Otherwise, I would have just flown us all up. Why would we go to all the trouble of climbing? "All right," Eirik said, dropping the subject. He had just been complaining. When it was Som's turn, the dwarf ran into a problem. His short arms and legs were a disadvantage on this terrain, he couldn't reach some of the handholds. "Use this." Rhodes flew over to him and threw him the holy sword. "Stick it in the cliff face and use it as an anchor." Som understood immediately. "Is it really okay to use the holy sword as a climbing tool?" he asked with a laugh. "A holy sword is only a good holy sword if it's useful. Don't worry, just climb. I've got you." Som said no more and began to climb. The holy sword, which should have been incredibly heavy, was now strangely light, but he had no time to ponder why. His incredible strength was now on full display. Every time he drove the sword into the rock, it sent a shower of sparks. Step by step, he carved a path for himself. When all 5 of them were safely across, they found themselves before a vine-covered entrance. Rhodes pushed aside the vegetation, revealing a stone door hidden behind it. "A dwarven secret passage," Som said, examining the crest on the door. "Looks like we're in the right place." They had learned of this passage from Durrell. As one of the survivors of the disaster that had befallen the dwarven kingdom, he knew of its existence. He had traded the information to them. If they managed to get deep into the ruins, he wanted them to look for the legendary holy sword that could harm a god. Or rather, he wanted them to confirm if such a sword even existed. Rhodes, of course, had agreed. He was curious about it himself. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 65, Delving into the Ruins. Chapter 65, Delving into the Ruins. Rhodes's gaze fell upon Som. According to Durrell, the stone door could only be opened by a dwarf. Although Som was a beardless, alcohol-intolerant dwarf, he was still a dwarf by blood, and therefore had the key to open the door. Som took a deep breath and stood before the stone door. He placed his hand on a small indentation, and a magic circle appeared. Then, the door slowly began to open. "I thought only a member of the dwarven royal family would be able to open this door. I didn't think any old dwarf could do it," Eirik said, a little confused. "The dwarves respect strength above all else. Anyone who is strong enough can become their king. Besides, this is just one of many back doors. Of course, it wouldn't have too many restrictions," Norn explained. After 2 years of adventuring, he had learned much about the different races. During their stay in the dwarven city, he had spent every day talking to the dwarves and had learned a great deal about their first kingdom. And it's precisely because the opening conditions aren't too difficult that so many dwarves were able to escape. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 8 major clans, Rhodes added. The fall of the first dwarven kingdom was shrouded in mystery. Even if they had been hit by a surprise attack, it seemed impossible that the entire royal family could have been wiped out overnight. Could it be that all the demons of the continent were involved? It was the only plausible explanation. And now, the great elven forest was facing the same situation. As was the elven kingdom that had branched off from it, after all, they were one and the same. Without the forest, there would be no kingdom. The only fortunate thing was that the elves were not alone, they had the help of the dwarves and the sky-winged. They should be fine, right? The bad feeling from before returned, as if he had perceived something just beyond the veil of his consciousness. He didn't know what it was. Are you spacing out again? Serie had noticed his lapse in attention and turned to look at him. Oh, just a little tired. Let's go, he said, and she didn't press the matter. She just cast a small, light spell, and with Som leading the way, they entered. Beyond the stone door was a long, deep corridor. The walls were inlaid with a special kind of ore that resembled a night pearl, which emitted a faint blue glow in the darkness. Even after centuries of neglect, they were still faintly glowing. In the dim light, a complex network of branching paths was revealed. Why did these dwarves build so many paths? Can they even tell them apart? Irik's head was already spinning, looking at all the identical passages. Yeah, it's like a prairie dog's burrow, Rhodes added. What's that? I've never heard of such a creature. Serie was finding that Rhodes was a constant source of new and unfamiliar things. With her centuries of experience, and all the knowledge she had gleaned from the elven elders, she had thought she knew this world quite well. But Rhodes's appearance had shown her that there was still much she didn't know. She was incredibly curious about his homeland on the other side of the sea. It's nothing. Just me talking nonsense again, he said. He had decided not to elaborate, not with a real-life dwarf standing right there. Though this particular dwarf wasn't very dwarf-like at all. Fortunately, Som didn't seem to care about Rhodes's strange analogy. He was busy examining the corridor. He finally stopped in front of a passage that had a special mark carved on the wall. This should be it, he said, running his hand over the mark. This is a dwarven miner's mark. We have them in our village. It usually means that the central area is up ahead. Nice one. Irik gave him a thumbs up. It was a good thing they had Som with them. Otherwise, they would have spent who knows how much time and effort just exploring the labyrinthine passages. The praise made Som a little embarrassed. Let's go, Rhodes urged. He couldn't wait to see what secrets these ruins held. They continued down the passage, but as soon as they rounded a corner, they all stopped in their tracks. In the cavern ahead, a massive web was teeming with spiders, the smallest of which was the size of a hound. There are so many of them, Irik gasped. Even Serie frowned. She had a psychological aversion to such ugly, disgusting creatures. Can I kill them? She asked, raising her hand, a magic circle already appearing. Let's not. If we alert any more of them, things could get ugly. Rhodes quickly placated her. He didn't want her to get carried away and draw the attention of every monster in the ruins. Damn it. Som said in a low voice. Not only do they spit venom, but their webs are also incredibly tough. They're some of the most difficult monsters to deal with. He had fought these spiders before, back in his village. Fortunately, there had only been a few of them then, a manageable number. But even so, several dwarves had been injured. Now, facing so many of them, he was very nervous. Rhodes also frowned. The number of monsters here should have been much smaller. They hadn't even reached the core of the ruins yet, and they had already encountered so many. It would be a major problem if there were even more in the core. Shall we use a detection spell? He suggested to Serie. She shook her head. We don't know if there's a demon in here that's sensitive to mana. If we use a detection spell, it's like announcing our arrival. They were still in stealth mode. With the presence-concealing spell Rhodes had created, they should be able to go undetected as long as they didn't attack. A detection spell worked by sending out a wave of mana and reading the information that came back, just like radar. And that created a problem. If there was a demon with a keen sense for mana, the spell would just give them away. That was the main reason they hadn't been using it. Shall we go around them? Yes. Seeing that her mind was made up, Rhodes and Serie both began to cast a spell. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 66, the place where the stars and silver moon intertwine. Chapter 66, the place where the stars and silver moon intertwine. Using the principle of reflection on water, Serie conjured a mirror-like barrier around them. She couldn't cast a proper invisibility spell, but this was the next best thing. It was more than enough to fool the unintelligent magical beasts, and they were all currently asleep anyway. As long as they didn't make too much noise, they should be able to pass by unnoticed. Rhodes, for his part, strengthened their presence-concealing spell, making them completely undetectable to the beasts. Everyone be quiet. Our spell doesn't muffle sound. We have to be silent, Rhodes warned. Stay close. And stay within the barrier, Serie added. The other three nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. They held their breath as they moved through the horde of spiders. The sight of the giant creatures, so close they could almost touch them, made their hearts pound in their chests. But as they moved deeper into the cavern, the spiders remained undisturbed, and they began to relax. You know, after a while, these spiders are actually kind of cute, Eirik thought to himself. He wanted to say it out loud, but he didn't want to make a sound, so he kept the thought to himself. If Rhodes had heard him, he would have surely said, "This boy is seriously ill." At one point, Norn, not paying attention, nearly stepped on a sleeping baby spider, which was no bigger than a thumbnail. Rhodes saw it just in time and pulled him back. The most nerve-wracking moment was when one of the giant spiders suddenly woke up and stared at its own reflection in the barrier. Its compound eyes were only a few dozen centimeters from Rhodes's face. He had even been prepared to attack. But then, with a flick of her finger, Serie sent a small ice crystal flying into the distance, completely silently. A small spell like that, she could cast without any detectable fluctuation. The spider was drawn to the sound and slowly crawled away, and the other spiders that had woken up followed it. Thanks to her mirror barrier, none of them saw the party. Rhodes gave her a thumbs up. They passed through the spider's nest and encountered a few more groups of monsters, though each one was smaller than the last. Using the same trick, they managed to pass through them all and finally reached the core of the dwarven ruins without any trouble. In a large, open area in the core, Rhodes let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, a chance to breathe. That was a close call. I can't believe there are still so many monsters here. I thought most of them would have left, Norn said, still a little shaken. This is nothing, Serie said coldly. Most of the monsters are in the outer areas. You'll barely see any in the core. Well, that's good news. Now they could explore the core of the ruins in peace. Their first target was the treasury of the Dwarven Kingdom. The holy sword that could harm a god, and the stone slab relic, should both be kept there. But what did Durrell mean by "the place where the stars and silver moon intertwine is where the treasury lies"? Norn had been pondering the riddle for some time. The Dwarven Kingdom had once housed countless treasures, but the king at the time had not intended to keep them all for himself. Instead, he had presented a riddle, with the promise that whoever could solve it could take one item from the treasury. And the riddle also ensured that, in the event of the king's untimely death, someone would still know the location of the treasury. Even the method of opening it was hidden within the riddle. They say the dwarven treasury was built with a special ore that blocks all magical detection, Sam said. Even the dwarven craftsman who built it had to be blindfolded. Other than the king and those who could solve the riddle, no one knew its true location. Heh! Did it not occur to those dwarves that if you build your treasury out of a magic-blocking material, all I have to do is cast a detection spell, and the place I can't detect is where the treasury is? Serie sneered. You're a genius. Rhodes said, and subconsciously reached out and ruffled her hair. How did I not know that my Serie was so smart? Don't touch my head, you detestable creature. She swatted his hand away, annoyed at his use of my. This insufferable human is getting more and more audacious, she thought. But if we do that, wouldn't the demons detect us? Norn asked, a little worried. There was no telling if there were still any demons in the ruins. It's fine. I'll just limit the range to this area, Serie said, and immediately cast her detection spell. After a moment, her face darkened. What is it? Rhodes asked. Humph. Those dwarves are a clever bunch. This whole area is made of that special ore. I can't detect a thing. In that case, it means the treasury is somewhere in this area, Rhodes concluded. Her method was almost foolproof. The dwarves, in their attempt to hide the treasury's location, had ended up revealing its general vicinity. But this area is huge, Norn said, shaking his head. Even if the treasury was here, there were no buildings in sight. If it was underground, they would have to do a lot of digging. The stars and the silver moon. Rhodes said, looking up at the cavern's ceiling. Could it be up there? They all looked up. The ceiling was just rock, with a few glowing crystals here and there. It didn't look anything like a place where the stars and the silver moon would intertwine. You can't see it like that, Rhodes said. He cast his levitation and presence-concealing spells and began to fly towards the ceiling. He saw that the glowing crystals were arranged in the pattern of a constellation. That must be the stars. All that was left was to find the silver moon. Just then, he noticed a silver vein running along the stone wall, a vein that ended abruptly at a certain point. So it's here, he said with a smile. Those cunning dwarves. If he couldn't fly, he would have never noticed the stars and the silver moon. He flew back down and told the others what he had found. Guys, we crossed the 300 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Next goal 450 power stone. Come on guys, you can do it, good luck. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 67, Breaking the Seal. Chapter 67, Breaking the Seal. Serie chuckled. The entrance to the treasury is on the ceiling. These dwarves are a clever bunch. Most people would have never thought of it. When they heard the riddle, their first instinct would be to search the ground. And while this area looked like a grand hall, the ceiling was solid rock. They couldn't see any stars or a moon, so they wouldn't have even considered it as a possibility. And even if they had, they would have never thought to look for the entrance on the ceiling. Cunning, indeed. But did such a complex design really merit this level of security? A hint of doubt crept into Ciri's mind. But how are we going to get up there? Eirik asked, looking at the ceiling, which was over 20 meters high. This wasn't a cliff face with handholds, there was no way to climb. Unless Rhodes could carry him up, all he could do was stare. Rhodes, can you carry us up? He suggested. No need, Rhodes said, shaking his head. He pointed to a spot on the ceiling. The intertwining is right there. All we have to do is get to that spot. He then looked at Ciri. If she were to use her ice magic, she could probably create a kind of ladder. Yes. That height shouldn't be a problem. Ciri knew what he was thinking. The two of them had often experimented with her ice magic, and they had done something similar before. With a wave of her hand, a spiral staircase of ice rose from the ground, reaching all the way up to the spot Rhodes had indicated. Very impressive, Rhodes said, genuinely impressed by her precise control over her mana. He could have done the same thing, but it was better to conserve his own mana. It was the same reason they had climbed the cliff instead of just flying up. Ciri could achieve the same effect with a fraction of the mana. Let's go. Though she was pleased by his compliment, she didn't let it show, and did her best to keep the smile from her lips. They walked up the staircase. At the top, at the point where the stars and the silver vein intersected and disappeared, they examined the wall closely. Where's the mechanism? Eirik asked, staring at the smooth stone wall. Well. Can you feel anything? Rhodes asked Ciri. He had already looked it over, there were no protruding stones. Clearly, the dwarves hadn't used a simple push-button mechanism. It seems to be an ancient seal, the same type as the one on the black box that held the eternal Oregon. And it's very strong. The highest level, I'd say. Well, that's a problem. Don't tell me we have to find a key. To have found the treasure, only to be stopped by a locked door. It felt like a forced side quest from an old RPG. I can break it. But I'll need your holy sword. To replenish your mana, right? No problem, take it. The seal on the dwarven treasury was bound to be much stronger than the one on the small black box. Ciri would have to use a lot of mana. The Light of Ursun had been forged with this very scenario in mind. It functioned as a kind of power bank. She could draw out the mana stored within it to quickly recover her own, though the conversion rate was only about a third. Still, it was more than enough for an emergency. So we're just going to break it. We won't be able to carry everything out. Even with his permission, Ciri didn't immediately begin. She looked at him, asking for his final decision. This was, after all, the dwarven treasury. Once she broke the seal, there would be no way to protect it. It would have been fine if they could take everything, but they couldn't. All they would be doing is leaving it for the demons. She didn't want to see a demon army equipped with master-crafted dwarven gear, that would be a terrifying thought. Let's break it. We can't have come all this way for nothing. How much mana will it take? If it's a lot, we can do it in stages. No need, she shook her head. This seal hasn't been maintained in over 100 years. I can handle it myself. Then let's begin. She then began to cast her spell, forcibly breaking the seal. After some time, with a sharp click, the seal on the dwarven treasury was broken. A section of the wall began to move, revealing a narrow passage, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Rhodes handed her the holy sword. He had Dural add some weight-increasing ores to it when it was forged, only by constantly infusing it with mana could you reduce its weight. But he had also thought of this situation and had added a special safety feature. If you infused it with enough mana the night before, it would remain light all through the next day. That was why Som had been able to wield it so easily earlier. Ciri took the sword and began to draw on its mana to replenish her own. If this were the golden age of the Dwarven Kingdom, we'd be intruders, wouldn't we? Norn said with a self-deprecating laugh. It's fine. Rhodes replied. We'll just take a few of their lost treasures back with us. The current Dwarven King might even thank us. His joke made them all laugh. They walked down the passage. It was a long walk, but they finally reached the end. A stone door, inlaid with star-like minerals, stood before them. It's a bit small, Rhodes said. He had imagined the door to the Dwarven treasury would be massive, dozens of meters high. It wouldn't have been difficult for the dwarves to build such a door and operate it with a mechanism. And given the legendary amount of treasure inside, it would need a huge space, and a huge door to match. But the door before them was only about 2 meters high. It might have been tall for the 1-meter-20 dwarves, but to Rhodes, it was just average. Even the doors of some warehouses in his old world were bigger. indeed. This isn't the dwarves' style. Som, being a dwarf himself, knew their love for grand architecture. This door was definitely not their style. We didn't go the wrong way, did we? Let's go in and see. Serie was the first to push open the door. It moved easily, the dwarves hadn't put a second seal on it. And a space, not too big and not too small, opened up before them. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 68, The Divine Right Sword, org. Chapter 68, The Divine Right Sword, org. Mountains of weapons and armor glittered in the dim light. The most conspicuous was a pile of multicolored gems, each one as magnificent as the ones they had found in the dragon's lair. The luminous stones embedded in the walls were clearly of the highest quality, still emitting a soft glow even after hundreds of years. They were on a completely different level from the faintly glowing stones outside. I thought there would be more precious metals, like gold. Rhodes walked over to a shimmering pile of gold coins of various designs. He had imagined the dwarven treasury would be like something out of The Hobbit, a room overflowing with gold, a veritable sea of coins. In that story, Smaug had been buried in the gold, and the main character hadn't even noticed him at first. That's how much there had been. But the pile before him was a little disappointing. It is a bit small. It clearly doesn't match the legends, Serie said. As an elf who had lived through the Golden Age and subsequent fall of the First Dwarven Kingdom, she knew the truth behind the legends. And for the dwarves, the reality was often even more incredible than the legend. Did we go the wrong way? Or is there more than one treasury like this? Norn asked, having joined them at some point. I'm not sure. Let's look for clues. Rhodes's gaze swept across the treasury and finally landed on an inconspicuous stone pedestal in a corner. On it were a dozen or so thick books, and the pedestal itself was inlaid with star-like minerals that glowed with a faint blue light. Wait, these books are. He walked over and picked one up, but didn't open it right away. He didn't know what they were made of. If it was ordinary paper, after centuries, it would be extremely fragile and could easily be damaged. He had to be careful, like an archaeologist excavating a tomb. Serie followed him over, a look of surprise on her face. These must be the grimoires of other races. And they're made of a special material, to be able to withstand the ravages of time for hundreds of years. Hearing her say that, Rhodes relaxed. These races are so stingy. Why didn't they just use dragonhide paper? Serie rolled her eyes at him. Do you think every race can just go out and slay a dragon? And to go to all that trouble just for some paper? It's pointless. A dragon's body was a treasure trove in itself, and they also had a penchant for shiny gems and minerals. All of that was a far better reward for a dragon slayer. It was a pity that they hadn't taken more gems and minerals from the dragon's lair. They had left most of it behind for some lucky adventurer to find. In this era, those things weren't very useful anyway, only for trading with the dwarves. If this were a later age, he might have tried to take it all. Hearing her say that, Rhodes didn't respond, but Norn looked a little uncomfortable. After all, the main reason they had slain the dragon was for its hide to make their grimoire. The treasure had just been a bonus. But they didn't dwell on it. Rhodes took a grimoire and opened it to the first page. Words, written in a shimmering silver ink, immediately appeared. It was a complete magical tutorial. He felt that if he just studied it for a little while, he would be able to grasp the basics of the spell. But that was just because of his own talent. For Norn and Eirik, it would probably take several days. These must have been the payment from other races when they traded with the dwarves. Looks like we got lucky, he said. He remembered Serie telling him before that every spell in this world was precious. Except for the demons, who were born with magic, all the other races had to learn it. And every demon was born with a different kind of magic, which meant that, in theory, the demons were the most magically diverse and talented race in the world. It was just a fact that the other races were unwilling to admit. And so far, no other race had been able to learn their magic, unlike the spells in these books, which could be taught to others. Yes. This will save us a lot of trouble, Serie said. There were at least a dozen grimoires on the stone pedestal, representing a dozen or so spells she had never seen before. The weight of the books in her hands made her smile. She couldn't wait to see what kind of magic they contained. Look at this, Som said, handing a book he had found on another pedestal to Rhodes. Let's see, he said, and read the words aloud. This is the inner vault of the Dwarven Kingdom, which holds the secrets of the stars and the brilliance of the silver moon. The inner vault. Norn came over. So this is just a part of the treasury. I get it. Rhodes exclaimed. The treasury is divided into an inner and outer vault. The outer vault holds the legendary treasures, while the true treasures are in the inner vault, which only the king and a few others can enter. No wonder the treasury they had entered was so small. This place held the dwarves' most precious treasures. It all made sense now. The dwarves were quite considerate to leave a book here to explain things to any intruders. The book even listed all the treasures in the inner vault, though he suspected it was just for inventory purposes. Eirik rubbed his hands together excitedly. So that means the things in here are even more valuable than what's outside. Of course, Serie nodded. The treasures of the outer vault, no matter how numerous, are just useless trinkets. But here. Her finger traced a line on the page. Are the most precious magical knowledge of all the races. Her voice trailed off. Rhodes followed her gaze. On the page was a startling entry. The divine right sword, org forged by 100 mastersmiths of the Dwarven Kingdom, it possesses the power to strike down the true body of a god. Forging materials, eternal ore, star gold, particulate stone. Wow. So it's real. Rhodes was in disbelief. You dwarves are really something else. To have actually created a holy sword that can kill a god in the age of myth. Weren't you afraid that the gods would find out and smite you? Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 69, the Holy Sword that Foresees the Future. Chapter 69, the Holy Sword that Foresees the Future. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. The legendary Holy Sword actually exists. To be honest, Rhodes had initially dismissed it as just a legend. The gods of this world were gods in the truest sense of the word. The mere fact that their power was so great that their true forms couldn't even descend to this world was a testament to that. And now you're telling me that they can't even come down here, but you can still make a sword that can strike their true forms from a distance. It was just too absurd. Even the gods themselves would have called it cheating. But where is it? I don't see it, Eirik said, looking around the treasury. The space wasn't that large, you could see from one end to the other. There were some swords on a nearby stone pedestal, but they looked nothing like a legendary holy sword. Even the light of Urson that Rhodes was carrying was far superior. And due to the passage of time, the blades were dull and lifeless. Not every sword could be forged from eternal ore, and without proper maintenance, even the greatest of swords would lose its luster over hundreds of years. In a few more centuries, they would probably be as rusted as the ones he had seen in the dragon's lair. Maybe it's hidden. Like this inner vault, Norn suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Such a precious item would surely be in the most prominent place in the treasury, but they couldn't find it. Either it was hidden, or it had been destroyed, though the latter was unlikely. The materials used to forge it were just too incredible. Even Serie had heard of some of them. They were rare materials that could withstand even the most powerful of elven spells. A sword made from such materials couldn't possibly be destroyed so easily. Rhodes closed the book and looked around. So the question is, where did they hide it? Don't tell me there's another inner vault. And there was something else he hadn't seen mentioned in the book, the holy relic stone slab the dwarves had supposedly unearthed. It was said to contain a massive amount of mana, like a giant power bank. To him, it was just as important as the god-slaying sword. After all, one of their goals was to use it to learn the truth about the fallen god. The more he knew, the better his chances would be when he finally entered the Godfall land. It's right here, Serie said. She walked to the center of the treasury and stamped her foot. It made a hollow sound. The special ore blocks all magical detection, but it can't block the leakage of mana from within. And there is a very strong magical reaction from below. As an elf, she was naturally sensitive to mana. Only she could have found the sword's hiding place with her senses alone. This was something the dwarves hadn't anticipated. They had never imagined that someone could improve upon their detection magic to find the treasury's general location, and then even solve their riddle. And to top it off, that someone had an elf with them who could sense the sword's location. It was as if it was all fated. Serie waved her hand, and the dust on the floor was swept away by a gust of mana, revealing a complex, circular magic circle. Her brow furrowed slightly. Another sealing magic circle, and this one was even stronger than the last. Well. Shall we break it? With the mana from the light of Urson, she had mostly recovered, and she was confident she could break the seal as well. We've come this far. There's no turning back now. She was pleased with his answer and began to break the seal. This time, it took much longer, but in the end, she succeeded. The moment the seal was broken, the entire ground began to tremble. The magic circle lit up, and the stone slab in the center slowly sank, revealing a staircase leading down. Let's go, Rhodes said, taking a deep breath. Let's see this legendary holy sword. They walked down the stairs and into a circular secret chamber. There was no other treasure here, only a single, bright silver longsword plunged into a stone pedestal in the center. It was an exquisitely beautiful sword. No words could do it justice. Even the light of Urson at his waist seemed to pale in comparison. After all, this was the work of countless dwarven mastersmiths, a true masterpiece of the ages. Is that the legendary holy sword that can harm a god? Norn murmured. Eirik couldn't resist and reached out to grasp the hilt. But the moment his fingers were about to touch the sword, he felt a jolt of electricity and quickly pulled his hand back. What the? It shocked me, he said, shaking his hand. Was it forged with a lightning-infused ore? Serie guessed, and was about to approach it herself. But as soon as she got close, the sword released an invisible shockwave that sent her staggering back. It won't let me get close. A rare look of astonishment crossed her face. Eirik had been able to get right up to it, but she couldn't even get near. Som scratched his head. Let me try. It's a dwarven forged sword. Maybe it will only accept a dwarf. He strode forward and grasped the hilt with both hands. This time, there was no shock. He pulled with all his might, but the sword didn't budge. His face turned red and the veins in his arms bulged, but the sword remained firmly in place, as if it were a part of the pedestal itself. Damn it, he said, letting go, panting. I can't pull it out. Perhaps there's a specific condition. Norn mused. Rhodes, who had been observing from the back, slowly walked forward. He didn't reach for it right away, but just stared at the sword. He noticed some ancient text on the base of the pedestal. Is that dwarven script? Serie noticed it too and began to try to decipher it. She didn't have much experience with the language, so it was a slow process. But Rhodes had already spoken. This sword can only be drawn by one who has been chosen. Only one who would slay a god may wield the sword. So it's true. How did you know? Serie said, looking at him in disbelief after she had finished translating the text. That's just how the story goes. I don't understand. She had no idea what he meant by story. So this sword is waiting for its chosen one, he said. The moment he spoke, the sword suddenly trembled, and the gem on its pommel began to glow with a soft light, as if in response to his words. Everyone held their breath. Rhodes took a deep breath and walked forward. He felt no resistance. He reached out and grasped the hilt, no resistance, no force pushing him away. His hand closed around it, and with a gentle pull. Zing! A clear, ringing sound echoed through the chamber as he lifted the holy sword with ease. The runes on its blade lit up one by one, their light flowing up his arm and through his entire body, as if the sword had known him, had been waiting for him. See, he said, a note of joy in his voice. Only the chosen one can wield it. He hadn't expected it to actually work. Was he really destined to be the first hero? Serie stared at him, a complex look in her eyes. Who are you? He looked at the holy sword in his hand and smiled wryly. To be honest, I'd like to know that myself. His own eyes were reflected in the silver blade, and for a fleeting moment, he saw a series of fragmented images, a woman named Flam, the most ancient of human mages, whose title he would one day steal, a familiar white-haired elf, Frieren, a dark figure with 2 horns on its head, with countless demons kneeling before it, and the back of a man, wielding a longsword, surrounded by demons. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 70, The Oracle of the Sky Winged. Chapter 70, The Oracle of the Sky Winged. What is this? A vision of the future? Rhodes's gaze was fixed on the holy sword in his hand, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and uncertainty. Why had it shown him a vision of the future? He knew that a kind of precognitive magic existed in a later age. The all-knowing Shurahat of the demon race, and the hero of the south, the strongest of the human heroes, both possessed it. To avoid a stalemate of mutual precognition, the two had eventually chosen to eliminate each other. And now, it seemed he, himself, had acquired such a power. Was it a power of the divine right sword, Org? A holy sword that could see the future. He didn't know why it had shown him these things. Was he meant to change the future? Or was it merely a warning? But he couldn't even achieve immortality. He could use the spell he had created, but the human soul was too fragile, it could not withstand the erosion of time. A sudden voice broke through his thoughts. Eirik's eyes were wide, fixed on the shimmering sword in Rhodes's hand. He gulped. That's just insane. You've got 2 holy swords now. Norn shook his head with a wry smile. It seems you really are the chosen one, Rhodes. I don't get it. The holy sword forged by the dwarves had been waiting for a human to draw it. He couldn't understand why. Were there no worthy dwarves to be the chosen one? If those old stubborn dwarves knew that the legendary sword they forged had been drawn by a human, they would probably have a fit. Som said with a laugh. He didn't mind, he was just happy that his companion had been acknowledged by the holy sword. It really is strange. Isn't it your dwarf's holy sword? Eirik clearly wanted to be the chosen one himself, or at least have a cool sword like that. He had chosen to be a mage, but at heart, he was still a warrior. After the initial shock, Serie was now quite calm. What, are you jealous? She asked, her tone teasing. She didn't know why he had been chosen by the sword, but to her, it was a good thing. The legendary god-slaying sword was now in his hands. She was already looking forward to the day they would slay a god together. Jealous? Me. Eirik immediately puffed out his chest and pretended to be unconcerned. Of course not. I just think 2 swords might be a bit heavy for you. Do you want me to help you carry one? He slyly reached for the hilt of the Light of Ursen, and Rhodes didn't stop him. The stored mana in the sword had been depleted from recharging Serie, which meant it needed to be refilled. And its weight had returned to normal. Eirik couldn't even lift it. He retracted his hand with a sheepish laugh. Ahem, on second thought, treasures have always belonged to those who are worthy. The group burst out laughing. Rhodes shook his head helplessly and attached both swords to his belt. All right, that's enough. Now that we have the holy sword, it's time to find the other thing. The laughter died down. They all knew what he was talking about. The holy relic stone slab, the cause of the Dwarven Kingdom's destruction. Right. Eirik quickly changed the subject, not wanting to be the butt of their jokes any longer. Where's the slab? Don't tell me it's also hidden in a place only the Chosen One can open. Serie walked over to the stone pedestal and lightly tapped it with her finger. It's this. In her eyes, the pedestal was radiating an incredibly dense aura of mana, an aura so thick it was practically shimmering. This was clearly the legendary holy relic. It's huge, Rhodes said, walking over to examine it. It was several tons, at least. They couldn't possibly move it. There's writing on it. It seems to have been carved later, Serie said, running a hand over the text, a complex emotion in her voice. What does it say? Rhodes asked, leaning in close to her. She was silent for a moment, then shook her head. The runes are an ancient script. It will take time to decipher. Rhodes nodded. No rush. We can stay here a while. We'll leave when we've figured it out. They had to take the slab with them. A giant power bank like this was too good to pass up. Combined with the charging effect of the Light of Ursen, he could surely unleash an earth-shattering attack. And Serie had a spell that could allow them to survive without food or water for a long time. It would be very useful now. Eirik sighed and looked around wistfully. So many treasures. Can we take them all? Som clapped him on the shoulder and grinned. It's not good to be greedy. Let's just leave these things to rest. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Kingdom, the nation of the Sky-Winged had no single king but was ruled by a council of 13. Each of the 13 members of the council had the power to communicate with the goddess. Now, at the very moment Rhodes had been acknowledged by the Divine Right Sword, Org, the Council of 13 received a new command from the goddess. It was the first oracle she had bestowed in hundreds of years, since the fall of the First Dwarven Kingdom. Unleash the divine strike upon the ruins of the First Dwarven Kingdom. The oracle was simple, so simple that the members of the council couldn't understand it. The ruins were now mostly empty of magical beasts, the majority of the demons and their minions were at the front lines, near the great elven forest. To use the divine strike there seemed pointless. Was the goddess trying to launch a surprise attack on their home base? They couldn't figure it out. The divine strike was the most terrifying attack of the Sky-Winged. All their warriors would simultaneously unleash their strongest attacks, and the combined power was said to be on par with a strike from a god. It was an attack that could destroy any nation or race in the world. A single strike, and even the ruins of the Dwarven Kingdom would be wiped from existence. And right now, the dwarves were supposed to be their allies. To turn around and obliterate their ancestral home seemed a bit inappropriate. But since it was an oracle from the goddess herself, the Sky-Winged had no intention of disobeying. They withdrew all of their warriors from the front lines, and led by the 13 members of the council, they set off for the ancestral home of the dwarves. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 71, The Approaching Storm. Chapter 71, The Approaching Storm. Damn those bird brains. They just left without a word. Is the Alliance Pact just a piece of paper to them? An elven archer said, his voice full of anger as he watched the backs of the retreating Sky-Winged warriors. He wanted nothing more than to put an arrow in them. The front lines had already been pushed to their limit, with all the demons of the continent gathered against them, and now, at this critical moment, the Sky-Winged had completely withdrawn. Strange. The Sky-Winged warriors are not known to be cowards, Kraft murmured, also watching them go. As a member of the Allied army, he had been fighting to defend the great elven forest, and the battles of the past half-year had greatly improved his skills. Now, seeing them all fly off to the northwest, he couldn't shake a bad feeling. When he had last parted ways with Serie and Rhodes's party, they had told him they were heading to the ancestral home of the dwarves, which was to the northwest, the same direction the Sky-Winged were now headed. It was the complete opposite direction of their heavenly kingdom. Something must have happened there. But all he could do now was pray. He hoped Eirik and Norn were all right. Meanwhile, Rhodes and his party had taken up residence in the treasury. They couldn't move the stone pedestal, so they might as well study the grimoires they had found and see if they could find a solution. The space was large enough for them to move around freely, and even with all the equipment and treasure, there was still plenty of room for their daily training. Look at this, Rhodes. Serie came over and sat down beside him, a grimoire in her hands. What is it? He asked. She pointed to a page, and he saw that it was a spell that could freeze water into ice. Hey, isn't that ice magic? Yes. This book seems to be from a northern race, so it records many ice attribute spells. She had been surprised to find a record of a spell he had already created. Does this man's talent have no limits? To be able to create the magic of other races out of thin air, it was truly remarkable. Are there any useful spells in there? At the moment, their most used ice spell was the ice wall. For offense, all they had was the ice spear. It was powerful, but not as useful as the light arrow rain. The light arrow rain had a high volume and each arrow was powerful in its own right, which made it far more useful than any other offensive spell. Serie was incredibly glad that the first spell she had taught him was the light arrow. Otherwise, they wouldn't have this improved version. How about this one, she said, turning the page. It's an enhanced version of the spell you used to freeze the stream. At full power, you could freeze a lake or even a sea with it. That's a bit of an exaggeration. A few thousand meters at most, not nearly enough to freeze a sea. What is this, a low-budget version of the Ice Age? Rhodes thought the spell was useless. They had barely seen any decent-sized lakes or rivers on their journey, let alone a sea. Then what about this one, she said, turning another page. Frost breath. You can release a breath that will instantly freeze an enemy into an ice sculpture. No, no. The light arrow is better. He shook his head like a rattle. And this one. It can conjure an ice spear in the air. Does it have the same volume as the light arrow? No. Only one at a time. Then no. Humph. Miss Serie was clearly not pleased. No, no, no. What do you want to learn, then, she said, and kicked him lightly with her small foot. It didn't hurt, but it was enough to convey her displeasure. Ah, if you had just knocked on my head 3 times, it would have had the right effect. What do you mean? Why would I knock on your head 3 times? Because that would mean, I'll come to your bed at 3 o'clock tonight, he said, lying without a blush. This was another world, after all. He wasn't afraid of the Grandmaster of that other story coming after him. I don't understand. Serie gave up trying to figure out what he meant. He was always saying such strange things. She closed the book and looked at him, her head tilted. Are you not interested in these grimoires? Of course I am. Look, he said, holding up a grimoire of his own, I'm studying right now. Let me see. She scooted closer, her golden hair falling into his line of sight, and he could smell her pleasant scent. Is this creation magic? To be precise, it's a spell to create inorganic matter. Inorganic matter? Like this gold coin, or this gem. They're all inorganic. You want to learn this spell so you can create gold coins and gems whenever you want? Yes. That was a lie. He wanted to use this spell to study something deeper, something like the creation of organic matter. Then he could proceed with his own plan. But he didn't dare to say it out loud yet. It was his little secret, just like his experiments with the life-extending spell that Serie had almost caught him at. She gave him a suspicious look and lightly tapped the page. Creation magic isn't that simple. Most created objects only last for a very short time. What she meant was that anything he created would just revert to nothing after a little while. As far as she knew, there was no record of a permanent creation spell. I know, he said with a smile, turning the page. But it says here that they once used creation magic to create a permanent object, though it was just some simple metals and minerals. I see. I didn't know that. But what I'm more curious about, he said, as if it were just a passing thought, is if there's any magic that can create life. He was trying to see if she had heard of such a thing. There is. The dwarves have a legend about it, about trying to usurp the goddess's exclusive right to create life. His heart skipped a beat. This was exactly what he had been looking for. And what happened, he asked, trying to keep his voice calm. I don't know, she said, straightening up, her golden hair shimmering in the light of the luminous stones. A legend is just a legend. And its veracity is even less than that of the Holy Sword, org. I've always just assumed it was a fabrication. Rhodes nodded thoughtfully, his fingers unconsciously stroking the edge of the book in his hand. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 72, the teleportation circle, the divine strike descends. Chapter 72, the teleportation circle, the divine strike descends. Rhodes didn't believe the legend was false. The god-slaying sword, org, was real, after all. So it was possible that the dwarves had indeed tried their hand at creating life. But why? He could only guess. Perhaps the dwarves were lonely. But why would a legend like that even exist? Aren't dwarves famously inept at magic? It is precisely because they cannot use magic that the legend exists. The dwarves wanted to create dwarves who could use magic. The old dwarven kingdom had been a powerful and glorious nation. They had gathered the wealth of the entire continent, and their army was the strongest in the world. Even the sky-winged warriors had to give way before them. The dwarves of that era had a wealth of black technology. The Skywing's advantage of flight was completely negated, they became mere flying targets, shot down by the dwarves' anti-air weaponry. At their peak, the dwarves were on the verge of becoming the third strongest race, right behind the gods and the dragons. And that was why the legend existed. The dwarves, in their desire to become stronger, had reached for the power of the goddess of life herself, to create a new, magically gifted dwarven race. But all of that had been lost in the disaster that followed. The dwarves were now a shadow of their former selves. They had even lost most of their forging techniques. It was a tragedy of epic proportions. I can't imagine it, Rhodes said. He couldn't wrap his head around how the dwarves would even begin to study life magic. And to try to learn the origins of life magic from a race that couldn't even use magic, that just seemed wrong. Time passed. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. They had spent the entire time in the treasury. Though Serie's magic had allowed them to survive without food or water, being in such a confined space for so long was beginning to wear on their nerves. They were now gathered around the stone pedestal in the center of the room. Eirik was toying with a gold coin. These runes are impossible to read, he complained. I say we just smash it to pieces and take it with us. And you can be the one to carry the pieces, Serie said, shooting him a cool glance. She, too, was growing frustrated with the ancient text. It was the original dwarven script, a language she had never seen before. She had no idea how to even begin to decipher it. And the stone was several tons, they couldn't possibly move it. That was why they had to find another way. How about a levitation spell? Rhodes asked. He cast a spell, and the book in his hand began to float. It was a small improvement he had made to the spell, allowing him to use it on other objects. He still hadn't managed to achieve true flight, but he was working on it. No. The mana cost would be too high, Serie said, shaking her head. Can't we just use the holy relic to recharge? Norn asked. He didn't understand why the slab they had been looking for had turned out to be such a massive stone, but he knew it contained an incredible amount of mana. Surely they could use it to recover their own. It's not that simple. To absorb mana, you need a kind of purification function. Not all mana was usable. Unless it was naturally recovered, any mana absorbed from an outside source would be tainted with impurities or corruption. You couldn't just take it in. The Light of Ursun could be used as a power bank because Rhodes had filled it with his own mana. Even Serie could use it to recover. But the stone pedestal was different. It was a giant power bank, but they didn't have the right charging cable. All they could do was look. At most, they could use it to cast certain special spells, just like how the demons had used the original holy relic to open a massive teleportation circle. I see, Norn said with a wry smile. The real question, Rhodes said, deep in thought, is why it's a massive stone pedestal. That's not what the legends say. If it wasn't so heavy, he would have just taken all the valuable things from the treasury and left long ago. He wouldn't have wasted so much time here. The quiet was nice, and there were no monsters to bother them, they had closed the entrance, so nothing could find them, but he still had a bad feeling. He'd had it ever since he had drawn the divine right sword. I also find it strange. Could the real stone slab be inside it? Serie voiced her own suspicion. Shall we try to break it open? We can try, Rhodes agreed. Seeing that they had made a decision, Som eagerly stood up. I think this is my cue. He took the battle axe from his back. A job that requires brawn should be left to a powerful dwarven warrior. Not yet, Som, Rhodes quickly stopped him. Let Serie and I examine it one more time, just to be sure. They didn't know what would happen if they broke the stone. What if it was a trap, something that would explode? They would have nowhere to run. That was the real reason he hadn't touched it all week. The group gathered around the stone slab. Well. Shall we try to scan its internal structure first? It will be difficult. The mana inside is too chaotic. My detection spell. Before she could finish, the stone pedestal suddenly began to glow with a blinding light. High above the dwarven ruins, a massive magic circle appeared. Any of the survivors of the first dwarven kingdom would have recognized it instantly. It was the same super-large teleportation circle the demons had used all those centuries ago. But this time, it was not an endless horde of demons and magical beasts that emerged from it, but a host of powerful sky-winged warriors. Led by the 13 members of the council, the sky-winged formed up in a battle formation, their white wings shining with a holy light in the sun. They held their long swords, their tips all pointed down at the ruins below. "All units, prepare for the divine strike," the lead council member commanded, her voice cold. The entire sky-winged race had a talent for magic, and they also possessed formidable physical strength, making them the undisputed third strongest race in the world. And when all their warriors unleashed their strongest attacks at once, the result was the divine strike, an attack that could destroy anything. At the council members' command, the mana of all the sky-winged warriors began to gather, condensing into a dazzling pillar of light at the center of the magic circle. The light grew brighter and brighter, like a falling sun. The divine strike was about to descend. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 73, Under the Divine Strike. Chapter 73, Under the Divine Strike. At that moment, in the treasury, Rhodes and his party were completely unaware of the approaching danger. "Why is the stone pedestal suddenly glowing?" Eirik asked, instinctively taking a couple of steps back. The color drained from Serie's face. As an elf with a keen sense for mana, she immediately knew something was wrong. "That's not the stone itself. Someone is activating its mana from the outside." Rhodes's head snapped up. He couldn't see what was happening outside, but a vision had already appeared in his mind's eye, a massive pillar of light, descending from the sky like the rod of God, a blinding radiance carrying an aura of absolute destruction, about to engulf the entire dwarven ruins. And they were right in the middle of it. The holy sword, Org, also began to tremble violently, as if in warning. "Serie." In the heat of the moment, all he could do was shout and channel all of his strength into a magic barrier. But it was too late. Boom. The divine strike of the sky-wing descended. A blinding white light pierced through hundreds of meters of solid rock, a power of utter annihilation that tore through the dwarven ruins as if they were made of paper. The entire treasury shook violently. Eirik stumbled and fell. But Rhodes had no time to worry about him. Hearing his shout, Serie had also looked up, her pupils constricting. She, too, had sensed the massive spell unfolding outside, its power almost beyond belief. Her combat instincts kicked in, and she immediately threw up a magic barrier of her own, a translucent shield that appeared above their heads. The divine strike, having obliterated everything else in the ruins, finally slammed into their barrier, and the resulting explosion was deafening. Rhodes let out a muffled grunt and fell to one knee. Serie did the same, a trickle of blood running from the corner of her mouth. He immediately drew both the Light of Ursun and Org and, using the power of the holy swords, quickly replenished their rapidly draining mana. "It's a divine strike," Serie managed to say, struggling to maintain the barrier. "The highest level of magic of the sky-winged." "The sky-winged," Rhodes said through gritted teeth, wiping the blood from his mouth. "What are they doing here?" There was no time for answers. Serie was using all of her mana to reinforce the barrier. A divine strike doesn't last for long. Fortunately, the structure of the dwarven treasury had absorbed a large part of the impact, and they weren't at the center of the blast. All they had to deal with was the aftershock. But even so, the terrifying, destructive light was quickly annihilating everything around them. The hard ores, the mastercrafted dwarven weapons and armor, all of it was reduced to dust. High above, the 13 members of the council looked down at the dwarven ruins, now completely engulfed in the pillar of light, and let out a collective sigh of relief. The divine strike had taken a heavy toll on them. Their mana was nearly depleted, and they wouldn't be able to participate in any battles for a long time. But the goddess's command had been fulfilled. Everything here, including the demons and magical beasts within, would be completely destroyed. "We've lost our connection to the holy relic." "It must have been destroyed in the blast," one of the council members said. They had been able to reach the ruins so quickly by using the vast mana within the holy relic to open a teleportation circle, the same kind the demons had used. The method of activating the relic had been granted to them by the goddess. "It seems we won't be able to use the magic circle to return to the heavenly kingdom." The other council members looked a little worried. This was their most vulnerable moment. Their mana was depleted, their combat strength was at a fraction of its normal level. If they were to encounter any demons or magical beasts, they would be defenseless. But fortunately, all the monsters on the continent were at the front lines, near the great elven forest. They didn't have to worry about being attacked. "Let's go back to our heavenly kingdom." The sky-winged all beat their wings and began to retreat, leaving behind a massive, smoldering crater where the dwarven ruins had once stood. When the blinding light finally faded, the group looked around in horror. The entire ceiling of the treasury, or rather, the entire dwarven ruins, was gone. Through the dust and smoke, the long-forgotten sunlight fell on their shoulders. But the warmth of the sun brought only a chill. High above, a formation of sky-winged warriors was retreating, leaving nothing but their cold, distant silhouettes. The sky-winged. Norn's voice trembled. What were they doing here? Maybe they were just trying to take out the demon's nest and didn't know we were here. Eirik suggested uncertainly. Som's face was grim. Through the cracks in their magic barrier, he could see that the ancestral home of his people had been completely wiped from existence, leaving only a massive crater to mark its passing. Rhodes wiped the blood from his mouth and tightened his grip on the light of Urson. Its mana was completely drained, its once glowing blade now dull and lifeless. Perhaps they were after us. Or rather, after the divine right sword, Org. There hadn't been enough monsters in the ruins to warrant such an attack. A massive teleportation circle, a divine strike, just to kill a few home guard monsters. Neither Rhodes nor Serie believed it for a second. That's the only possibility, Serie said, dispelling the magic barrier. Her face was deathly pale. Just the aftershock had drained all of their mana and caused a significant backlash. Is this the power of a god? It was truly terrifying. But the timing, it's too much of a coincidence. We only just got this sword, Norn said, still in disbelief. Serie, what do you think? With the precognitive power of Org, Rhodes had already seen a vision of the Sky Winged. He had seen them emerge from a massive magic circle, led by the 13, and unleash their ultimate attack. And he didn't have to guess what that magic circle was. The mana from the stone slab had been activated. It was a perfect recreation of the disaster that had befallen the first Dwarven kingdom hundreds of years ago. Only this time, it was the Sky Winged who had come. I suspect that the fall of the first Dwarven kingdom was related to the Sky Winged. Or rather, to the goddess. It was a shocking theory. Guys, we crossed the 450 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Next goal 600 power stone. Come on guys, you can do it, good luck. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 74, The Truth Revealed. Chapter 74, The Truth Revealed. The super-large teleportation circle had only ever appeared once before in history, at the fall of the Dwarven kingdom. But now, it had appeared again, and this time, it was used by the Sky Winged. It was hard not to draw a connection. It's hard to say. There's not enough information, Norn said, shaking his head. The implication was too shocking, he didn't know how to respond. Rhodes didn't immediately agree with Serie's theory. He just used his levitation spell to fly up into the air. The entire Dwarven ruins had been reduced to a massive crater. The magical beasts, the countless treasures, everything was gone. This is the strongest magical attack on the continent. The divine strike of the Sky Winged, Serie said, having flown up beside him. They descended into the center of the ruins, and the others followed. Eirik kicked at the rubble. It's all gone, he said in a dejected voice. Everything is gone. Except for the few grimoires they had taken with them, everything in the treasury had been destroyed. It wasn't his, but it still pained him to see it. It had been the most precious treasure on the continent. Those damned bird brains were completely insane. Those bastards. How dare they do this to our ancestral home? Som trembled with rage. For all dwarves, the first Dwarven kingdom was their ancestral home. Every dwarf dreamed of reclaiming it and restoring their former glory, even after it had been overrun by hordes of monsters. But now, that hope was completely gone. No, there's still a chance, Rhodes said, his eyes fixed on a spot in the ruins. The power of the divine right sword, Org, could withstand the divine strike. That means the pedestal it was resting on might have survived as well. In truth, their own power could never have withstood such an attack, not even with the stored mana of the light of Urson. It was only when they were on the verge of being overwhelmed that Org had released its own power, reinforcing their magic barrier. It was only with the power of both holy swords that they had managed to survive. And in his opinion, the holy relic shouldn't have been so easily destroyed. It had to still be here, buried under the rubble. The group began to search. Using her natural sense for mana, Serie quickly located the unique mana signature of the holy relic. It's here, she said. They gathered around and began to dig through the thick layer of debris. At the bottom, they found the stone pedestal. It was covered in cracks, but its overall structure was still intact. And, to their surprise, the force of the divine strike had created a crack in the center of the pedestal, revealing a glowing object inside. What is? Norn carefully brushed away the debris and took out a palm-sized, blood-red stone slab. It was inscribed with ancient runes and was surprisingly light, a stark contrast to the heavy pedestal it had been housed in. I see. Serie finally understood. So this is the real holy relic. The stone pedestal was just a disguise. She and Rhodes had already been thinking about breaking open the pedestal to see if the slab was inside, but they had been worried about causing a mana leak. And just as they had finally decided to do it, the divine strike had descended. But the end result was a good one. They had found the real stone slab. Rhodes took the slab and felt the immense power within it. The pedestal must have been specially crafted by the dwarves to amplify the slab's power, which is why we mistook it for the relic itself. Just then, without the support of the holy relic's mana, the stone pedestal completely shattered into a pile of small stones. And amongst the stones, a special piece of animal hide parchment caught their attention. "What's this?" Norn asked, picking it up. It was covered in a dwarven script he couldn't read. What was this doing inside? "It must have been hidden in a secret compartment," Serie said, taking the parchment. She frowned at the complex script. "It's the same kind of ancient text as the one on the pedestal, but a little different. Can you read it?" "I can," she said with a newfound confidence. "This was clearly written in a hurry, so it's not as complex as the text on the pedestal. It shouldn't be too difficult to decipher." She spent a few moments reading, then her voice was grave as she read it aloud. "The gods, divided by their faith, have become true and false. The true God is not seen, and the false God reigns. The dwarves, having touched upon the forbidden, have incurred a divine punishment. All will be lost under the might of the gods' most loyal chosen ones. May future generations, upon seeing this, convey it to all dwarves, and raise the sword of rebellion against the false gods." The writing grew more and more frantic, and then abruptly ended. A long silence followed. They were all stunned by the revelation. If we were to tell this to others, no one would believe us," Norn said, a cold sweat drenching his clothes. "The true God was gone, and the god the elves and the sky-winged worshipped was a fake. And this false god had punished the dwarves for touching the forbidden, and had destroyed their first kingdom. It was just too sensational to be true. The gods' most loyal chosen ones, aren't those the sky-winged? So it was them who destroyed the first dwarven kingdom?" Eirik asked in disbelief. "No," Som said, refuting his claim. "My grandfather was one of the survivors. It was an army of magical beasts that destroyed the dwarven kingdom. There's no doubt about that." "Is it possible," Rhodes proposed, "that the so-called false gods, chosen ones, are the magical beasts, or rather, the demons?" They were all stunned by his shocking theory. Even Serie looked at him with disbelief. If his theory was true, then what was the point of the war at the great elven forest? The sky-winged and the elves, worshippers of the false god, were fighting a war to the death with the false god's own chosen ones. What was the meaning of such a war? Impossible. If that's the case, then why would the god allow the three races to unite to cleanse the world of magical beasts? Serie shook her head vehemently. She wanted to slay a god, yes, but she could not accept the idea that she was being played like a puppet. "No. She's doing it on purpose," Rhodes said, his face grim. He remembered now. The bad feeling he'd had, that nagging suspicion, it was the truth about the annihilation of the elven race in the future. "Guys, we crossed the 600 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Next goal 750 power stone, come on guys, you can do it, good luck. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 75, The Return of the Sky-Winged. Chapter 75, The Return of the Sky-Winged. The elven race of today was a prosperous one, the fourth strongest in the world. They had the great elven forest, their ancestral home, from which new elves were constantly being born, and the elven kingdom, a nation purely dedicated to war. It was clear that, with the passage of time, the elves, with their superior magical talent, would likely surpass the sky-winged. Especially in the future, when flight magic was invented, the sky-winged's greatest advantage would be gone. And yet, in the future, one of these races would have no record in history, and the other would be on the brink of extinction. The entire elven race, nearly wiped out. Rhodes didn't know the specifics of what had happened, but he knew that the elves had faced an existential crisis. The false god had struck at the great elven forest, cutting off the birth of new elves. And then, the first demon king would issue his decree to hunt down every last elf, and the once prosperous elven race would be brought to its knees. Putting all the pieces together, he finally understood the false god's plan. His face turned deathly pale, and his hand, which was gripping his holy sword, began to tremble. "I see, so that's what it was," he murmured to himself. First, he used the demons to destroy the dwarven kingdom for touching the forbidden. Then, he used the sky-wing to erase the evidence. And now, he's coming for the elves. Because he knew the fate of the elves, he could make such a deduction. But the others didn't understand. "What are you talking about?" Serie asked, grabbing his arm. He took a deep breath. "Serie, I think, we need to go back to the great elven forest," he said, his voice grave. "You mean?" Serie was no fool. She knew what he was trying to say. "You think the great elven forest is in danger of being destroyed?" "I don't know for sure, but..." He couldn't tell her about the future, about the decline of her race. It was his greatest secret, a secret he would take to his grave. Doesn't it all seem a little too coincidental? Why did the demon army choose the great elven forest as their primary target? And why did the sky-winged use a massive teleportation circle to leave the front lines at such a critical moment? Her face turned grim. The sky-winged's actions had to have been on the goddess's orders. Without a divine command, they would never use the divine strike. To do so would leave them in a weakened state for a long time, vulnerable to attack. What she didn't know was whether or not the Skywinged knew that the goddess they worshipped was a fake. Now, with their army gone, it was uncertain if the dwarves and the elves could hold off the entire demon army on their own. For the first time, she felt a pang of fear. She might have said she would never go back, but the great elven forest was still her home. She couldn't just stand by and watch it be destroyed, to become a crater in the ground like the ancestral home of the dwarves. But Rhodes, what can we do, just the few of us, in a war between races? Norn asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. An individual's strength was too small to change the tide of a war. Rhodes looked down at the divine right sword, Org, and said nothing. He didn't know how to unleash its full power. In the last battle, if not for Org's intervention, they would have never been able to withstand the divine strike. As if sensing his helplessness, the sword began to tremble, and a strange power began to emanate from it. This is the power of Org. Serie said in surprise, feeling her own depleted mana beginning to recover. No, this is the power of the holy relic. As a legendary dwarven sword, Org naturally had the ability to store mana, and its capacity was far greater than that of the Light of Urson. He could feel a pulse from the blade, as if it was resonating with him. The dwarves hadn't placed it on the stone pedestal just for show. The sword had been forged to be one with the slab, like a sword in its scabbard. The holy relic was its scabbard. And it could draw on the slab's power without any limitations, keeping the sword in a state of eternal perfection. I see, he said, closing his eyes and feeling the mana surging through him. This is the power of Org. The divine right sword and the holy relic are one and the same. Serie stared at him, at the tangible aura of mana now surrounding him, at his eyes, which had turned the color of silver blue magic. In her eyes, the mana emanating from him was incredibly dense, far surpassing her own. But compared to hers, his was a bit ethereal, as if it could dissipate at any moment. This is the power of the divine right sword. You can control it. Not completely, he said, tightening his grip on the hilt. But I think it will be enough. The power of Org was flowing through him, one of its abilities, to temporarily increase his own mana. And its other ability was the original, true, light beam cannon. The moment he had resonated with the sword, the knowledge had just come to him. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. They looked up and saw that the sky-winged army, which had already left, had returned. Their white wings blotted out the sun. Not long after they had left, the goddess had bestowed another oracle. But this time, it was not just a command, but a being of pure mana. My dear children, your mission is not yet complete. Return to the dwarven ruins and kill every living thing you see. The form of the goddess was as grand and beautiful as ever. Though, for some reason, the wings on her back were a little different from the ones on the statues in their heavenly kingdom. But the Sky Wing didn't question it. To them, the goddess was their all. Any doubt, any speculation, was blasphemy. After giving her command, the goddess's form dissolved into a source of pure mana, which the Sky Wing then used to quickly recover the mana they had expended on the divine strike. In no time, they were back to their full strength. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 76, Holy Sword vs. Divine Strike. Chapter 76, Holy Sword vs. Divine Strike. Is this the power of the goddess? Witnessing the divine miracle once more, the Sky-Winged were filled with a fervent zeal. They didn't understand why the goddess had given them another oracle, to kill every living creature in the dwarven ruins. Could anything have possibly survived a divine strike? When the Sky-Winged army returned to the skies above the ruins and saw Rhodes and his party, they understood. Something had survived. An elf, a dwarf, and 3 humans, the lead member of the Council of 13 said, her voice cold. As a high-ranking member of a long-lived race, she had, of course, seen humans before and had recognized them at once. But in her eyes, other than the elf, they were all insignificant. But among the council members, a young, blonde-haired woman looked at Serie with a hint of confusion. She didn't know what she was doing here. But even if they knew each other, it wouldn't change the council's decision. She couldn't even ask for a reason. Olivia. What are you staring at? The council leader's sharp voice snapped her back to her senses. Honored leader, that elf, she's a renowned genius mage of the elven race, Olivia said, choosing her words carefully. She didn't understand why the goddess had given such a command, especially when they were supposed to be allied with the elves. To kill one of their most famous geniuses could very well start another war. Obey the will of the goddess. Olivia, as the blade of the goddess, you should not have a will of your own. As the goddess's most devoted chosen ones, they had to obey her every command without question. Even if she had told them to use the divine strike on the great elven forest, they would have had to do it. And Olivia was clearly having thoughts she shouldn't be having. It was a bad sign. She was still too young and needed more training. The council leader turned her attention away from Olivia and looked at the other members. The Grand Barrier has been deployed. All units are ready. Shall we initiate another divine strike? The goddess's command had been to kill every living thing in the dwarven ruins. And after the first divine strike, only these few were left. It was clear that they were the goddess's target. They didn't know what crime these creatures had committed to incur her wrath, to make her not only issue an oracle but also use her own divine power to replenish their mana. But it was not for them to question. If one divine strike was not enough, then they would just have to use another, and wipe these blasphemers from the face of the earth. They've come to silence us, Norn said with a wry smile. They had just acquired the holy sword, Org, and they had already been hit with one divine strike. And now they were surrounded by the sky-winged army. The first attack could have been explained away as an attempt to take out the demon's nest. But there was no other explanation. Is this the power of a god? It felt as if their every move was being watched from above. A chill ran down his spine. The leader of the council hovered in the air, her icy voice reaching their ears. By the oracle of the goddess, we shall execute the blasphemers. Thousands of sky-winged cast their spells in unison, and the super-large magic circle appeared once more. Even from such a great distance, they could feel its destructive power. Again. Irik's face turned pale. Can they just use the thing whenever they want? Of course not. The goddess must have helped them recover their mana. Serie cursed under her breath. A divine strike could not be used consecutively, otherwise, what was the point of even fighting? They might as well just surrender. A divine strike left the sky-winged in a weakened state for months. A long time ago, a race had taken advantage of this and had launched a surprise attack on their heavenly kingdom, causing them grievous losses. After that, they had sworn never to use it again unless commanded by the goddess herself. Norn drew his long sword. He and Irik could also cast a magic barrier. He prepared to stand with Rhodes and Serie against the coming attack. Serie's face was grim as she deployed her own barrier. But she had no confidence that it would hold. The aftershock alone had nearly wiped them out. If not for Org, they wouldn't be standing here. And now, they were facing the full, unrestrained power of a divine strike. She could feel her own heart pounding in her chest, a frantic rhythm in the face of death. But this time, Rhodes, surprisingly, took a step forward. Serie, together. He handed her the Light of Ursun and held Orb aloft. The runes on its blade lit up one by one. An unprecedented wave of power expanded from him, and even the air around him began to warp. Serie immediately knew what he was doing. He was casting the same spell he had used to test the Light of Ursun, but this time, with Org. It wasn't just a simple infusion and release of mana, it seemed Org had a special ability of its own. Without a moment's hesitation, she took the sword and held it high as well. She poured her own fully recovered mana into it, and the Light of Ursun also began to shine with an unbearable light. The two powers met above their heads and, channeled through Org, condensed into a single beam of silver-blue light that shot up into the sky. Holy sword, unleash. He held the sword horizontally across his chest. To unleash its full power, he had to be facing a god or its chosen ones. And the sky-winged above fit the bill. The beam of silver-blue light was even larger than the divine strike. What is? Som stammered, his eyes wide. Is this the true power of the divine right sword? Norn murmured. The power to slay a god. The sky-winged high above clearly felt the threat. All units, release all your mana, the council leader roared. Thousands of streams of white light converged into a massive pillar and began to descend upon them. The divine strike was here again. At the same time, Rhodes and Serie swung their holy swords. Boom. The silver-blue beam and the white pillar of light collided in midair. In an instant, the world was drained of color, and a terrifying shockwave ripped through the land. What few trees remained around the dwarven ruins were uprooted, and the crater was split open by a network of new chasms. Norn and Irik struggled to maintain their magic barrier, forced to their knees by the sheer power of the blast. After a few seconds of a stalemate, the white pillar of light began to dissipate. The sky-winged warriors watched in horror as their divine strike was pushed back. Impossible, the council leader screamed. How can a mortal resist the power of a god? Rhodes gritted his teeth and, with a final surge of strength, pushed forward. Boom. The silver-blue beam shattered the divine strike and continued on its path towards the sky-winged army. The 13 council members hastily tried to form a defensive barrier, but it was shattered the instant it made contact with the beam. A brilliant ball of light exploded in the sky, and a shower of white feathers, like snow, rained down. When the light faded, the once orderly formation of the sky-winged army was in tatters, their losses catastrophic. Did we win? Irik asked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. It seems so, Rhodes said, and collapsed backward, caught by Som. That was amazing. Som said with genuine admiration. The divine strike of the sky-winged was recorded in history, each one destroying a nation or an army. It was, for all intents and purposes, the strongest magical attack in the world. And now, Rhodes and Serie had met it head-on and had broken it. It was a feat of incredible power, one that would surely be recorded in the history books for 1,000 years to come. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 77, The Descent of a God. Chapter 77, The Descent of a God. The surviving sky-winged warriors fled in disarray, their white wings stained with blood. They had never imagined they would be defeated by the hands of mortals. Phew, is it over? Eirik said, collapsing to the ground. He had used up all of his mana just defending against the shockwave. He couldn't even imagine how much power Rhodes and Serie, the main attackers, had expended. And they had met the divine strike head-on and had broken it, crippling the Skywing's most elite army. It's hard to say. Rhodes gripped the divine right sword, Org. It was now dull and lifeless, its mana clearly depleted. Serie had planted the Light of Ursun in the ground, she no longer had the strength to hold it. To continue to do so would only be a burden. Something's wrong, she said, suddenly looking up at the sky. The flow of mana has become strange. All the mana in the area was in a state of chaotic flux, and the space itself was beginning to warp, as if something was about to force its way through. And the sky itself had turned a strange, dark red, a portent of something even more terrible to come. This is bad. Rhodes cursed under his breath. The precognitive power of Org had shown him a vision of a terrifying being about to descend. Run. He had no time to think. He grabbed Serie and ran. The others, without question, followed close behind. Som didn't forget to grab the Light of Ursun. Though it was incredibly heavy, with his dwarven strength, he could just about manage. Behind them, the very fabric of space began to collapse. That's... Serie's eyes widened in disbelief. The power is so great that it's tearing space apart. There was only one being in this world with such power, the legendary goddess, the one worshipped by both the elves and the sky-winged, the false god from the dwarven records. Run. She's tearing through space. They ran for their lives, and soon the collapsing space was far behind them. Only when it was out of sight did Norn finally ask, what is happening? First a divine strike, then a battle with the goddess-empowered sky-winged, and now the goddess herself was about to descend. What had they done to incur such wrath? It's probably because of Org, and the fact that we know her true identity. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to kill us. Her hand was held tightly in his. And though her heart was pounding with a mixture of excitement and terror at the thought of facing a god, for some reason, she felt a strange sense of peace. Perhaps this was what it was like to have a partner by your side. It was a good feeling. In the center of the former battlefield, a large tear in space had opened up, and an ethereal figure had emerged. She first glanced in the direction of the retreating sky-winged. Useless fools. But it is time to give them their orders. The sky-winged, her chosen ones, were so pure in their faith that they could even use their belief to replenish the power of her vessel's original soul, which was why she had been unable to completely eliminate it. She had originally intended to use the demons to launch a surprise attack and cripple the sky-winged. But as it turned out, those little insects had done it for her. It was just a waste of her power. It would have been better if both sides had been equally wounded, instead of just one being completely routed. The power of Org. The Dwarven King, what a clever move, the false god mused. When she had first usurped the goddess's authority, her predecessor, in her last act of defiance, had scattered a portion of her power across the world. And that power had been found by the Dwarven King. With it, he had forged the god-slaying sword, Org, and had even used its power to glimpse a part of the truth. Fortunately, she had discovered it in time and had used the demons and their massive teleportation circle to destroy the Dwarven Kingdom, then had them make the ruins their stronghold, to ensure that no one would ever get their hands on Org. But just as she was about to enact the next stage of her plan, a group of little insects had snuck in and had found it. She had been forced to bestow an oracle and use the teleportation circle to send the Skywing to deal with them. But her servants had failed, defeated by the power of the very goddess they once worshipped. But in the end, it was a good outcome. The crippled Skywinged were no longer a threat. It was time for them to make their exit from the stage of history. A divine power spread out, and she sent a telepathic message to the demons hidden in the shadows. The Skywinged were at their weakest, it was the perfect time to attack. And the great elven forest was also a part of their plan. Sometimes, the divine strike was not an exclusively Skywinged magic. But a divine strike from the demons, that was a terrifying spell that could extinguish all life, a spell that could turn the very earth into a barren wasteland for thousands of years to come. The great elven forest was in grave danger. After running for who knows how long, Rhodes finally stopped, and the others, gasping for breath, stopped with him. Did we get away? Eirik asked, collapsing to the ground. The events of the day had been a real eye-opener. A divine strike, not once, but twice. To survive a single divine strike was something to boast about for a lifetime. But two, and that wasn't even the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was the descent of the goddess herself. He hadn't seen her in person, but the sheer power of her presence had been enough to make his heart pound in his chest. I don't know. We've come a long way. We should be safe, right? Norn said, looking back. He couldn't even see a shadow of the dwarven ruins. Not yet. Rhodes said, gripping Org, this is it, we're finished. As soon as he said it, a blinding golden light suddenly tore through the clouds and shot down towards them. The pressure from the light forced them all to their knees, and they found it difficult to even breathe. That's. Norn said, struggling to look up, his pupils constricting. In the golden light, a hazy, feminine figure slowly began to appear. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 78, First Clash with a God. Chapter 78, First Clash with a God. She just stood there, but she was the center of the universe. The very space around her began to crumble at her presence, the earth silently cracking apart. This was the power of a god, a power so great that her true form was not even permitted to descend. Goddess. Irik's teeth were chattering uncontrollably. His legs were shaking. He had never thought he would be so close to a god. The sheer force of her presence was terrifying, so powerful that it was annihilating everything around her. The pressure was suffocating. He felt that if she were to just take a single step towards him, his body and soul would be shattered by her power. Gods were truly terrifying. But he forced himself to stand, not to kneel. He would not bow to this terrifying being. If he fell here, he would never be able to catch up to Rhodes. He would not be the one who was always protected, always in the rear. Not anymore. But it was clear that the goddess didn't care about Irik. Her gaze swept over the group and landed on Rhodes. In her eyes, this little insect was a great threat, a being with the potential to challenge her very existence. It was an ability unique to the gods, the power of foresight. The other two ants also had this potential, but it was weak, a less than 1 in 10,000 chance of ever coming to fruition. They were nothing compared to the threat of the one who now held the divine right sword, Org. Her predecessor had scattered her power, and her ability to see the future, across this world. The Dwarven King had not only found this power, but had also used the dwarves' technology to imbue it into the sword. And so, the one who was acknowledged by the sword would also gain the power of foresight, a power that should belong only to the gods. If it were just that, she wouldn't be concerned. But in the hands of this particular insect, things were different. With just a single glance from the goddess, Rhodes felt as if his bones were about to break. Foolish ant, you have blasphemed against the authority of a god. Your sin is punishable by death. Her voice was devoid of all emotion, like a clap of thunder. She slowly raised her hand, and a beam of pure, concentrated energy shot from her fingertip. Watch out. Serie was the quickest to react. She shouted and threw up multiple magic barriers, but the beam pierced through them all and struck Rhodes. The divine blow went straight through his stomach, leaving a fist-sized hole. Rhodes. Serie's scream tore through the air. She had watched, helpless, as the divine light had pierced through him. It had all happened too fast, so fast that none of them could react. Blood gushed from the wound, and he let out a muffled grunt, falling to one knee. It was the first time he had ever been so seriously injured. He could feel his life slipping away. But he couldn't fall. Not yet. His face was deathly pale, but he forced himself to stay upright, his trembling hand gripping Org. He raised the sword, and the runes on its blade began to flash frantically. The sword's own power was nearly depleted. Now, he had to draw on its last dregs of power, and the power of the Light of Ursun as well. It's not over yet, he gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Org, give me all of your power. The sword had a will of its own, but it was not the sentient sword spirit of a fantasy novel. It was more of a programmed mechanism. But it was enough. The holy sword let out a deafening hum, and all the runes on its blade lit up. The last of its mana erupted, and a silver-blue flame engulfed Rhodes. With this massive surge of power, he managed to stop the bleeding. But it was only a temporary measure, like cauterizing a wound with a red-hot iron. Without proper medical attention, the wound would only get worse. But with no healing magic, it was the only thing he could do. A dying struggle, the goddess's cold voice rang out as she raised her hand again. It is just a fraction of the former master's power. How much of it can you even wield? She had no intention of hiding her true identity from them. Dwarves, insects, they were all the same in her eyes. So what if they knew the truth? So what if they had been acknowledged by Org? They were all going to die here. What right did these lowly creatures have to touch a power that should belong only to the gods? The second beam of light shot through the air. This time, Rhodes swung Org, and a silver-blue barrier appeared in front of him. The beam and the barrier collided with a deafening roar. The goddess frowned. The dwarves were always playing their little tricks. Not only had they infused this sword with so much power, but they had also hidden it away when she had sent her demon army to their kingdom centuries ago. At the time, she had considered just ordering the Sky Wing to use a divine strike on the ruins and be done with it. But she had needed a suitable base for the demons, so she had abandoned the idea. And now, these little insects had slipped through the cracks. Her thought was but a fleeting one, and she had already unleashed a third beam of light. The power of Org alone could not possibly withstand it. And this time, she was aiming for his head. Once the wielder of Org was dead, the others would be of no consequence. The third beam of light shot through the air. But this time, Eirik suddenly rushed forward. "You won't have your way," he shouted, holding up a magic amulet. It was an ancient relic he had found in the dwarven treasury, one of the few items that had survived the destruction, along with their grimoires. The amulet exploded in a brilliant golden light and, for a brief moment, deflected the beam's path. The beam shot past them and into a mountain behind them, blowing a massive hole straight through it. It was clear just how powerful her attack was. If not for Serie's multiple magic barriers weakening the first strike, Rhodes would have been more than just pierced through. "Eirik!" Norn cried out in alarm. He had no idea his friend had such a trick up his sleeve. It was a pleasant surprise. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 79, The Last Ring of the Sword, The Breaking of the Light of Ursun. Chapter 79, The Last Ring of the Sword, The Breaking of the Light of Ursun. "I'm all right." Eirik gritted his teeth. Facing the power of a god made every muscle in his body tense. His arm, which was holding the amulet, trembled violently from the pain and the aftershock of the divine energy. After deflecting the attack, the amulet had shattered, its golden powder scattering in the wind. Even the most treasured of dwarven magical items could only withstand a single attack from a god. And it hadn't even blocked it, just redirected it. Rhodes, find a way to counterattack. He knew Rhodes wasn't one to just take a beating. He had to buy him some time, even if it cost him his life. Rhodes seized the precious seconds Eirik had bought him. "Som, give me the sword." The dwarf understood immediately. With a roar, he threw the heavy light of Ursun to him with all his might. The sword's sheer weight made Rhodes stumble, he couldn't catch it, and it plunged into the rock at his feet. But he immediately grasped the hilt and poured his mana into it. He now held a holy sword in each hand, and he raised them both high. He crossed the blades, and an unprecedented wave of energy exploded outwards. Both swords were low on power. He was now drawing on their very essence. But he had no choice. The two different powers of the holy swords collided. In the end, Org, acting as the primary, absorbed all the power of the light of Ursun. The sword now pulsed with a power far greater than before, creating a violent vortex of energy around him that forced the others to brace themselves. "Come forth." Double release, he roared, and poured his own life force, along with the swords, into a single, pure blast of mana, which he then unleashed. He brought both blades down in a powerful arc, aimed at the god high above. A massive cerulean blade of sword energy roared through the air, and the very space around it began to crack, just as it had when the goddess had descended. For the first time, a flicker of something almost like surprise crossed the goddess's cold, impassive face. But that was all. It was as if a small insect had just launched what it thought was a fatal blow, but to her, it was just a final, useless act of defiance. With the same contempt she had shown them before, she casually raised a hand to block the attack, confident that it could not harm this body of pure divine energy. But the power of Org had at least earned her a sliver of respect. A divine barrier, a shield of power so dense it could collapse space itself, instantly formed in front of her. For me to even bother with a defensive spell, she thought, these ants should be honored. But the moment the cerulean blade met the divine barrier. Crack! The barrier shattered. A soft, yet incredibly clear, tearing sound was heard. The goddess's arm, made of pure divine energy, was cut open by the blade, a deep gash from which divine blood, shimmering with a terrifying energy, began to drip like molten steel. The divine blood, the purest form of divine energy, fell to the earth, and with each drop, a small, nuclear-like explosion ripped through the ground, leaving a deep crater and melting the rock. The power of a god was not something this world could absorb or accept. If a god were to fall and their blood were to spill upon the land, it would be a catastrophe of epic proportions, like a meteor shower, destroying all life. But the blood that flowed from her now was not her true blood, and so its destructive power was not as great. But her expression changed. Beyond this world, her true body had been wounded. This was not her true form, just a temporary projection. But even so, her true body had been harmed. Impossible. For the first time, her eternally cold and indifferent voice was filled with a violent tremor. Her projected form flickered, and in the world beyond, a world that mortals could not see, the same wound had appeared on her true body. The power of Org was truly terrifying. To be able to cross the vast distance of the cosmos and harm her true body, and with this wound, her absolute control over the other consciousness within her was also shaken. She could feel it, the soul that should have been suppressed, the soul that should have never been able to resurface, now struggling violently. The attack had contained a fragment of her predecessor's own power, and it had been enough to awaken her consciousness. This was something she could not allow. The goddess's holy visage twisted in a furious rage. In an instant, dozens of beams of energy, thicker and more violent than before, tore through space and rained down on Rhodes and all the other ants who had dared to blaspheme against her divine authority. The shadow of death instantly fell upon them. Rhodes, knowing the danger, immediately drew on the last of Org and the light of Ursun's power to form a final defensive barrier. But seeing that the others were also in the line of fire, he threw the light of Ursun to Serie. It contained a portion of Org's power, with it, she could resist the attack. And the goddess's focus was on him, the others would only have to deal with a few stray beams. He had never thought that the mana-storing function he had Dural would come in so handy. Serie channeled her own mana into the sword and created a magic barrier. With the power of both holy swords, she was able to withstand the attack. But it was only a temporary reprieve. The goddess's assault grew even more frantic. Crack, crackle. A heartbreaking sound was heard. It was the light of Ursun. After all the battles, and all the rough infusions of mana, the holy sword could take no more, especially not an attack from a god. A web of cracks spread across its blade. Serie saw it and tried to pull the sword back, but the next wave of attacks was already upon them. I'm sorry, she thought, a silent apology to both Rhodes and the sword. And with the last of her strength, she used it to cast a final magic barrier. The sword let out a mournful cry, and its brilliant light was instantly extinguished. Shatter. The light of Ursun, the sword that held the future hopes and ideals of humanity, broke into 3 dull, lifeless pieces before their very eyes. No. He wanted to save it, but the goddess's power was too great, her attacks were relentless. The last few beams of destruction tore through the barrier he had barely managed to maintain and, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, shot straight for his heart and his head. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 80, True and False Gods, and the Escape. Chapter 80, True and False Gods, and the Escape. At the critical moment, Norn and Som rushed forward. Serie had already blocked all the attacks on their side, and they had come to help Rhodes. They struck at the same time, their axe and longsword clashing against the divine attack. In the next second, they were both sent flying, coughing up blood. Even with their lives on the line, they had only managed to block 2 of the 3 fatal beams of light. One was still on its way. Serie was right behind them. She unleashed the last of her mana, casting the highest level elven spell she knew. The 2 beams of light collided, and after a blinding explosion, the final attack was finally blocked. But they had completely lost their ability to fight. Serie's mana was depleted. Norn and Som could still move, but they were badly injured. Even Rhodes's life force had been overdrawn, and his face was deathly pale. The goddess watched them coldly. So what if they had blocked her attack? It was just a final, futile struggle. She raised her hand again, this time aiming directly for Rhodes. But her attack was once again thwarted, by Eirik. You damned god. Take this, he roared, and pulled several grayish-black metal spheres from a pouch at his waist, then threw them at her with all his might. They were magical items he had found in the dwarven treasury, an effect similar to a more powerful version of Rhodes's light spell, and the most insane of all dwarven creations. Boom. 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 A series of deafening explosions tore through the divine pressure. A blinding light, like a sun exploding, bleached the entire battlefield in a stark white. It was followed by a raging inferno that seemed to set the very air on fire. Norn and Som, who hadn't been able to close their eyes in time, were temporarily blinded. That guy is so reckless. Norn cursed under his breath, though he understood why he had done it. But a signal, a gesture of some kind, would have been nice. Well done, Serie said, a rare note of admiration in her voice. As soon as Eirik had thrown the metal spheres, Rhodes had understood his intention and had immediately thrown up a magic barrier, just barely managing to shield them from the worst of the blast. But the barrier had quickly dissipated, he just didn't have the strength to maintain it anymore. His body gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, only his indomitable will keeping him from falling completely. Even the goddess had been affected by the blinding light. She had easily blocked the subsequent explosions, but they had still been a distraction. Her own beam of light had flown past them. And now, she was furious. Her projected face twisted in a rage that was anything but divine. To be thwarted, again and again, she turned all of her anger on Eirik. She raised her hands high, and a terrifying divine power began to gather. The sky turned a dark, oppressive red. Dozens, even hundreds, of beams of destructive energy formed around her, a power so great that the very space around her began to collapse, revealing a heart-stopping black hole that threatened to swallow everything. All of the beams were locked onto the insignificant Eirik. The air seemed to freeze. Faced with the goddess's unsportsmanlike conduct, Eirik felt his blood run cold, and his bones began to creak under the immense, invisible pressure. At that very moment, the goddess's body began to tremble violently. She clutched her head and screamed, "Urk, aw!" A piercing shriek erupted from her mouth. Her body convulsed, as if something was trying to tear her apart from the inside. "No. Impossible," her voice became chaotic. "I had you completely suppressed." And even more shockingly, her body began to flicker between two forms. One moment, she was the benevolent goddess they all knew from the statues, the next, a stern, imposing figure, radiating an incredibly intense pressure. "That's..." Serie stared in shock. Norn suddenly understood. Two souls. There are two souls in the goddess's body, fighting for control. The god was one being, but divided by their faith into true and false. It wasn't that there were two different gods, but two souls in the same body. Just as the false god's snarling, twisted face regained control and her destructive aura was about to once again engulf them, the ethereal image of the benevolent goddess miraculously reappeared. "Quick, run," she said, her voice weak but gentle as she looked at them. And then, her image was replaced once more by the stern goddess, but she had bought them precious time. It was clear that the goddess was in the throes of an intense internal conflict and had temporarily forgotten about them. "Go," Norn said, pulling the still dazed Eirik to his feet. "Get Rhodes out of here." Eirik snapped back to his senses and rushed forward. He and Norn flanked Rhodes, supporting his exhausted body. Som picked up Org and the fragments of the Light of Ursen and followed close behind. Serie brought up the rear. Behind them, the goddess's anguished screams echoed through the sky. "You can't escape." Her threat was cut short by an even more violent surge of divine power. The very sky began to warp, then shattered like a broken mirror. They didn't dare to look back. With what little strength they had left, they ran. Supported by his two friends, Rhodes's consciousness began to fade, a combination of excruciating pain and the depletion of his mana and life force. The last thing he saw was Org, its light completely extinguished, now just an ordinary iron sword. The holy sword that had once been able to strike down a god was now silent and dull. By the time they had finally reached a safe place, Rhodes had completely lost consciousness. Serie examined his wounds, her pale, slender fingers trembling. "His wounds are grave," she said softly. Org used its last bit of power to temporarily stop the bleeding, but he needs treatment. The goddess's power is still corroding his life force. Eirik clenched his fists and looked up at the sky in the distance. That benevolent figure, was she the real goddess? Norn nodded grimly. "Yes. The one who attacked us was the false god. But those last few tricks of yours, Eirik, they were pretty impressive," Som said with genuine admiration. "I haven't been idle this past week, you know," Eirik said with a laugh, but his good mood was short-lived. "Don't waste time," Serie cut in. "I remember there's an elven village up ahead. Let's go." They didn't delay. They carefully hoisted Rhodes onto their backs and ran in the direction she had indicated. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 81, Healing and the Arrival of Olivia. Chapter 81, Healing and the Arrival of Olivia. His mana is completely depleted, and he has a piercing wound in his abdomen. The wound is being corroded by a residual magic. With just a human constitution, it will be difficult for him to survive. In an elven village, an elven physician, after a careful examination of Rhodes's injuries, came to this conclusion. In all his 1,000 years of healing, he had never seen such a strange wound. The residual magic was like a maggot, clinging to the bone, constantly eroding his life force. If not for the incredibly dense holy aura of the magic, he would have suspected they had been attacked by a demon. But such a dense holy power, had this group fought with a powerful sky-winged warrior? It was the only explanation. And this adventuring party, an elf, 3 humans, and a dwarf who didn't look like a dwarf. Strange, indeed. Aren't we all allied now? Why would there be a conflict? The physician didn't dare to ask. The elf who had brought in the wounded human, the one called Serie, was truly intimidating. She looked as if she would make him pay with his own life if he couldn't save the human. Is there no other way? Serie asked, her fists clenched. No. Not unless you can find a priest. Only their healing magic can cure this human's injuries. Hearing his words, the group looked at each other. Priests were exclusive to the Sky-Winged, only they could interpret the Holy Scripture. And they had just been in a battle with them, a battle in which Rhodes had dealt them a heavy blow. The physician's suggestion was impossible. I'll go to the Heavenly Kingdom now, Serie said, as if she had made up her mind. Miss Serie, you. Norn began, but trailed off. He knew what she was planning. She was going to launch a full-scale assault on the heavenly kingdom and seize their holy scripture. With her magical talent, she could surely decipher it, and then use its healing magic to save Rhodes. But the plan was just too insane, and he had to try to stop her. "It's the only way," she said, shaking her head. After the physician had left, she continued, "Rhodes has the residual mana of that false god in his body. Only the healing magic of the Holy Scripture can remove it. Is there enough time? The heavenly kingdom is on the far eastern side of the continent, isn't it?" Some asked, his voice filled with worry. It would take years to reach it. Young Rhodes wouldn't last that long. It was a testament to his own resilience that he had even made it to this elven village. "It's fine," she said, taking out the stone slab. "There's a residual magic circle in it. We can reverse teleport." Both the demons and the Sky-Winged had used the vast power within the slab to open a super-large teleportation circle. As a result, there was a residual magic circle within it. The demons had long since faded over the centuries, but the Sky-Winged was still there. It was weak, but it was enough to teleport the few of them. And the remnants of the Sky-Winged army can't have made it back to their heavenly kingdom yet. This is our only chance. The Sky-Winged had deployed their entire army, including the Council of 13. Their home base was likely being guarded by the old and the infirm. Is there no other way? Norn was not unwilling to save Rhodes, but he was a cautious person. He couldn't just agree to such a reckless plan. "It's our only option." As they were at a stalemate, a commotion was heard from outside. Eirik drew his long sword, and a moment later, the elven physician appeared again. "Honored guests, a Sky-Winged warrior is here to see you." He had told them she was looking for a strange party of 3 humans, an elf, and a dwarf. It could only be them. Damn it. They've caught up to us. Eirik cursed under his breath. He had thought that after the beating Rhodes had given them, they wouldn't dare to come back. And now, just a short time later, they were at their doorstep. "Something's not right," Serie said. "If they were really after us, why would they send someone to announce their arrival?" "Indeed," Norn nodded. It had been a week since they had left the dwarven ruins, and Rhodes had been unconscious the entire time. If not for the protection of Org, and his own incredible resilience, he would have never lasted this long. But even now, he showed no signs of waking up. Let her in. But be ready to fight. In the end, it was Serie who made the decision. They all prepared for battle. A few moments later, a pitiful-looking Sky-Winged woman walked in. Her white wings were stained with dried blood, and her left wing was completely gone. "You." Serie recognized her. It was the youngest member of the Council of 13, Olivia. She had seen her once before, from a distance, but she had remembered her face. And she had seen her in the last battle, though things had been too chaotic at the time to think about it. Now, seeing her here, she was surprised. "Serie. No wonder." Olivia recognized her as well. "You're still alive." She had seen her in their formation during the battle, but even if she had recognized her then, it wouldn't have made a difference. The Sky-Winged would not disobey the goddess's command. Even though she had felt it was wrong to attack an ally, she couldn't have changed the minds of the other council members. But now, with a new oracle from the true goddess, she had only one mission. "The human who was acknowledged by Org, where is he?" she asked, leaning against the doorframe, her voice weak. "What do you want?" Eirik said, immediately moving to stand in front of the unconscious Rhodes. "Are you here for revenge?" "No, that's not it," Olivia said, shaking her head painfully. She took a difficult step forward, and the others tensed. "It's the true goddess. I have received an oracle from the true goddess." What a cruel joke. The Sky-Winged, the self-proclaimed most loyal servants of the goddess, had been deceived by a false god and had been led to a disastrous defeat. And now, she had no one of her own kind to tell. How sad, and how pathetic. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 82, The Last of the Sky-Winged. Chapter 82, The Last of the Sky-Winged. Serie's keen senses picked up on the fact that Olivia had said, the true goddess, not just the goddess. "What oracle?" Norn asked. Olivia took out a faintly glowing holy scripture from her robes. "By the oracle of the true goddess, I have come to heal the chosen one of the future, the one who drew the divine right sword, Org, Rhodes." "Are you kidding me?" Eirik raised his long sword. He didn't believe for a second that these bird people were here out of the goodness of their hearts. They had been trying to kill each other just a short time ago. How could they just shake hands and make up? It was absurd. "We received a false oracle and were made your enemies. But now, I am here with the sincere desire to help you," Olivia said, her voice full of genuine emotion. But they didn't believe her. Rhodes was too important to their party. In a way, he was their party. They couldn't just trust that this Sky-Winged woman was here on a mission from the goddess to heal him. What if she was lying? What if it was just an excuse, and her true mission was to kill him? Let her come, Serie said suddenly. If she tries anything, I'll kill her instantly. Her mana began to swirl around her. She was not bluffing. Olivia nodded gratefully and, dragging her injured body, made her way to Rhodes's bedside. She opened the Holy Scripture with trembling hands and began to cast the most ancient of healing spells. To their surprise, the light from the scripture was not the usual white of the sky-winged, but a soft, golden glow. As she cast the spell, the residual holy magic in Rhodes's wound began to be purified, bit by bit. His breathing grew steady, and the color returned to his face. This is... Serie noticed that the healing magic Olivia was using was different from any she had seen before. The original text of the priestly magic, Olivia said, holding up the scripture. All the holy spells are recorded here. After she had finished healing him, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and nearly collapsed. Serie caught her just in time. You're gravely injured, she said with a frown. When the Sky-Winged had retreated, Olivia had been one of the few council members who hadn't been seriously wounded. At least, her wings had been intact. But now, she only had one. What happened? Seeing that Rhodes was healed, the group relaxed their guard, though Eirik still watched her every move. Tears streamed down Olivia's face. The Sky-Winged, they're finished, she said, and then, in broken sobs, she told them what had happened over the past week. After their defeat, the Sky-Winged army had been on their way back to the Heavenly Kingdom when they had been ambushed by a demon army. And, to their horror, the demons had been able to use their divine strike. In a single blow, the renowned Sky-Winged army had been reduced to ashes. 1,000 warriors, only a dozen survived, and of the council of 13. I am the only one left. The demons can use the divine strike. Norn asked in disbelief. How is that possible? I don't know, she said, closing her eyes in pain. But it is the truth. And their divine strike is even more destructive, a dark power that corrodes all that it touches. She coughed again, a violent, racking cough, and blood seeped through her fingers. Serie quickly examined her. Her internal organs are ruptured, and her mana is depleted. It's a miracle you're even alive. I must obey the goddess's command, she said with a weak smile, and held the holy scripture out to them. This must be given to the one chosen by Org. The original text of all the holy magic of the Sky-Winged was now right in front of them. Even the emotionally distant Serie couldn't help but be moved. Just then, Rhodes's eyelids fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was his party, and the Sky-Winged Olivia. Norn quickly explained what had happened. Rhodes listened in silence. He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. He had to fight the Sky-Winged to survive. But now, first crippled by him, and then ambushed by the demons, their entire army had been wiped out. The Sky-Winged had been a useful pawn, but once they had outlived their usefulness, the false goddess had simply thrown them away. What is? He said, his voice hoarse, looking at the holy scripture in her hand. The original holy scripture of the Sky-Winged, which records all of the divine magic. The goddess has bestowed it upon you and awaits your arrival in the Godfall land. When he took the book, a wave of relief washed over her, and her breathing grew weaker. The goddess said, that as it is now, Org cannot truly slay a god. You also need the power of the holy right sword, Athos. And with that, she could hold on no longer and collapsed at his feet. She had already been on the brink of death. To have even made it to him was a miracle. And to heal him, she had used the very last of her mana. Her life was now a flickering candle in the wind. The holy right sword, Athos. Rhodes had never heard of it and looked to Serie. It is a secret holy sword of the great elven forest. It is said that only a true saint can draw it. Serie herself had tried once before, and had failed. Rhodes opened the holy scripture. The woman before him was the only other person who knew the truth. She could not be allowed to die. The Sky-Winged's holy scripture is encrypted with divine magic, Serie reminded him. You must use the power of faith to decipher it and learn the spells within. It was essentially an encrypted grimoire, and only the Sky-Winged knew the password. Even with his talent, he wouldn't be able to learn the spells right away. No. This original text has no encryption, he said. In his eyes, the words were perfectly clear, he didn't need to decipher them. Let me see. Serie leaned over, but to her, the text was just gibberish. What is going on? P.S. I'm preparing to complete the hero's party, and then we'll begin the journey to slay a god. I'll be rewatching the No Game No Life movie in the meantime. The weak human race raises the sword of rebellion against the false gods. Divine blood falls from the sky, and the demons lose their favor. The human race, looked down upon by all, will finally stand at the pinnacle of the world. The crowning of two kings, the crowning of a saint, and the journey of a sage. But the God-Slayer will be consumed by the dark tide. In the Godfall land, I await the arrival of the one who will announce my death. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 83, The Secret of the Sky-Winged, and the Magic to Create Life. Chapter 83, The Secret of the Sky-Winged, and the Magic to Create Life. Olivia looked up, a faint, relieved smile on her pale face. So it is true. A chosen one really does exist in this world. Why? Why did our race have to be his enemy? At that moment, Olivia was filled with a deep regret. What do you mean? Serie asked. What is this chosen one nonsense? I'm sorry, I cannot tell you, Olivia said, shaking her head. She clearly had no intention of explaining to Serie. Her refusal angered Serie. A magic circle began to form in her hand, but she then let it dissipate. The woman before her was on the verge of death, a threat would be useless. Go, and draw the holy right sword, Athos. Honored Lord Rhodes, only then can you face the god, Olivia said. She then prostrated herself, her forehead touching the ground. The Sky-Winged never knelt to anyone. Only the goddess they worshipped was worthy of such a gesture. In Olivia's eyes, Rhodes now held that same worth. Serie narrowed her eyes. She was very curious about what kind of oracle this woman had received to be so respectful, so trusting of Rhodes. Just a short while ago, they had been trying to kill each other. And now they had reconciled. Not just her, but Norn and the others were also completely bewildered. You know, I hate it when people speak in riddles, Rhodes said, closing the scripture. He needed to sort things out. First, by entering the dwarven ruins and drawing the divine right sword, Org, he had drawn the goddess's enmity. And then, he had happened to learn the truth that she was a false god, which had sent her into a rage and forced her to descend. She had even shattered his own holy sword, the Light of Ursun. But fortunately, the soul of the true goddess still resided within her, and their struggle for control had allowed him and his party to escape. And now, he had woken up to find one of the Sky-Winged who had just fought him, at his bedside. Not only had she healed him, but she had also brought him the original text of all holy magic, and had told him to go to the great elven forest to draw the holy right sword, Athos, and that the true goddess was waiting for him in the Godfall land. It was all too strange. You have to tell me everything, or I have no desire to face a god again, he said. At least not for a while. He was not yet strong enough. Even with the power of Org, he was no match for a god. Olivia was silent for a moment, then chose her words carefully. I'm sorry, Lord Rhodes. This is a secret of the Sky-Winged. Your Sky-Winged race is all but gone. What's the point of secrets now, he said irritably. He had no love for these thoughtless creatures. After 2 divine strikes, who would? His words made Olivia's face grow even paler. Because he was right. Without the majority of their forces, the Sky-Winged had to rely on the aerial advantage of their heavenly kingdom. If they were to encounter any flying magical beasts, or demons, they would be defenseless. Her one remaining wing drooped limply at her side. She took a deep breath and finally made her decision. You're right. The Sky-Winged are no more, she said, her voice filled with a deep weariness. Then I will tell you everything. But only you. Rhodes looked at Serie, who nodded and left the room. The others followed. As she left, she mouthed to him, if anything happens, just call. He gave her a slight nod in return. After everyone had gone, Olivia did something shocking. She took off her blood-stained white robe, revealing a perfect, divinely crafted body. Rhodes's brow furrowed. What is she doing? He had to admit that the Sky-Winged were a perfect race, but now was not the time. She turned around, and on her smooth back, he saw an intricate magic circle. This is. He stared at the complex circle, his pupils constricting. He could feel the same aura from it as he had from the goddess. And the circle was so complex that he couldn't understand it at a glance. We, the Sky-Winged, were never a naturally born race. The Sky-Winged had been personally created by the goddess herself. Rhodes knew this much. It seemed Olivia was about to tell him the whole story. Every member of the Sky-Winged was personally created by the goddess with her authority over life. The magic circle on our backs is a mark of our identity. She spread her one remaining wing. It was glowing faintly, and as he looked closer, he saw that every feather was inscribed with barely perceptible text. Her whole body was like a massive, constantly running magic circle, one that both allowed her to move and contained her soul within her created body. At this realization, his breathing quickened. The magic to create life, it was so close. Olivia turned back to him, a strange light in her eyes. And you are the chosen one, the one who can bear the goddess's authority over life. No wonder she hadn't wanted to tell him. The implications were enormous. To hold the authority of a god, it was something that no one on this continent dared to even touch, let alone possess. So the goddess's true meaning is? He said, a chill running down his spine. To accept her authority over life, Olivia nodded. The god has been corrupted. To prevent this authority from falling into the hands of the false god, she wishes to entrust it to the chosen one. And you, Lord Rhodes, are that chosen one. She doesn't expect me to become a god, does she? Rhodes was stunned. No, Olivia shook her head. One cannot become a god with just a single authority. Even if you possess it, at most you will only be able to create a soulless body. The souls of the Sky-Winged were special, they had not been created by the goddess. Her authority over life could only create a breathing body, not an intelligent soul. So this power was not as great as he had imagined. But it was enough. But now, without the goddess's power, the Sky-Winged are. Olivia said, putting her robe back on. Her face was filled with sorrow. It was because the goddess who had created them had been corrupted that she had said they were finished. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 84, I think I cuckolded the goddess. Chapter 84, I think I cuckolded the goddess. No wonder the false god is after you, Rhodes said, a new understanding dawning on him. As long as the Sky-Winged exist, the true goddess can continue to receive the power of their faith. The magic circle on Olivia's back not only allowed her to move, but as long as she believed in the goddess, it would convert that faith into power and send it back to her. It was a remarkable system. But he still didn't understand why the goddess had split into two in the first place. Was it because both the elves and the Sky-Winged worshipped her? But that didn't make any sense. The elves' faith wasn't some kind of virus. How could it split a god in two? If that were the case, then each race could only worship one god, and there would be no wars over faith. And this was the end of the Age of Myth. As far as he knew, the goddess was the only god left. Hearing him guess the truth, Olivia closed her eyes in pain. Yes. We were supposed to be the goddess's most loyal servants, but we became a butcher's knife in the hands of the false god. A silence fell over the room. Rhodes was still processing this shocking revelation. Why was I the chosen one, he asked. Because. She opened her eyes and looked up at him. You drew the divine right sword, Org. You have already touched upon the power that belongs only to the gods, the ability to see into the future. So that's it. The power of foresight was a power of the gods. He had seen the future with Org, and so the goddess had seen a future in which he raised his sword against her. To prevent this, she had sent the Sky-Winged army after him. But in doing so, she had only hastened that future's arrival. For the first time, he understood why the hero of the South had chosen to take his opponent down with him. To be able to see through each other's every move, it must have been exhausting. Just then, Olivia's body suddenly pitched forward. She was standing right in front of his bed, and he quickly caught her. Her body temperature was dropping rapidly, she was on the verge of death. Serie. Get in here, he shouted. The door was thrown open, and Serie and the others rushed in. Seeing Olivia's condition, Serie frowned. There was nothing she could do. No one had ever had to treat a Sky-Winged before. They had their own healing magic, they didn't need the ordinary methods of the other races. To be able to deliver the goddess's message to Lord Rhodes. I am content, Olivia said with a wry smile. And then she closed her eyes. But this was not an ending Rhodes was willing to accept. He opened the original scripture and frantically searched for a way to save her. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a page. The magic circle on it was remarkably similar to the one he had seen on Olivia's back. Is this the life creation magic of the Sky-Winged? Thanks to being the so-called chosen one, he could understand the complex text. It was a spell specifically for treating a gravely injured Sky-Winged. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to cast it. Serie started to say something, but then stopped herself. Rhodes was already injured, and his own mana was low. It seemed a waste to spend it on this Sky-Winged woman. But they still had many questions for her. It seemed they had no choice but to save her first. As he cast the spell, Olivia's body began to change. Her broken wing grew back, but it was no longer pure white, but a shimmering silver. And even more surprisingly, the magic circle on her back was being rewritten, transformed into a new pattern. But no one could see it. When the light faded, Olivia slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils had turned a soft, gentle silver. Lord Rhodes, she called out, her voice no longer weak. She knew her own body better than anyone, and she could immediately tell that something was different. Her wounds were healed, yes, but more importantly, the mark of the goddess, the magic circle, had been tampered with. Serie had also noticed the change. The once golden white wings were now a shimmering silver. What did you do? You were supposed to be healing her. What is this? Rhodes closed the scripture and gave her a complicated smile. I think I might have messed up a little. I think I might, maybe, probably, have cuckolded the goddess. This. Olivia's mouth hung open, her divinely crafted face a mask of confusion. The connection between herself and the goddess was gone, and in its place was a connection to Rhodes. Ahem, well, the end result is a good one, isn't it? Don't worry about the details for now, Rhodes said, to both Serie and Olivia. No, but this. Olivia was still having a hard time accepting it. My. She trembled as she touched her new, silver wing, her eyes filled with confusion and unease. She tried to channel her mana and found that the familiar holy power was now tinged with a strange new energy. I'm sorry, my lady, she murmured. Serie was beginning to grasp the gravity of the situation. Rhodes, don't tell me you. As the one who understood his magic the best, she had a good idea of what he had done. He hadn't just healed her. He had improved upon the spell, just like he had with her light arrow. Rhodes scratched his head, a little embarrassed. I may have accidentally turned her from a follower of the goddess into a follower of my own. What? Norn and Eirik exclaimed in unison. Incredible. That's just incredible. Even Som was in disbelief. And Serie, for once, was speechless. In all her hundreds of years, she had never seen anything like it. But, we Skywinged can only worship the goddess. It's written in our magic, in our very being, Olivia said. She had wanted to say that the very magic circle that made up their bodies was encoded with a law that they could only worship the goddess, but she didn't want the others to know that, so she had phrased it differently. In theory, yes, Rhodes sighed, holding up the original scripture. But I've learned that you can't always trust theories. He had never imagined that the life creation magic in the book was basically an administrator's account. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 85, my chest hurts. Chapter 85, my chest hurts. This administrator mode should have only been accessible to the goddess herself. For any other Skywinged, the life creation spell would have only been able to heal. But who was he? He was the future great sage, the chosen wielder of the divine right sword, Org, and the holy right sword, Athos. He was the creator of the Sword of Human Rights, the Light of Ursun, a close companion of the great Grand Master Serie, the man who would steal the title of most ancient human mage from a certain red-haired sorceress, a terrifying being on the verge of slaying a god, and the first hero who would one day save the world. So for him to use this spell, it was as if he were the goddess herself. And with the goddess in her current state, he didn't have to worry about her coming after him. Well, the truth was, when he had used the spell, he had added a few of his own modifications. He couldn't help it, it was just a force of habit. And by the time he had come to his senses, the magic circle on Olivia's back had already been rewritten. Serie, realizing what he had done, snatched the scripture from his hands. The text was still gibberish to her, but she couldn't let him decipher any more of it. If just healing someone could rewrite their faith, she couldn't imagine what he would do to the scripture if he were to continue his research. This is too dangerous, she said, trying to justify her actions. The original text must be in my keeping. But you can't read it, can you? Rhodes said. Something was off about her attitude, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. In the end, he just assumed she was jealous that he could decipher the Holy Scripture. Don't worry, I'll teach you all the spells on it once I've learned them. He intended to teach them not only to her, but also to Norn and the other humans. The holy magic of the Scripture should be known by all. As for what the goddess and the Skywing thought about it, he didn't care. If they had a problem, they could come and talk to him in person. If they could, that is. That's not the reason, she said with a sigh, showing no intention of returning the scripture. She didn't know why she was doing this. In theory, the best course of action would be to let him decipher it, learn the spells, and then teach them to her. But after seeing him rewrite Olivia's faith, a strange, indescribable feeling had welled up inside her, a feeling that had compelled her to act. Olivia stood where she was, her silver wings trembling unconsciously. She looked down at her hands and felt the flow of mana within her. It was different from before. Her faith and her reason were at war. In that case, what should I do, she asked, her voice filled with confusion. For thousands of years, my life, my faith, it has all belonged to the goddess, but now, it had all been usurped by this man. Should I be angry? But he was the chosen one, the one the goddess had been waiting for. And the goddess she had worshipped had been replaced by a false god, and so her own faith had become a lie. She had no right to be angry. Perhaps, she should be grateful. Grateful to Lord Rhodes, for saving her from the false god. In that moment, something clicked. Serie held the scripture close and watched the former servant of the goddess warily. You must know that your connection of faith has been severed. No, not severed. Olivia interrupted her, looking up, her eyes filled with a new resolve. It has been transferred. She walked towards Rhodes, each step deliberate and solemn. She knelt before him, her hands clasped to her chest, her silver wings respectfully folded behind her. Lord Rhodes, my new master. Please allow me to assist you in your mission, to fulfill the oracle of the goddess. Are you sure about this? Yes. It is the inevitable choice. The magic circle on her back began to quietly hum, the power of her faith flowing through it. My life has been rewritten. It is an irreversible fact. In that case, let my faith become your blade, and let me walk by your side. To be honest, Rhodes was a little uncomfortable with this whole situation. It was a little exciting to have a beautiful angel kneeling before him and pledging her loyalty. But the cold stare he was getting from Serie was making him uneasy. Did she think he had done this on purpose? He was innocent. It had just been an occupational hazard. He always wanted to improve a new spell when he learned it, and this time, it had just gone a little too far. Seeing that he hadn't responded, Olivia looked at the others. She knew that to truly assist him, she would need their approval as well. She stood up and faced Serie, her gaze sincere and resolute. Miss Serie, I understand your reservations. But please believe that my words are true. Serie knew she was telling the truth. From everything that had happened, it was clear that she had learned the truth and now wanted to raise her sword against the false god. But why did it have to be him? That strange, inexplicable feeling made her say something she didn't mean. But why should I trust a former enemy? She didn't want this woman to join their party. Olivia conjured a magic circle. This is a life-binding contract. If I should ever have a single treacherous thought, you can use this contract to kill me. But I hope that this contract will be in Lord Rhodes's keeping. Seeing her go to such lengths, Serie had no choice but to back down and leave the decision to Rhodes. The others did the same. I accept your request, Rhodes said after a deep breath. But remember, we are partners, not a god and his servant. I don't go in for that sort of thing. A strange light flickered in Olivia's eyes. You really are different. To have the loyalty of a sky-winged, and a member of the Council of 13 at that, it was something that no one on the continent would have ever dared to dream of. And he had just casually turned it down. Partners. She murmured, just as Serie had once done. And for some reason, seeing this, the original partner felt a pang in her chest. She hadn't felt this way when Som and Norn had joined. Why? Why did it feel as if something important was about to be taken from her? Show your support with Power Stones. Unlock a bonus chapter every time we hit 200 Power Stones. Just remove the hyphen symbol to open the link. Speech balloon enjoying the story? Drop a review. Your support really helps the series grow, thank you. Chapter 86, Something's Off with Serie. Chapter 86, Something's Off with Serie. The party had taken up temporary residence in the elven village. Fortunately, news of the Skywing's attack on the dwarven ruins, and on Serie, had not yet spread. Otherwise, Olivia would have likely been cast out. The entire dwarven ruins had been wiped from the face of the earth, leaving only a massive crater. It was clear to anyone that only a divine strike could have caused such devastation. During their stay, Rhodes had made a point of asking the elves here for news from the front lines. The situation was not good. At first, for some reason, the demons' offensive had weakened. Even without the sky-winged army, the elves and dwarves had been able to hold their own. But then, the demons had renewed their assault with even greater ferocity. The front lines were now in a precarious state, and everyone was eagerly awaiting the return of their allies. But their hope was in vain. The Skywinged were finished. The demons had likely split their forces, with one group pinning down the allied army on the front lines while the other launched a surprise attack on the weakened Skywinged. Now, with the successful ambush force having returned to the front lines, the pressure on the elves and dwarves had undoubtedly intensified. But there was nothing Rhodes could do. Perhaps, once Org was recharged, he could unleash a light beam cannon on the demon army and turn the tide of the battle. And in their time in the elven village, he and Serie had been studying the healing magic in the Holy Scripture together. The structure of this healing spell is very unique, Rhodes said, pointing to the complex runes on the page. You have to split your mana into 3 streams and condense them in different ways. Serie leaned in to look, and then, as if suddenly realizing how close they were, she took a step back. I'll try, she said. Rhodes looked at her, a little puzzled. What's wrong? Why are you so far away? Can you still see my mana flow? They had always been close when studying magic, the better to observe each other's mana flow. But for some reason, she was now deliberately keeping her distance. I can see it just fine, she said, turning her head away. Seeing this, he scooted closer to her. She moved away. He followed. And so it went, until her back was against a tree and she had nowhere else to go. Why are you being so distant all of a sudden, he asked, completely baffled. The same Grand Master who had let him into her tent, who had even let him hold her while they slept, why wouldn't she even let him get close now? Had he done something to upset her? He couldn't think of anything. I'm not being distant. I just. She didn't know why she was doing it either. Perhaps the chaotic mana radiating from him was making her uncomfortable. Yes, that must be it, she thought, and then explained, haven't you noticed how chaotic your own mana is? I hadn't, actually. To him, all mana was good mana, as long as he could use it. When he had wielded Org, he had drawn its power into himself without any kind of purification, a crude and forceful infusion. As a result, his own mana was indeed in a chaotic state. But it wasn't to the point of causing him any real harm, he just needed some time to get used to it. You should avoid using magic for a while, at least until your own mana has calmed down. All right. Then I'll have to rely on the great Lady Serie to protect this humble servant. Hearing this, a small smile touched her lips. Of course. But just then, an unwelcome presence approached. Olivia, holding a bundle of freshly picked herbs, came over and knelt before him. Lord Rhodes, these are the moondew herbs and starflowers you asked for. They both help to speed up mana recovery. Thank you, he said, taking the herbs. But haven't I told you to just call me by my name? And you don't have to kneel. Honestly, he thought, this is all a bit too feudal. My apologies, Lord Rowe, I am just used to it, she said. Her faith had been transferred to him, so it was only natural for her to treat him as she had once treated the goddess. But her new god didn't seem to want to be served, which was a bit of a problem for her. Everything she was doing was, to her, perfectly normal. But we're partners now. Partners don't kneel to each other, he said. I understand, she said with a solemn nod, committing her new god's command to memory. Lord Rhodes, are you studying the spells in the scripture? I can teach you, if you like. Read the original text. No, but the scripture I learned from was a copy of it. Seeing the two of them interact, Serie felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Hey, we're studying here. Can't you read the room? Rhodes looked at her in shock. It was a strange thing to hear from her, of all people. My sincerest apologies, Miss Serie. All right. Olivia, you can go now, Rhodes said, quickly turning back to the scripture. Let's continue. Yes. But for the rest of their study session, Serie was distracted. Whenever Olivia came near, her attitude would become hostile. Serie, he finally asked, do you have some problem with Olivia? Don't the two of you know each other? Why should I like her, she huffed. She used a divine strike on us. Have you forgotten that? No, but, it's a complicated situation. And haven't the Skywinged already paid the price? The price they paid doesn't mean I have to forgive them. Those are two different things. Well, yes, he conceded. He had no intention of forcing her to forgive Olivia. Perhaps, with time, her attitude would change. Seeing this, Olivia spoke up. Miss Serie, I am truly sorry for what happened. If you can find it in your heart to forgive me, I will do anything you ask. She did not deny that it had been their fault. If they had not unthinkingly obeyed the false goddess's command, things would have never turned out this way. At their full strength, they would have never been wiped out by a demon ambush. They might have even been able to fight them off. Show your support with Power Stones. Unlock a bonus chapter every time we hit 200 Power Stones. Just remove the hyphen symbol to open the link. Speech balloon enjoying the story? Drop a review. Your support really helps the series grow, thank you. Chapter 87, The Greedy Elf. Chapter 87, The Greedy Elf. But now, it was too late for regrets. All she could do was carry the apologies and regrets of her kinsmen and atone for their sins to the living. Only then could she move forward. At her sincere apology, Serie abruptly stood up and, after a long, complicated look, said, Don't apologize to me. Rhodes was the one you wanted to kill, and he was the one who defeated you. I was just an innocent bystander. And with that, she took the original scripture and turned, walking deeper into the forest. Rhodes instinctively started to follow her, but Olivia gently tugged at his sleeve. Rhodes, I am so sorry, she said softly. I can feel that Miss Serie is very conflicted. Did my joining your party cause some kind of misunderstanding? She had keenly sensed that something was off with Serie. Elves were not known for their emotional outbursts. Even though they had been mortal enemies just a short while ago, now that she knew the truth, Serie should have welcomed her into the party to raise their swords against the false god together. But she had been so resistant. It was not at all like an elf. To be honest, I don't know either, Rhodes said with a frown. I'll go talk to her. I just hope she hasn't run too far, or gone into hiding. Don't worry. You can use the connection between the original texts to sense her location. He paused, then closed his eyes, and sure enough, he could clearly feel the direction of the scripture, in a grove of trees to the east of the village. I'm going after her. In the grove, Serie was leaning against a thick tree trunk, the original scripture held tightly in her lap. She didn't understand why she was so angry. The emotion had come so suddenly, and it was so intense. Detestable sky-winged, she muttered, though she herself didn't even know why she hated them. The sound of footsteps made her look up, alert. When she saw it was Rhodes, her first instinct was to run, but she then abandoned the idea. "There you are," he said, stopping in front of her. "What do you want?" she asked, turning her face away from him. "Aren't you going to go comfort your new companion?" He didn't answer right away. He just sat down beside her, as close as always. But this time, she didn't move away. "I remember," he said, looking up at the sunlight filtering through the canopy of leaves, "that when I first learned the tracking spell, you were just as difficult." "I was not difficult," she immediately retorted, though her voice was noticeably softer. "Remember? You once told me that my magical talent was just barely passing." Her mouth twitched. "You must be misremembering. I never said such a thing." The elven miss was being stubborn, but he didn't call her out on it. "And then I improved upon the tracking spell, and you insisted it wasn't the real thing, and you didn't talk to me for days. Because it was heresy. Who tracks by setting a marker first? A real tracking spell should be able to change direction after it's been cast. Though, she herself rarely used it anymore. An arrow rain was much more practical, with its wide range and high power." He let out a small laugh. "But in the end, you still asked me to teach it to you, didn't you?" The tips of her ears turned red. It was a wave of shame so intense that even her emotionally reserved elven nature couldn't contain it. "Serie," he said, his voice suddenly serious, "do you know what you mean to me?" Her body tensed, and her red ears twitched. "You're my teacher, my dearest friend, and the most important, the very first." He paused, person to walk by my side. "No one can ever take your place in my heart." She turned to him, and their eyes met, her golden ones reflecting his dark ones, and in them, they saw only each other. "The first and most important partner." "Yes. I see, so that's what it is," she murmured. "That's not so bad." She then hugged her knees and rested her head on them, a cunning look in her eyes. "But is that really all it is?" The elven miss didn't understand feelings, but she was very greedy. He had taken her from the forest, and had shown her so much, had even faced a god with her. To be just his first partner was not enough. Som, Norn, Eirik, and now Olivia, they were all his partners. But she had to be more than that. "What a greedy elven miss," he said, seeing right through her. To be just his first partner was not enough to comfort her. But she didn't understand love. And he didn't dare to ask for it. After a brief silence, he suddenly said, "That original scripture. I'm going to leave it in your keeping." "Why?" "You're the only one who can read it." "I never said I wasn't going to learn from it," he said, looking at her earnestly. "And besides, I'm looking forward to the day you can decipher it yourself. After all, you are." He drew out the words, "the genius mage, Miss Serie." The long-forgotten title made her heart skip a beat. It was what he had called her when they had first met. As they had grown closer, he had used it less and less. "And anyway," he continued, "it's not like I can take it to my grave with me. I'll have to give it to you eventually. I might as well do it now." "Stupid. Fleeting human," she mumbled. "Don't say such unlucky things." She had been about to say, "fleeting human," but the words had caught in her throat. For some reason, she was now a little afraid of that day. He pretended he hadn't heard her. "When we get to the great elven forest, I'm counting on you to show me the holy right sword. I hear only a true saint can draw it." "Is that true?" "Of course it is," she answered without thinking. "I tried it once, but unfortunately." She trailed off, realizing she had said too much. But it was too late. He had already caught it. "Oh. So our genius grand mage isn't the true saint after all." "Shut up." She raised her leg as if to kick him, but then gently lowered it. Their eyes met, and they both started to laugh. Show your support with Power Stones. Unlock a bonus chapter every time we hit 200 Power Stones. Just remove the hyphen symbol to open the link. Speech balloon enjoying the story? Drop a review. Your support really helps the series grow, thank you. Chapter 88, Wielding the Power of Faith. Chapter 88, Wielding the Power of Faith. That evening, the party sat around a bonfire in the elven village. The 3 pieces of the Light of Ursun lay in the clearing in the center, their silver blades glinting faintly in the firelight. "It's worse than I thought," Rhodes said with a sigh, gently stroking a fragment. "The Light of Ursun is completely destroyed, and Org has temporarily lost its power." Norn carefully picked up a piece. "To be able to destroy a holy sword, is this the power of a god?" "If she couldn't even destroy a holy sword, she wouldn't be called a god," Serie retorted. "Well, the Light of Ursun is not Org, after all." It's only natural that it couldn't withstand a god's power. We'll see if Durrell can reforge it when we go back, Rhodes said, still feeling a pang of guilt. He had promised Durrell that he would make the sword, and his name, known throughout the world. Now, that seemed impossible. I think he's going to be very angry, Eirik said. Durrell had poured his heart and soul into forging that sword. The pride on his face when he had handed it to Rhodes was a memory that was still fresh in Eirik's mind. And now, less than a year later, it was in 3 pieces. He was probably going to have a fit. I think he'll understand, Sam said. It was a god, after all. And a holy sword that can go toe-to-toe with a god, there's only one of those, and it's Org. If it had been broken by some other powerful being, Durrell would have been angry. Angry at his own lack of skill, and at Rhodes for not using the sword to its full potential. But against a god, it was a different story. If it had been him, he would have been proud. But he couldn't be sure. What I'm really upset about is all the treasure in the treasury. It's all gone. Eirik said, a look of anguish on his face. In their hurry, they had only been able to protect the area immediately around them. All the other treasures had been turned to ash in the divine strike, leaving only the grimoires they had been carrying. And all of his magical items had been used up in the fight. They had gone through all that for nothing. Get over it. You're upset. I'm the dwarf here, and I'm not even upset. Sam clapped him on the back, a little harder than necessary. I'm the one who should be upset. What are you getting so worked up for? Ahem, I was just being upset for you. Eirik said with a sheepish laugh. I'm sorry, Olivia said, bowing her head. Don't bow your head, just ignore this guy, Rhodes quickly interjected. You're awfully forgiving, Serie said with a pout. She was sitting on his other side and knew that he had no intention of holding a grudge. Well, out with the old, in with the new, right? Seeing that his elven friend was unhappy, he reached out and ruffled her hair. Don't touch my head, you idiot. She shook her head in protest, but in her heart, she was happy. Out with the old, in with the new. That's a good line. I should add it to the grimoire, Norn said. I wanted to ask, Miss Olivia, what is the source of a god's power? Part of it comes from the power of faith, but most of it is the god's own power, she said, stroking her silver wing. Just as our faith can strengthen the goddess, her own power is the foundation. It's the same for the elves. Both the elves and the sky-winged worshipped the goddess of life, but the elves' faith was not as pure. The sky-winged were all her loyal servants, fanatics, even. The elves, with the likes of Serie among them, were a different story. But the power of faith was only a small part of a god's power. So you're saying that even if we were to cut off the false god's source of faith, she would still be powerful? Serie asked thoughtfully. Yes, Olivia nodded. But it would still affect her. It's just that, we can't possibly cut that connection. They all suspected that the false god was connected to the demons, but to kill every single demon, it was an impossible task. But a thought suddenly occurred to Rhodes. Is it possible to sever the connection between the goddess and the demons with magic? And could he, perhaps, reverse engineer that connection, and have their faith flow to him instead? The idea was too terrifying to say out loud. But I've never heard of such a spell, Olivia said. Then I'll try. You have an idea? Serie asked. A small one. But there's something else I want to try first, he said, and stood up. I was just thinking, could I use this power of faith? Olivia's wing trembled slightly. What do you mean? You're my follower now, Olivia, he said, opening the Holy Scripture. In theory, I should be able to use the power of your faith. He was still too weak. Even if it was just the faith of one person, he had to try. Are you insane? Serie quickly stopped him. How can a human body withstand the power of faith? There's no record of such a thing in history. Under normal circumstances, you're right, he said, pointing to a page in the scripture. But it says here that there is a spell that can temporarily store the power of faith in a holy object. An ordinary body, whether elf or sky-winged, could not handle the power of faith. Only a god could. So Rhodes decided to take a different approach. I will use the fragments of the Light of Ursun as a vessel to contain this power. He had always intended for the sword to be passed down through the generations. He couldn't just let it end here. Olivia leaned in to look. That, it is possible. But it will be very dangerous. The spell in the scripture was for a god to personally infuse a vessel with the power of faith. It would be a safe process. But now, he was going to try it himself. They had no idea how dangerous it would be. Show your support with Power Stones. Unlock a bonus chapter every time we hit 200 Power Stones. Just remove the hyphen symbol to open the link. Speech balloon enjoying the story? Drop a review. Your support really helps the series grow, thank you. Chapter 89, Sky-Winged, I have returned. Chapter 89, Sky-Winged, I have returned. It's alright, I'm just trying. Besides, the faith of just one person shouldn't be too dangerous. Rhodes's own voice was filled with uncertainty. But the god was too powerful. He had to resort to unconventional methods to have any chance of victory. If a human body could not withstand the power of faith, then he would transfer that power to the holy swords. Then, both the Light of Ursun and Org would become true god-slaying weapons. Serie bit her lip. It's too risky. What if? But we have no choice, he said, his voice firm. This is the only way I can see even a sliver of a chance of slaying a god. Before he had come face to face with the goddess, he had thought that if he just kept creating more and more powerful spells, he would one day be able to create a magic that could harm her. But now, he understood. Human power had its limits. Ordinary magic could not harm a god. Finally, Serie slowly nodded. All right. Do what you have to do. I'll be by your side, no matter what. Spoken like a true genius mage, he said with a smile. Shut up, she said, turning her head away. We'll start the experiment tomorrow morning. Now, let's all get some rest. And with that, they all got up and left. But Rhodes remained, still looking at the fragments of the Light of Ursun. Serie walked a few steps, then turned back. What other dangerous ideas are you thinking about now? She asked, sitting down beside him. I was just thinking, he said softly, what if I hadn't been able to draw Org? What would have happened then? The arrival of the Sky-Winged, and the goddess, had been too sudden. They had been completely unprepared. Serie might talk a big game about slaying a god, but for now, it was just talk. As was he. And by drawing Org, he had hastened that day's arrival. Had he done the right thing? Perhaps he shouldn't have been in such a hurry. Serie was silent for a moment, then she reached out and patted his head, just as he always did to her. You idiot. There are no what-ifs. You're right. You're right. While Rhodes's party was still resting in the elven village, an unexpected event was unfolding on the front lines of the great elven forest. With the sudden departure of the Sky-Winged army, the front lines had become a desperate struggle against the demons. But they were still holding on. For some reason, the demons' attacks had also weakened considerably. No one thought too much about it. Both the Dwarven King and the Elven King were waiting. Once the Sky-Winged returned, they thought, everything will be fine. Their alliance had been forged under the witness of the goddess herself. The Sky-Winged, her most faithful servants, would never betray their pact. They didn't know the real reason for their departure, but as long as the pact held, as long as they had not left the alliance, they would surely return. They believed this with all their hearts. And, as it turned out, they were right. In the distance, an army of Sky-Winged appeared on the horizon. They were too far away to make out their faces, but an army that could fly, it had to be them. At the front lines, the Dwarven King stood in his makeshift command post, his eyes fixed on the white dots that were growing ever larger in the distance. I knew it. The chosen of the goddess would never abandon an oath sworn in her name. His voice was filled with a barely concealed excitement. With the return of the Sky-Winged, the pressure on the front lines would be greatly reduced. They might even be able to win this war, a war that would decide the fate of the entire continent. And then, his people would return to their ancestral home, and he would be a king in truth, as well as in name. The hope of a second coronation shone in his eyes. The Elven King stood beside him, a look of relief on his handsome face. The time for a counterattack is upon us. He was already planning his move. With the return of the Sky-Winged, victory was once again within their grasp. They're here. The warriors of the Sky-Winged have returned. A soldier's hoarse cry broke the grim silence of the camp, like a stone tossed into a stagnant pond, sending ripples of excitement through the troops. The soldiers all came out of their tents and looked up at the sky. When they saw the sacred white wings, shining in the sunlight, they all began to cheer. Even though they had abandoned the front lines for nearly a month, as long as they had not fled, as long as they had returned to the battlefield, they could be forgiven. Thank the goddess. I knew the great warriors of the Sky-Winged would not flee in the face of the enemy, an elven archer shouted, raising his bow in a triumphant salute, completely forgetting that he had been cursing them just a short while ago. But on the edge of the cheering crowd, one figure remained silent, a deep frown on his face. Kraft did not cheer with the others. He watched the approaching Sky-Winged army, a strong sense of unease growing in his heart. Something's not right, something's very wrong. He had seen the Sky-Winged army many times before. Of all the elves, he was the most familiar with their formations. The massive flying formation in the sky looked magnificent, but it was disorganized. The Sky-Winged were known for their strict discipline, their impeccable formations. They always flew in perfect unison, their wings beating with a synchronized rhythm, ready to launch a divine strike at a moment's notice. But the army before him, their flight paths were erratic, the distances between them uneven. There were even a few unnatural clumps, as if a group of amateurs in fancy costumes were trying to imitate a parade. And their wings, they didn't look real. They looked like something made of magic, a new suit of clothes worn casually. The pure white wings of the sky-winged had never given him such a feeling. Kraft took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, and pushed his mana sense to its absolute limit. The moment his senses touched the sky-winged army, they were repelled by a powerful magical force. They clearly had an anti-scrying spell in place. But in that brief moment of contact, he had detected a faint, yet undeniable, aura of darkness. It was the chaotic aura of the demons. Though it had been cleverly disguised under a veneer of holy magic, to a seasoned veteran like himself, who had fought for his life against the demons countless times, the aura of darkness was as clear as a drop of ink on a white page. It's a fake. It's the demons. Guys, we crossed the 150 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 90, The Fall of the Great Elven Forest. Chapter 90, The Fall of the Great Elven Forest. As if sensing Kraft's scrutiny, the sky-winged army quickened its pace, but the troops below, lost in their joy, noticed nothing. Kraft's roar was a clap of thunder, but it only caught the attention of a few. Most were still celebrating. The sky-winged are back. There is hope. Victory is at hand. Kraft drew his elven longsword and pointed it at the sky. They're imposters. They're demons. Defensive positions, now. His shout froze the soldiers nearest to him, their joyous expressions turning to ones of disbelief. But most of the army ignored his warning, some even glaring at him. Only a few of the allied mages, sensing something was wrong, began to discreetly cast defensive spells. Other powerful mages tried to use their own scrying spells, but like Kraft, they found nothing, and even suffered a slight backlash from the sky-winged army's own anti-scrying magic. Captain Kraft, are you mad? That's the sky-winged, an elven warrior said with a frown. No. Trust me. Kraft's eyes were bloodshot. He had seen it. The sky-winged army, upon entering the airspace above the battlefield, had instantly changed formation. A few dozen from the core had broken off and ascended above the main army, and the others had followed suit, forming a kind of pyramid. And then, their mana had begun to converge, forming a massive, terrifying halo of energy. No. Kraft no longer tried to convince them. He bolted for the command platform. He had to get to the Dwarven King and the Elven King. They possessed magical items that could deploy a grand barrier. Only the most powerful of defensive spells could possibly withstand the coming attack. But it was too late. Just as he had taken a few steps, the false angels in the sky finished gathering their power. A terrifying, indescribable brilliance, a light that seemed to swallow all others, erupted from the halo. It was not the white, holy light of the sky-winged. At its core, it was a pure, destructive white, but its edges were a dark tide of inky blackness. The two opposing forces had been violently merged, and the resulting energy radiated an aura of pure terror. Even the mages with a keener sense for magic could now feel it, the distinct dark and chaotic aura of the demons. The energy coalesced into a massive, pure beam and aimed it straight at the allied army. All sound seemed to be instantly snuffed out by an invisible hand. The looks of elation on the soldiers' faces were still frozen in place as they stared, dumbfounded, at the apocalyptic scene unfolding before them. The smile on the Dwarven King's face froze, then turned to a look of utter confusion. The Elven King's knuckles turned white, the color drained from his handsome face, his golden eyes wide with horror. A divine strike, a royal guard beside the Dwarven King screamed. They're casting a divine strike. But where are they aiming? It doesn't matter who the target is. Raise the barrier, now, the Elven King commanded. The sky-winged have betrayed us, he thought, betrayed an oath sworn in the name of the goddess. A powerful magical barrier rose over the allied army, the most ancient and powerful of all elven defensive spells. It was said that not even a god could easily break it. Seeing the barrier rise, the leaders of the false sky-winged looked a little disappointed. They had missed their best chance. It seemed that even in disguise, they could not launch a divine strike on their enemies' heads without them putting up a fight. In that case, it was time for Plan B. The twisted pillar of light, a pillar of pure, unrestrained destruction, did not, as everyone had hoped, aim for the endless horde of magical beasts on the front lines. As a million eyes, filled first with shock, and then with despair, watched, the pillar slowly, with an irresistible pressure, change direction. It locked onto the great elven forest. It locked onto the sacred forest that had birthed countless elves, their final resting place, their ancestral home. Time seemed to stretch, to freeze. The Elven King watched, all grace gone from his face, replaced by a look of utter, disbelieving despair. No. Kraft had just reached the foot of the platform when he saw it. He knew instantly what the demons were planning to do. But there was nothing he could do. His voice was drowned out by the roar of the pillar's activation. VMMMMM. The pillar of light descended upon the center of the forest. There was no earth-shattering explosion, not even a sound. The beam of light had swallowed it all. The allied army was also silent. The entire battlefield was suddenly plunged into a dead quiet. A horrifying, annihilating sound, a sound of destruction that could not be heard, echoed in the minds of everyone. All they could see was a pure, destructive, stark white light. From the point of impact, the light of destruction spread out in all directions, silent and swift. In its path, everything, the ancient, 10,000-year-old trees, the streams filled with an endless life force, the very vitality of the air itself, everything was annihilated, returned to nothing. It was the color of pure, unadulterated destruction. Even the elves who had witnessed the Skywing's divine strike were completely stunned. The Skywing's attack was a purification, a holy power. But this was annihilation, a terrifying power that could destroy not only all life, but the very land itself. It was beyond their comprehension. The great elven forest, not burned, not turned to ash, but completely, and utterly, erased from existence. In just a few moments, the forest had become a deep, bottomless crater. A dead silence fell over the allied army. Weapons slipped from limp hands, clattering to the ground, unheard, unnoticed. The dwarven king stumbled back, his lips trembling, unable to believe what he had just seen. The elven king fell to his knees, his crown tumbling from his head. His golden eyes stared blankly at the great, empty void that had once been the forest, his body trembling, his mouth open but no words coming out. It's over. The great elven forest, the very heart of the elven race, is gone. Guys, we crossed the 300 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 91, the magic to sever the connection. Chapter 91, the magic to sever the connection. In the elven village, after several months of rest, Rhodes and his party's injuries had mostly healed and their mana had recovered. Rhodes had been the most seriously wounded, followed by Norn and Psalm. Serie, as before, had just been in a state of mana exhaustion. Only Eirik had escaped relatively unscathed. With the help of Olivia's healing magic, the others had quickly returned to their full strength, but Rhodes still carried some hidden injuries, the lingering after-effects of having pushed his mana and his very life force to their absolute limits. Over time, Serie's attitude towards Olivia had also softened considerably. She was no longer like a territorial kitten, ready to hiss at her every approach. Instead, she treated her with the same cool, indifferent partnership she showed to Eirik and Norn. It was strange. Rhodes didn't quite understand, or perhaps he didn't dare to admit it. They were all companions, but Serie treated him differently from the others. Was he just her most important partner? Or was there something else, some other feeling, mixed in? He didn't dare to dwell on it, for fear that it was all just his own delusion. Until he had found a way to achieve eternal life, he would keep his own feelings locked away in the deepest corner of his heart, never to be seen. In a clearing not far from the village, Rhodes stood, holding an ordinary longsword. Its blade was inscribed with complex, holy runes. It was an experiment with the new spell he had just created. Olivia and Serie stood beside him, their expressions focused. "Ready?" he asked in a low voice. Olivia nodded and crossed her hands over her chest, closing her eyes. Serie used her magic to release the demonic wolf that had been bound in a mass of vines. It wasn't completely free, its limbs were still entangled, and it couldn't move. Olivia began to pray. Her silver wings glowed, and a faint thread of faith flowed from her, through her connection with Rhodes, and into the longsword in his hand. It was just as he had said, the body of a normal living being, whether human or not, could not withstand the power of faith. So he had tried a different approach. He had used an inanimate object. The initial experiment was a success. The longsword, imbued with the special runes, had managed to contain Olivia's faith. But there was a clear side effect. Cracks were already spreading across the blade, as if it was about to shatter. He didn't hesitate. He took a deep breath and focused on the flow of power within the sword. Unlike the chaotic surge of mana, the power of faith was gentler, yet deeper, a depth that no ordinary being could comprehend or contain. He raised the sword. The runes on the cracked blade lit up one by one and condensed into a single, silver-white edge of light. He swung, and a blade of pure energy shot forward, cleaving the bound monster in two. The beast let out a piercing shriek, and it was clear that it was dead. Normally, when a magical beast died, its blood would taint the land, and its corpse would be filled with a deadly poison, which could only be purified by fire. But the dead wolf before them was not bleeding. Instead, a black mana was pouring from the wound. And then, something incredible happened. The beast's body began to disintegrate. It slowly vaporized, until it was nothing more than a pile of grayish-white dust, which was then scattered by the wind. No stench, no corpse, not even a trace of residual mana. It was as if it had never existed. It worked. Eirik cheered, and accidentally punched Norn, who promptly punched him back. Serie walked over and squatted down, carefully examining the spot where the monster had disappeared. Incredible. Even its soul has been completely erased. Your magic didn't just kill the monster, it severed its connection to the false god. The true goddess had created the sky-winged and, through them, had drawn on their faith to sustain herself. The power of faith was not her only source of strength, but no one, not even a god, would ever complain about having too much power. After the false god had taken over, the sky-winged's faith had become a kind of poison to her. She couldn't absorb it, and it even helped the true goddess's soul to resist her control. And so, she had used her own power to forge a new connection with the demons. The demons were not her creation. They, and the magical beasts, had existed since the beginning of the world. They still didn't know how she had done it, how she had managed to cross the barrier of faith and establish a pact with a pre-existing race. Or perhaps it had been a mutual agreement between her and the demons. They had no way of knowing. With the release of the attack, the long sword in Rhodes's hand completely shattered. It seems only a legendary holy sword can fully contain the power of faith, he said, his voice a mixture of emotions. He had a plan. He would have the Light of Ursun reforged, and it, too, would become a holy sword capable of containing the power of faith. And then, he would place it in a temple in the first human kingdom, where it would receive the faith of all humanity. It would be his legacy for Norn, for the ideal nation of Ursun. But from this experiment, he now knew that it was uncertain if the Light of Ursun could even handle such power. Did he have to use Org, or the elven holy right sword, Athos? That was a future he did not want to see. The holy sword of the human race should be the sword of human rights. That's a steep price, Sam said, his arms crossed. I doubt there are many swords in this world that could handle that kind of power. If the faith of just one person was so powerful, what would the faith of the entire sky-winged race be like? Combined with the power of Org, they could surely slay the god. But it was impossible. The sky-winged were gone. And Olivia was just an exception. Should we use the divine right sword, Org, to contain this power? Norn asked tentatively. No, Rhodes shook his head. Org's power is like that of a god. It's a completely different type from the power of faith. If we were to try to force them together, there's no telling what would happen. The primary condition for a holy sword to be able to contain the power of faith was that it did not already possess the power of a god. An inanimate object like a sword could not regulate such conflicting energies. His words were met with a brief silence. Guys, we crossed the 450 power stone goal, and as promised, here the bonus chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 92, Return to the Great Elven Forest. Chapter 92, Return to the Great Elven Forest. We either reforge the Light of Ursun, or we find the elven holy right sword, Athos. There is no other choice, Norn said, choosing his words carefully. He had a feeling he knew what Rhodes was planning to do with his new spell. In the future battle with the god, he would use it to completely sever the connection between the demons and their divine master. Then, when the demons and their minions were slain, they would leave no corpse, just dust. And it would also weaken the false god's power, at least enough to prevent her from giving orders to the demons at will. Where is the holy right sword, Athos, usually kept? Rhodes asked, turning to Serie. Usually in the Great Elven Forest. Athos is the source of the forest's barrier, the most powerful defensive magic in the world. But now? I'm not sure. The war between the allied forces and the demons was in full swing. The current elven king might have very well convinced the elders of the forest to lend him the sword, so that the allied army could deploy a defensive barrier anywhere. To draw the holy right sword, Athos, one had to be a true saint of the elven race. But over the years, the elves had found a way to use a fraction of its power without drawing it from its resting place. And with that fraction, they could create the most powerful magical barrier in the world. If the holy right sword was taken to the front lines. A sudden, grim thought struck Serie, and her voice grew heavy. Then the great elven forest is completely defenseless, isn't it? The thought made her heart race with a strange anxiety. And hearing her words, Rhodes's own face turned pale. Olivia had said that the remnants of the Skywinged had been hit with a divine strike from the demons, an attack that could annihilate all existence, a power that was on par with their own. What if the demons used that same attack on the great elven forest? He didn't dare to think about it, for fear that his worst nightmare would become a reality. Without the protection of Athos, the forest was completely vulnerable. We can't delay any longer, he said, jumping to his feet. We have to go, now. We have to get to the great elven forest. We could also go to the allied forces camp, Olivia said softly. The Skywinged have a pact with them. I can use my authority as a member of the Council of 13 to contact the Elven King directly. All right. That works too, he said, clapping his hands together. Then it's settled. We leave tomorrow morning. The night before their departure, he found Serie sitting alone under an ancient tree outside the village, gazing up at the stars. He sat down beside her. "What are you thinking about?" "Just looking at the stars." "You can't fool me." "Are you worried about the great elven forest?" She didn't answer right away. After a long moment, she said softly, "Yes. It's my home, after all." The stubborn elven miss, who had sworn she would never go back. And yet, after hundreds, even thousands of years of wandering, she would still miss the warmth of her home. Rhodes understood. Even now, he often found himself missing the blue planet he had left behind. The forest held hundreds of years of her memories. Even though she had chosen to leave, the bond was still there. "Whatever happens, I'll be there to face it with you. And besides, you have to look on the bright side." He reached out and, in a now familiar gesture, gently patted her head. This time, she didn't move away, nor did she complain. She just turned and hugged her knees, looking at him with a smile in her voice, though her words were tinged with a hint of resignation. "What an optimist." "Well, that's me," he said with a smile. "And I just believe that there's always a solution." The next morning, they packed their things and prepared to leave. As a token of his gratitude, Rhodes left 2 of the grimoires from the dwarven treasury for the elven physician who had tended to them. Of course, he and Serie had already learned all the spells within. "This is too precious," the physician said, shaking his head. He had, in fact, done very little. He had thought the human would not survive, but he had received the help of the sky-winged. And the men who had been at death's door now exuded an indescribable aura, the aura of a hero of legend. He didn't know why. "Please, take them," Rhodes said, pressing the grimoires into his hands. "All magic should be passed down. Think of it as a favor to me. Teach the spells on these pages to more people." "I understand," the physician said with a solemn nod. He would do as he was asked. Elf or human, as long as they had the talent for magic, he would teach them. With the entire village seeing them off, the party began their journey back to the great elven forest. The return trip was a smooth one, they covered the ground much more quickly than before. They just had to cross the mountain ahead, and the great elven forest would be in sight. At first, everything seemed the same as when he and Serie had left. But as they reached the summit, a strange and unsettling sight met their eyes. Many of the trees were withered and dead, as if their life force had been completely drained away. Their branches were black and their leaves had crumbled to ash. The entire forest seemed to have aged 1,000 years overnight. "Something's not right," Serie said, stopping in her tracks. She touched a dry, brittle leaf. "The great elven forest is the most vibrant place in the world. Even here, at the very edge, it shouldn't be so desolate." Rhodes squatted down and took a handful of earth. It was mixed with a grayish-white, sand-like substance. "Strange. The soil has turned to sand." Olivia's eyes widened. This was the same scene she had witnessed after the demon's divine strike. At the center of the blast, everything had been completely destroyed. She had been on the vanguard, so she hadn't been at the core of the attack and had managed to survive. And she had seen it then. On the periphery of the divine strike, the trees had withered, and the soil had turned to sand. "Rhodes," she said, her voice trembling. "This is the mark of a demon's divine strike." His blood ran cold. His worst fears had come to pass. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 93, The Elven Kingdom. Chapter 93, The Elven Kingdom. It was only after they had completely crossed the mountain that they saw it. The great elven forest was gone. In its place was a deep, bottomless crater. Even the trees on the periphery were withered and twisted from the terrifying power of the blast, and the soil at the crater's edge had turned to sand, radiating an aura of death. "So it's true," Olivia's voice trembled. It was a demon's divine strike. Only a demon's strike can so completely drain the life from the land. Even after thousands of years, this place will still be barren. The Skywing's divine strike was a combination of purification and destruction, not this terrifying magic that could even kill inanimate matter. Serie's body swayed, her golden eyes fixed on the crater. That place had once been the most vibrant in the entire forest, and now there was nothing. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. In that moment, her hatred for the demons reached its peak. "One day," she vowed, "I will kill every last one of them, until they are completely driven from this world." "Who goes there?" A sharp voice suddenly came from a grove of dead trees to their side. Several agile figures emerged, their elven longbows drawn, the cold tips of their arrows aimed straight at them. The leader, an elf with a bandage wrapped around his head, recognized Serie, and his eyes widened in surprise. He instinctively loosened his grip on his bow. "Serie. You've come back." "Kalen." She recognized him. He had been a scout in the great elven forest, but had later gone to the elven kingdom. It had been over 100 years since she had last seen him. She had never expected to see him again here. The great elven forest. She said, her voice a little unsteady, hoping for a definitive answer from him. At her question, Kaelin's face fell. He lowered his bow, and his voice was low and heavy. The great elven forest is gone. A short while ago, a group of demons disguised as the Skywinged approached our lines. Our sentries didn't notice anything was wrong at first. And then, they unleashed a divine strike right in front of us. He closed his eyes, as if he could still see the all-consuming white light. The attack completely devoured the forest, leaving nothing but this crater you see before you. And the Council of Elders, she asked urgently. There was a council in the forest, similar to the Skywing's Council of 13. Though they rarely gave orders, and the elves were not compelled to obey, they were, at least nominally, the heart of the great elven forest. At the time of the attack, some of the council members were at the front lines. The others were in the forest, along with all the young elves. He didn't have to finish. She already knew. The great elven forest was the most important ancestral home of the elves. Aside from the small villages, most elves were born there. And now, it was gone. In the future, her race was doomed to decline. Across from her, Kaelin forced down his own despair and looked at her with a resolute gaze. The allied army has retreated to the elven kingdom. It is our last line of defense. Serie, we need you. She was a renowned genius mage. Though she was still young, she could already skillfully use the high-level elven spells. And in a war between races, a single mage's power could still make a difference. Every powerful mage they had gave them a better chance of victory, no matter how slim. He had to try. Take us to the elven kingdom, Rhodes said, stepping forward. Kaelin looked at the strange human but didn't ask who he was. If he was standing beside Serie, he had to be her companion, which would explain her sudden departure from the forest years ago. He looked at the others, a dwarf, 2 humans, and a Skywinged. Seeing Olivia's iconic wings, Kaelin silently raised his bow. The demons had disguised themselves as the Skywinged once before. He couldn't be sure if this one was real, even if she was standing beside Serie. You're injured. Please don't resist. To prove herself, Olivia simply cast a healing spell, and the wound on Kaelin's head was instantly healed. Feeling himself back to normal, Kaelin let out a sigh of relief. This one was real. Follow me, he said without any more hesitation, and led the way. The Elven Kingdom was a massive, natural city, nestled within a ring of towering, ancient trees. It had once been a symbol of the elven race's prosperity, a city that could rival the heavenly kingdom of the Skywinged and the fallen kingdom of the dwarves. But now, it was in a sorry state. The white walls were covered in scorch marks and massive impact craters. At the foot of the walls were the countless corpses of magical beasts, their blood having soaked into the earth and turned it into a foul-smelling morass. They walked past the numb faces of the elven and dwarven soldiers and into the royal court. The atmosphere here was even more somber. The current elven king sat on his throne, his once elegant and wise face now gaunt and haggard. Across from him was the dwarven king. But unlike the elven king, who sat slumped in his chair, the dwarven king was pacing back and forth like a caged beast. His long beard was tangled and unkempt, and his eyes were bloodshot. His axe, a weapon that was usually an extension of himself, leaned against a nearby wall, its blade still stained with dried blood. Those damn bird brains. Dwalin stopped his pacing and spat on the floor, his voice filled with an unconcealed rage. By the witness of the gods. An ancient pact. All of it is bullshit. Things were as bad as they could be, and the bird brains still hadn't returned. And the demons had even used their form to trick them. Both kings wanted to know, where was the Skywinged army? The elven and dwarven guards in the hall all stood in silence. Just then, the heavy doors were slowly pushed open. Kaelin entered, with Rhodes and his party in tow. All eyes immediately fell on them. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 94, we can't win. I don't understand. Chapter 94, we can't win. I don't understand. Especially when they saw Olivia and her conspicuous silver wings, several of the guards instinctively drew their weapons. They had been traumatized by the demon's disguise. To see a lone Skywinged now, when there were none of them on the front lines, naturally made them wary. And they still hadn't figured out how the demons had managed to disguise themselves as a Skywinged army in the first place. Was it some kind of special magic? A Skywinged, an elven elder exclaimed in surprise. Why is there only one? In their hearts, they were all hoping to see a full army of them, provided, of course, that it wasn't the demons up to their old tricks again. Greetings, your majesty, the elven king. Olivia stepped forward and gave the elven king a slight nod. As a member of the Council of 13, she had met him a few times before. The Elven King also recognized her and asked the same question. Lady Olivia. But why are you alone? He was hoping to see the other members of the council. She was still too young and held little sway. Like everyone else in the allied army, he was desperate to know where the sky-winged army was. Under the countless hopeful gazes, Olivia began to tremble. Rhodes noticed and gently patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. She took a deep breath and forced herself to stand tall, her silver wings spread behind her, shining with the same resolve she now held in her heart. The sky-winged are no more. I am the last member of the council. On our way back to the heavenly kingdom, we were ambushed by the true main force of the demons. Under their divine strike, our army of thousands was reduced to a mere handful. And of the council of 13, I am the only one who survived. A dead silence fell over the hall. Even the enraged dwarven king stopped his pacing, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Olivia. The news was too shocking, too incredible to be true. Absurd, an elven elder said sharply. The demon's main force is right here. How could you have been ambushed by them? What if the demons split their forces? Rhodes suggested calmly. The sky-winged army had not been at their full strength at the time. The demons wouldn't have needed their entire army to deal with them. And all they had to do was launch a surprise divine strike. They didn't need a massive force for that. But there wasn't enough time. There was, Serie said with a nod. There is a special demon in their army who can use a large-scale teleportation spell. She had been studying the Holy Relics lab and had found traces of a massive teleportation circle within it. It seemed that the demons had inscribed it on the slab long ago. They had used it once to destroy the Dwarven Kingdom, and the Sky-Winged had used it to descend on the Dwarven ruins. The Sky-Winged had only been able to use it because the false goddess had told them how. Therefore, it stood to reason that there was a demon who could use it as well. That explains it, that explains it. The elven elder said, sinking back into his chair, mumbling to himself, though no one was listening. We've lost. There is no hope for victory in this war. The elven king's eyes were filled with a dead emptiness. The army they had been so desperately waiting for was gone, and the demon's main force was still intact. The atmosphere in the hall was suffocating. It's too soon to give up now, Rhodes said, his voice calm and steady. And what can we do if we don't, an elf said, shaking his head in despair. The Sky-Winged are gone, the allied army has suffered heavy losses, and the demons are still at full strength. We can't possibly win. We can't win. I don't understand. He slowly unwrapped the cloth from the divine right sword, Org. After a month of rest, the sword was once again shining with a dazzling light, though its own mana had not yet fully recovered. As the legendary holy sword was revealed, an ancient and majestic aura filled the room, silencing all doubt and clamor. The elves all gasped, and the dwarven king's eyes were fixed on the sword. The divine right sword. Org. Dwalin's voice was filled with a deep reverence and awe. The current dwarven king was one of the survivors of that disaster, and the leader of the most powerful of the 8 dwarven clans. After the royal line had been wiped out, his clan had, in effect, become the most powerful among the dwarves, which was how they had been able to establish the current dwarven kingdom. He had been fortunate enough to see the divine right sword, Org, once before. Even after hundreds of years, its brilliance was as dazzling as ever. His beard trembled, and his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Why? Why would the divine right sword acknowledge a human? Ever since the sword had been forged, countless powerful dwarven warriors had tried to gain its favor, but most couldn't even get close. A select few had been able to grasp its hilt, but none had been able to draw it. And now, this human, the dwarven king, couldn't accept it. Thank goodness the holy right sword of our race, Athos, will only acknowledge a true saint of the elven race, the elven king thought to himself. If it had been drawn by an outsider, like Org, it would have been a great shame. It acknowledged me. It's as simple as that, Rhodes said coolly in response to the dwarven king's disbelief. But that is the holy sword of the dwarves. The dwarven king was not yet ready to give up, but as Rhodes raised the sword and a clear, ringing sound emanated from it, he fell silent. It was clear that the sword's power was now in this human's hands. It was an undeniable fact. No matter how much he disliked it, he had to accept it. The legend of this sword was written in the most ancient of dwarven texts. We found it in the ancestral home of the dwarves. This sword, as the legends say, has the power to slay a god. And because of that, we have become an enemy of a certain god, the same god that the demons worship. The fact that the goddess of the Sky-Winged and the elves had been replaced by a false god was too shocking. To reveal it now would deal a devastating blow to the morale of the allied army. So Rhodes had concealed it, and the others, understanding his reasons, had not contradicted him. The demons worship a god. That's impossible, the elven king said, suddenly standing up. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 95, the Holy Right Sword, Athos. Chapter 95, The Holy Right Sword, Athos. The demons were forsaken by the gods. How could a god allow them their faith? But it is the truth, Olivia said softly. Our army was destroyed by a divine strike from the demons. And that is a spell that can only be bestowed by a god. The Sky Wing's own divine strike had been a gift from their goddess, and the demons' god had given them the same. But the demons had twisted it, made it into something more destructive, more annihilating. The great elven forest was destroyed by a demon's divine strike. You all saw its power, did you not? Serie added. The hall fell silent once more. This truth was even more despairing than the fall of the Sky Winged. If the demons truly had the favor of a god, then the allied army was not just facing a powerful enemy, but a divine power they could not hope to match. The dwarven king, Dwalin, suddenly strode over to Rhodes. Org, he said, addressing the sword, if you have chosen this human, then the dwarves will follow your will. He then looked up at Rhodes, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Tell me, human, have you ever fought against a god? This human and his companions clearly knew more than they were letting on. If they knew that the demons also had a god, then they must have encountered that god before, perhaps even fought it. Even though he knew it was a long shot, he had to ask. Yes. We have fought the god of the demons, Rhodes said, and a wave of joy and surprise washed over the dwarven king. Though we were utterly crushed, I can promise you that one day, we will stand before him again, and with this sword, Org, we will strike that damned god down. It was a promise not only to the dwarven king but also to Serie. From just a game of god-slaying, it had become a fated confrontation. This was a path he had to walk. Ha ha ha. Good lad, the dwarven king roared, the despair in his heart eased a little. His eyes burned with a renewed fighting spirit. Then what do you need from the dwarves? Just say the word, and we will follow you. In fact, there is nothing I need from you. But there is a favor I would ask of the elven king. The elven king, who had been watching from his throne, was taken aback. Did this human want the elves to follow him as well? That was impossible. He had drawn Org, the divine right sword, not Athos, the holy right sword. Why should the elves obey his command? I need the power of the holy right sword, Athos, Rhodes said, his gaze fixed on the uncertain elven king. Though he didn't know its power yet, the fact that the goddess had told him to draw it meant that it was important. Perhaps, like Org, it was waiting for him. The elven king's gaze sharpened. Human, do you know what you are saying? You may have been acknowledged by Org, but Athos is the holy sword of the elves. An outsider could never be acknowledged by it. How do you know if you don't even try? Rhodes said, not backing down. He held up Org, its ancient runes glowing. Org chose me, a non-dwarf. Perhaps Athos will do the same. Impossible, an elven elder shouted. Since ancient times, Athos has only ever responded to the call of an elf. There has never been an exception. Then I will be the first. Insolent fool. The elder stood up in a rage, but was cut off by Serie, who had stepped forward. Have you ever considered why, in all these thousands of years, Athos has not responded to a single call? The elven king flinched. 1,000 years was not a short time, even for an elf. And in all that time, Athos had not responded to a single one of them. Could it be that it was waiting for this human? Rhodes is the chosen one, Serie said, her voice filled with an unshakable conviction. The one from the legends, the one who will slay the god. After a long silence, the elven king finally raised his hand, silencing the other elders. He gave Rhodes a long, hard look. Human, if you truly believe that you are the chosen one. He turned and, from a hidden magic barrier behind his throne, took out a long sword wrapped in silver vines. Then try. There were 2 steps to drawing Athos. First, you had to be acknowledged by the holy elven vines that wrapped around its scabbard. Only then could you try to draw the sword itself. In the long history of the elves, only a handful had ever managed to draw it. Most could only use a fraction of its power by just unwrapping the vines. The elven king held the sword out, his eyes filled with a complex emotion. But I warn you, if you try to force it, its power will turn against you. Rhodes took a deep breath, handed Org to Serie, and then reached for the sword. The moment his fingertips were about to touch the scabbard, the vines began to stir, as if they were alive, making a soft rustling sound. The elves all held their breath. The holy vines were slowly unwinding. This human hadn't even touched the sword, and the vines were already releasing it. It was something no elf had been able to do. Could he really be the one Athos was waiting for? Even Serie clutched Org tighter, her breath catching in her throat. When the last vine had fallen away, the full form of Athos was revealed. The sword radiated a sense of profound stillness and weight, its scabbard a deep emerald green, a fitting color for the elves. But the sword itself was a little dull, like Org had been when its mana was depleted. The demon's attacks had been relentless. Athos's power has been greatly diminished, the elven king explained. Rhodes just nodded and grasped the hilt. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 96, the Goddess of Life and the Goddess of Procreation. Chapter 96, the Goddess of Life and the Goddess of Procreation. The moment his hand closed around the hilt, a dazzling silver light burst from the scabbard. The elves had to shield their eyes, and even the dwarven king had to squint. How can this be? The elven king murmured. He had just seen Athos, in the hands of Rhodes, shine with a brilliance he hadn't seen in 1,000 years, a brilliance he had only ever read about in books. The holy sword, Athos, had acknowledged a human. It has to be an illusion, he thought. He was only acknowledged by the vines. He can't possibly draw the sword. He tried desperately to console himself with that thought, but then Rhodes did something that shattered all of his composure. Without any resistance, just as he had with Org, he slowly drew Athos from its scabbard. The silver blade emerged, radiating a soft, gentle light. It was the first time in thousands of years that the elven king had seen Athos drawn, and he was filled with a mixture of joy and helplessness. Why would the holy sword of the elves acknowledge a human? It was a question to which he would never find an answer. At the center of their attention, a stream of information flowed into Rhodes's mind. He didn't know if the elves who had drawn it before had received the same information. Your Majesty, he said, I'd like to ask about the origin of the holy right sword, Athos. Its true origin has long since been lost to time, the king said, shaking his head. It is ancient. The only thing we know for sure is that it was once blessed by a god. Is that so? Rhodes said, looking down at the sword and processing the information he had just received. It seemed the other elves hadn't received it. Was it because they hadn't touched Org, hadn't touched upon the authority of a god? The moment he had drawn Athos, he had known. There was one thing they had all been wrong about when it came to the gods. Whether true or false, they were both real gods. Just as Athos and Org were connected. Athos, in a sense, was the sword that had once been wielded and blessed by the usurper god. And the dwarves' record of the gods splitting due to a difference in faith, that was also true. The two gods were one and the same. Or rather, they were both gods of the same authority. That was the story Athos had told him. The story of the goddess of procreation, Aegis, and the goddess of life, Alice. The two goddesses had once shared the authority over life, and the faith of the elven race. But one day, one of them had separated the creation of life from its procreation and had created the unnatural race of the sky-winged. And with their faith, she had become the undisputed goddess of life. This, of course, had angered the other goddess, and a civil war over the same authority had begun. But in the end, the one with the faith of the sky-winged had been stronger. She had not only killed the goddess of procreation but had also claimed the faith of the entire elven race for herself. And the place where the goddess of procreation had fallen was the Godfall land. But how had she returned? And how had she usurped the goddess of life's own body? That was not mentioned in the information he had received. It seemed that even Athos did not have all the answers. The full story could only be found in the Godfall land. And the power of Athos, it had two aspects. One was a barrier, the most powerful of all defensive spells. And the other was a powerful regenerative ability, a part of the authority over life. So powerful that if he were to cut off his own arm now, he could easily regrow it with Athos's power. As if sensing the power of Athos, Org, which Serie was holding, began to glow with a golden light. The gold and silver light intertwined, separate yet harmonious. The two legendary holy swords, the dwarven king's voice trembled with excitement. They're resonating in the hands of a human. Resonating? Rhodes couldn't help but chuckle. As the one who had been acknowledged by both, he could feel it clearly, the enmity and the connection between the two swords. Athos had been wielded and blessed by the goddess of procreation. And Org contained the power of the goddess of life. The two swords were, in a sense, the legacy of the two goddesses' conflict. And the reason he had been acknowledged by Athos was simple. Its true master was dead and gone, now just a parasite, living in the body of another. The connection between them was broken. And besides, after thousands, even tens of thousands of years of being worshipped by the elves, the sword probably had no connection left to the goddess of procreation anyway, only a sense for the aura of the authority over life. And he, having gained that authority through Org, had naturally been acknowledged. This is a real coup, he thought. He had not only stolen the chosen ones and the authority of the goddess of life, but also the sword of the goddess of procreation. If they were still in their prime, they would have probably already come after him. He was grateful that they were both otherwise occupied. Now that I know all this, he thought, I should probably discuss it with the others. But for now, he turned to the still disbelieving elven king. And now, do you still doubt me? The elven king's expression shifted from shock to belief. The elves, he said with an elegant bow, are at your command. It was a legend among the dwarves that whoever drew Org would become the dwarven king. But since no dwarf had ever been able to do it, it had remained just a legend. The elves had a similar, but more tangible, legend. The one who could draw Athos, the saint, would lead the elves to a brighter future. And it had happened before. Though the one who had drawn the sword now was a human, the elven king had no intention of going against the ancient legend. Besides, a human who had been acknowledged by so many holy swords, he was sure to be able to change their current predicament. He had faith. He believed. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 97, the false divine strike spell. Chapter 97, the false divine strike spell. After gaining the trust of the two kings, Rhodes began to discuss with them how to deal with the demon army. Although he had now been acknowledged by the holy right sword, Athos, and could, in theory, go to the Godfall land for his fated battle with the goddess, the front lines of the allied army were in a precarious state. He couldn't just leave them to their fate. After all, Athos wasn't some lost treasure of the dwarves like Org, it was a sacred object that had been worshipped by the elves for generations. It also possessed the most powerful of all defensive spells. It was, in a sense, a holy relic of the elves. And besides, he had already abducted one of the elves' treasures, to take another would be a bit much. Though the treasure in question was still blissfully unaware of her own abduction. I say we have to go on the offensive. Lure out the whole demon army, and let Lord Rhodes blast them with Org's light cannon, the dwarven king said. Having seen it with his own eyes, he knew what the sword was capable of, even if no one had been able to wield it before. Now that Rhodes had been acknowledged by it, he proposed the same plan Rhodes had originally had, find an opportunity and blast the demon army with a beam of light. The dwarven king didn't know the true power of Org, but he was sure it was immense, perhaps even comparable to the most powerful elven spells. He didn't dare to imagine that it could match a divine strike. If he had known that Rhodes had used it to break a divine strike head-on, he would have been speechless. Lure all those damn demons here, he said, pointing to a spot on the map, and then let Lord Rhodes blast them to bits. The spot he was pointing to was a canyon, a perfect place for an ambush. And Rhodes's light cannon could easily pierce through the entire demon army. Too risky, the elven king said, shaking his head. I don't doubt the power of Org, but the demon commander is no fool. He won't just march his entire army into a canyon and line them up for you. He then turned to Rhodes. And with just your own power, Lord Rhodes, even with the help of Org, the mana required to unleash an attack that could wipe out their entire army would be astronomical. Can your body withstand such a strain? Rhodes was silent for a moment, then answered honestly, in Org's current state, it's impossible for me to forcibly draw out enough power for such an attack. The excited look on the dwarven king's face froze. The clash with the sky-winged and the goddess had taken a heavy toll on both him and Org. Before he faced the goddess again, he had no intention of using such a self-destructive tactic. He had to be more cautious. This was not the same situation as at the dwarven ruins. Then, it had just been the few of them, against the sky-winged and a god. If they hadn't fought with all their might, they would have never survived. But now, things were different. There were many other mages in the allied army. He had to make them pull their weight. Just then, a bold idea came to him. By the way, he asked, do you elves have a spell that can transfer mana to another person? Yes, but the burden on the recipient is very heavy. I'm afraid with Lord Rhodes's constitution. The elven king trailed off, but his meaning was clear. The spell was essentially a way to pour all of one person's mana into another. While it could grant a temporary, massive boost in power, the side effects were terrible. In a best-case scenario, the recipient would be unable to use magic for decades. In the worst case, they would just explode. And the mana levels of the two parties couldn't be too different, or the recipient would just be overwhelmed. It was a rather useless spell, rarely used even among the elves. I don't mean transfer it to me, but to the holy sword. But the spell doesn't work that way. It's fine. Just teach it to me. I'll figure out the rest. Of course, I'll need some assistance, he said, and looked at his own party. He envisioned using the holy sword to unleash the same spell he had used to counter the divine strike. But this time, he would create a new magic circle, a spell that could achieve the same effect, a false divine strike. With the mages of the allied army as a base, and himself, Serie, and Olivia as a core, they would pour all of their mana into the holy sword, and then unleash it. It would have a power comparable to a true divine strike. The sky-winged spell required all of them to cast at the same time, in perfect coordination. A single mistake could disrupt the entire magic circle and cause a backlash. Even if he could replicate the spell, he didn't have time to train all the mages of the allied army. So he would create a simpler version. The mages would all release their mana at the same time, and he, as the controller, would gather it into the holy sword and unleash it with Org's own light cannon. That way, neither he nor Org would have to overexert themselves, it would just be a matter of expending a little mana. But there was one condition: he had to repair the Light of Ursun. It, along with Athos, would serve as a conduit to support Org's main attack. And since he was here, he might as well take the opportunity to make a small request of his own. There were bound to be many dwarven smiths in the allied army. He would have them reforge his sword. It was a win-win. I just hope that old man Durrell isn't here, he thought. After he had laid out his plan, the dwarven king was the first to speak. All right. I agree. I'll have our smiths reforge the holy sword for you immediately. The elven king was next. I'll have our mages prepared. I'll arrange for the relevant grimoires to be sent to you. Then let us begin. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 98, adding a restriction. Chapter 98, adding a restriction. In the days that followed, the entire allied army was in a flurry of preparation. To ensure the smooth creation of his new spell, Rhodes had Olivia teach him the Skywing's divine strike. Olivia, of course, complied. The Skywinged were all but gone; she could not cast the divine strike on her own. The most powerful offensive spell in history was destined to fade away, to be replaced by a new magic created by Lord Rhodes. She had a feeling, and she eagerly awaited the day. Rhodes and Serie were at the heart of the creation process. With Serie's exceptional talent, the process was much faster. And Rhodes also wanted her to learn the spell. That way, even if he did not find a way to achieve eternal life, she could still pass the spell down through the generations. In a clearing in the allied army's camp, Serie hovered in the air, a complex magic circle of mana threads woven beneath her. It was the false divine strike spell Rhodes had just created. She was now leading a group of mages in a test run to ensure a smooth casting in the final battle. If any of the mages below made a mistake, she would immediately correct them, ensuring the stable operation of the magic circle. Dozens of high-ranking elven mages sat in a circle around her, their faces filled with a mixture of shock and concentration as they tried to comprehend and construct the magical structures she demanded of them. They had never seen such a creative spell before; it completely subverted their understanding of magic. Just who is this Lord Rhodes? They wondered, but they didn't dare to ask. They just silently followed her instructions. Here, she said, her voice cool but serious, you must be extra careful. The Light of Ursun will be used as a conduit. Rhodes will use the magic circle to channel the mana into it. All you have to do is control your own mana and make sure it integrates with the circle. The mages all did as they were told, and the initial preparations were soon complete. Rhodes then took control, guiding their mana, making it resonate perfectly with Org to achieve the false divine strike effect he had envisioned. He closed his eyes and, with his mind, sensed Org's state, then passed on his minute adjustments to Serie. In the end, all of their mana was gathered into Org, and then, with its light cannon ability, they would be able to unleash a world-destroying attack. But of course, he couldn't just unleash it now. If the demons were to notice, it would all be over. All he needed was for this one test to go smoothly. And in the final battle, he would be controlling the mana of not just these few dozen mages, but thousands. He didn't even want to think about the mental and magical toll it would take. After the magic circle had dissipated, Rhodes personally inscribed a special restriction spell on several of the key nodes. Serie had taught it to him; it was the same type of spell that had been on the dwarven treasury's door. The original text of the spell had been in the inner vault, and both he and Serie had learned it. He had then modified it into a restriction spell and had applied it to his own magic. He had to have a failsafe. With the elves' natural talent for magic, it wouldn't be impossible for them to decipher and learn his spell. They had a long time to study it, after all. He did not want a race that could casually throw around a divine strike to exist in this world. The Skywinged were all but gone; it was better for such a spell to disappear as well. It should only be used in a time of world crisis, like now. And his restriction was simple: the spell could only be activated against demons, and only in a war to save the world. Otherwise, it would be completely unusable. And only he and Serie knew how to break the restriction. It's a necessary precaution, he explained to the Elven King, who was watching him with a questioning gaze. Its power is too great to be used lightly. Just imagine, if two magical races were to go to war and started firing these at each other's territories, what kind of destruction would that cause? The Elven King, who had witnessed the whole process, was silent for a moment, then nodded in understanding. With that, Rhodes prepared to go to the dwarves and check on the reforging of the Light of Ursun. But he walked with a cautious air, trying to avoid running into anyone. The renowned dwarven smith, Durrell, had come to the front lines, and he was the last person Rhodes wanted to see. But unfortunately... If it isn't Mr. Rhodes. Ha ha ha. I heard you were acknowledged by Org. That's incredible. A loud, familiar voice came from up ahead. Rhodes froze, a prickling sensation on his scalp. Of all the luck. Durrell, the legendary master smith of the Dwarven Kingdom, was striding towards him, a heavy hammer in his hand. It's been a while, Master Durrell, Rhodes said, trying his best to maintain a calm smile. I didn't expect to see you here. He doesn't know about the sword yet, he thought. Ha ha ha, never mind that, Durrell said with a hearty wave of his hand, and clapped him on the shoulder. But have you been spreading the word about my Light of Ursen? I know you're more famous for being acknowledged by Org, but my sword is no slouch either. Rhodes's smile froze for a moment, and he instinctively moved the hilt of Org to his back. But Durrell's sharp eyes didn't miss it. He reached out and grabbed for it. Is that the Light of Ursen, or Org? Let me see. He tried to dodge, but Durrell was too fast. He grabbed his belt. It's Org, he said quickly, not wanting to have his pants pulled down in front of everyone. Don't pull on my pants. Durrell let go, a little embarrassed, but his eyes were still fixed on Rhodes's waist. Feeling a little creeped out, Rhodes quickly drew Org and held it out to him. Tisk, TSK. A legendary holy sword indeed. Not bad. But my Light of Ursen is no slouch either. Durrell would never admit that his own skill was inferior to that of the ancient dwarven smiths. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 99, The Coming Storm. Chapter 99, The Coming Storm. By the way, Durrell, aren't you going to help the other smiths? Rhodes asked tentatively. No. Those fools are going on about reforging a broken sword. I want no part of it. A broken sword means its smith was incompetent, as was its wielder. There's no point in reforging it. Durrell's words made a cold sweat break out on Rhodes's forehead. He was just about to make his escape when a young dwarven apprentice came running up, panting, his face filled with anxiety. A bad feeling welled up inside him. Master Durrell. Master Durrell, the apprentice shouted as he approached. The core furnace for reforging the Light of Ursen, there's a problem. None of the other masters know what to do. They need you to take a look. The Light of Ursen. Reforging. The smile on Durrell's face vanished. He stared at the apprentice. What are you talking about, boy? What do you mean, reforging the Light of Ursen? Huh? The apprentice's eyes were as clear and innocent as a fresh graduate's. Isn't it the sword of human rights, the Light of Ursen? Lord Rhodes was the one who requested it. At his words, Durrell's head snapped around, and his sharp gaze fell on Rhodes. Rhodes's heart sank. He opened his mouth, but before he could say a word, Durrell had grabbed his arm with a grip of steel. Tell me. What happened to my Light of Ursen? Why does it need to be reforged? The apprentice now realized his mistake. Seeing the thunderous look on his master's face, and the awkward expression on Rhodes's, he shrunk back, unable to speak. Master Durrell, please calm down, Rhodes said, trying to placate him. Calm down. How do you expect me to calm down? Durrell roared, spittle flying from his mouth. Rhodes quickly leaned back. The Light of Ursen was the greatest masterpiece I ever forged. How could it have broken? The commotion quickly drew a crowd, including Norn and Serie. Seeing Durrell looking as if he was about to eat Rhodes, Norn quickly stepped between them. Master Durrell, please calm your anger. The Light of Ursen broke because it took a blow that was far beyond its limits to protect us all, in a battle against a terrifying being. Nonsense. How could there be such a being in this world? It must have been your own incompetence that broke it. Durrell shook his head, refusing to believe him. And what if there was? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do you know how many rare materials I put into it? Some of them were the same special ores used to forge Org. Unless. His roaring stopped abruptly, as if he had just realized something. He stared at Rhodes, then at the calm Serie beside him. Could it be? His voice dropped to a low, trembling whisper. Did you really fight a god? A dead silence fell over the crowd. There had been rumors that a human who had been acknowledged by both Org and Athos had fought a god with his companions. But no one had taken them seriously. Now, hearing it confirmed, they were all stunned. To fight a god, it was beyond their comprehension. Rhodes didn't deny it. He just nodded. Durrell's grip on his arm unconsciously loosened. He stumbled back a step, the shock and anger in his heart replaced by a strange sense of honor. Just as Psalm had said, to know that his creation had been broken in a battle with a god, it wasn't so bad. It wasn't strange at all. I see, he said. Lord Rhodes, tell me, did the Light of Ursen do its job? It did, Master Durrell, Rhodes said solemnly. The Light of Ursen was broken in an honorable battle with a god. It fulfilled its purpose. Without the mana from the Light of Ursen, Org alone could have never broken the Skywing's divine strike. And in the end, the last of its power had been used to create a barrier that had protected them all. Hearing his words, Durrell was silent. After a long moment, he looked up. I understand, Lord Rhodes. He turned to the other dwarven smiths who had gathered. Did you all hear that? He roared. My holy sword was broken in a battle against a god. My craft was not dishonored. In truth, none of the other smiths had ever doubted his skill. He was one of the top 5 smiths in the entire dwarven race. It was just a shame he hadn't been one of the ones who had forged Org, otherwise, his name would have surely been recorded in their histories. Take me to it, he said to the apprentice. I want to see what kind of trouble those fools have gotten themselves into that they need my help. He gave Rhodes a final, long look, as if he wanted to say something else. But in the end, all he said was, Lord Rhodes, we will reforge you a complete, and stronger, light aversion. And this time, it will be a holy sword on the same level as Org. And with that, he turned and strode towards the dwarven workshops. Rhodes watched him go, a sense of gratitude in his heart. As the sun set, he was about to head back when he heard footsteps behind him. He thought it was Serie, but it was another elf. It's been a while, Rhodes. He turned and saw Craft leaning against a tree. The elven warrior was thinner than when he had last seen him, and his long, green hair had been cut short, just as he remembered it from the future. Craft, he said, a pleased surprise in his voice. Have you seen Norn and Eirik? I have. They've both become strong warriors. Eirik was even showing off his magic to me, Craft said, walking over. I hear you're preparing a powerful spell. Rhodes nodded and pointed to Serie, who was busy in the distance. I can't tell you the details, but you can look forward to it. Craft's gaze followed Serie, a complicated look in his eyes. He was suddenly grateful that Rhodes had abducted her. If she had stayed in the forest, she would have surely been killed in the demon's divine strike. He was silent for a moment, then he said, you know, Rhodes, every night, I see it. The end of the great elven forest. The demon's attack, it devoured everything, the young elves, the ancient trees, all of it, gone. I can still feel their despair. A breeze blew past. Craft took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. No, I understand, Rhodes said softly. Hate can be a source of strength, as long as you don't let it consume you. Craft shook his head. Right now, all I want is to personally take the head of every last demon. I truly hope your spell can deal them a heavy blow. It will. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 100, Chapter 100, I will bring them victory. Chapter 100, I will bring them victory. A month later, the final battle had come. The demon commanders were all ecstatic. After months of cowering behind the high walls of the Elven Kingdom, the allied army was now, for the first time, marching out to meet them in open battle. Without the help of the Sky-Winged, they were curious to see how the elves and the dwarves planned to face their army. The Dwarven King had originally tried to lure the demon army into a canyon, but the demon commanders were too cunning and hadn't fallen for it. In the end, the battlefield was the Gry Plains. The once lush grasslands were now a barren wasteland, the very air thick with the stench of demonic corruption. In the distance, the massive army of magical beasts, a black tide, was slowly advancing towards the allied army. Each demon controlled a different kind of beast, and they were all crammed together with no formation to speak of. If one fell behind or stumbled, it would be trampled to death by the ones behind it. It was clear that the demons also lacked a unified command, they were just attacking in a haphazard manner, according to the whims of their individual commanders. It seems the false god is not directly commanding them, Rhodes said. He was on a high platform at the rear of the allied army, from which he could see the entire battlefield. To be so densely packed, are they not afraid of our mages? Serie asked. With a single volley of her arrow rain or a single pillar of light, she could easily kill dozens, even hundreds of them. If all the mages of the allied army were to attack at once, the beast horde would suffer a devastating blow. Do you think you can kill all of them before you run out of mana? Rhodes said, pointing to the endless tide of monsters. Once you mages are out of commission, our warriors will have to face their spells head-on. His real worry, however, was that the demons would use their divine strike again. He had the Elven King send out numerous scouts to keep a close eye on them. But from what they had gathered so far, it seemed the demons had no such intention. Perhaps they thought that without the Sky-Winged and the great Elven forest, the allied army was no longer worthy of such a tactic. They could just drown them in an endless wave of monsters. And besides, a divine strike took a heavy toll on the demons as well. To have used it twice in a row must have already depleted their mana. And they had no idea that the allied army now had its own divine strike. In the end, their arrogance would be their downfall. The demon army drew closer, the sight of it a strain on the nerves of every soldier. All right, let's begin. On the high platform, Rhodes stood at the very front. Serie and Olivia were behind him, and behind them, thousands of mages from the allied army, including Norn and Eirik. Rhodes gripped Org with both hands. Its scabbard, the holy relic stone slab, lay on a pedestal before him. To his side, the holy right sword, Athos, hovered in the air, a soft halo of light radiating from its blade and enveloping them all in a protective barrier. And on his other side was the light of Urson, now reforged. He had infused it with the spell to sever the connection between the monsters and their god, so that when they were slain, they would just turn to dust, leaving no trace, no corruption upon the land. Rhodes was the first to release his mana, and the others followed. They all followed the pattern of the modified magic circle he had created and unleashed all of their power. Their combined mana formed a massive web of energy that covered the entire platform, with the three holy swords at its heart. This was the false divine strike, a spell he had created after studying the Skywinged Zone. The true divine strike required long, coordinated training. The Skywinged's perfect formations had been a form of practice. But the allied army didn't have that kind of time. So he had resorted to a simpler, more direct method. With the power of the three holy swords, he would gather the mana of all the mages of the allied army and unleash it with Org's own light cannon. It would have an effect similar to a true divine strike. The three holy swords were essential. A single sword could not handle such a massive amount of mana. And of the three, Org was the main weapon. Only it possessed the light cannon ability. Otherwise, it would just be a simple release of mana, not nearly powerful enough. They're coming. An elven scout's voice was tense. On the horizon, the demon army had finally entered their designated kill zone. The fastest of the monsters could already see the dazzling magical light at the rear of the allied army. But with their limited intelligence, they had no idea what it was. The demon commanders at the rear had also noticed it. But under Rhodes's control, the pressure of the false divine strike was completely contained, so they had no idea what the elven mages were up to. Should we have the army disperse? One of them suggested. He could see the massive web of mana being woven in the distance. It was clear that the allied army was preparing some kind of large-scale attack. It's too late now. To disperse them now would only cause more unnecessary casualties. Let's just have these beasts charge forward and use them to drain the mages' mana. The demons were clearly not taking them seriously. So what if they're preparing a large-scale spell? Can it really be as powerful as a divine strike? Now, on this battlefield, their army was invincible. The Elven King watched the approaching horde and gave a slight nod. Tell Mr. Rhodes, it is time. The order was passed to him. He no longer hesitated and pushed his own mana output to its maximum. In the next moment, the massive web of mana began to contract, its strands flowing into the three holy swords on the platform. VMMMMMM. The swords let out a clear, high-pitched ring, the likes of which had never been heard before. The runes on their blades lit up one by one, and their light flowed along the lines of the magic circle, gathering into a single point. Rhodes gritted his teeth as he felt the immense flow of power. In that moment, he was glad he had made his earlier decision. This power was far greater than what he had used to counter the divine strike before. His own body could have never handled it. It will work, he thought. With this power, I can see a way to slay the god. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Victory and Farewell. Chapter 101, Victory and Farewell. A pillar of golden light erupted from the three holy swords and shot into the sky. A terrifying pressure, a pressure that seemed to make the very heavens and earth tremble, instantly descended upon the entire plane. The charging demon army slowed to a crawl under its immense weight. Even the unintelligent magical beasts, sensing a primal danger, let out terrified shrieks and tried to flee. What is that? A demon cried out, staring at the golden pillar that pierced the sky. A creature that should have been devoid of emotion now felt a flicker of fear. A divine strike. But those bird brains should all be dead. Another demon, its face grim, could feel a power from the light that was no less than that of a true divine strike. They had never imagined that, with the Skywinged gone, their enemies could still unleash such an attack. How had they done it? But their questions were destined to go unanswered. It was too late to give the order to retreat. And many of them were hidden amongst the horde of magical beasts, waiting for the right moment to launch a surprise attack. Now, they were trapped. On the high platform, Rhodes felt the immense power. Unlike before, when he had had to channel the power of Org through his own body, he was now using the magic circle to direct it into the holy swords. If he had tried to do it the old way, his body would have likely disintegrated after the spell was cast. He slowly raised Org, with the light of Urson and Athos circling around him. 3 swords, 3 destinies, now united under his command. With their power fully unleashed, he brought Org down in a powerful arc, aimed at the surging tide of the demon army. Boom. The world went silent, but was then filled with an even greater roar. A golden pillar of light, its power beyond description, tore through space and time and pierced through the entire demon army. In its path, the magically resistant scale fiends and the hidden demon mages were all reduced to dust the moment it touched them. The very earth was split in two by a deep, bottomless chasm. With a single blow, a massive void was torn through the seemingly endless black tide. Nearly half of the demon army had been vaporized. The rest, now terrified, had momentarily broken free of their master's control and had fallen into a state of utter chaos, countless of them trampled to death in the stampede. On the high platform, the light faded. The mages of the allied army all collapsed to the ground, completely drained. Only Rhodes and his party still had some strength left. "It seems your spell was a success," Serie said, walking over to him. A smile played on her lips as she looked out at their rotating demon army. His false divine strike was truly a masterpiece. To gather the mana of 1,000 mages and unleash it was, in theory, possible. But the problem was finding a being who could withstand such a massive amount of power. Other than a god, no one could. So Rhodes had created a spell that could channel that power into the holy swords instead. And the price they had paid was a small one. Both he and she had only used up about half of their mana, a far cry from the complete exhaustion they had experienced before. "Now, we can finally go to the Godfall land," he said. With the threat to the front lines now dealt with, he could finally relax. After this devastating blow, the demons would not be able to launch another attack for a long time. And by the time they had recovered, he might have already slain the goddess. Without her help, the demons would be leaderless once more. It was a good thing the first demon king had not yet appeared. A unified demon army would be a truly terrifying thing. Just then, a roar of cheers erupted from the allied army. The dwarven king looked at the plain that had been split in two, and his great axe clattered to the ground. He stood there, his mouth agape, for a long moment before letting out a deafening roar of his own. "We've won. This is the power of Org." The elven king stared at the massive scar on the land and let out a long sigh of relief. That night, at the victory banquet, the cheers of the allied army were a stark contrast to their former despair. But in a quiet corner, away from the festivities, the heroes of the day were saying their goodbyes. Rhodes and his party stood before the elven king and the dwarven king. The light of Org in his hand was a little dimmer, but it still radiated a quiet brilliance. Athos was in Serie's hand, a temporary loan from Rhodes, so that the elven miss could get a feel for being a true saint. And the light of Urson had been given to Norn. Perhaps, after their adventure was over, he would take it with him to the first human kingdom, where it would be worshipped as a holy sword for generations to come. Why not stay a little longer? "You're the guests of honor," the dwarven king said, clapping Rhodes on the shoulder with a force that made him stumble. "Well done, human lad. You have not brought shame to Org. To see those beasts turn to ash, it has eased a hatred I have carried in my heart for hundreds of years." The elven king gave an elegant bow, his eyes also filled with a sincere respect and gratitude. "Lord Rhodes, and all of you, the elven race will forever be in your debt." "There is no need for such formalities," Rhodes said with a slight nod. "Fighting the demons is the responsibility of all the races of this continent. But I do have one small favor to ask of you." "Ask away." "In 10 or 20 years, a human nation will be founded. And when that day comes, I hope you will both acknowledge it." The elven king frowned slightly at his request, but the boisterous dwarven king agreed without a moment's hesitation. "No problem. And when it's your coronation, Lord Rhodes, I'll be there to cheer you on." Seeing that the dwarven king had agreed, the elven king also nodded. "The elves have no objection. I, too, will be there to offer my congratulations." End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 102, Chapter 102, to the Godfall land. Chapter 102, to the Godfall land. Seeing the two kings so enthusiastic, Rhodes didn't have the heart to tell them the truth. But he had to. "I don't have the sense of responsibility to be a king. The king of the humans will be Norn." He brought Norn before the two kings, giving him a chance to be seen. Though it was all very sudden, Norn stood tall and straight, withstanding the scrutiny of both the dwarven king and the elven king. If he couldn't even handle this, how could he ever become the king of his people? How could he lead them to find a place for themselves in this world? At the same time, his heart was filled with gratitude for Rhodes. To propose a human nation at such a critical moment, the dwarven king and the elven king would surely not refuse. Could it be that this was all part of his plan? Once again, he was in awe of Rhodes's foresight. "All right then. I'll still be there," the dwarven king said, scratching his head in confusion. To him, Rhodes was clearly the strongest among them. He had a great talent for magic, and the will to save the world. Why wouldn't he be the king? Among his own people, the stronger you were, the more likely you were to become king. He himself had won his throne in his youth, by fighting the warriors of the other clans. But he was old now, and his only son had died in the war. He was now considering a successor. Perhaps he would hold a tournament. The strongest dwarf would inherit his crown. But that was a story for after the war. "I understand." I will be sure to congratulate Lord Norn, the elven king said with a nod. Unlike the dwarven king, he could understand Rhodes's decision. The hero who saved the world did not always have to be the king. Perhaps Lord Norn had a talent for ruling. The elven king, unlike the more rough-and-tumble dwarves, knew what it took to be a good king. Thank you, both of you, Norn said. In his plan, the founding of a human nation was a story for 20 or 30 years from now. Even with the two kings' approval, he wouldn't do it right away. And before that, we have a more important mission to complete, he said, looking at Rhodes. Yes, indeed, the elven king's gaze fell on him. The main force of the demons has been dealt a heavy blow, they won't be able to launch an effective attack for some time. You're going to that legendary place, aren't you? He had, in recent times, learned more about the demons and the gods. He knew that the god they worshipped was in the Godfall land. And he knew that Rhodes and his party were now on their way to slay that very god. It was an insane, unbelievable task. But for some reason, he had a feeling that this group could do it, could accomplish a feat that would be recorded in the annals of history. That's right, Serie said calmly, her golden eyes looking to the west, the direction of the Godfall land. The source of the evil has not yet been cut off. As long as the false god lives, the demons will return. We must go there and put an end to it all. And fulfill my own dream, she thought to herself, to raise my sword against a god, and to slay it. As if sensing her thoughts, Rhodes also looked to the west. Yes. This is the path we have chosen. But you can't be in such a hurry. At least stay for the victory banquet, the dwarven king grumbled. The heroes who had just saved the allied army were leaving that very night, without even giving them a chance to thank them. The boisterous dwarf found it hard to accept. Just then, a figure hurried over. Norn and Irik's eyes lit up. It was Kraft. They had seen him many times over the past month, but they hadn't expected to see him now, at their departure. You're all leaving without telling me. It's a good thing I was keeping an eye on you, he said, walking over, a teasing but warm smile on his face. The elven king, realizing they had something to say to each other, stepped aside. He knew Kraft, he was a renowned and powerful elven warrior. We just didn't have the time, Rhodes said with a smile. Kraft first nodded to Serie, Norn, and the others in greeting, then walked up to Rhodes and bowed deeply. Kraft. Rhodes was a little surprised. They were friends, there was no need for such formality. I thank you, Rhodes, he said, looking up, his voice firm. Allow me, on behalf of all our kinsmen who were lost in the fall of the great elven forest, to express my deepest gratitude. The elven king, due to his status, could not bow to a human. All he could do was express his thanks. The other elves had not yet had a chance to do so. And so, Kraft was the first. I will never forget this kindness, he said, bowing his head once more. If you should ever have need of me, I, Kraft, will be at your side. The weight of his gratitude hung heavy in the air. After a moment's silence, Rhodes placed a hand on his shoulder. Kraft, stand up. Until the demon's god is eliminated, this is far from over. But your thanks. I accept it. Before, he might have tried to get him to join their adventure. But now, it was no longer necessary. As for the promise he had just made, he would think about it later. Kraft looked up, nodded firmly, and stood. Then I wish you all good fortune in the wars to come, he said with another bow. Go with courage and confidence, the dwarven king said. We await the day of your triumphant return. We will do our best to hold back the remaining demon army and keep them from interfering, the elven king added. Thank you, Rhodes said with a cupped fist salute. It was a gesture from his old world, but it conveyed his meaning well enough. Serie gave a slight nod. Farewell. Without any more fanfare, they turned and, under the watchful eyes of their allies, walked west. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, The Temple Destroyed by a Divine Strike. Chapter 103, The Temple Destroyed by a Divine Strike. After leaving the Allied army's camp, the party traveled west along an ancient road. At first, the air was thick with the stench of battle. It was clear that, before their arrival, the Allied army had been in a constant retreat, pushed all the way back to the Elven Kingdom. But the further west they went, the thinner the stench became. Along the way, Rhodes saw many villages that had been destroyed by magical beasts, even a few human ones. Serie walked at the front of the party, a special elven map, provided to them by the Elven King, in her hand. Unlike before, when they had been wandering aimlessly, they now had a clear destination and needed a map to find the fastest route. Rhodes had suggested using the residual energy in the teleportation circle on the stone slab to just transport themselves to the dwarven ruins, which would have saved them a great deal of time. But Serie had rejected the idea. The magical residue was too unstable. If something went wrong with the teleportation, they could all be crushed by the forces of space. She had been willing to take that risk to save him, but now, it wasn't worth it. According to the map, we're about halfway to the Godfall land. The elven map was written in an ancient script that only she could read, so she was their natural guide. Are there some dangerous areas up ahead? He asked, walking up beside her. Yes. We'll have to pass through several monster nests. Into the lion's den. How exciting, Eirik said. He was carrying everyone's baggage on his back, a task he had volunteered for to improve his physical fitness, and his forehead was slick with sweat. There shouldn't be too many of them. Don't worry, Rhodes said, reassuringly. As the sun set, they made camp in an abandoned village. It had once belonged to the dwarves, but had long since been deserted for some unknown reason. Only a few broken walls remained. Eirik skillfully started a fire, and Norn began to prepare dinner. Olivia took to the sky to scout for any nearby monsters. That night, they took turns keeping watch. When their party had been smaller, he and Serie would just cast an enhanced detection spell and then go to sleep, without a second thought for any monsters that might be able to conceal their presence. It was only after they had been ambushed once that they had learned to be more cautious. The next day, they packed their things and continued west. As they went, they came to a dense forest. The air was thick with a discomforting aura, and they were all on high alert. Be careful. There's a residual mana in the air, Serie warned. Should I fly up and scout ahead? Olivia asked, flexing her wings. No need. We'll just have this guy use his detection spell. As Serie spoke, Rhodes cast his spell, then immediately raised a hand to signal them to stop. Something's coming, he said in a low voice. On the magic circle in his hand, a number of small red dots were approaching. As soon as he had spoken, dozens of magical beasts burst from the woods. There are still so many of them here. Eirik exclaimed. They hadn't seen a single monster on their journey so far. He had thought all the monsters on the continent had been called to the front lines by the demons. It's not surprising. There are always a few stragglers that aren't under their control, Serie said calmly. Prepare for battle. Rhodes stood at the front of the party. I'll clear a path. You all follow me, he said. The battle began in an instant. The monsters let out a piercing shriek and lunged at them. Rhodes and Serie simultaneously unleashed a volley of light arrows, and the first few to reach them were pierced through. Olivia cast her own holy magic, a spell imbued with Rhodes' severing magic, and the monsters she struck were purified into nothingness. Norn, Eirik, and Som were not to be outdone, and they all unleashed their own powerful attacks, quickly dispatching the rest of the beasts. In a matter of minutes, the last of them fell to Norn's sword, its body turning to ash without a trace. So it really is impossible to sever their connection to the goddess by just killing all of them. We have to use a magical solution, he mused. Even after the demons had gathered such a massive army, there were still so many left. It was hard to imagine just how many monsters there were in this world. Serie dispelled her magic and nodded. We need to pick up the pace. There should be an abandoned temple up ahead. The residual power there should be enough to deter some of the monsters. It should be safe. They didn't delay and continued on. The forest was larger than they had expected, and the sun was beginning to set by the time they finally reached the temple ruins in its depths. Most of its tall stone pillars had collapsed, but the main structure was relatively intact. Even from its dilapidated state, they could see that it had once been a grand and magnificent building. But the most striking feature was a large, circular hole in its roof, as if it had been pierced by some immense power. Is that? Norn said, looking up at it. He felt a familiar aura from the hole. You're right, Serie confirmed. It's the aftereffect of a divine strike. Then shouldn't the whole temple have been blown to bits? Why is so much of it still standing? Eirik asked, confused. The dwarven ruins had been completely obliterated by a divine strike, leaving only a crater. Because this was a temple of the goddess of procreation. It was protected by the power of faith, Olivia explained. She had been born only a few hundred years ago, and although she had become a member of the Council of 13 at a young age, she had not participated in that war. The race that worshipped her was completely wiped from existence by our people, and even her temple was destroyed in a divine strike. All that is left are these ruins. You wiped out an entire race. For real. Eirik looked at Olivia in disbelief. It was hard to imagine the gentle Miss Olivia doing such a thing. It's true. I wasn't there, but the head of that race's strongest warrior is on display in our museum, she said. Haha, Eirik laughed nervously, and said no more. You Skywinged are a brutal bunch, he thought, taking people's heads as trophies. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Atonement through Eternal Solitude. Chapter 104, Atonement through Eternal Solitude. Beneath the temple's shattered dome, a bright bonfire burned. For the first time in thousands of years, there was a flicker of life in this place. The firelight stretched their shadows, casting them onto the cracked walls. The murals were now faded and indistinct, and the statues were broken and worn, but you could still just make out the form of a goddess, Aegis, the goddess of procreation, the being they had once faced. The smoke from the burning wood drove away some of the dampness. Eirik and Som were resting, leaning against a pillar. Norn was writing in his grimoire. With Rhodes's help, the book was coming along smoothly. It wouldn't be long now. The first human grimoire. Serie was sitting in a corner, a little distance away, a book open on her lap. She had already finished all the grimoires from the dwarven ruins. This was one she had requested from the elven king before they left. It contained magic she had never seen before. Rhodes sat beside her, occasionally adding a log to the fire. Just a short while ago, he had told Olivia everything about the true and false goddesses. She had been silent for a long time, her eyes vacant as she stared into the flames. To think, there was no true or false, that the goddess she had worshipped and the usurper were one and the same. The goddess of life and the goddess of procreation shared the same authority, just with a different approach to the creation of life. And the conflict between them had started because of her own people, the Sky-Winged. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "Lord Rhodes," she said, her voice soft. She had reverted to her formal address, a sign that she had something important to say. "When this is all over, no, when we have defeated the goddess of procreation, I will persuade the goddess of life to let the Sky-Winged leave this world." Rhodes paused, his hand still on a log. He looked up at her. Even Serie turned to look. Olivia did not shy away from their gazes, her holy eyes filled with a new resolve. "This war has gone on for too long, and we have lost too much. The council is in shambles, our warriors all but gone." She had once thought she would follow the commands of the goddess without question, just as her fallen predecessors had done, to live and die for glory. But after all that had happened, her faith, her very being, had been changed. The Sky-Winged were a race born for war. And though our people have dwindled and the war is almost over, the sins we have committed will not be erased. Her gaze drifted up to the massive hole in the temple's dome, as if she could see the divine strike descending once more, a scene of utter devastation, all life extinguished, just as it had been for her own people. Only after having suffered the same fate could one truly reflect on their actions. As you can see, the ruins of this temple are a testament to that. We are not as holy and pure as we claim to be. We just blindly followed orders, without ever questioning their truth. I think. Rhodes began, but the words caught in his throat. No matter how he might try to defend her, the fact remained that the Sky-Winged's reputation in the Age of Myth was not a good one. They had destroyed many races. If not for the demons being even more brutal, more uncommunicative, the elves and the dwarves would have never allied with them. Olivia continued. Our strength is no longer enough to remain in this world. To stay would only be to become the source of a new war, or to be once again swept up by some other will and repeat our mistakes. The rest of our people. I will persuade them to leave, to seek a new home. Rhodes listened in silence. There was so much he wanted to say, but he didn't know where to begin. And you, Olivia? Serie suddenly asked. Will you go with them? Olivia shook her head. For some reason, Serie's gaze was unusually intense, but she decided to tell her the truth. No. I will stay, alone, in the heavenly kingdom. I will atone for the sins of my people through an eternity of solitude. She raised her hand and gently touched her stomach, feeling the connection between the magic circle within her and Rhodes. She was no longer a servant of the goddess. The very power of her faith now flowed to him. If she were to go with her people, she would be seen as a heretic. She knew this. And so, she would stay in this world, in the heavenly kingdom, a final testament to the existence of her race. Even if the Sky-Winged leave, the core of the heavenly kingdom will still function. I will stay there and be the last connection between it and this world, to prevent it from falling into the hands of the demons. She paused, her gaze once again falling on the ruined temple. With my solitude, I will atone for the past sins of the Sky-Winged. This is the path of exile and redemption I have chosen for myself. Atonement, Rhodes repeated softly. I have no right to forgive you on behalf of the races you have destroyed. But one who has no blood on their hands should not have to atone for the sins of others. But it is the only thing I can do. The life of a Sky-Winged was a long one. She didn't even know how long she would live. And in that long life, she needed something to live for. Sometimes, to bear a sin is to find a reason to live. He was silent. In the end, all he could say was, let's talk about this after the war. And then, I will find a new path for you. He couldn't just agree to her request. Perhaps he had his own selfish reasons. He wanted her not just to protect the heavenly kingdom, but the entire world. But he couldn't say that yet. Not until he had slain the god, and put an end to all of this. As if sensing his complex emotions, Ord began to glow, and another vision of the future flashed in his mind. He saw himself, raising his sword against a majestic figure. He saw figures, more than one, being swallowed by an all-consuming black mud. He saw a person, setting out on a journey once more. And he saw a person, kneeling alone in an empty grand hall, praying. The images flashed by too quickly for him to see them clearly, and with them, the unspoken words were also lost, until all that was left was the silent flow of time. The next chapter will be a 30-year time skip. In the meantime, I'll be revisiting the Craft Saves the World storyline from the original work. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, The Coronation, 30 years later. Chapter 105, The Coronation, 30 years later. 30 years after the end of the War of the Mythical Age. A long time ago, the various races fought amongst themselves for their own clans and their own gods, and in the end, the demons took advantage of the chaos and brought a catastrophe upon the entire continent. And it was then that a hero emerged. In a human city, an old man was telling a group of children the story of the first great sage, Rhodes. What did the great sage look like? A child interrupted. It is said that the great sage Rhodes left behind no statues. Though His Majesty Norn once tried to have one carved, it seems the sculptor was never able to create a likeness that was to his satisfaction. I heard from others that the great sage was also called the saint. So what was his real title? A little girl asked. Saint, sage, God-slayer, he was all of them. And our soon-to-be crowned King Norn was his companion. It was he who gave him the title of Saint. At that very moment, in the heart of the city, a grand coronation ceremony was taking place. This was the first human nation, and the enthronement of the holy King Norn. Though he had founded the city years ago, he had not yet been formally crowned, though the people had already been calling him, Your Majesty. The central square was now a sea of people. And though this human nation consisted of only a single city, with a population of just over 10,000, many different races had come to offer their congratulations. In recent times, the name of the holy King Norn had spread across the entire continent. His presence could be felt in every human settlement. The holy king and his friend walked together, and brought the wisdom of magic to every human. This was the first line of the historical text of the first human nation, Ursen. Red banners snapped in the wind, and the sunlight fell upon the white stone steps. At the top of the steps was the men of the hour. On the viewing platform, a diverse crowd of different races had gathered. Even the renowned Dwarven King and Elven King were there. The Dwarven King was wearing a new, ceremonial cloak, encrusted with various gems, and even his beard had been elaborately braided. His legendary battle axe was leaning against his leg. Beside him stood a young dwarf, Som. His once adventuring companion, now the designated heir to the Dwarven throne. Perhaps soon, Norn would be attending his coronation. And to his great surprise, the dwarf now had a beard. Had Rhodes left him with a beard-growing spell before he had disappeared? The Elven King sat in his seat, conversing in a low voice with a few of the Elven elders, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the square, as if searching for a certain someone. But his hope was in vain. At noon, with the sound of a magical cannon, the ceremony officially began. A hush fell over the square, and all eyes were on Norn, on the high platform. He was no longer the somewhat green adventurer he had once been. A shock of silver-white hair now framed a face that was a little older, a little more worn, the chisel of time having left its mark. He wore a magnificent robe, masterfully crafted by the dwarves. And with all eyes upon him, he ascended the steps. When he finally stood before the throne, an elf, who was officiating the ceremony, his voice amplified by magic, began to read the ancient coronation oath. He was a gift from the Elven King, who had known that the humans would not have such a person. He would stay in this new nation until the humans had established a civilization of their own. Norn solemnly repeated the ancient oath, his voice carrying to every person in the square. When the last syllable of the oath had fallen, its magic took effect, and a golden crown appeared in the air and slowly descended upon his head. Tears welled up in the eyes of everyone present. Humanity, on this continent, finally had a nation of its own. A roar of cheers, like a tsunami, erupted from the crowd. Long live the Holy King! Long live the Kingdom of Ursen! Wave after wave of cheers washed over the square. Even the two kings were swept up in the atmosphere and began to applaud. In the age of myth, they would have never allowed a new nation to rise. But the age of myth was over. A new era was dawning. And besides, they had promised. Norn turned to face the crowd, his people. There were not many of them, but they were a symbol of hope. He raised his right hand, and the cheers slowly died down. And with a million expectant and reverent eyes upon him, he spoke. Today, we are here not only for my coronation, but for the coronation of our home, the hope we all protect, the Kingdom of Ursen. 5 years ago, he had founded this city. At first, there had been only 1,000 humans. It was a human nation in name only, most of its inhabitants were of other races. But over the years, as word had spread, more and more humans had come, and their numbers had swelled to over 10,000. His gaze swept over the viewing platform, past the dwarven king, the elven king, and finally rested on Som, who was looking back at him. The original heroes' party had disbanded. Everyone had gone their separate ways. Even on this special occasion, only one of them had come. But he had no complaints. Rhodes was gone, and Olivia had secluded herself in the heavenly kingdom. And Serie, she was a saint, forever walking the path of magic. And his other old friend was now in the shadows. Their eyes met, and in that moment, they understood. A complex web of emotions was hidden in that single glance. Norn gave a slight nod and continued his speech. We will not forget. The threat of the demons has not yet been eliminated, and we will not forget what they did 30 years ago. I have founded this human nation not only to protect our own people, but to fight against the demons, to fight for the peace of this world. The God-Slayer may not be here today, but I will carry on his will, and I will make the light of Ursen shine forever. Rhodes, the hero who had slain a god, the great sage, the saint, a man who had earned countless honors, though he was now gone, he was deeply revered by all, human and non-human alike. And at the sound of his name, a new, even greater, wave of cheers washed over the square. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The living must carry the hopes of the dead. Chapter 106, The living must carry the hopes of the dead. The ceremony was over, and a grand celebration began. It was the dwarves' favorite part, and their presence made the atmosphere even more festive. Norn came down from the dais and first clinked glasses with the two most distinguished guests, the dwarven king and the elven king. Then he made his way to his old friends. It's been a long time, Master Durrell, he said. Indeed, the dwarven master smith said with a sigh, looking at Norn's now silver-white hair. It had only been 30 years, but the young man he had known was now an old man. It made him once again lament the fleeting lifespan of the human race. Your Majesty, a voice said from his side. It was Lisa, who had become a renowned mage. 30 years had turned the little girl who was just beginning to learn magic into a powerful sorceress, now an indispensable part of the new kingdom. There are still several documents that require your attention tonight. Yes, yes. I know. After he had finished with the well-wishers, in a quieter corner of the viewing platform, Norn finally had a moment alone with Som. They stood, mugs in hand, and looked out at the joyous crowd below. It goes by so fast, doesn't it, Som? Norn's voice held a hint of a sigh. 30 years, it's like a dream. I still dream about it sometimes, the five of us. Som was holding a mug of what looked like ale but was actually just juice. Rhodes's magic might have given him a beard, but it hadn't solved his drinking problem. It was just a part of him, something magic couldn't change. He didn't mind. He just pretended to drink in front of others. As long as no one tried to steal his mug, they would be none the wiser. He took a sip and nodded. Yes. To think we made it through all that, especially the dwarven ruins. The divine strike, the goddess. I really thought I was going to die back there. In the end, the destruction of the dwarven ruins had been blamed on the demons. If the demons hadn't been known to use a divine strike, people might have been more inclined to believe it was the Sky-Winged. But since they did, well, it must have been them. As for the Sky-Winged, they were staunch allies. They would never do such a thing. And the ones who knew the truth weren't about to say anything to protect Olivia. Som still remembered the dwarven king cursing the demons for 3 days and 3 nights after he had learned the truth. He had been truly devastated. At the thought of Olivia, he paused. Miss Olivia, she's guarding the cold and empty heavenly kingdom now. She'll never come down again, will she? The rest of the Sky-Winged had left this world. Olivia was the last. She had sworn to never set foot on this land again. The Sky-Winged race, for all intents and purposes, was gone. In a few thousand years, they would be nothing more than a footnote in history. Not unless Rhodes comes back and persuades her, Norn said with a sigh. Both he and Serie had been searching for him for decades, but they hadn't found a single trace. He had already prepared himself for the worst. Rhodes, the first great sage, the one who had taught him magic, the one who had sworn to bring it to all of humanity, was gone, likely having taken the goddess down with him. And if that was the case, then he had to carry on his will. The one thing Norn was proud of was that he had done a good job so far. He had visited nearly every human settlement on the continent, had gathered them together, and had founded a human nation. Rhodes, have I done well? He wondered, though he knew he would never hear an answer. Where is he? Som also sighed, his eyes filled with a sad confusion. There's been no word at all. Could he really have, with the goddess? He couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. Rhodes's disappearance was a great mystery, and a great regret, for all of them. And because of it, Olivia, having learned the truth, had made her solemn vow. He looked up at the cheering crowd, as if searching for a familiar face. Perhaps, Norn's voice was soft, as if he were talking to himself, he's somewhere we can't reach, continuing his unfinished journey. Perhaps. There was something else Som had to say. Do you have any news about him? Norn wished he could say no, but he couldn't lie. He knew exactly where his friend was, and the knowledge pained him. Rhodes's disappearance had at least left them with a glimmer of hope, but his old friend's fall, it broke his heart. He should have noticed it sooner, the insidious poison of the false god, corrupting his body and soul. He is. Norn took a deep breath and forced himself to say the words he had been dreading. The Demon King, Asmodeus. Som's mug slipped from his hand and crashed to the ground, drawing a few curious glances. But he was too stunned to care. Please, Norn said, keep this a secret. I want my friend to be remembered as a sage, not as what he has become. He couldn't go on. I understand, Som said. The world has lost your friend. There is only the first Demon King, Asmodeus. Let's not talk about this anymore, Norn said. Come, a toast. Is it really a toast if you're drinking juice? Som grumbled, but he raised his own mug and clinked it against Norn's. He downed the sweet honey wine in one gulp. The bittersweet liquid slid down his throat. He didn't know why the dwarves liked this stuff so much. Perhaps it was just the feeling of relaxation it brought. But he couldn't let himself relax. The living must carry the hopes of the dead. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals one extra chapter. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Series Power Core Aches. Chapter 107, Series Power Core Aches. What Norn didn't know was that on the day of his coronation, on a hillside covered in pale purple stargazing flowers, just outside the city walls, Serie was watching. She did not show herself, but just stood from a distance. The wind rustled her golden hair. For an elf, 30 years was just the blink of an eye. A round mirror made of mana hovered before her, and in it was the grand coronation ceremony. As the crown descended upon his head, a roar of cheers erupted from the square. Serie smiled. A small, fleeting smile, but a real one. Through the magic mirror, she watched Norn's speech, and his conversation with the two kings and Som. Well done, Norn, she murmured, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible, tinged with a warmth that she herself did not notice. If he were here, she thought, he would be so proud. He had always said that when Norn was crowned, he would steal his crown and wear it for a couple of days, just to get a feel for it. But now, Norn wore the crown, and he was still gone. This once green and naive human was now silver-haired, and had even founded a nation for his people in this scarred and broken land. But he still had not returned. When Norn had spoken that familiar, yet now long unheard, title of Godslayer, her fingers, which had been hanging loosely at her side, had twitched. Her gaze fell upon the holy sword that was leaning against the tree beside her, the holy right sword, Athos. Once worshipped by generations of elves, it now just sat there. She, a saint, could now draw it and wield a fraction of its power. It was the last thing he had left her. After the final battle, before the dust had settled, he had given it to her. Get everyone out of here. That's what he had said, his voice firm, yet tinged with an apology, a plea, and something else she couldn't quite understand at the time, a farewell. And then, he was gone. He had taken the divine right sword, Org, and all of his secrets, and had vanished into the tide of black mud that had erupted from the dying god. Without a trace, like a drop of water in the ocean. 30 years. For a long-lived race, 30 years was an insignificant speck of time. But for her, these 30 years had been an eternity. She had searched every corner of the continent, had slain countless demons and magical beasts. But all she had ever found was his legend, never a trace of him. No one even knew what he looked like. All they knew was that, decades ago, a hero named Rhodes had emerged, had slain the god of the demons, and had saved the world. If only he had left behind a statue, she thought. She didn't know why she was so fixated on finding him. He was dead. All she had to do was erect a tombstone, and visit it when she thought of him. That was the elven way. But why couldn't she just accept that he was gone? The one who was always smiling, yet could unleash a terrifying power in a crisis. The one whose magical talent was far greater than her own, who could always create some new, unexpected spell. The one who would quietly prepare everything for her, who would have the audacity to pat her on the head. Rhodes. Her first partner, the only one in her long life who had ever supported her in her near-obsessive quest to slay a god. Anyone else would have been scared off by her ambition. But he had just smiled and said he would do it with her. He was so unique, so special. And now, he was gone. All that was left was the cold touch of Athos. Without him, her future would surely be a boring one. In the magic mirror, she watched the boisterous celebration. It all felt so unreal. Everyone was laughing, their faces filled with joy. But for her, a wave of loneliness, a loneliness so intense it threatened to consume her, washed over her without any warning. She raised a hand and pressed it to her chest. It hurts. For some reason, her heart ached. The feeling was so foreign, so heavy, that she could barely breathe. Before him, she had been used to being alone, to studying magic alone, to living alone. She had thought that for an elf, a farewell was just a temporary thing, something that shouldn't bring any pain. But his disappearance, it was like a flaw in a perfect magic circle she had created. No matter how she tried to fix it, to fill it in, the hole just became bigger, more conspicuous. "Where are you?" she murmured, her voice trembling with a tremor she herself did not notice. "Are you really?" Her gaze was fixed on the cheering crowd, as if hoping to see a figure who could not possibly be there. "Why, won't you even leave a single trace?" Hope is a beautiful thing, but often, it is a painful one. It is the hope in one's heart that gives one the strength to go on. She remembered his back, as he had stood before her, shielding her from the divine strike. She remembered his resolve, as he had stood before the two kings, orb in his hand. She remembered all the little details of their discussions, as they had created the false divine strike together. She remembered the calm on his face, the night before they had entered the Godfall land. The images were all so clear, as if they had just happened yesterday. And because they were so clear, the pain in her heart was all the more intense. She closed her eyes and tried to lose herself in a complex spell, to drive away the pain. It was a trick she had used often in the past 30 years. But this time, it failed. Against the backdrop of the celebration, the pain was magnified. She looked down at Athos. Tied to its guard was a simple, somewhat worn tassel, woven from an ordinary thread. It had been something he and Psalm had made when they were learning to weave. She had called it ugly, and had said it didn't match the sword. But he had just smiled and said, "I think it looks fine." She gently touched the faded tassel. A single, cold drop fell and was absorbed by the vines on the scabbard, leaving no trace. End of chapter. Every 150 power stones equals 1 extra chapter.